One day, among the endless wars, something extraordinary happened. There was a man who alone challenged the will of heaven and earth. He came to a giant who looked at the one who, in his opinion, did not dare to disturb his peace. But when this warrior clenched his fist, the bandage flew into small flaps. It was a warrior with an indomitable will who did not go out in all circumstances. One-on-one with his fist and courage, he entered the battle. A demon from the Hua mountain that has been leading the world is a story about a person who has become a legend. His fist, a demon from Hua mountain. Let's start listening to this fascinating story, plunging with her head. Once in the world, a demonic sect has emerged, which declared the war to others, seeking to conquer their power. Their clashes led to the fact that martial arts were forced to unite to combat a common enemy. After 3 years of the war, the long-awaited peace came. The alliance of martial arts won, erased the demonic sect from the face of the earth. However, the losses of the winners were immensely large. Tausis from Hua Mountain believed that it was a real curse. They were outraged that for incredible loss, they received only a pathetic shred of the earth. The head of Mount Hua, senior monk Han Chkon, decided to rise to such a level of strength so that no one dared to even look towards the mountain. Behind him was another senior monk, wary that his master could decide on something unexpected. He kept closer, fearing that the owner could decide to do something extraordinary. The monk was approaching, not knowing what the future was waiting for their sect. But lifting his gaze, he faded from the shock. A terrible picture opened in front of him. The terrain was destroyed, the houses were burning, and the thick smell of blood flooded. Someone dared to kill all these people. It seems that the village suffered from the attack of local bandits. One of the attendees said that there were rumors of the bandits. The senior monk came closer to the corpses, carefully looking at them in search of clues. He began that he was convinced that somewhere in this pile of people he heard a weak moan. He said loudly that he was coming to him, as if someone else was alive. The head understood that in such circumstances, the chance of surviving was scanty. The senior monk began to sort through the bodies, trying to find at least some signs of life. He rejected corpses and debris in different directions without stopping. Suddenly, under the rubble boards, he found a living man. It was a baby with black hair that survived in the middle of the ruins. Looking at this, they could not believe it was possible. It seemed to them that his thirst for life bordered on madness. The senior monk immediately raised the boy whose body had no intact place. The small teeth clenched, and the blood flowed with his face. The boy's body was sewn with fragments, and as soon as he coughed, a large puddle of blood escaped from his mouth. The little one began to return to consciousness. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a terrible scene. His comrade was nearby, cold and dead, with an unhealed wound on his neck. The boy's world seemed to fall under his feet. Despite his condition, he fully felt the pain of loss. 5 years have passed among the mountains, similar to the sword embedded in the ground. These mental peaks seemed to be directed by the heavens themselves. Their peaks were reminiscent of blooming lotus, which is why this mountain range was called Lotus Ridge, the place of rest of the Hua mountain sect. The same guy, rescued 5 years ago, climbed the big stonefoot ladder. His legs trembled, but he walked forward. There was a difficult distance ahead. 3 kilometers up. Through the pain, he continued to rise without stopping. He constantly looked at his leg covered with wounds. But despite this, he convinced himself that he could withstand. For him, these wounds seemed little things. Again and again he repeated to himself that he could definitely reach the top. Step by step he assured himself, a little more, quite a little. He was observed by teacher Damho, elder Mount Hua, senior monk Han Sio. 5 years have passed from the first meeting with Damho. Since then, without exception, he climbed these stairs. When he said he wanted to climb himself, everyone was mocking and calling him crazy. It is known that even martial arts have difficulty on these stairs, and with a wounded foot it looked impossible. Even with healthy legs, it is incredibly difficult to climb on the stonefoot stairs daily. One day, Damho rolled into a thick snowfall. He fainted from exhaustion, but the next day, although the patient went up again, every day, gathering with thoughts, he climbed the mountain again and again. It lasted for a whole 5 years. This was the case. The endless conquest of the mountain allowed him to grow a little muscles. At the top he was met by a master, asking if he climbed again. I will apologize to him for not obeying again. The master reminded him that he knew about the condition of his feet, which to do nothing with anything. But he also understood that the guy would not listen and asked to approach. I will reply that everything was well with him, but the master insisted that he would come. When the guy approached, the master put him on a chair and began to massage his leg, asking not to move. He repeatedly repeated that muscle massage would not hurt after training, but on the contrary, would help. Even during the massage on his face, it was visible how it hurt. "Why are you so reckless?" asked his master. Do you so seek to die that you are jeopardizing my eternally grunting master? Excuse me, I didn't want to, I said quietly. In the martial arts, the Hua Mountain, the work of the feet is of paramount importance. If you pass the exam and become a student, you will have to study Gugunbo. It is the most difficult technique of working legs, which even the most capable students master with difficulties. The master understood that no matter how much he trained, because of the injury of the ladies never mastered Gugunbo. Then the master told him, for happiness a person needs a hardened heart. If your heart is hardened, the fate will take care of you no longer suffer. The ladies understood these words completely. However, he lost his faith in fate. There was a hard workout on Hua Mountain. The students were ordered not to relax and study the art of Bukovan to like the tiger that attacks prey. The master demanded to use all the muscles of the body for a powerful stroke. He demonstrated how strokes should carry strength, showing it with their movements. Suddenly he stopped, noticing who came to him. Finally decided to greet the elder? Lady replied that he was just going to the John Boat Palace. It became clear to them because all the martial arts of the Hua Mountains were collected. The master appreciated his perseverance, understanding how difficult it was for him. Although he knew it was a real test for the guy. Then the master said, "Ho ho shu." He noted that if the ladies continue the workout, it will eventually become a real master. In response, the ladies only asked if he could continue his way. After that, he headed in a given direction. Other students looked at him as the main student gone gun. They believed that this lame guy became the main student only because of his accident. How is it possible? Is he able to practice martial arts at all? The students wondered, watching the lady. The master forced all these skeptics not to waste time, but to take up training faster. Hua Mountain professes the idea of unity of students, but it seems that only ladies understand how illusory it is. Every time these thoughts appeared, he tried to discard them and not get hung up. Soon he got the Palace John Bow. At the top of the stairs, he was met by one of the swords, expressing respect for his stability. They invited him to pass without shy. As the chief student, Gon Gun, he was missed without any obstacles. However, every time he realized that all these techniques of Hua Mountain were in vain. Then he took a book called Jukeps, The Foundations of the Martial Arts of the Hua Mountain, distributed to all students. It wrote that with the help of this technique, one Tao's was able to split the giant boulder in half. But even it was considered a basic art. Everything I could give is to practice this technique for years. He honed his movements to the fact that the air flew around. His direct blow sounded like a loud cotton. The energy was going around him, and his long hair turned in different directions. He accompanied each stroke with characteristic words. Yukabguan, accounting, Jukeps. These were the foundations for him, but they were all that he had. Two swordsmen near the palace were discussed by the lad, wondering that they were allowed to enter, while they could only stand on a guard. They believed that any outer student far exceeds him. In their opinion, he had to understand his restrictions for a long time because of his leg injury. After completing the workout, I went home. On the way, he met acquaintances. These were Soybean Khan to the left, the Ken in the center, and the Health of the Gene to the right. They praised him, though he teased more, noticing how he returned from the Palace John Bow. The ladies greeted the elders, whom he had not seen for a long time, and they called him a younger brother. They asked how he was doing and how his teacher does. Mu explained that he was too busy and hoped it did not look like a teacher's neglect. On all these words, the ladies answered only silence, or briefly explained that his teacher understands everything. When they wondered his feat, he replied that they should not worry. Health was annoyed that the ladies were still in training. He advised him to finally reject pride and become a scientist, gaining glory as a revered deus, without a difficult way. The lady only answered his eldest brother that he should also quit martial arts and become a scientist. Health immediately grabbed him by the collar. The sister tried to reassure an angry Health. Then Mu also intervened and asked him to stop. Healthy substantiated this by the fact that the ladies waste time and did not understand that it is better for him, assuring that he would still remember these words. "Don't worry, your words will remain forever in my heart," the ladies said calmly. Sei asked not to take his words seriously. She noted that he said it is not hatred, and she suggested that you contact them at any time if it faces difficulty. They have always promised to help him what the ladies worshipped, and said he would go better. He was not delayed. When the three of them remained, he asked the Health why each conversation with the lady turns into something tense. He added that even unconsciously, it is worth remembering how many pains the ladies feel daily. Healthy did not worry about it, believing that he simply gives him friendly advice, because training only delayed inevitably. He was sure that nothing would change in decades. In the worst case, the martial arts master with an injured leg will not last long in the outside world. The ladies watched Khan. He thought that nothing in this world could convince this guy. He remembered how he once wanted to give him away and became a scientist. But he changed his decision for a long time, seeing the power of spirit in the young man. In the home, they had dinner together, and gave myself sincerely thanked the teacher. Keon confessed that he was lucky to have such a student as a lady. I will understand that it was the most that he could do for the teacher, because if it were not for the pile, he would not be here. It happened 5 years ago. If Senior Monk Han CEO did not find the GAC, he would not have the chance not only to get into Hua Mountain, but also to survive. For the ladies, the honey was not just a master, their connection was reminiscent of relationships between father and son. For dinner, Han asked the gambled Hone, "Do you still want to engage in martial arts?" I will decisively replied that yes. Then Khan asked if he knew who his master. Lady suggested that he was Elder Jong Gunda. The answer was correct. Jayan Gunda was the strongest genius of Hua Mountain, and Khan was his student. Although it is remembered now, it was thanks to him that Hua Mountain once reached the pinnacle of power. His presence supplied enemies and inspired allies. It is a little strange that the most prominent genius of the sect became a human teacher without much talents. Because of this, there were rumors among the students of the Hua Mountain that they reached the absurd. "Aren't you wondering why my master chose me from all the students of the Hua Mountain?" Khan asked. The ladies were looking forward to the answer. One day, the master shared with him simple truth. The real power of the sect needs not only masters of martial arts, but also those who are strong in heart. The master sought the one who would pass on his will to the students of the Hua Mountain for future generations. He made his choice and wanted this man to become Keon. Since then, Keon has abandoned the martial arts and focused on training. Now I understand, the teacher. Excuse my student, because, after all, I may have disappointed you. After these words, Kon asked the lady not to be so serious, explaining that he had not told it for the accusation. He asked if the ladies knew what scientists did. Ladies suggested that they were studying ancient records and knowing Taoism. However, Kon explained that they have another task. They retain knowledge of the martial arts of the sect. He approached a book wrapped in a fabric. He said that although he was not a great master of martial arts, his knowledge gave him some experience. He once came across this book and unfolded it. It was a celestial technique of cultivation. This technique has existed since the foundation of Hua Mountain with their ancestors. Hua Mountain martial arts did not stand still, constantly developing and becoming more and more complex. Khan realized that with his injury he would never master them completely. The ladies, too, have been aware of it for a long time, but still said he had no intention to give up. Keon believed that this cultivation technique could help, and asked the lady to take the book because he had already strengthened his body. But when passing the book, Khan urged to be careful. This book has long been the inheritance of the ancient times of Hua Mountain. Since the ladies did not find a solution in modern techniques, let the ancients help him find the warrior's way. As the teacher said, his muscles are already well developed due to the daily lifting of Hua Mount. However, his inner strength was still weak. Imagine heaven in your mind. Feel their gravity and clarity. Reject unnecessary thoughts. Unite with heaven. Only control the heavens with the power of thought. Meanwhile, there was a CO with another student near the Stofuda path. They surprised the absence of the GVs because he never missed training and today disappeared. It was worried that if he did not appear, she did not know about the selection of Master Hangim. Her friends suggested finding him on her own, and CO believed that Chun Gun would be grateful for it. At this time, the ladies approached the old house with a straw roof and wooden walls. He opened the door and walked inside. Barely breathing, he fell on the floor. Keon has already woke up and began to stretch. Khan approached the ladies, realizing that he was extremely exhausted. On the doorstep, he lifted his shoes. Looking through the gap, he saw that the lady was sleeping. He immediately approached and began to massage his painful leg. It was all he could do for him at that moment. The next morning, the clouds slowly sailed over the mountains. Under one of the waterfalls, the ladies were sitting in meditation, thinking that for the first time his body did not hurt, though he was training for exhaustion. He guessed that the master somehow helped him, possibly transferring some of his energy. During meditation, his brother Vaughn came to him. Vaughn interrupted his workout, calling for himself. He looked at his feet, thinking that he would have to call this cripple older. In general, he has never been ready to accept ladies as Rivna. He envied that this boy became the main student only through luck. Vaughn asked himself why, when everyone was despised in the sect, this circus was still ongoing. Finally, he conveyed what he came for, reminding the lads of HO, so that he would not forget to appear for the selection. At that moment, he looked in HO in his eyes and felt fear. They were absolutely black. The lady was a little surprised. Did the master really decide to spend the selection? After that, he turned and began to go. Vaughn did not understand what was happening. He was amazed at why I will be going so quickly. Despite the injured leg, the lady was still faster than him. The lady was already approaching the Jimna Palace, the symbol of the power of the Hua Mountain. The students, seeing him, immediately asked themselves what he was doing here. Behind his back, they discussed that the lame place here was not a place, and that he may also seek to get a master's techniques. Looking at him, they mentioned that as the main student, Jong-gun, he has the right to participate. The students whispered that ladies with their wounded leg would not be selected, which is made through a duel. Sei was glad when she saw that he still had time. She asked him not to listen to the stupid brothers who just envy him. I bowed to her, confessing that she did not even expect such support. Suddenly the man entered, ordered everyone to silence and congratulate Master Hangim. Everyone lined up in front of the gate, which began to open slowly. The students showed deep respect for the great master. The gates were opened wider, wrapping the atmosphere with tension. The face of the master, which became visible at the gate, approached. When the master came out, he immediately greeted the students. Once again he introduced to those who do not know him. I am a Hung. He explained that here, by order of the head of the sect, who wanted him to teach as many students as possible. However, the master did not want to spend time on garbage. He was indifferent whether he was the main student, external, or even bastard. He will only teach the most talented. The students thought why even external students are allowed, but not too much to allow everyone? Some doubted. Is the head of the sect of the leakage of their technicians afraid? At this point, the master announced, "Let the selection begin, and let him win the most worthy. I have realized that everyone has a chance to win, regardless of their origin." He clenched his fists, hoping that even with his leg could stand. Then he approached him with a question. He asked the master how he would choose the most worthy. The master immediately warned Khan that his legacy could be in vain, but he replied that it would be strange to ignore this opportunity. After all, it is likely that his student will represent Hua Mountain in the future. The temptation is too great. Kion also said that he would still continue to study the art of West of Purple Heaven. Your inheritance conflicts with my training, and I'm not ready to give up years of work, said Khan. And the master realized that he was well aware. The master explained that those who wish would fight each other, and he would choose the student on the results of their speeches. Hearing this, Mu Kion decided to give up, preferring to avoid fighting with his brothers and sisters. Then the master ordered to stop the conversation and immediately start the selection. He was the first to summon Unjion and Kots of Jion. Yes, master, they also agreed. The man swung his stick to hit the drum. As soon as the blow came, it became a signal before the beginning. They stood in front of each other. Units with the art of the flower of the plum against the technique of the sword of 7 stars of the catfish of Gaion. Mu and Sei discussed which of them would win. The Psalm of the Gaion, the sword, believed that only he deserves to inherit the master, squeezing a wooden sword in his hands. Yuan Gan clenched his fists, reminding himself of whose inheritance was fighting. It will not be easy to obtain the technique of the master. He suggested that the opponent see who is stronger. Sima's 7 stars were based on speed, and he planned to finish the fight quickly. He swung his sword, shouting that there was nothing personal. At that moment he waved his sword. His blow was incredibly fast. Yuan was ready for a rapid attack of catfish. It was hard to believe that in his hands a regular wooden sword. Yuan decided to go into the counterattack, attacking his fist, which was not easy at such a speed. He noticed that the catfish had opened and decided to take advantage of this moment. With one eye through his hand, Catfish saw the fist of UNA approached him. For a second he dismissed his head, avoiding a stroke, solid as a rock and fast as a ball. "Where did UN get so fast?" said the catfish. He then decided to show his speed, waving his sword that flew near the head of UNA. The main goal of the UNA is not to let the Som move away, because its fist of plum flowers is effective only at a close range. But apparently, Som guessed that UN seeking to shorten the distance. In an encroaching with his sword again, the catfish exclaimed that UN overestimates his strength. "What an incredible force!" The viewers kept the breath. The lady watched carefully, seeing one side trying to shorten the distance and the other defends it. It would be good if the ladies could have watched all the fights, because of long training, his real combat experience is almost zero. On the battlefield, both fighters were not going to give up. Catfish decided not to restrain himself. Just like him, UN pushed away from the earth. Both went towards each other. The stones under their feet flew, breaking into pieces. Some warned that UN was attentive, because now his blade does not distinguish from the real one. "Thank you what I reminded," said Un. The 7 stars sword technique was lightning. UN barely had time to evade. Meanwhile, the energy of the art of flowering plum has already accumulated on his hand. A bright flash flashed near his palm. The palm of Yuna was already close to the abdomen of Catfish. Catfish opened his eyes wide, feeling the pressure of the blow on his stomach. His body is like a feather. The other side flew from this incredible blow. The audience shouted, raising their hands, and the master began to descend to the arena. One of the audience was pleasantly impressed. He had not felt such excitement for a long time. Another, though weaker, also wanted to try their hand. The catfish acknowledged his defeat, and UN extended his hand, helping to rise and calling the battle wonderful. Incredible power, thought. Realizing that it was only the first match, the students were even more inspired. The atmosphere has changed greatly. Lady never saw the students of sex behaving like that. Is it through the master standing behind? He turned his head in his direction. The master's eyes immediately met his gaze. The master was amazed, because he recognized in him the guy whom Keon-kun was picked up a few years ago. The ladies felt incredible pressure from only one side of the master. The master thought that perhaps this boy was not a place here. The next battle was declared between Khan Soybean and Mugul. The soybean blooming plum was the only woman who possessed the martial arts on Hua Mountain, and everyone knew it well. Many believed that they did not even need to look to guess the result. Having entered the arena, she was ready to allow him to strike the first blow as a younger one. But he, with respect, suggested that her take the first step. After these words, she warned him that such pride could cause anger. Pride is needed to rely on yourself. How can something be achieved without it? Mu asked. However, she was already ready to make the first blow. Washing his sword, she invited him to defend herself. Like a plum flower that shone with its beauty, it rushed to the opponent. After the first attack, Mu realized that it was much stronger than it seems. He clearly realized that he loses if he underestimated her. Soy was ready to show her true art of possession of the sword, and asked him to defend herself. Its technique is 24 steps of plum-flowering sword. Reflecting the attack, he still tried to make fun of her, asking if she knew where her strokes were targeted. But his face expressed less confidence than his words. It was beautiful and effective. Every time Soybean attacked, it seemed like a plum flower. This is what was expected from the technique of 24 steps of the sword of flowering plum. I will listen to the comments of others while standing in the crowd. Mugul was still too weak to challenge Khan Soybean. Gul was desperately moving in the arena, telling himself that he could not just seem. However, his movements were too slow, and Soybean herself told him. Performing 24 steps technique, Soybean hand led the sword in the air. Gul was curled, trying to evade. The expression of his face was as helpless as his hairstyle. Miracle he managed to evade, and the tip of the sword flew near his liver. He was aware that, although it was a wooden sword, a stronger blow could hurt. He thanked so that she saved his life. Soy praised him, saying that he was wonderful, and asked the next time not to give up the first blow. After the battle, the crowd was crazy again, admiring the skill of Soybeans. Everyone expected this. She did not give any chances for the counterattack, and confidently completed the fight. Who will be next? The master thought. The following were students of John and Sugun. Chonguna everyone called the lad. The master was wondering what would happen next, and what to expect from the ladies. Sugun, seeing that the ladies are against him, thought, "Why is he?" He wanted to demonstrate his skills in front of the master. I thought he could not overcome such a cripple. If he breaks as weak as the ladies, then he will praise nothing. Behind his back, the audience discussed that nothing would work in the ladies. They believed that he had to understand it and get out of the competition. The ladies immediately greeted the charitable sword. But the master intervened, asking the lads of HO whether he was the same student he took to himself. Going closer, the master pointed his hand that the ladies should leave the test. Swallowing saliva, I did not understand why. He dared to ask the master when he was already standing with his back why he should go. "You ask because you really don't know," answered the master. I asked if it was his wounded leg. Then the master stressed that there was a serious reason for his disqualification as a warrior. The master explained that his techniques are not easy to master someone with restrictions. The lady remained silent, not knowing what to answer. The master continued, adding that if he is a student of a scientist, then he is more logical to become a scientist. I will ask if it means that it should leave the martial arts now. Don't you feel your boundaries? Asked the master. Are you just trying to overcome your physical limitations? The master explained that it is impossible to overcome such trauma physically, as if he did not try. He said that the ladies would never be able to reach the ascension. He advised to go the other way, through the natural light he could give him. The ladies firmly replied that he couldn't do it. He wanted him to be treated in the same way as others, and said it directly to the master. Although a powerful energy came out of the master, he agreed and listened to the boy. He then announced that the battle began. He appealed to Sugyun to return the ladies to reality. The students considered it the best thing to do for him. Sugun asked the ladies not to be offended when they stood opposite each other, and Saya immediately noticed that the ladies were using jukeps. She turned to Mukan. asking if the fight should not be stopped, because the ladies will not be able to defeat the Fist of 5 Elements with this technique. But Kion understood that it was the decision of the most charitable sword. The lady stood in the battle rack, fully aware of the situation. Su-gun wanted to show the ladies of the reality in which he lives. He did not want to harm him, but realized that it was necessary for the ladies himself. The lady entered the battle, concentrated attacking the enemy. He was set to prove to the elder that they were not mistaken in it. To the surprise of the enemy, his blows were extremely fast. The opponent reflected them, acknowledging that the blows were quite powerful. Avoiding the attack, he realized that the ladies had been training constantly. Using the same technique as the ladies, the enemy decided to attack the same. His attack flew near the face of the ladies, and he barely evaded. After that, the opponent switched to his technique, the technique of 5 elemental fists. The ladies barely had time to put blocks under powerful blows. The opponent began to attack his feet. The ladies blocked the first knee. However, the next blow was even faster and stronger. Despite this, the blow did not pass through the block of the lads, which surprised his opponent. The opponent began to be angry because the ladies evades his attacks. Was it always so skillful in blocking Su Gunu strokes? Other students began to discuss, watching the fight. At this point, the ladies felt incredible pain in the hand, realizing that the blows were ordinary. But it seemed that the hand was about to fall off. Mukion, next to his sister, acknowledged that the ladies could cope better than he himself could. However, Saya doubted that he would be able to defeat the technique of 5 elemental fists with his technique. At this point, the ladies decided to stand up, but the situation did not allow. Su-gun began an attack and struck him with his fist directly into his chest. The blow was so strong that the ladies flew back and fell on his back. The lady squeezed his fist and began to climb. The audience did not believe that his technique would be able to withstand the enemy's technique. Su-gun approached the ladies and asked if he now understood the words of the elder. Regardless of how many times you have risen to Hua Mountain, it will not be impossible to remain impossible, he said, calling for the giving of host to accept it and give up. But the ladies were not going to retreat. He did not take the option by following the scientist only because he was said so. The ladies were set to prove that he made his choice not mistaken. Even with the weak leg that pulled him down, he did not see the opportunity to give up. Seeing that the ladies are moving forward, Su-gun warned him again. The ladies were not going to use the technique of 5 fists, but since the elder watched, he decided not to waste time. The moment came when Su-gun used the technique of 5 elementary fists. With this attack, he went forward, and ladies remained to those who took the blow. It was incredibly difficult to withstand this pressure. In addition to the strength of the strokes, the fists of Su Gunu were solid, as if steel. The only option for ladies was to evade strokes instead of taking them on the block. Other students noticed this, and began to discuss how skillfully he evades. They were striking as he, despite his leg injury, was flying in the arena, avoiding blows. He has a foot in the ground, creating a point of support. It enabled him to fly with a clenched fist directly at the enemy. The blow was so powerful that the energy flew in different directions, forming echo. Su-gun felt all the power of this incredible blow. He could not even imagine that the ladies were capable of such. The lady showed a power that no one expected, impressing everyone. The audience was so passionate that their faces read a real delight. The crowd began to shout his name, but it did not last long. Su-gun hit the gap with a hook, interrupting his victorious moment. The ladies could not stand this pressure and fell to the ground. Blood splashes flew in different directions, and his back felt the cold firmness of the arena. "This is the end," Su-gun said, running to get the lad. The lady saw the enemy's knee flies directly to his head. He exhaled and substituted the block, crossing his hands to stop the blow. Su-gun noticed that the ladies were blocking all the decisive blows, and it annoyed him. He remembered what looks in the eyes of the elder, those who tighten the battle. "I will be fought heroically, despite severe pain." Su-gun realized that although he did not want to use his strength against Kalika, he has no choice now. The audience realized that something special would happen now. Saya noticed that he began to use the steps of Flowering Plum. The martial arts of the Law Ha cannot be compared to this, but the ladies were not going to stand aside. He clenched his fist and rushed into the attack. However, his powerful, like steel, a blow flew past the target. He tilted his head down and saw a bright glow. This glow came from the energy of Su-gyun, which used the technique of suppressing gold. The technique uses the energy of fire to suppress gold inside the enemy, which may be deadly, hence the name. In Taoism, there is a cycle of 5 elements: fire, gold, wood, earth, and water. Each element depresses another by creating a balance. Is that everything? The students who were amazed at the fact that Su-gun used the technique of suppressing gold against the ladies of Ho. The lady lay on the ground, barely breathing from the unbearable pain that pierced his body. Coughing, he spit out blood from his mouth, but squeezing his teeth, he continued to repeat himself, which could not seem. Su-gun did not believe that the ladies would be able to rise after the stroke of the technique of 5 elements and steps of flowering plum. He understood that the pain of a stroke that suppresses gold should be unbearable. But I will give, though he crawled on his lap, he was sure that he could find a chance to win. When he rose to one knee, Su-gun urged him to stop. Younger, stop. The call was heard, but I only replied, I can't give up now. The master at that moment ordered them to continue. Su-gun was confused, not understanding how the ladies still holding up, barely moving. The master saw that the spirit of the Ho did not break. He noted that the ladies did not give up, and so the match cannot be completed, adding that he cannot teach the martial arts of those who seem. Su-gun hoped that the ladies would seem, but he just got to his feet. Su-gun sat on one knee, quietly saying what he had already lost the interest of the elder. He asked if he would have to break all the bones of the lad to make him surrender. Su-gun was ready to take the risk of everyone and, pushing away from the ground, rushed into battle. The next attack was the technique of flowering plum. The lady fell to the ground, imbued with pain from this powerful blow. Other students were even more amazed by the fact that to win the lady of Suguna had to use the technique of flowering plum. The amazed audience understood how seriously Su-gun perceives a duel. The ladies gathered, invested all the forces, trying to avoid the line of attack. But Su-gun followed him everywhere, noticing his every movement. The blood flew in different directions from forceful blows. The ladies had almost no strength to even return. Because of this, he got a few more strokes. A few blows finally knocked him down, and he found himself face on the floor. Rising to his feet, Su-gun said, "Here's such a reality." At this moment, the brother of the Gave was worried about him and asked the Gon as the body of the Ho-Ho withstands it all. He replied that despite the willpower of the lad, it was impossible to overcome physical restrictions. He added that the path of martial arts is not suitable for the lad. This has been said repeatedly. He explained that the elder is acting in the interests of the future Hua Mountain, and asked not to feel guilty for the ladies. But suddenly he paid attention to the arena, because they thought that the battle had already ended. But the ladies began to rise again, heroically declaring that he had not finished. Su-gun has already flew to him with his sword. It was the perfect moment for the ladies to use the effect of surprise. Others noticed that Su-gun was annoyed, and his blows became sweeping. The ladies were approaching, going right in the direction of the attack of Su-gun. It was the only chance of ladies to dodge the sword, and he used it. He used this chance, putting all the force. The lad's shot was struck directly into the abdomen of the enemy when he lost his vigilance. Su-gun flew a few meters ago but landed on his feet. "Did everything finally end?" said the lad. Su's gun, coughing with blood, realized that he was too light-hearted about the ladies. He understood that if the ladies had gathered all the power in this blow, it could be deadly. Annoyed, he rushed again on the lad with a sword. The ladies saw the same picture in front of him. The sword flew exactly along the line where his head was. This blow was much more serious than the previous ones. The lady felt all the severity of the blow when the wooden sword hit him directly in the head. The pain that pierced the lad was incredibly terrible. Seeing this, the master stated that the ladies have a talent. "The blow you caused Suguna is that's proof. However," he said, "the talent becomes useless if you cannot use Kai." He asked Ho to realize it and give up. But what is it? Asked himself. If he could think, he would have done it a long time ago. But now he did not even look at the option. He knew that if it breaks now, he would doubt his abilities. His desire to become a strong master of martial arts, all that he tried, will become useless. Squeezing his eyes and teeth, tilting his head, he strongly denied his defeat. Looking straight into the eye, he said he would not seem, even if he had to die. "Are you full of desire, isn't you?" asked the master. He added a few questions but now asked Su-gun, wondering why he was delaying. Su-gun at that time was puzzled and did not understand what they wanted from him. Other students saw that the ladies are barely moving, and the master calls for Su-gun to attack him in this state. Ruthlessly, the master simply told Suguna to knock down the lads, although one of the students in a whisper suggested that the fight stop. At that moment, Su-gun rushed at the lady with the sword. "Assassin," he pleaded with Ho-Ho, just falling to the ground, adding, "Please." It was painful to look at it, and some students even turned away. However, the ladies did not fall. He was not so weak to just give up. He took a blow directly into the abdomen. Blood became more, flying in different directions. No one understood why he was suffering such pain. Some suggested that he was trying to prove that even if his bones are fragmented, he is still a master of martial arts. For him, the crippled leg was unimportant. Su-gun turned to the elder. He repeated several times, "Elder ... The elder also thought about stopping the fight. He knew that if the ladies were getting another blow, he would not be able not only to be a master, but also to do a simple job. However, despair and determination in the look of the lad spoke for themselves. The master noticed the endless anger that burned in the ladies. The blood flowed down, pouring at his feet and streaming on them. Each step left a red mark. It made the heart of the master of trembling. Everyone was ready to stop the battle, and Sugun considered the ho-ho with a reckless fool. But this fool continued to go forward step by step. His face was so crippled that he was barely reminiscent of him. In the end, he could not stand and kneel. Sugun asked him to apologize, but the lady said it was not the end. Resting his hand into the ground, trying to rise. He barely spoke, but found strength to continue. Sugun waved his sword again, ordered him to stop. The master was silently watching it. He saw the face of Ho-Ho's touch the floor again. The lady was fighting for the last breath and now lay, and other students intervened, believing that the fight should be stopped. They approached him and began to lift it. Mu and Xiu was the first to raise the ladies, asking him to stay. The master was angry and ordered to withdraw students from the playground and continue the test. The time passed, and I will be taken up the Hua mountain. At the top of the mountain stands the house of the elder. Barely lived Ho's were brought directly to the house of CO, calling the elderly loudly. The door opened with a roar. The elder, seeing a crippled boy in front of him, almost fainted. He did not understand what had happened, and asked the one who brought it. The student explained that it happened during the test. The CO seemed to be involved in the battle to death, not to the trial. He asked again who brought him to this condition, but he was asked to calm down. It was definitely not the time to find out. In fact, it was a miracle that the ladies survived. Con CO began to bring him to his senses, asking if he was hearing his voice. He got some pills from the box. The elder was no matter what happened, he only wanted to save the lad. He pleaded with him to survive and not leave his master. Even Kion did not restrain the tears that rolled on the cheek. Suddenly, the ladies coughed, giving the hope of the master. At Chukvion Palace on Hua Mountain, they discussed many obstacles. Finally, they have martial arts that they can be proud of. Chan Moonin, a leader in martial arts, said that the achievements of their students are significant even in comparison with other sects. However, the master opposite noted that there is a long way ahead. To revive the former glory of Hua Mountain, you need to be more loyal than ever. The act said that to restore Manhwa requires extraordinary talent, which manifests itself once 1,000, not 100 people. The only thing you need Hua Mountain is one talented goss. All this is due to the victims of the elder. If it weren't for him, our sect, which remained in the ruins, would never recover so quickly, the master said. 20 years ago, after the war with the demonic sect, Hua Mountain faced numerous problems. The masters who were to lead the new generation were killed, and Manhwa was on the verge of collapse. In this difficult time, the elder invested all his strength and time in the restoration of Hua Mountain. Because of this, he did not have the opportunity to continue the martial arts. He made the choice by giving up the martial arts for the sake of Hua Mountain. Having the greatest potential among the students, he sacrificed everyone he had for the sake of the sect. However, he did not receive a miraculous pill, which is given only by Chang Moonin. He gave the Hema Hym's liquid elixirs of Hua Mountain. The hill gym has reached its level thanks to the victim of the elder. The act of other immediately began the restoration of Hua Mountain, dedicating 20 years of grueling work, which allowed Mount Hua to become what she is today. The act knew it better than anyone. Over time, the master made the desire to create, for which he was grateful to the act of Inu. Even his words seemed reliable, but the act advised him to take the student to convey his will. He asked how the successor was chosen. Without problems, the master replied, promising to give the pill of plum flowering to his student. Then the act asked whether the best students were who had attracted his attention. For some reason, the master remembered the face of the ladies. However, he told the act of Inu that the best students have almost completed their studies and are difficult to teach new techniques. The other asked if he planned to look for a student among ordinary or even external students. The master stressed that the talent does not depend on the place in the hierarchy. In order to become a sword representing Hua Mountain, you need to have a prominent talent and effort of such power that blood and sweat will act. At this point, Kon Co ran to the room, turning to the elder. Kon Si was in a panic, but acting was asked to reduce his voice, reminding where he was now. Kian came here, hearing that the older was here. The senior immediately asked if Khan came through his student. It was clear that so, Khan asked if the senior tried to bring his student to death. No, I didn't have that intention, the master replied. Then why did you break his body into pieces? Khan asked. The master replied that it was the only way to save him. He explained that forcing the ladies to leave the martial arts is a way to save him. But Han struck on the table, saying it was an absurdity. He said he could not save him, forcing him to quit the martial arts. for which the act and others asked the younger to calm down. The dispute between them continued, and Khan stated that he really did not understand the elder. The senior asked the younger one, "Isn't he crippled?" He added that he does not know what Calicus could achieve, studying the martial arts, although he also regrets his talent. Annoyed, Khan asked why, because of injury to the lady, could not study martial arts. The master believed that the martial arts of the Hua Mountains were too important, so that the cripple could master them. Kion, disappointed, said to the eldest that he did not expect such words from the greatest swordsman of the Hua Mountain. However, the sword did not agree, claiming that for the sake of Hua Mountain, he was ready for everything. He emphasized that the pain that his student endured was for the sake of his good. The sword believed that the rejection of stupid dreams was the best for ladies. Hearing this, Khan stated that his words were full of sophism. The sword asked if he was aware of Knon, how cruel and difficult the path of martial arts. He added that if his master was mistaken, he would have ordered him to go the scientist and give up the martial arts. The swordsman expressed surprise why the master chose such an incompetent student. Khan was painful to hear these words from the greatest sword of Mount Hua. However, the sidesnick continued, claiming that he did not give other students to any chance. He said he wanted to show that the world of martial arts is not a place where it is possible to survive. The sword stressed that she does not regret his choice and solutions even now. Kion realized that the anthem was still holding the image through the incident. Then Khan turned to the rank of Ina. He asked the act of Ina if the one that the words of Gima were true believed. Han asked if his student was the guy he had picked up 5 years ago. Kion confirmed that he added that the ladies were part of his Rahua, asking if it was so bad that he studies the martial arts. The act began to doubt which way to choose for the prosperity of Hua Mountain. Khan CO, seeing the silence of the rank, asked him to answer again. Finally, the act rose and said that to allow this boy to climb Mount Hua 5 years ago was a mistake. For Han, these words were a blow to the heart, unexpected and painful. He remembered the day when the gates came to his senses, and his eyes were burned with determination and thirst for life. These were the eyes that a regular baby cannot have. The rank believed that if the ladies master the martial arts, he could call them evil. He added that if Kinen did not ask him then, he would never allow him to become a student of Mount Hua. For Han, this seemed absolutely nonsense. Closing the door, he quit the words that to teach the gambles of the hog arts would be a bad choice. Going home, Khan only pleaded for them to wait. They waited for the moment when the ladies proved how deep they were mistaken. Kion will never give up on him, and the tears that drained his gray mustache and beard testified. The HO was in a critical condition. His body suffered such serious injuries that if it were not for training, he would no longer be able to walk. He will need at least 3 years to rehabilitate to heal the wounds. Now it is the best time for ladies to master the martial arts. 3 years later, his musculoskeletal system will cease growth, limiting its potential, as if the senior Kion Gim was condemning him to a lifelong ban on the study of martial arts. However, Khan Seo did not intend to follow their rules, and was convinced that everything would go differently, contrary to their ideas. Fortunately, the Lady HO escaped internal injuries, which significantly increased his chances of recovery. Heavenly cultivation technique protected its circulatory system, without which it would remain in a coma for life, not able to move. This was the will of heaven. The master, standing over the body of the Ho, promised him that he would never disturb him again, taking care of him fainting. He just asked him to stay a little more. The master was ready to make a great warrior from him. Khan Co was a scientist who devoted his entire life to science, and his combat skills remained lower than the average. If it weren't for the Ho-Ho, he would never go up the mountain himself. He studied many ways to calm his heart, but before danger, they all seemed in vain. Starting on a stone, he was preparing to step forward. Despite his fear, he had to do it for the sake of the lad. Taking a crust in one hand, while holding the stones, he decisively began to move forward. Despite the difficulty of movement in those conditions, it moved step by step. Finally, having overcome the path, he reached its destination. The next day, the HA was still lying on the bed, resting after survived. The master sat in the yard, enjoying tea, and considered the following steps. He thought about how to help Ladies Ho restore strength. The master prepared the medicine, which he later gave to his student. When he turned to the lad, he barely spoke a few words, too weak to speak. The teacher was deeply moved when he saw that I came to consciousness. He ran to him, asking to keep calm and not strain, and I will say Ho with a weak voice, "Teacher." But I will immediately apologize immediately, worrying for his impotence. The master reassured him, explaining that he did nothing wrong and asked not to worry. He assured that the rehabilitation of the lads is better than expected, promising to do everything possible. Having removed the useful pills, he prepared them to maintain the health of the ladies. It was then that the HO noticed that the teacher's hands were scratched from hard work. The HO could not understand why the teacher hurts his hands, because he only reads writing and engaged in science. And then he realized that the teacher wrapped her hands, searching every stone on Hua Mountain to get these pills for him. Probably under clothing, he hides even more wounds received in this hard work. And the master himself asked only to give HOH to accept the pill as soon as possible. Taking the pill in his hands, I will quickly throw her into his mouth. From now on, you have to focus, said the master when I will swallow the pill. He asked him to apply the technique of heavenly cultivation so that the pill force spread throughout the body. The medicines that the eye have ate were what the teacher was climbing Mount Hua himself. At its summit, he won valuable grass and created from it pills for cultivation, named Undanda. The pill for cultivation, known only to the chosen scientist, was a secret that was known only a little. It does not increase the internal energy as quickly as the plum flower pill, but with regular administration strengthens the body and the musculoskeletal system. If the technique of celestial cultivation is an iron smithy, then Unudan is dry firewood inside it. It is because of these firewood that the furnace burns even more. As a scientist, Kancio has learned many books about martial arts. Compared to the average master, his knowledge seems boundless. I will follow the instructions of his teacher and took the pill daily in the morning. Using the technique of celestial cultivation, the days flew for him as a moment. The moon passed, and the HOs began to show the first signs of restored force. The master, as always, sat near the kettle in the yard, thinking about further steps. When I will leave home, the master asked how he felt. With a smile, the Vasiho replied that he could already walk on his own. The master said he would find the martial art that would be most suitable for his body. He explained that he is not suitable for ordinary styles, so he will have to create a unique martial art specifically for him. First, you need to develop techniques that are suitable for his injured leg. Active use of legs is not available to him, so standard methods are in vain. I will be aware that with his foot would not be able to master something too difficult. But Kanso assured that it would only be a challenge that could be overcome and took the stone in his hands. He collected a small pile of stones, laying it on the table, explaining that the movements that will ensure stability will be able to become the basis of his martial arts. The master asked to imagine that these stones were an impregnable wall. Pointing to one of the stones, he said, "This wall is your enemy. Martial arts masters who have improved their styles are strong as a fortress." He asked Ho-Ho how he was going to overcome such opponents. I will confidently reply that it should break them by force. This is the only method available to him. But this is a false approach, the master replied, refuting the idea of ladies. The answer is speed. If it is high enough, then the enemy's strength becomes futile. Terran used to destroy the walls of the castle during the siege. The movements of the HO legs should resemble this ram. It should move incredibly quickly, concentrating all force at one point. This is the technique of leg movements need to be developed. That's what means to conquer the change because of simplicity, the master said, explaining the essence of the plan. He called this technique attacking steps. They do not require any excessive movements. His legs should be a support that can withstand great force. The HO lady began to gradually master this technique of attacking steps, and his efforts began to produce the first results. After a while, they were near a huge boulder. From that day, they had to stay away from people. Among the well-known forbidden martial arts is equipment known as Hyolchongak. This art was created by a demon, which traveled through Hancho 20 years ago. Drawing a circle on the boulder, the master explained that the demon swayed such an incredible force that they said as if his blow had changed the color of the sky to red. He made a line on the ground and explained that the demon did not even hide his connections, eventually becoming the enemy number one for Hancho. At that time, hundreds of experienced martial arts combined forces to meet him and win. But he mercilessly dealt with them. After that, he disappeared from society, never returning again. In the end, he became a myth forgotten by most people who believed that he had gone, annoyed after this battle. But in fact, everything was different. Instead of avoiding Hancho people, he disappeared because the great king of the swords of Mount Hua, Sanchonja, intervened. Like Ugyompe, he was one of the 10 heavenly masters of the world, and they decided to determine which of them was better in possession of the sword. They fought day and night, causing trembling all over the world with their battle. Finally, San won for half a few. If Ugyompe did not spend its internal energy from other masters, even San would not be able to overcome it. He was so powerful. He wanted to destroy the book, but looked at its content, changed his mind. Although knowledge in it could be used by evil people, such as the Ugyompe, the martial arts described in it were striking. Then, without any choice, he hid the book from the public, handing over to scientists. This is exactly how this book has been in the hands of scientists, and this story has led them to the present. Studying this knowledge and experimenting with them, you can create the perfect form of attacking steps. Hearing this, I will ask the HO teacher what he should do now. The teacher explained that from this day it would become his task. It should reach the tag on the boulder in just one step. The distance to the boulder was about 20 feet, or about 6 meters. Lady HO evaluated this distance as very large, even for the martial arts master to overcome it with one jump. Because the left leg had to be used for the jump, the master outlined the line. He explained that under any circumstances, I can leave this line under any circumstances. The master understood that such a distance was impossible for the human body. But I had to do it. Despite the fact that he crippled with a wounded leg, successful completion of workout will give his body a perfect feeling. At this point, the master ordered him to start. I will give Ho-Ho, finding his resistance under his foot, pushed and flew forward. But, as they say, the first pancake is a gloomy. He was unsuccessfully landed on his leg. The master noted that this only confirms that his body is leaning to the left. It was ordered first to adjust their rack. The HO gave it again to the ground, preparing for the next jump. He jumped, but again he was not waiting for. Rising after falling, he pushed his fist from the ground, repeating trying again and again. The distance to the boulder seemed too large and almost undivided. To be honest, he even began to doubt whether he was able to do it. The master only explained that his task was now jumping to the boulder again and again, despite the difficulties. Of course, I will agree, and stated that he would do it as many times. He jumped to the boulder again and again, training his body and spirit. At first, his fist was too far to reach the boulder, and he deviated from the line on the ground. Only 1 month required to move in the right direction. After that, he began to notice the improvement in his approach to the boulder, and from that moment, the real hell began. The impact of a damaged leg on the ground brought unbearable pain. It seemed that the muscles were torn into pieces. 10 jumps took another month of hard work. He took 2 months to overcome the last 10 feet. And here is the day he has been going for so long. The HO finally reached a label drawn on the boulder. He finally overcame the first step, but he understood that it was not enough to reach the boulder. You need to do it faster and with more force. He needs speed and inner force sufficient to break this boulder. At this time, a group of merchants from Bukhara returned to mine after successful trade in the event. The group was created at a dream of a genome who studied martial arts in the Mudan sect 30 years ago, and since then gained a wonderful reputation. They hurried to get to Gamskos in 10 days. Some helped push the cargo on the trolley to facilitate the burden for horses. Spring was already approaching, and flowers blossomed in Chongvon. 2 men talked about it, admiring the first signs of spring. They confessed that they were already missing the house. Because 11 months have passed since they left their homes, they did not suffer again to feel the smells of their home and hug their women. But not everything was so safe, because the bushes were waiting for them. One of them ordered everyone to be careful and prepare weapons. However, in a moment their blood flew in different directions. One of the comrades was killed directly in the eyes of the other. He ordered to defend himself from the enemy and protect the load. Then the captain asked who sent the attackers. One of the men replied that they did not know who before them, but they were very skilled. I am a dream of a Gaion, an internal Mudan student, and the leader of the Bukro delivery group. He introduced himself to the enemies. He turned to the attackers, asking who they imagined themselves to attack the book delivery group. A man with a tattoo on his shoulder mockingly asked if the son was proud of the Jian, with his belonging to the Mudan sect. Oh son, Gon felt that they were treated like garbage, and it caused him indignation. He could tolerate the insult to his address, but would not allow anyone to despise the Mudan sect. The painted man said that the pride of Gon's sleep for the thought looks ridiculous. Then he pushed away from the earth and rushed to them. Your sect rolled the tail after encountering us, he exclaimed. 30 years have passed since the world believed that they were destroyed. The man pointed his finger on his shoulder, a demon sign, known to the world, like a fireworks explosion, and asked if Gon still does not understand who he was dealing with. Oh son, the Jian saw that this fireworks took the shape of a flower, and then he realized, before him, a demonic practice. The man smiled happy, glad that the dream now realized who he was, and asked if he realized why he said that the Mudan sect was afraid of them. The dream did not believe that he was a real demonic practice, but he decided to prove it, killing him. He ordered his people behind him to show who they really are. The dream ordered his people to prepare for battle. He pointed to the enemies, calling them abomination, who turned Chonvan into a sea of blood 20 years ago. The dream was set to stop them here and now, no matter what. Then he turned to his friend McVen. The dream decided to take care of everything by asking McVen to survive and return home. But Makvan proudly lifted his sword and said he would fight next to him. However, the dream understood that if it is really part of the demonic sect, then everyone would have to die. He pleaded with Mcven to survive and tell everything in Chongvon, because only he had a chance to return alive. It was the last request of the captain, and although Makvan received him with bitter tears, he was ready to fulfill it. There were incredibly many terrible events that day. The Bukro and its influence disappeared from the face of the earth. At this time, the ladies' HO continued his workout. The powerful enemy to win, he repeated himself during his workout. His enemy was this boulder, which he intended to destroy today. Today he sought to become a new person, revived through strength and will. Focusing all the force in his hands, he tuned to the jump. Then he gathered all his strength in his legs and pushed. He had, like a ram, to move directly on the boulder. As he was approaching, he said quietly, peppering a fist. Punching the obstacle in an instant is its goal. He hit the target the stone began to crack and the small stones flew around. His hand has penetrated deep into the boulder. Finally, he was able to do it. The loud crack spread around, the stone split. Behind him was a master who said that his hard work and shed tears were not in vain during the past year. He put his hand on his shoulder, ho-ho, adding that he had tried a lot all this time. The master understood how many efforts the lads made, more than anyone else. However, he also reminded him that this level was only the beginning at which others are already, and asked not to allow him to overshadow his mind. The HO has understood it, and even such success was significant to him. At this point, the master noticed how a special aura began to form around him. The master guessed what he thought. I will think that he would never allow himself to be humiliated. It seemed to the master that his faith would only be strengthened, and he felt that he could turn the lads of Hawk into a real monster. Chanmunin ordered that Konseo did not teach him any of the martial arts of the Hua Mountain, but there was no right art for the ladies of HO, so Han did not violate the order. It was his only solution, because I will give HO his only student, and everything he does is done for him. Over the past year, no one has climbed these mountains, and it is obvious that the elders will not do it. I will not be a helpless student who needs pity. He will undoubtedly become a treasure of Hua Mountain. Konseo did not have an insult to the senior master, knowing that he went to solitary training with his new student, Mon Gon. Kion also did not hope that he could make a pillar of Hua Mountain with Mon. The next day came quickly. Lady Ho rising up, thinking that it was necessary to make even more effort. He realized that if he wanted to succeed, he needs to work even more. Even the unfinished technique in a real battle will not benefit. A very long way ahead. Suddenly he appeared behind his back, turning to him. I will humbly congratulate his older brother. When asked by the HO what happened, he replied that Chanmunin ordered him to bring him his teacher. Then I will go to the elder. He ordered one to wait in place. Vaughn still felt trembling when he met with the sight of the ladies. He did not understand why he became so shy before the older, though it seemed strange. And he did not understand how the HO, who had to stay in the coma for life, stood back on his feet. Who came from behind the door. Von Yol introduced and congratulated the master. Why did you come here? Asked the master. Bon replied that Chanmunin ordered him to bring him. And for what reason I need it? Continued to ask the master. Vaughn did not know the reason. He only had to bring him to Chanmunin. Since Kion was part of the Hua Mountain, he could not ignore this order. I will decide to accompany him. 5 years have passed since Khan saw this species last, standing in front of a beautiful landscape. He said that the world did not change at all, unlike his heart. He explained that he would first go to Chikveon's palace, and asked the Gave to follow him. They were already closer when they appeared in front of them. They were very surprised when they saw him. They began to discuss with each other that they heard that he could not even walk, and immediately asked him how he found himself here. Mu was embarrassed that I did not visit him all last year. Then he asked how his health, to which the HO gave. He answered that he was much better. Also Ho added that it was all thanks to the master. Suddenly, a female voice came behind his back. I assume are you a student of Hua Mountains? She said. It was a girl with a slightly fun look, but she came from a special mercy. Her name was Joni Soka, and she was from the Mudan sect. She came here with her master. The girl asked Ho-Ho whether he was a student of Hua Mountain. Then Mu replied that he was one of the best students of Mount Hua. However, she suspected something because she did not feel Ku's martial arts. Mu explained the Ho that they were guests from the Mudan sect, which I will ask Ho-Ho's about the reason for their visit. However, I also did not know, because they arrived so unexpectedly. She guessed that they expect she to answer this question, but it was not the thing that could be discussed. At this time, in the inner garden of the palace Chukveon, Khonso approached Chanmunin and asked what reason he was called. He explained who sits the third next to them, namely John Heinen from the Mudan sect. They introduced themselves to each other, and John Ho named his name. He said that if Chan Moonin is older than him, then his strength should be incredible. But he replied that as a scientist, he did not possess great power, and asked what purpose Yong Ho came into the Hua Mountain. John Ho apologized for his rudeness, and explained that he had come to ask for help from Hua Mountain. "Do you need people from Hua Mountain?" asked him Keon. "Yes, we desperately need them," said John Ho. Then Kon asked what happened that they were so urgently asking for help. Yong Ho began to tell what had happened. But suddenly Chan Moonin intervened and said that they found the students of the demonic sect. "And if this is true, then we are in serious danger," he added. Keon was well aware who was the demonic sect. "Is this a really demonic sect?" said Khan, to which John Ho replied that it was needed. He added that they could not declare the return of the demonic sect, having only a piece of paper confirming their attack. They just needed help, because this place is closest to Payak, which was destroyed. Jong Ho also reported that Sect Yong had sent us people to support in this case. Chan Moonin came closer to Han and explained that John Ho came to convey the sect of Mudan sect to gather students. However, Khan did not understand why he was called. "You have to go with them," Chan Moonin replied. "After all, the knowledge and memories that KNON possesses is what many others have. And even if you are not a master of martial arts, your insight is incredible," continued Chan Moonin. "You are able to distinguish their traces from others." Keon himself realized that this knowledge would not be able to just forget so. For Chan Ho, this conversation was a real relief. He believed that the Hua Mountain sect, which always fought the demons, knew the most about the demonic sect. However, Han had one condition. He should be allowed to bring a student with him on this journey. This was his only condition that he voiced. After a short pause, Chong Ho's request was confirmed, and all went forward together. The only thing he asked is to follow him. From time to time he stopped, fascinating the incredible landscapes of the Hua Mountain. The girl who was behind the lads of Ho noticed how he dragged her leg. Is she injured? In her head, the thoughts were buried. Even with a strong body, to reach a high position in the world of martial arts is more difficult than going through the needle. That's what this world is, and holding a high position with a crippled foot is even harder. Subsequently, they reached the house of Han Si. He suggested that you bring something to eat, asking them to sit down and wait. Instead, he got a flask out of his inner pocket, saying that the landscape is wonderful and the wind is pleasant. "So why food? It will be enough," he said, stretching alcohol just in the face of Han, who of course refused. "We do not drink but enjoy nature," Chongo replied, smiling. It was a kind of trial. In the meantime, the ladies went next to Su, who apologized for his teacher. Then she asked when he joined the Hua Mountain. In response, he mentioned that it happened 6 years ago. It seemed to her that it was just recently. But at the same time, she had the feeling that he feels loneliness, staying here in this detachable place. However, he assured her that everything was well, because his teacher was always near. During the conversation, she noticed that the relationship between him and Hua Mountain did not look perfect. He seemed to spend time only 2 students, and against this background, only praise about wonderful alcohol sounded. Going closer, I will see that his teacher was already holding a bottle of alcohol. He seems that he could not refuse himself, and his eyes were already shining like a mirror. I only asked if he was in order. The master replied in surprise, asking why everything around was spinning. And immediately after that, he began to fall. Chongho did not understand anything, because it seemed that he gave a little drink. Just 3 sips, but such a reaction. The lady took him on his back to bring it inside. Su also asked her teacher to reduce the use of alcohol. The master turned and went away, explaining that it was time to purify thoughts. And then he asked his student that she was thinking about the ladies. She replied that she seems quite normal. This word normal was very surprised by Chongho. She explained that his crippled leg is only a detail, but his personality seems a little cold and does not look threatening. Hearing her, he called her naive. Then he asked to look away and asked if she saw what he was showing. A small target was drawn on the large boulder at the level of human growth. He pointed to the effects of the blow that remained at this target, and the traces found only in 20 feet from the boulder cannot be ignored, even with those that are right before them. Chongho explained that the ham is not a child who needs help, as she thought. He added that it is not necessary to sympathize with those who have trained more than 10,000 times. The power of Hua Mountain is as huge as it is deep. She thought if it was really possible to train 10,000 times, it seemed incredible. At the same time, she wondered why she still did not notice this obvious fact. All because she focused only on his leg and lameness. Usually when she meets martial arts, she watches them closely and easily determines their fighting style. Looking at this boulder now, she realized why the teacher brought her here. Meanwhile, behind the Rocky Mountains, the palace of Chikvion stood. Everyone was in a hurry, because the departure was already approaching. Several students were lined up in front of the elder, preparing to accompany it on the road. Muken and Ongen assured that they would protect him. Just imagine that in a trip where they can be expected unprecedented dangers, they are ordered to accompany it. Because of this, Han Chan considered the elder very careful in this matter. The act itself was ready to do everything for the welfare of the Hua Mountain. At this point, the master asked to give him to approach him. He stood behind his back and took a few steps forward. He was frowned and asked if he was going to go with them too. I will come to the elder, and expressed his desire to go on this trip. Herbling turned to the master, explaining that it was too dangerous and it is better to leave Ho-Ho here. He added that it would be difficult for them to follow both if something goes wrong. Mu immediately reassured Health, explaining that such words were unacceptable in the presence of an elder. But he insisted that he was telling only the truth. The master, not wanting to listen to these disputes, announced that time has come. Everyone prepared for departure, their next stop, Shan'an. Without rest, walking in the leg, they went on the road. The group, accompanied by Khan, has already arrived in Ingangian. It was here that they had to meet with representatives of the Chonam sect. This place had a connection with the Mudan sect, because it was an incident, after which the Ungangan owner remained in debt to them. Chongho explained that because of this debt they would cooperate with them. Mu realized that Ingangan was once under the rule of Mount Hua and could not even imagine that another sect would set his post here. The impact of Hua Mountain is too weak, he said, and both decided to move on. They got acquainted with each other, sharing greetings. Chonvan introduced and congratulated his older brother Chonho. Is that you manage the chores in the Chonam sect? Chongo asked. After that, he thanked him for how well everything was organized. Sitting at the tables, some people discussed the arrival of the great martial arts master of the Mudan sect, who was considered the greatest swordsman of the Hubi region, Chongho Chinin. At this point, Chonvan came to them and said they had to come to greet him. They went outside and bowed low, greeting the masters. For them, it was a great honor to be able to greet the greatest swordfish of the sect of Mudan. A man with a bandaged eye said that he was looking forward to learning from him in the future, but he replied that it was not a merit worthy of praise. He then introduced them to Han Co and introduced others. During the presentation, he said that Chongho came from the Hua Mountain, a sect known for his harshness, which settled in the Chants, where they acted similarly. A man with a bandaged eye was called Junhwa. He expressed that I was glad. Another introduced himself as a Him Hats. Jim and Mu exchanged the views. Jim knew that before him, the best student of the Hua Mountain, and Mu knew that this man was the hope of the sect Chonam. At this point, Chonvan noted that it was time to finish dating. He turned to the elders, suggested to leave the youth alone, and drink. After all, they have become comrades who will now travel together. Jim, understanding the importance of finding a common language, suggested that everyone drink a glass. Meanwhile, when the conversation between them continued, the lady stared at Thebek, the grandeur of which could be seen from afar. His heart was restless because he returned here again. This excitement could be seen on his face. The master also noticed it, and warned that if he passed this place, he may subsequently regret it. They had a little time, so he advised him to use it to take advantage of it while there was an opportunity. The lady thanked him for the chance, and promised not to be late and return as early as possible. The ladies went to the gate, and it noticed the Soha. She immediately approached him and asked where he was going. He did not answer, so she asked if everything was fine with him. The ladies turned and wondered what she was in mind. She assumed that he was upset because he was not invited to the table, but the case was different. If he is embarrassed here, she suggested going to the Mudan sect, as they were also reserved there. He thanked her, but explained that he was in need of completion. So he went to the gate and left the territory. The guard, who stood there, also asked why he was going out and whether he was disturbed. The lady asked, asking if there was a horse he could take. He asked if he was allowed to use a horse. The guard agreed without hesitation, because the owner ordered them to help them with all the means. He showed him 2 horses and asked him to return to the knight. Sitting on a horse and going up, the ladies mentioned how his father always told him to look for a Taebek mountain as a landmark to find a way home if he ever got lost. It was his first time on horseback, and he focused on the majestic mountain in front of him. There was no hint in the eyes of Ho-Ho. It took a while, and it was among the trees growing on mountain slopes. He lightly patted his horse around his neck, saying that he was a good young man. Walking a nameless mountain trail, he stroked the horse and asked to wait here. This place was filled with memories of how he followed his father everywhere. Many years have passed, but even the trees remembered the trees that grew on the side of the road. The leaves rustled under his feet when he sat down and touched his hand. He looked down from a small break, Everything was covered with grass and ruins, but people once lived here. In his imagination, silhouettes of father and mother arose. His breathing became more frequent. His heart was pounding. Not holding back tears, he whispered. The hot returned home. The inner pain made him fall to his knees. Squeezing his fist, he could not understand yet. He did not understand why his father had to die. Why, when more than 100 people were killed, no one was in this case. No one even tried to find out who was behind it. Sitting in this place, I will promise to himself, never forget about it and keep it in your heart. The horses' hooves were beaten on the ground, and everyone was in a hurry to get to the pass. They went forward, adjusting their horses. The Mudan sect was already preparing the way. It was only to rush to the Yemen's Pass. It was a storage facility for tired travelers. I will give Hua'S with others sitting on a horse just before entering. But they were warned even at the hotel, because Mago's clan is quite close. They were told that they may not return home for 6 months or all year after they leave this place. And if you are lucky, perhaps the return will not be at all. It was a gate between Junyuyuan and the outside world. At this point, Changho approached Han and said they had to meet with those who sent a letter from the area. However, he also noted that the connection with him was lost since his last letter. Changho hoped that he would be brought to the city where the Battle of Mago took place. He added that students needed to rest. Since the future was uncertain, Khan suggested that everyone make a break. 2 Changho fighters sat down and began to discuss how the ladies became one of the best students with such a body. One of them noted that he was also called a lame doe on Hua Mountain. In other words, he is a dog that is not able to run, and one of the fighters just hoped that the ladies would not spoil anything. At this point, Kohn climbed with the lads of Host Stairs. The master explained to him that this world is too cruel when others were judged only by appearance. It frightened. Sorry, it's all because of me, I will say. Keon replied, I am so in noon that I could not help you. He felt that because of this, he was hostile to him. The master knew that it was time to make a decision that would give you the opportunity to move forward. He turned to him, saying that Hua Mountain is high enough to touch heaven, but not wide enough to hug him. The master acknowledged that he had no other choice but to stay on Hua Mountain, or not. But the other. The lady listened to every word of the teacher carefully. He continued and asked, what if Hua Mountain refuses you? He said that in this case, the ladies would not have a reason to remain true. Upon completion of this trip, he asked him to go exploring the world. The ladies could not believe that he heard such words from his master, and he stressed once again that the ladies should strive for freedom. Hua Mountain is Hua Mountain and you are you. Come back when you get an unwavering determination that even strong gusts of Hua Mountain will not be able to break. Then we can drink together, the master told him. Their conversation ended and the next day came. Changho went to the seemingly empty shed. However, while there, he said, I know you are watching me. He then called his name. I am a Changho from the Mudan sect. He assured that he should not be afraid and asked to just go out. Suddenly behind him, a barely audible rustle. Changho instantly turned his head in that direction. A man appeared there, and Changho asked if everything was fine with him. His eye was bandaged and the whole body was covered with scratches. He only said that no one survived from his allies. Changho put his hand on his shoulder and said, Thank God, at least you stayed alive. The man explained that they were watching the enemy base. Squeezing the sword in his hand, Changho asked if he was sure that it was the remains of a demonic clan. He, squeezing his teeth, told how he heard that they mentioned the cult. He added that only the Mago clan could pronounce such words on Hanho lands. All in the Northern Road Agency were killed, and he pleaded with Changho to give him a chance to take revenge for them. He shouted with all his strength, begging the owner to give him this chance. Meanwhile, he was running to Han. Opening the door, he reported that the owner Changho ordered to prepare for the battle and act. Keon was immediately surprised, because at this time it seemed strange. But Herbanan repeated Changho's words, noting that it was very urgent. The master immediately asked to give you to prepare for departure. Grind, he turned to the ladies and asked if he was better to stay so as not to burden the group. He believed that he could only interfere, so he advised to stay with everyone. But Ho could not allow his teacher to risk alone. Although he was considering him a stubborn young man, he still agreed with him. If he was so sure of himself, he asked to be careful. For the first time, the ladies perceived these words as a real instruction from the elder. He swallowed a lump of saliva that gathered in his mouth, and after a while they left the mountain trails. Capturing the horses, they ordered them to jump faster. They knew the location of the enemy base and where they went. They were on red wildlands behind the passage of Yeoman. Their mission was to leave the pass of Yeoman before the enemies would notice them. This place on the top, this gorge, was called the Stubborn Hell. Nwegun came to the boss with the news that followed the tale. He explained that it was probably through the pass battle. It became known that among the people of the agency, the support of the Northern Road was surviving. Didn't Captain Chong say that he will take care of it? The boss asked. After that, he clarified who pursues them. The Mudan sect, Hua Mountain, and Chonam, Novgon replied. The boss realized that if 3 of the 9 large sects pursue them, it may mean that everyone is mobilized soon. As soon as the 9 large sects are mobilized, 5 large families will join, and the whole world is behind them. He was aware that now they had no strength to resist the world, so he decided that it was better for them to go. Novgon was in surprise to ask whether he was really going to leave a luggage. The boss understood that after all, they would have to do it. The only difference is that it is now necessary to do it earlier than expected. However, even leaving this place, they should prepare a special gift to the guests. Their guests were already right in front of their cave. Chongho got off the horse. I am convinced that there are clear signs of what this place is exposed. The fact that it was so clean only testified to the caution of their enemies. The roads were dangerous here, so Chancho ordered everyone to walk on. Suddenly, 2 fighters reported that they found something. They were convinced that they came across a cart. In a moment, everyone else gathered around them, considering the find. Is that really Mago? There was the only question in which they were sure of almost 90%. Then he ordered the gamble to defend the teacher with other students. He asked the owner to go as soon as Mago was. There were doubts in Khan Co, but he explained that such an order from his master, and asked to leave the Mudan sect's fight, making security as a priority. As a commander, MU said that when the battle began, you do not have to be ashamed of escape. Khan socialized with his words, though he did not like it very much. Others filled it with admiration. Everyone sought to show their value, hoping that their names would become known throughout the earth. One of them boasted that he would be able to kill Magio leader with 1 blow when the other heard a strange sound. The sound was reminiscent of the whistle of air. In their side flew gifts from Mago. One of the students was overthrown as a razor, a blade that hit him. It became clear that it was an ambush. Everyone was ordered to behave carefully. When they realized that it was a trap, it was ordered to lie on the ground. The problem is that not everyone has managed to do it. Another fighter fell right in front of them. Ho turned and asked Chongho what to do. Seeing a group of people, Choncho ordered his piece. Ahead of them stood a noise who laughed brownly. Chongho asked a fighter who had already seen them before whether these people are exactly Mago. He without a doubt answered that they were, recognizing them right away. The enemies attacked them and took away their goods. In it, the fire of revenge on its brothers broke up. Nguyen laughed quietly at the actions of a man who was rushing into battle. Chongho, realizing that he could not be released himself, ordered others to follow him. They were ordered not to spare enemies and to split with them once and for all. Everyone like one rushed forward, squeezing the weapon. The first was a fighter, who, despite the loss of hand in the previous battle, was torn to revenge. However, the enemies were also not going to leave their swords away. He was ahead of him, followed by Vonol, whom he asked to protect the ladies of Ho and his comrades. He warned that the master should remain alive. At the same moment, Mago representatives wanted to show their power. The battle flared stronger, and Mu was ready for inevitable, to kill. But one thing was worried about him: the anxiety that grew in it. He prayed to God, stepping into battle. Mu was a forgiveness for these murders, because all this was for peace in Hanho. Representatives of the demonic cult were confident in their abilities. They believed that death was the only thing waiting for those who would be on their way. Mu with a steadfast face, he repelled one after the other. Suddenly, the enemy appeared on the other side. Scattering them, Mu saw in this the opportunity to show that Hua Mountain was still capable of something majestic. He did this to keep Hua Mountain lost. The blood flew around, leaving bloody traces. With a steadfast face, he was confidently moving forward. Here is the sword of Hua Mountain. That's what her real power. Among the fighters, Master Chongho demonstrated the incredible possession of fencing, as expected from the strongest swordsman Hubei. Every time he waved his sword, someone fell to the ground. The lines that remained after his blows in the air were extremely even and smooth. At the same time, they were deadly, forcing enemies to keep their line. His stable emitted courage and strength. Although Mago is dangerous, Junuan still has its elite. Junatu, as a commander, ordered the Gima to clear the way. He could not allow the Chonam sect to lag. Jim immediately rushed to execute the order. He did it with full dedication, just as his commander fought against the enemy. Showing the enemies the power of his divine water blade, he acted without regret. Even in the battle, he told the enemies that if they wanted to survive, it is better to run out of here. There was no place for mercy in Chonam. Junatu proved this simply by cutting off his leg. The battle was gaining momentum, and the orders were already sounded not to leave anyone alive. I will squeeze his fist filled with determination. He was asked to leave, assuring that the students would protect the master. He was ordered to retreat with the master and ensure his safety. He sought to show his skill this time. He decided to defend the master in the name of Hua Mountain before this crowd of ruthless killers. The battle reached unheard of scale, and the gorge was increasingly flooded. But suddenly a mysterious figure appears. Her energy was felt around. It was incredibly powerful. I will also pay attention to it. Who is it? Others, full of curiosity, began to ask. Some even swallowed saliva from cold fear. The closeness of this approaching figure was stunning. The students were ordered to keep positions, and they gathered in the formation of a blade of 7 stars. But it seemed that the stranger was indifferent to it. He just rushed to the crowd that stood in front of him, directing his swords to the enemies. He barely approached as incredible warmth began to emerge from his hand. This heat was the radiation of its energy, which it attacked. It was simply impossible to resist these blows. He knocked down one by one as if nothing could stop him. Everyone who fell on the way was seen only in the incredibly fast movements of his hands. He led his body with such skill that it seemed to be obeyed by his intention. He only scattered enemies, leaving them to lie down to the ground. He, though, trembled, holding his sword firmly in his hands. He tried to hit the enemy, but missed. The feet were pushed away from the ground, and he flew up. The stranger was preparing to attack from above. Bon only watched as he was approaching. Suddenly, a familiar rack, honed near a large boulder, appeared in front of him. "Bolgnol, calm down," the voice came. "And after that, I will hit the enemy with his fist." It was a piercing blow to whom everyone on Hua Mountain was considered crippled, one whom no one believed. The Hua'S performed an incredible blow from which the energy dispersed around. One, falling to the ground, stuttering in surprise. "Brother!" All the students who watched this were no less stunned. None of them could understand how he was able to perform such a powerful technique. The HOs began to approach the enemy. The stranger himself did not understand how someone was able to stop his attack. From under his mask, the ladies heard a female voice who annoyedly said, "How did you dare?" She pushed away from the ground and, concentrating even more in her hand, flew directly on the ladies. Master Khan shouted to the student to be careful. It was a burning fist of twilight of Mago's technique. Her movements were doubled in her eyes, and she was very close to the ladies. I will put a block under each impact, cleverly maneuvering. However, the pressure on her part was simply incredible. Behind his back, the master remembered that 20 years have passed. But he was sure. Many people of Hua Mountain have died from this technique. Other students for the first time heard about the burning fist of Twilight Mago, but now they saw it with their own eyes. Because of this powerful energy, the ladies saw almost nothing in front of him. He was blinded, but he gathered his strength to focus and beat. Watching them, it seemed that there were hundreds of them on the battlefield. So fast were their movements. Despite the lightning movements, the ladies continued to expose the block. The stones under their feet flew in different directions from the incredible power of blows. Others only watched, realizing that it is better not to interfere in the fight, so as not to interfere. They wondered how the ladies were able to block such blows. Is the lad now uses the technique of bamboo fist? Vaughn knew that every student of Hua Mountain was studying this technique, but that bamboo fist he knew was weaker. He was not strong enough to confront the sophisticated arts of Mago, and even more so, the ladies of the home. It even made him an outlive on Hua Mountain. And yet he evades, parts and resists the burning fist of twilight. Vaughn asked himself, did the lady hide his true strength all this time? But while he was thinking, the battle lasted, and ladies missed a powerful blow to the core. From the impact he felt a sour taste in his mouth that rose from the stomach. However, he kept on one leg, keeping his balance. He, standing behind him, turned to the ladies of Ho, asking for permission to help. But I will only look back and ask everyone to retreat. He is not your opponent. Stand behind with the teacher, said Ho-Ho. His words sounded proudly, and he understood everything. I will say it as an order, as the main student of the Hua Mountain. He ordered them to leave this place. It was completely unexpected, and he did not find words for answer. Kion refused, saying that he would not go without him. Teacher, I know you will never ask me, but ask go. I will join you soon. Putting his hand on his heart, gave him a promise. He knew that he had to fulfill this promise. Finally, Khan agreed, believing that he restrained the word. All behind the lads began to retreat, following his order. He remained one-on-one with an opponent who asked if he was a student of Hua Mountain. The ladies answered in the affirmative. Hearing this, she said coldly, "What a pity." Then he asked her if she was with Mago. She slowly began to lower the mask, saying, "So we really call us the world." Lowering the mask, she said they called themselves Shingo. She explained that Mago means the cult of evil, while Shining means the cult of God. And then what does Shining here? Said the ladies. She explained that this place is a concern, their base, which is also a big prison for sinners. The lady listened carefully to everything she said. It was their last shelter, because they did not remain, but it was found today. She confessed that some of them planned to take revenge on Junju. although not everyone supports this idea. When I heard about some, he asked if there were those who did not want revenge. Take it as you want, she replied. Then she wondered his name. She explained her interest in the fact that he would be the first to kill, and wanted to know at least his name. The ladies began to approach her, limping, and called his name. I will not forget you, give you ho, she said, calling herself Yu-Gi-Un. At this point, she was preparing to demonstrate the final reception of Burning Fist of Twilight, Flowing White Lotus. It cannot be said that the ladies did not want to see this technique. Like a ram that punches the gate of the castle, I will have moved forward. He took a charging step, increasing his attack by each movement. He repelled exactly as he did thousands of times before the boulder. The technique of heavenly perfection has straightened every muscle of his fist, but she was just as confidently approaching him. Her Burning Fist of Twilight was wrapped in powerful energy, and the string of Flowing White Lotus was no less threatening than the previous one. The ladies did not retreat or restrained. He immediately used a penetrating fist. They approached so quickly that they raced past each other, everyone trying to evade. She was already behind his back. The lady looked back. At this point, a crash was heard and he began to cough hard. He felt his pain, and this feeling was unbearable. Her blow touched him with incredible force when she flew nearby, but she looked at her body with no less pain in her eyes. Her body also encompassed pain. Blood splashed from the wounds that covered her body. She also coughed with internal damage. The lady at this point was already lying on the ground, clenching his teeth with pain. She stood over him, watching. She realized that if the blow was stronger, her hand would no longer withstand. She never felt such a fear in her life. But now she saw the one who inspired this fear, and in her head the idea flashed. What a pity that I have to kill him. She even apologized to his face. Listening to this, the ladies asked her not to speak as if he were already dead. Looking at him, she saw his eyes full of vitality. The incredible will glowed in his gaze. She was surprised that he could move in such a state at all. She thought again with sadness. What a pity I should kill him. I have already rose, and she paid attention to the sound she heard. It has already begun, she exhaled. What started? Asked. And at that moment he saw something flying straight to him. This something hugged Yu-Gi-Oh for the belt. She only whispered, "It's time for me." When a mountain near the mountain appeared on the mountain, and quickly pulled it out. He warned her that it all started, and said that it was necessary to get out of here as soon as possible. I stood and looked at them as suddenly heard a crack. The stones around began to fall from different sides of the gorge. Near Changho realized that they were bombs. There was a representative of Mago who said, "We will all die here. We still have no place in this world, so we will die together," he added. They crossed their hands and turned to the divine flame of eternity, asking him to release them. They stated that they devote themselves to this and will be near him. Changho was stunned, almost lost the gift of language, not believing that they were really serious. But they all continued to pray the divine flames of eternity for liberation. Their bodies radiated the incredible force that lifted the stones under their feet, and they were ready to destroy themselves. The students and masters realized that the only way out was to run out of here immediately. It was necessary to get out now without any delay. MU ordered the brother to lead the students to safety. They would have died here if they were detained for a second. It was necessary to go out immediately. When the Soha ran, she did not stop thinking about the ladies. She closed her eyes, whispering, "I'm sorry." Changho, looking back, saw the gap in his condition, but realized that he could not help. Not a minute could be lost, as suddenly he saw the ladies. He immediately said that he needed to be saved. But Mu put his hand on his shoulder and replied that it was too late. He turned and said that they have a family for them, and they could not leave it. Mao said, saying that the ladies were important, but not more important than others. And there is nothing more valuable to him than Hua Mount. At the same moment, Mu pulled him over his shoulder, ordered to get out of here. Herbling was apologized to the ladies of HO, realizing that it was because of it that he did not want him to go with them. He knew he could not hope for forgiveness from the ladies. The ladies remained on his knees, with a bitter awareness of the situation. He was overwhelmed by the feeling that he remained at all under the roar of falling stones around. The whole mountain collapsed, and the word hell became a reality for him. The ladies lay, wound with earth and stones. He did not know how much time had passed. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he felt was unbearable pain. It seemed that his body was torn into parts. Fortunately, he was able to move, despite the pain, but all he saw in front of him is a solid darkness. He could not see anything around. His first words were, "Where am I?" Who stayed and could not get out of here. The rest of the masters and students just looked at the rubble. They were the only ones left from the Mudan sect. Changho could not believe that the enemies had a suicide attack. He squeezed his sword in his hand, looking at it with bitter pain. The gym tried to find at least something positive. noting that, on the other hand, it was possible to prevent the enemy from increasing. Junhwa agreed, saying that this probably destroyed the remains of Mago members. At this point, Kion stood on another break, on his knees, screaming with pain. Behind him, he was apologizing, explaining that they tried to save the ladies, but it was too late. He was painful to listen to it. This pain was transmitted to him through the screams of the master. Bon understood that if it weren't for them, they would all have long been dead. They would all be buried underground because of their weakness. He could not hold back tears, but Khan refused to believe that I will give dead. He spoke to himself that his boy would not die so easy. He looked down in his eyes, whispered, "You would not die so simple." In the meantime, the ladies did not know how much time had passed since everyone went. It was a real test. But suddenly he saw a nightglow stone. They say these things are priceless, but it looked extremely unusual. Is this a matter of man's hands? I thought, and then remembered the Yu-Gi-Oh! And realized that it was their base. I also mentioned the words she spoke, about how they call themselves not Mago, but Shining. He recalled their whole conversation when they stood against each other. And his question when asked her what Singo was doing here, she said, "This is a conceal. Here is our base, which is also a big prison for Singo sinners. In an effort to rise, I will begin to realize where he was." He realized that no ray of light penetrates outside, and of course there was no access to fresh air. It could be said for sure that it would not be easy to get out of here. Fortunately, he saw the way thanks to the stones of the night glow. Water and food are what is necessary when you are stubborn in a closed area. Since this is a Mago shelter, there should be something that will survive. Wandering around, he noticed that this city was much more than he imagined. Continuing further, he noticed signs of life. He came across a training room. After passing around, he examined the whole territory. Thanks to the past workout, the HO was able to restore strength and somehow stay on their feet. To the left, he noticed boxes. He began to push the lid of one of them. Inside there were small balls, similar to pills, one of which he took in his hand. Lifted to his nose, he felt a pleasant smell. It pleased him, although there was doubt on her face. Obviously, they were kept in the warehouse just in case. There were a lot of them, so it was enough to have it for a while. At this point, the ladies mentioned the words of the master. The only thing that is needed is an unbreakable will, and then heaven will open their ways. The ladies did not know how much time had passed, a week or a month. Perhaps he even passed all year long. The snake which accidentally came here crawled among the ruins. She gave out a barely audible hiss, but her path broke off when I will just crush her with one hand. I would think that at least 5 years passed, because it seemed that his body had stopped growing. Although he did not know his age, the fact that he stopped growing testified that he was already an adult. The most important thing is that despite all past tense, it was still underground. This snake he caught was a wonderful food for him. The horrible sound was echoed in a narrow cave, creating a terrible feeling of the presence of an invisible guest. It seemed that this sound came from under the stones, increasing tension and feeling of danger. The lady stepped slowly, gently putting every step in a cold darkness. Only the movement of his right foot was clear, rhythmically touched the earth, leaving his left behind. The left leg was dragging behind the right, adding it to a strange, alarming rhythm. The unusual frequency and rhythm of the steps made it even more strange and threatening. The time passed, and the exit continued to be littered with earth and stones, cutting off the way back. The cave was tight and dark, but it had no significance for ladies. He knew this path by heart. The ladies passed this path 1,000 times, remembering each pebble and each stalactite on the ceiling. He stopped at the cellar, where 10,000 gold coins lay, hidden by Mago warriors, the former masters of this cave. After Mago moving to the closed Adu, this place became a repository for martial arts. Of course, they took the majority with them, leaving only those techniques that considered it unnecessary, such as explosive triple shadow stroke and a wide rocker. Lady carefully took the book, Explosive Triple Shadow Stroke, which he read thousands of times. Everything that has been related to this technique has already rooted firmly in his memory as an old friend. The HO was pleased that at least something was left, what he could take time, distracting himself from loneliness. It took a long time, and I will go to a place, even darker than a dungeon with 10,000 gold coins. The fragments of boulders were lying everywhere, scattered, as if traces of the former confrontation. They were destroyed not by nature, but by someone's hand that made efforts to destroy them. The cave suddenly pierced a strong gust of wind, which hinted at an empty space behind the stones. The wind was cold, like a demonic whisper that whispered past the ham, like a secret warning. Despite the cold that had to penetrate it to the bones, the ladies remained an emotional person, as if he were deprived of all the feelings. I will break the stones in front of him, opening the way to the unknown. A new area opened in front of him, spacious and dark, full of unsolved secrets. In front of him spread a wide, dark lake about 10 meters deep, so deep that even the stalactites disappeared in its darkness. This meant that the water was flowing somewhere, but its movement was hidden from view. I will find this place when the famine corrode it from the inside, approaching the limits of survival. When the food stocks for the cultivators ended, he began to eat moss to quench hunger somehow. The hunger was so strong that he even wondered to bite his own hand. Having passed through blood, sweat, and tears, he finally found this storage. In the dark reservoir, amazing glowing fish floated with transparent bodies, through which even their bones were visible, like mysterious ghostly creatures. I will not know how long these fish existed and how they got here. The only thing that was important is that these fish evolved, adapting to life in the depths of the cave. He quickly grabbed one with his hands, cleverly catching it in dark water. The HOs began to eat it raw, biting a piece by a piece. He broke her body with her teeth, satisfying the famine that he had tormented him for a long time. Only bare bones stayed on the ground when he finished. But it turned out that the fish of food was not limited. Sitting on the cold earth, I will suddenly catch something new. His hearing recorded a quiet, long-lasting sound. It was a strange beetle, like a scarab, which appeared at the dusk of the cave. The beetle, like the fish, emitted light, which allowed it to see it even in darkness. Because the cave was closed, each sound was reinforced, reflecting the moon. And when Skabai broke his silence with his movement, at this point, something else, even more strange, appeared from the stones. It was a huge mantis whose body was also glowing like fireflies in the darkness. Bogomola's eyes seemed surprised. He did not expect to see someone in this desert darkness. Because there was little food, insects often competed for survival, which awakened the curiosity of the ladies in their battle. Bogomol attacked the first, his hut like a sickle, ruthlessly waved in the style of martial arts. The paw, without the slightest hesitation, dropped directly on the neck of the scarab, kissing her victim with a deadly blow. But the scarab's body leaned at an angle, rejecting the attack as an experienced warrior. The solid armor of the scarab has repelled, neutralizing the strength of the mantis due to the cunning protective maneuver. The battle lasted, exacerbating everyone's desire to overcome the other in the struggle for survival. Bogomol was angry with his paws, trying to destroy the enemy with one powerful movement. Suddenly, Skabi opened his wings, adding a new element to his protective tactics. His wings moved so quickly that the human eye would not be able to see them, reflecting the mantis. I will give Ho-Ho, watching this battle, was amazed at the perfection of such protective skills. Even in this cave, hovering his equipment, he quickly improved his martial arts skills. An underground dungeon, filled with traces of former fights, has become the only place for him. He slept on a cold tile, forced to keep blood circulation constantly to resist the piercing cold. The words were cut on the wall. I buried my friend here. A reminder of who was here before. He saw this inscription every time he opened his eyes, as a silent companion of his loneliness. I will not know what happened to those who left these words, but the only thing that was interested in, to survive and get out of here. After leaving the Logov, he descended on the platform and stopped in front of a large boulder who blocked the path like a guard. There were many dents, traces of former battles and training. Recently the boulder was smooth as the surface of the mirror, and now covered with traces of time and effort. The reason for these dents quickly became apparent to the ladies, who examined the stone with understanding. The stone flew to all sides, as if a dry tree that cracks under pressure. The blows were not applied with his right, but with his left foot, demonstrating the skill of the ladies. And so, gaining speed, he turned this boulder into a bunch of debris. The pieces of stones flew all the way like sharp fragments. The heavy gnash echoed from the walls of the cave, increasing the feeling of danger. Cracks were increasingly diverting the boulder, covering it with each new blow. With each subsequent movement, these cracks became thicker and spread further. The last stroke of HO was struck by a fist, and it became the final chord of his attack. The blow had the power that the crack passed through the entire cave, like an echo of destructive force. The boulder crawled like a shell, but the fist of the Ho-Ho had remained completely unharmed. This incredible blow was the result of a combination of a piercing fist, a triple shadow stroke, and a devastating occasional step that created a new, extremely powerful technique. The level of his divine cultivation has gained new faces, merging with Mago techniques. Despite its great difference, the martial arts of Mount Hua and Mago have united in his hands. His thirst for the study of forgotten techniques made him stronger. The techniques that he mastered with KNONCO have changed so much that he may not even recognize them now. Darkness and loneliness made the gambles even more gloomy and closed, delaying it in deep reflections. He did not know how many blows he struck to achieve what he wanted so fervently. The only thing he had in this cave is the time, and he was even glad. The desire to crush everything around grew. The only goal, to break a way out, gave him the strength to move forward. He felt a duty to Hua Mountain, but his combat equipment had no drop of mercy or righteousness. The essence of the technician Mago has completely merged with the techniques of ladies, forming a new, dark power. He repeated the blows again and again. It was the only thing that saved his mind from the edge of madness. And one day it happened. When working out the blows, he froze, feeling the incomprehensible sound. He listened, trying to recognize the source of this noise. It seemed like it was like an insect. And he was not mistaken. There were dozens of wasps near him, which began to fly from all sides. Seeing them, he immediately felt a threat ready for possible attack. The axes did not stop waving their wings, flying to it in a constant rhythm. They flew out of the hole that he pierced in the boulder, awakening the anger and danger of the cave. The situation was critical. It was necessary to act immediately. It was then that he used his techniques against the wasps that flooded the space around him. The piercing fist capable of crushing boulders had to destroy them. But this technique did not operate against the OS. They only flew, picked up by powerful airflows. But every time they were attributed, the wasps were instantly returning and biting with new force. They attacked mercilessly. There were so many that it seemed that it would not end. I will squeeze his teeth, withstanding this unbearable pain that pervaded his whole body. The wasps were constantly stinging him without leaving any place unharmed. It was then that he realized that these wasps are unusual. They are not simple. Are they poisonous? Damn, do it really poisonous wasps? Swore in his thoughts. He tried to wave them from the body, but their number was simply countless. I will make a decision. It is necessary to run. And he rushed in the opposite direction. Where the water ranged, he saw the only way out, to plunge. Sinking into the water, he felt relief, though temporary. The poison was so strong that it seemed to be beyond its understanding and endurance. His body was squeezed in agony and his eyes turned red. The veins swelled and appeared throughout the body, emphasizing his suffering. The HO could endure the pain, and thanks to his incredible strength, he kept it. But there was one nuance. Itching was unbearable, much worse than the pain itself. Itching and agony absorbed him, and he began to count for minutes before his possible death. Squeezing his teeth, he barely restrained so as not to tear the skin from the body. The ladies were struggling with the poison that seeped into his body. He called these creatures hellish axes. I am sure that they came from the depths of hell. The problem was that he did not know how to fight them. No matter how high his martial art, it was almost impossible to touch them. He was lucky to have a little fish, but sooner or later, and it will end. The only way out is to find a shield that will help you go through these deadly insects. The shield that will be useful to him in this situation. The shield that will stop them is his best protection in this hell. I will give Ho-Ho again and again tried to break through this dense swarm of beetles. There were a lot of them, and their gear was created by a terrible echo. He waved his hands, trying to beat them with his blows. At first it seemed that he was successful, but over time, these attempts ended in failure. The only salvation for him was water. But every time he was again confronted with itching and bites. I will strongly press his forehead against the stone, looking for at least some kind of comfort. The pain broke his head, piercing like sharp spikes. His body was covered with blood that did not stop appearing from endless wounds. Time passed crazy quickly if the cave had eaten his life. The Hod again applied a piercing fist, putting all his strength. A small part of the insects died from the blow, falling down. But most of the swarm survived and attacked him like a deadly tsunami. He stood in a battle stand, preparing for the final collision. And so he accepted a new pose. His hand, heavy, like an anvil, slightly slid in the air. His movements became soft and smooth, like a dance that combined strength and lightness. The HO has realized that victory did not need a high level of energy, but only the proper use of the technique of Chingan sect of Mudan. He came to this after numerous attempts to give a swarm of insects. The beetles began to disappear under the influence of the Chingun technique, as it focused on the flow of air between the fingers. Having created a vacuum, the air began to settle on his hands, forming a trap. Thus, the insects got into the air trap that directed their movement downstream. Hundreds of beetles gathered in the whirlwind, face and with powerful airflows. This movement of the destructive hand. So he called his own technique. The technique formed a vacuum that exploded under pressure, destroying everything around. However, not all insects were killed in pressure. Most swarms still lived. With an unthinkable for the usual speed, the body of the Ham began to move. It was a step to apply the Zinin to full force. It's a real hell, he felt, gathering all his power. The mountains, meanwhile, drew an incredibly beautiful landscape on the horizon. Somewhere in these mountains, a chariot with a flag, which was written, Silverstream, was written. They hurried to have time to the halt that was already nearby. Each of the attendees did their work, preparing for the halt. At the top of the cart sat a young man named Ginbo, next to whom the older man was. The old man asked him if he had fun, and he replied that the landscape was just incredible, all so green. Smiling, the old man nodded, agreeing with him. However, he thought, well, a fool. If his mother were alive, he would not be wandered everywhere. Suddenly, the senior pointed to the place and announced that they would make a halt here. The team was ordered to break the camp right at this place. They surrounded this area with their carts filled. Meanwhile, Jean was talking to the Mongol's father, and his father asked him to bring devices and ingredients. Jinbo came and took the giant frying pan that was needed for cooking. For him, cooking was the best activity on this planet. Soon everything was ready. There were special tools for cooking on the table. "What will we eat today?" asked Gin's father. According to the plan, it was sweet and sweet meat from chili, fried beef, and the father decided to add pork to a pot for soup. It sounded very appetizing. Gin has been traveling with his father for 8 years. He could even boast that he could be a real chief. In the conversation, the father mentioned that all the routes should be postponed before their return. Finally, they will get to the wine shop. It is impossible to wander the whole life. People were already waiting for them, so their father ordered the Jin to start cooking. He mixed the dish that was prepared in Kazan, adding the last strokes. Taking an axe in his hands, Gin was ready to demonstrate his culinary skills, and immediately began to cut the ingredients with the grace of a real master. He did it so clearly that everyone around the site, each vegetable cut with his hands, seemed almost perfect. Jean was dreaming of showing his skills to everyone, but it could only happen when they and their father would finally open their wine shop. The father noticed the joy of his son and asked him if he was so happy to say that the Jin replied that the opening of the wine shop was his dream. "Well, we have done a halt. I will teach you to cook," my father said with a smile. "And I become a wonderful chief?" Gin asked with enthusiasm, to which his father replied, "Yes, of course. But first," his father explained, "he needs to meet with the world-class boss." It was from this master that the father has learned his culinary skills, which he still preserves. Gin was in anticipation to learn how to cook delicious dishes like his father. He asked if the father promised, to which he answered with laughter, "Of course." Meanwhile, others have already felt the appetizing smell that filled everything around. The smell was wonderful, and no one doubted that the boss man had prepared something special again. The mustachioed man asked what flavors would serve today. The boss explained that he decided to prepare pork and beef, collected in one of the recent trips. He also took care of especially fried pork for gourmets. Beef was served on the table in sweet and sour sauce from Chile, and the mustache was already trying to taste this unusual dish. Inhaling the aroma, the mustachioed turned to Ginbo, saying that he should follow his father's footsteps. My father approached Gin, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that his intuition was even better than his own. Everyone sat down at the table and enjoyed delicious food, silently with a taste. Their conversations concerned only how the meat literally melted in their mouth. The detachment of flowing silver was prepared for sending the next day. They were still far from Chonvon, but all were determined. Going on the road, they kept vigilance, ready for any surprises. Everyone took his place. Gina's father sat near the riders, watching the road. Gin was lying in the chariot, thinking about how quickly the last year passed. He was looking forward to the next day they finally reached Chonvon. Before him was a book with recipes, because he knew that he should master all the culinary secrets that his father handed him. But suddenly the expression of his face changed. Something strange distracted his attention. He even got up from his seat, sitting down, not realizing that it was a wonder. Meanwhile, the riders stopped, looking intently, impressed, because they were in front of the Hellish Valley. From there, a loud explosion came from which Gin jumped on the spot. He asked his father what was going on, but he was also confused and did not know what to answer. "What kind of hell is there?" the mustache muttered, looking in the direction of the explosion. Another warrior replied that it seems that serious troubles were raised in the hell. He asked others to stay still, and he went to check the situation. Having taken with him Yupo and Chunho, he ordered the rest to keep his line. Once upon a time there was a majestic canyon that collapsed, turning the terrain into a plain, now called the Hell. The troops and the army passing by always tried to bypass this dangerous valley. And so, on horses, they came to her, impressed with what they saw. The whole valley was equalized with the earth, like a field after a battle. Only lonely rocks that were strained in heaven rose before them. But suddenly their gaze attracted somewhat unusual. In the middle of the rocks was a man. His muscular back was bare, and long dark hair fell on his shoulders. He breathed calmly, standing with his back, as if not noticing their presence. Only a little turned his head in their direction, and looked at them with a cold expression. In his eyes, a strong thirst for murder instantly broke out. The only view of him forced the warrior to feel trembling that ran through the whole body. In his eyes, it was read, "Just look at me, and I will kill you." "Who are you?" asked Ho-Ho when they approached. He, without deciding to look at the wash hose, replied that he was one of the commander-in-chief of the House of Streaming Silver. "I will never even heard about this house before." He briefly explained where they from and where they head. In the conversation, they mentioned that their journey was leading to the west. It was immediately interested in the lad. Approaching them closer, he apologized for his strange behavior. He was already sitting with them in a chariot, accepted before their journey. The mustachioed man looked at him with suspicion and asked others who he was. He was answered that they would be told later, and for the time being, it is only important that they decided to take it with them. The mustachioed never saw anyone like this, and was covered by ants from this man. "I will give Hode in the chariot next to Ginbo." Jin, smiling, asked him to wake up, jokingly calling his name. I will lie down, sleeping firmly, and did not respond to his words. When Jin repeated the question again and again, I will quietly muttered, calling him an annoying boy. Hina's mistress suddenly began to wake up, pulling out of sleep. Before him was a smiling boy, who called Jimbo. Hen thought for a moment whether his name was Jim because it seemed so strange. The guy began to annoy him with his meaningless chats. Sitting on the chariot, Hen barely held back his anger. After all, this arrogant young man will not break away from him. In fact, Jim just wanted to ask if he needed Hen, but he refused. He is only wondering that the guy knows about the mysterious Colon Mag. Hearing this name, Jim was alerted and changed in his face. Lowering his gaze, he said they were the terrible people he knew too well. It's been a long time since the Magic Clan disappeared. Jim was not what to tell them about them. The boy was approached by an old man who called himself a spiritual mentor. He said that 30 years have passed since the disappearance of the Magic Clan. If he has not betrayed his memory. The old man said, maybe even 32 years have passed. Hen realized that he spent about 12 years in that cave. It seemed to him that he was only 5 or 6 years old. This means that he is now about 30 years old. He was stunned by having lost his youth in a damn cave. 12 years, it was absurd, injustice. He spent all these years in complete loneliness, perhaps to grasp the techniques for perfection. A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face, but his body emitted dangerous, cruel energy. This energy could suppress everything around, cause tremor in the air. People and even animals felt its devastating power. His demonic laughter jumped everyone with fear. People, hearing this laughter, closed their ears to hear it. They begged the mistress of Henna to stop, at least to calm down. However, the devil's aura did not leave him. Jim felt the unbearable pressure that squeezed his consciousness. The mentor was also powerless to help him because he could not resist this influence. All around, covered with horror, closed their ears, and it seemed to them that the eardrums were about to burst. Just one question raged in the air. Who created this nightmare? And of course it is not just a guy, but a real demon in human likeness. His energy was so powerful that people believed death approached them. However, the young lord did not pay attention to it, radiating incredible power. Even soldiers hardened in battles could not withstand such pressure and begged him to stop. On all sides they were screamed to be tame at any cost. Everyone pleaded with the hostess about the mercy, but his energy remained boundless, and only when Hen exhaled, the heavy atmosphere weakened slightly. The soul of the attendees finally appeared relief, and the moaning horror of the verse. The Lord quietly came out of the chariot, firmly stepping on the ground. His steps on this road created an atmosphere of ruthless fear. The people who saw him could not restrain their trembling bodies. They did not understand why this boy was going to where darkness prevails. Lord reached to his pocket, where a mysterious object lay. He did not take it, but demonstrated the man who stood in front of him. He suggested buying this stone that had great value. The merchant, looking at the stone, realized that it was a quartz before him. It was a rare and extremely expensive thing that caused admiration. Traders have never seen such a precious subject before. The merchants wanted to check if this stone was really real. They realized that this treasure was not bought for any money, but not to collect such a sum. However, to take it to the big city of Chongon, there could be a wealthy at least 10,000 gold. After all, every rich man dreamed of such a rare stone. The merchant smiled cunningly, thinking that not killing a guy and not picking up a stone. But I will keep a close eye on him, understanding the true value of the stone. He loudly announced that this stone, to be honest, cost more than 30,000 gold coins. I will pretend that he does not pay attention to it. The merchant continued that this stone was a real wealth, and the rich buyer could pay even 100,000. I will give you. Wishing to get the benefit, he asked for help with the sale of stone. The merchant promised to deliver him to Chonvon, where the sale will be the best. I will be aware of whether the merchant could buy a stone himself. Hearing this question, the merchant was a little confused. The fact is that he had only 10,000 gold because he was a simple merchant, but with his honor. I will agree to sell a stone for these 10,000 gold. The facial merchant changed. He was not a demon, but a real angel. The HO gave was also grateful for a comfortable journey and therefore sold a stone. The merchant proposed to mark the agreement and dine together. Jim was ordered to prepare them lunch. Hearing the hostess's instruction, Jim was carefully fulfilled. Merchants, counting the money, thought, did this demon have problems if he sells such a valuable treasure for that amount? Soon Jim was cooking pork with rice, adding a little spice. He brought spices, warning the young mistress in advance so that he could use them carefully. Jim apologized if he did not like the dish and asked not to be angry. I will lift a spoon with rice and tasted the first piece. He tasted every piece carefully, not believing his feeling. It was his first food in 12 years, and it seemed unrealistic. When Jim asked if he liked it, I said, Ho replied that it was not just delicious. It was perfect, delicious, almost incredible taste. Soon the merchants paid off the ladies for a jade stone. They can be said to give all their money, hoping for future benefit. After receiving the money, I will explain what they leave them, because many do not support his decision. He wondered where the nearest village is. The merchant in a trembling voice replied that to the north of Turfan, and there you can buy a horse. The merchant said that there is a market on the outskirts where he will be welcomed, if he said he came from them. They wished each other a good road. I will be about to go, deciding that it was better to travel to one. He told the cook to continue developing his skills. The boy was amazed because his cooking was first praised. However, the father was harsh because they were different. He explained that if they followed the lads of Ho, they would only be awakened. The world of martial arts is not predictable, cruel, and dangerous. My father remembered that even the boy's mother was a very dangerous person. Jim also knew it well without his father's words. I will go through the mountains to find the village. Soon he came to the village of Turfan. He noticed that the village did not flourish. However, there was at least one decent hotel. He noted that the place looked calm and quiet. Jim was knocking on the door of this house. When he entered, people looked at the dark silhouette of a stranger in surprise. One of the local residents felt fear looking at him. However, when he showed a silver coin and asked the room, the attitude changed. The man kindly greeted him. He was only interested in how many days the guy planned to stay, and asked if the food is included in the room. The young lord answered the affirmative, and he was soon taken to the room. The man began to describe the pros and cons of this number. He opened the door nearby and showed all the amenities. The room has even a built-in bath, a rarity here. The man added that if something is needed by the young mistress, he only has to say, I will ask HO scissors, then variable clothing. He bought it all for 1 silver coin. After a long time in the cave, the lads decided to relax. He enjoyed swimming in a luxurious bath. After that, he needed to tidy up and cut. Looking at the knife he was given, he took up the case. Thick hair slowly fell on the floor. He felt updated, ready for the following calls. I will decide to tidy up. He even decided to shave, trying to look neat. After shaving and bathing, he felt a slight embarrassment, as if he had discovered himself again. He has already forgotten what a healthy sleep is. He always dreamed of sleeping well, because the exhaustion constantly absorbed his body. He restored his energy in the lotus pose, perhaps through the study of the techniques of the magic clan. Even his cultivation methods have changed. It was not an evolution or innovation, but I will name it Dark Heart of Martial Arts, because it was born in the dark. He moved and slept, energy accumulated when his inner dark heart was activated. In a dream, he made deep sounds of relaxed sleep. He had a master who addressed him. He urged him to go to the volcano, saying that this test would show whether he will survive. Lady Ho said he would definitely come, but now is not the time. The next morning he woke up after a long sleep, renovated and rested. Entering the dining room, the hotel owner barely recognized him. The guy was surprisingly good. He promised that he would soon bring him food. I will ask Ho-Hawk how far to Chonggon, and when asked by the waiter why he wanted to go there himself, he answered boldly, "Why not?" I will explain that he was afraid of nothing. However, the owner warned him that it was dangerous, and heard about numerous gangs and robbers. These bandits attack groups on travelers or locals. Therefore, he advised him to visit the local market and stock up on everything. After all, you can find a lot of useful that will be useful on the trip. I will only ask HO whether it was possible to buy a horse, because he was absolutely needed. The market was filled with liveliness and noise. People came not only for purchases, but also for entertainment. It was possible to find a lot of interesting things, although everyone tried to attract the attention of the young mistress. I will give HO for one purpose, and the noise of the market seemed strange to him. After years in loneliness, everything around looked unusual and incomprehensible. He had only one goal, to find a good horse. Soon the chariot drove past him. Behind it was a stable with the horses he needed. It was here that he could find what he was looking for. I will go, however, to the canal market, looking carefully at each horse. He noticed one, cheeky in appearance, stallion. By force, this horse could cause envy from others. None of the horses could match this stallion. Other animals were afraid of him, and it was a sign that he came up with a young mistress. It was exactly the horse he was looking for. When he came closer, the horse immediately accepted it. I will look in his eyes and understand. This is the animal he needed. He felt that this choice was perfect, exactly what he needed. It seems that the horse also felt it. Their views met, and it was apparent that they were understanding. This spectacle was surprised by the merchant who first saw such an instant understanding between the horse and the person. It was evident that the guy liked the groom, so he immediately brought the saddle. This young man was exactly those who looked after the horse and knew his habits. If his horse appealed to him, he may want to buy it. The groom offered a horse for a low price, and I will give Ho-Ho it could pick it up. After all, this horse was the most wild in the whole stable, and it was difficult to tame. No rider managed to ride it, so the horse just added a hassle. But I will be bold and agreed to buy it for 500 silver coins. It's very cheap, he said, accepting an agreement. The groom set such a price, hoping for bargaining, but it did not happen that it was struck. He quickly received money without even deciding to ask for more. The groom had no right to demand more, even if it was a special horse. When I got in the saddle, the horse did not even allow anyone to touch himself. It seemed to be crazy. The groom announced that from now on this horse belongs to a young mistress. I will decide to call the horse Hukvi, which meant black soul. He sent the horse to the east, ordering to move forward. The horse had to move along a route that pointed out a new lord. He had to jump quickly, accurately executing the commands. Hukvi rapidly jumped across the fence in front of him. I will only ask for one thing, that the horse was jumping quickly and without stops. The horse emitted incredible energy that seemed to have awakened fire in it. He was kept in a long time, limiting freedom. The home I felt similar, because he was in captivity of loneliness. But now they have gained freedom together. Together they raced forward in search of new adventures. Having traveled the horse and leaving the village behind, I will move on. Looking around, he felt a sudden cold of fear. For the first time in a long time, he felt the smell of blood again. As he approached the place, he saw many dead bodies of warriors destroyed in a cruel battle. Their shape and signs indicated that these were the followers of the House of Poisonous Silver. They were beaten by a terrible fate, something unspeakably cruel. The bodies of the warriors were terribly distorted. With such wounds, no one could survive. It seemed that they were mocked ruthlessly, for no reason. I will look at their wounds, trying to understand whether it was a bandit. However, the cruelty with which it was done had no limits. The warriors lay on the ground with incredible damage. Moving on, he noticed a familiar face. It was Ugwan. I will lift him in his arms and tried to pay attention. Ugwan was still breathing, giving hope that he would be awake. The man turned to the ladies, explaining that the bandits stole his son, the same Jinabo. Having realized this, I will feel his heart engulfed rage. The grief prevailed around, and the bodies of the destroyed warriors were begged for help. The man pleaded with him to save his son, giving the last forces to this request. From his last breaths, he prayed to happen. If his son returns alive, he will never forget this salvation. These were his last words, and with them he left this world. I will look at his horse Hukvi, deciding that today they would follow the bandits. They will punish them for their sins, leaving no chance of escape. After the successful buzz of the bandits returned to their camp hidden in the mountains, deep in the wild, there was no limit to their surprise when they found a basket stone, a rare jewel that brings good luck and has impressive quality. If you collect all the treasures from the rich houses, even then you will not be able to estimate the true value of this stone. Its value exceeds everything they have ever gained, and no time is prey to this find. But one of the bandits asked what they would say to those who took away this stone. Other robbers, chewing meat, carelessly replied that they had warned those people and were already going to them. Like, if they are not there, what do they have to do? The man turned and saw in the dungeon of prisoners who looked like. The fat bandit looked at each of them with a cold look. It was evident that the captured people were desperate. One of them, Davan, with tears in his eyes, mentioned his father who received deadly wounds. The robber told his friend to extract this need here, hinting at the prisoners. He was clearly going to have fun. His colleague was pleased to support this intention. They are ready to do everything for the wedding of their boss. The robbers began to choose which of the prisoners would be pulled out first. One of them was with anger, why they were and what they did. You have already stolen us, at least the bullying is stopped. We have nothing valuable, he continued. The robber boss addressed the brave. If he still does not understand what he is waiting for him, now he will see. However, the brave man had already seen a lot and tried to understand what he would do with him. The robber boss was coldly informed by captives that buyers would soon arrive here, and they would be sold as slaves. This idea of inevitably slavery imprisoned their souls by icy fear. But for entertainment, the boss decided to give them one chance. He threw 2 swords under his feet, forcing him to choose between life and death. The boss chose 2 to fight against each other. The winner will gain freedom. It was an incredible cruelty, the embodiment of ruthless savage. The boss announced that the winner will receive freedom, and the victorious would be waiting for the inevitable end. Now there is one question. Are they ready to fight? One of the men began to shout that he should fight. He would not allow himself to die. He remembered his family, children, wife, and decided to survive at any cost. His colleague did not understand where such a passion came from. But this man clasped his teeth and exclaimed that he would not die here, under any circumstances. He took the sword in his hands, promising himself that this fight would be his chance to return home. He exclaimed to the enemy, urging him to lift his sword and fight for his life. But his friend could not lift weapons. Tears blinked his eyes. He could not fight a friend. A robber hangs over him, threatening that if he does not take the sword, he will die in place. The man seemed to be ready for everything. Even to death, he already didn't care. Those who watched this sight of the dungeon were amazed. They saw real beasts. The robbers made the unfortunate people fight against each other only for their own entertainment. Life was at stake. One of them could return home, and it was just awful. This man, standing before the threat of death, finally took the sword in his hands. Despite his fear, he gathered with the spirit and prepared for battle. The robbers began to bet on one of the prisoners. One of them was certain that the victory would be old. They raised their rates, wanting to prove which of them is right, and that one of the captives certainly loses. Both warriors looked into each other's eyes, saying goodbye and apologizing to each other. One of the men lifted his sword over his friend, swung and exclaimed that he was fighting because he was waiting for his family. Despite the advantage, his opponent was able to block the blow while continuing the fight. Overcoming the pain, he suppressed his emotions, kept firmly, blocking the blows, and asking a friend why he did so. He apologized again, saying that he should continue to fight because he has no choice. It looked silly on the side, and how it turned, it was incredibly sad and absurd. The boy made himself for not being able to fight, remembered his father who died, and now should fight a friend. It became a nightmare. They fought not for life, but for death. Their rage grew to a terrible level, as if all the dark forces were awakened in them. They are ready to use the last forces in the face of death. Despite the bloody wounds, they continued to fight without surrender. One fights to go back to the family, the other because of the betrayal that caused him pain. Finally, the sword finds himself in the body of one of them, breaking through it. Anyone who has struck himself for what he has done. The prisoners from the dungeon understand. It's not just a nightmare, it's a real hell. A person who has just fought with a friend standing, watching his fall. He sees a friend breathlessly falling to the ground. Leaning over him, he apologizes and asks forgiveness. The robbers laughed, satisfied with the sight they arranged. They were comforted by this cruel spectacle. However, for their leader, this battle was boring and did not arouse much interest. Soon the robbers began to arrange new rounds, choosing now stronger people to please the chief. They were looking forward to the next battle, seeking new entertainment. The robbers evaluated which of the prisoners was worthy to enter the arena. One of the prisoners asked to let them go, wishing to avoid this fate, but his friends forced him to silence, deciding not to fall into such humiliation. The robber chose the one who looked the most frightened, pulling him to fight. He was opposite his brother Devan, preparing for a tragic duel. In his opinion, one proximate cry was heard, if he was not chosen. The robber looked closely at a guy who was clearly scared. Genbo hoped that he would not be elected for battle. He was not ready for such tests of fate. However, robbers needed entertainment. They, according to the old scheme, threw the swords with 2 elected soldiers. If they want to live, they should fight. One of the chosen refused to fight for their pleasure. The robber reacted grossly to this refusal, asking how he dare. Both prisoners decided that they would die better than they would have chose for them. The robber told the chief about the situation, asking what to do next. After all, the prisoners seemed to begin to forget their place, and these 2 dared to give up. The boss viewed them with a mockery, considering them courageous for such a refusal. He ironically repeated what they brave if they refused to fight. One of the men stated that it was inhuman to force them to kill loved ones. He refused to fight, even if he was at stake. The robber boss asked Cheat whether he would not fight at the cost of his life. Any other in your place would be fighting for your life, and you are not, the boss said mobily. The robbers, watching the stubborn prisoners, were waiting for the boss to do with this rebellious guy. One of them even put that the boss would kill him with one blow. The other put that the boss would beat them until they die. The boss, with a cunning look, said coldly that if they do not want to fight, they would have to die. With one mighty blow, he knocked one of the men off his feet. The boss considered them void for not having obeyed him. His people were amazed by the force of blow, which he demonstrated his power. The man who refused to fight flew away, hitting the ground. He coughed with pain, feeling the consequences of a cruel blow. The boss continued the mockery, lifting him for his clothes, preparing a new blow. Wagening his fist, he reminded that everyone should know their place, and the courage is only punishable here. The cheek struck the boss just in the face, depriving him of his support. His friend, watching beating with tears in his eyes, pleaded with the boss to stop. But the other robber put his sword on his neck, stating that if he does not want to die right now, he should be silent. The boss continued to ruthlessly beat defenseless people, showing his cruelty. He forced them to fight and suffer in the eyes of other prisoners. After beating, he threw a mutilated body in front of a friend as a terrible warning. People in the cage watching it realized that they were in real hell. The pain for the dead comrades was boundless. It was really a horror. The gang boss looked at those who could dare not to obey his orders. He noticed fear in their eyes and realized that they did not even dare to resist now. The captives silently, staring at the void, not dreamed of talking. Their views were filled with fear and hope that this time they would pass the choice. The boss ordered the fat from the cage. Genbo understands that it is about him. The robber, grabbing him for his clothes, began to pull out, ignoring his pleas for salvation. He did not pay attention to no requests. "A fat pig, you want to live. You have to fight," coldly told him. The boss ordered Genbo to kill the beaten guy lying before him. Genbo, barely holding back tears, does not understand how he can kill this person. The boss brutally added that if he does not do it, he will die first. He threw Genbo's sword and hit him on his back, ordered to act immediately. The boss said his patience is not infinite, and for Genbo is the only chance. Calling it a bag of bones, the boss began to prepare for manipulation. Genbo closed his eyes when the boss took his hands and sent his sword. Despite his resistance, the boss forcefully managed his movements. He squeezed Genbo's hands, controlling the power of each movement. "It's all over as soon as you sword shrugs," the boss whispered. The beaten man looked at the sword who barely touched his neck. The feeling of death slowly enveloped him. The boss whispered Genbo that he copes well, but now you should add more power. Genbo was pleased to stop, but suddenly heard a strange sound that is unusual for the area. Everyone froze, and the boss, frightened, began to look around. Genbo, sweaty and frightened, realizes that he almost killed his friend. The robbers began to look frightened, trying to determine where this sound comes from. Their confidence swayed, and they lost peace of mind because of a strange noise. Although the sound was quiet, it acted on the nerves of each of them. Suddenly, a young man's silhouette appeared on the horizon, who rushed to them on a horse. The robbers wary of anticipation, ready to meet a stranger. The guy, a little sting, stepped his right foot on the ground, and the left negligently dragged behind. He walked, holding on his horse, and the sounds of his walking were spread throughout the valley. It was a young gentleman who came back here not just... He has long been waiting for a meeting with such scoundrels that they did not deserve life. I will calmly stepped on their territory, as if he had entered his possession. An incredible, almost demonic aura that pierced the space was spreading around him. His eyes were shimming with dark light that was remembered by the prisoners from the dungeon. They realized that this is the same guy whose look forces the heart to die. The young master looked at the robbers with cold hatred, not tolerated their existence in this sinful world. The robbers opened their mouths with surprise, seeing what boldness he came with. Their boss, seeing the boy, did not hide his astonishment and admiration with his confidence. All bandits had a throat from fear. It seemed as if the air around became more difficult. The boss froze, waiting for this mysterious young man to bring with him. He met many strong people in life, but now felt something special. For the first time in his life, the boss felt so clearly a foreign thirst for blood. Looking at the lad, he forgot about everything he did. Who is this guy? I will slowly approach, and none of the robbers dared to tell him a single word. When he came closer, some robbers tried to stop him. But looking into his eyes, their hearts squeezed out of fear so much that they could not pronounce words. They feared him like a wild predator. None of them could understand whether he was a man or a demon. The boss asked the guy, "Who is he at all?" The young owner turned to Genbo, who expanded his eyes with surprise. "I will order him to approach him." Genbo, with tears in his eyes, saw the gambled and was amazed at his mighty presence. But the bandit boss decided to take advantage of the moment. He put the sword on Genobo's neck and threatened that he would die if someone was moving out of place. "I will only repeat his order. Approach him." The boss brazenly assured that this boy would die if I will take at least one step, another step, and Genbo will lose life. He kept his sword firmly, realizing that he did not cope. After these words, the lads began to emit demonic energy. His hands were filled with incredible force. Each step destroyed the ground and burned the grass under his feet. His aura light was illuminated by the face of the boss, which was filled with horror. I will give Ho with a clenched fist. He rushed to the boss. His purpose was one devastating blow to turn this scoundrel into ashes. The huge figure of the boss, known among the robbers as a big bump, faced with the fist of the ladies. There was a powerful explosion from the collision, which spread around. Only the debris remained from the boss, and in a second it stopped existing. The fist of the young owner split it into pieces, turning it into dust. The loud sound from the impact almost stunned everyone, and the air around seemed to cut the sound waves. The robbers began to look around, struck by what they saw. At the place where their boss stood, there was only a clot of dust. They saw only the remains of his pathetic existence. It seemed impossible to them. Can one blow you turn the boss into a bunch of debris? I will say that they chose the wrong road. After the blow, the young owner turned to Genbo, asking if he was fine with him. Genbo approached, hugged him, and asked for a moment to close his eyes. Those who remained did not understand who destroyed their village, and asked who he was. The Ho-Ho Holdly answered their question. Who are you? One of the robbers, stretching the sword, exclaimed that he was a sergeant of Bloody Jobuk. Hearing the word bloody, the young master realized that they should not be ceremony. The sergeant stated that they were bloody beasts, the legendary robbers of these lands, and if I give it, they would allow him to leave. I will just smile, with irony responding to their words. The sergeant continued that his brethren were ready to pull his swords and make the boy die if he did not obey. They promised to show their strength because they belonged to the detachment of bloody animals. The robbers decided to take revenge on their leader and for being disturbed. A huge army of robbers with swords and cold weapons began to surround our hero. I will give Ho-Ho himself against the whole army, boldly went to the battlefield. Having gained incredible strength, he decided to go directly to them. Walking between several swords, he steadily stepped forward. When they began to swing the swords, the light of his aura blinded their eyes. The heads of the robbers were breaking and their teeth flew in the air. The red liquid began to flood the battlefield, forming a terrible picture. Soon all the warriors who were attacked turned into small pieces from his demonic blows. There is no doubt left of this devil's creature, which appeared in their camp. But it was unclear which of them was actually more scary, the young master, or these bloody beasts' robberies. The battle was filled with bright red blood colors. The young master of the lad, when he came to the camp, began to do justice. He turned these scoundrels into a bloody bath. Their cries about the mercy did not come to his ears. They did not hear the groans of those who were bullied, and now they got the same. Just as they ignored other people's pleas, I did not hear their requests for mercy. The sergeant, looking at the bloody massacre, understood. Before him a real demon. One of the robbers realized that they should stop this young man. But fear and horror paralyzed them, because they were on the verge of complete destruction. This young man did not just defeat them. He crushed everyone, leaving only the ruins. One of those who survived pleaded with Ho, and the young man turned to him. The sergeant, on his knees, asked forgiveness, assuring that this punishment was enough. He claimed that they had already paid for their crimes, and saw a real hell. The IDs made them to suffer as they considered cruel. A sore young master heard it and almost laughed at the irony. The sergeant continued with tears, not understanding that he was forcing this demon to do such a massacre. He pleaded and asked for forgiveness, but I will reply that forgiveness should not ask him. The sergeant, puzzled, realized what he hinted at. I will indicate Genbo, they say. Only that guy has the right to forgive them. The sergeant was past Genbo on his knees, looking at him. He pleaded for forgiveness for making a terrible mistake. The sergeant promised that they would do everything that Genbo ordered would be asked in any way. Genbo's friends reminded him that these robbers were responsible for his father's death. Memories of what they did with his father again awakened in him pain. The father defended his son until the last chaos. This memory caused unbearable pain in Genbo's heart. The sergeant continued to be pleading with him, swearing sincere repentance for himself and his detachment. He sincerely prayed for forgiveness, kneeling. Genbo turned back to them with his back without saying anything. Seeing this, the robber began to call him a greasy scoundrel, angry with the fact that their supplication forgiveness was rejected. The sergeant exclaimed with despair, "How can we call us after all this? I will grab this scoundrel for clothes," reminding that this is the true forgiveness. A criminal like him has no right to offend anyone. His life depends on whether this young man forgives him or not. He has no right to it, just as they did not have when they were bullied by defenseless. The young master asked the sergeant whether at least one of the prisoners were sparing when they were begging for mercy. In his last despair, the sergeant shouted that all of them were damned freaks. He promised that their patrons would definitely take revenge on the young master for being so with them. I will give Ho-Ho, looking forward to this retribution, began to accumulate power in his fist. His patience broke out, because this scoundrel was just chatting. With one blow, the ladies hoisted the sergeant into pieces. The sergeant's remains flew all over the field. His last blow, like an explosion of firecrackers, split this scoundrel, like a powder on the ground. Other robbers left on the battlefield rushed to flee. However, I will give Hao, as if hunting for mice, he began to catch them one by one. He destroyed them with his demonic blows, leaving no chance. Their cries about the mercy were never heard. It was a brutal, bloody bath, for which these scoundrels were fully paid. Finally, this terrible scene ended. Among the many dead stood the young master. Everything was over. There is no living soul among the bandits. No one understood to the end he is a demon or an angel. But what they saw left with them until the end of their days. Sir-wide merchants could not hide their surprise. For the first time in their lives, they met a person of such power. He defeated the whole detachment on his own, burning them as if the sand was dispelled in the air. I will go to Genbo, put his hand on his shoulder and said that everything was over. Genbo, with tears in his eyes, barely held back his emotions, feeling deep thanks for his salvation. The merchants finally came out of the dungeon, sorry and thanks to their rescuer. They realized that this young man saved them from slavery or death from the sword, and it was invaluable to them. The saved merchants felt that they were obliged to give the HO to all their lives, and did not know how to thank him. I will give Ho-Ho's, having heard their gratitude. He replied that he was enough for him. He didn't even plan to save them, he just wanted to help this guy. But it happened that he saved them, so they sought to thank him. I will ask them just not to do anything. It was enough. He smiled, accepting their gratitude. Then he suggested that Genbo go with him. In response, Genbo named him Hen, his older brother. From that moment, Genbo left the merchants and went on a trip with the ladies. Soon the world was spreading the news that bloody beasts were destroyed, and none remained alive, and their leader Jah died. Those who crumble these bandits smiled, losing a valuable dog, which would no longer benefit them. Crows appeared at the place where the bloody animals were destroyed. They eaten the remains of these scoundrels. Suddenly, several people swung and threw objects in their direction. It scared the crow and they flew in different directions. Those who threw were the patrons of these bandits, who now watched how their remains tearing predators. It was now difficult to determine how many soldiers lies here. Looking at the chaos, they did not find any of the criminals, but it was important for them to find the answer at any cost. For them, the loss of Chief Don Jacques was a heavy blow because he was their dog and a servant. If they do not take revenge, it will become a large stone in the wheels of their clan. Then one of them noticed something brilliant and interesting. It was a quartz stone, rare and very expensive. It was unlikely to belong to Hawk. It was probably related to someone else. Meanwhile, our young master and his new friend found a place to rest and decided to have a snack. Janu burned the fire and began to cook. His father taught him to cook even with a minimum of products. A simple soup could save his life. For our hero, it was a delicious food, though simple. He was happy to eat, and could not help not notice the bowl he used for cooking, the only thing left over from his father. Suddenly Genbo fell on his knees, and the young master did not understand what had happened. The guy asked that he was taken with him to where the lad went. At first, the young master could not understand why he was so fervently asking. I will ask Ho-Hu asked why Genbo wanted to go with him, and the guy replied that he was his father's last desire. If Genbo really wants, I will decide to take him with him. They will go tomorrow morning, so you should rest. The guy thanked the Gave Ho, promising never to forget his kindness and stay true to him. They prepared a place to sleep by the fire. Genbo, remembering his father, promised to become the best cook in the world through tears. I will be honored, immersed in his thoughts. He was curious about future adventures. The next morning they went to the city of Hamil. Hamil was the last place before the road to Janwang. They decided to come here to rest after a long journey. The air in this city was different. Genbo believed that because of his proximity to Janwang. I will ask Geno not to be upset or think about the past. He advised him to look for new horizons, and now they need to find a place to relax. The young master sent his horse to the best stable. Then he went to the bar with Genbo. When they entered, they felt a strong smell of meat and ordered a room with food for two. In the bar, people talked about their problems. Someone complained about bandits, and someone was a bandit himself. Not so long ago, rumors went that all the bandits from the organization of Bloody Scoundrels were killed, but no one knew who did it. Genbo listened carefully. There were several new visitors to the institution. People paid attention to the beautiful girl who appeared at the bar. With the girl was an old man who prepared the best room for her. She looked very hungry and wanted something delicious. Sitting behind a chair, she waited for food, noting that the bar is noisy. The old man turned to the robbery at the bar, and they noticed his demonic look. Everyone humble, realizing that the old man was accustomed to the noise and fuss that surround him in every city. The girl also appreciated the city's atmosphere, deciding that it was a wonderful place to restore strength and relax. Looking at, she noticed a strange guy who seemed a little unusual. He also looked at her. The guy was sitting close enough, and the girl was a little discord. She was especially attracted by his eyes. She also noticed a full young man next to him. She asked them why they were looking at her. Maybe something is wrong with her face. Genbo starred when she suddenly turned to him. He just explained that she was very beautiful, so he detained his eyes a little. The girl thanked him for his compliment and asked how he was called. The guy introduced himself, and she noted that the name Genbo sounds good and original. She introduced herself as 7OK. Genbo, smiling, praised her name, calling him pleasant and sweet, and the girl smiled in response to his sincerity. The old man was watching her to keep her dignity, but the girl enjoyed the conversation, and Genbo caused her warm attitude. She was also interested in Genbo's satellite. I will try not to pay attention to the girl, but her words were a little embarrassed. For this girl, the boys looked quite strange as a couple of strangers in this bar. The old man persistently advised her not to be distracted and not to pay attention to others, but she felt that something was wrong here. He constantly reminded her of the owner of McG, who, when she saw her behavior, would hardly be satisfied. However, since the father was not around, she saw nothing wrong with it. But was this place really suitable for relaxation? The old man exclaimed again, claiming all the 100 that his words are true. This caused a little concern for the girl. Meanwhile, the ho-ho parked his horse in one of the yards. The cognac was resting after a long journey. I will leave her there, intending to return soon to give her a rest. He did not notice how someone came to him from behind. The old man suddenly appeared and asked if the young man was not accidentally here, but I did not understand what he was about. The old man raised his voice, declaring that he was not deceived. He sees well that he is not an ordinary person. The old man approached the young man with interest, noticing the muscles hidden under his clothes. He lived a long life, and it is difficult to deceive. He was convinced that this guy was a master of martial arts. The old man met many different people in his life. Many of them were broken under the burden of his wisdom and experience. But the appearance of this young man at first sight did not give him rest. The black eyes of the young man were reminiscent of a real swirl, hinting at hidden excitement. The old man was certain that someone who risen above others is like a high mountain. When he looked into the eyes of the young master, he even had his back. The question, "Who are you?" The guy calmly replied that his name is giving him Ho. However, for the old man, this name did not open anything. But I will not understand why it was so important. The old man explained that he came here not just so he wants to know whether the guy has a connection with one of the them, but I will not understand what it was talking about. The old man looked at his leg and noticed lameness. For him, it was a shame, having a lame leg. Even with great force, with such a leg he will lose balance and become chaotic in motion, the old thought. He realized that he was not the one he was looking for, but still wanted to ask for a service. If it is profitable for them, he advised him to think about everything first. No matter what happens in the future, the old man said, let his way go. The home I felt hidden energy in these words, as if a hidden threat. The next day he prepared, stopped at the hotel and ordered everyone to get together quickly. People began to bustle, in a hurry to depart, not to become a prey for bandits. The warriors laughed at Janobo, who carried his father left on his back, considering him a smile like a turtle. The young master approached Genbo and asked him to sit straight. He emphasized that as the warrior skillfully possesses the sword, so Janobo is successfully using fire and products, and should be proud of it. According to the Hoi, it is not important what others think about him. These words added to Genbo confidence, but he could not find his eyes 7. When Genbo remembered her, I will tell you that she had already left. I will be interested in why Genbo was upset. In a few days, they will get to Chambon. I will advise him to go without paying attention. There is a long and difficult way ahead of them. Janobo tried to catch up with the ho-ho all the way. The horse was hardy, and he looked well. However, as he climbed into the mountains, he felt extremely strong energy. This energy spread everywhere, as if the smell of blood had filled his mind. Genbo also felt this smell and realized that they were approaching something dangerous. When they arrived on the road, it was blocked. The road was blocked by the bodies of the dead, who were defeated in the battle. Genbo, looking at them, recognized the servants who worked in the Silver Stream estate. It was clear that they were attacked, but the question remained. Who did it? I will think that these people were like those who attacked Gino and his detachment. Maybe their allies. It seemed that the bodies were left specifically so that they would come across them. It was obvious that the scene of torture was in front of them. These people were tortured, beaten for a long time, and then sprinkled with salt. They suffered such a cruel interrogation that even the martial arts master would not withstand. Genbo was frightened. This world seemed too cruel to him. I will assure him to maintain calm and believe in himself. Suddenly, the guy felt a flash somewhere in the forest. Realizing that they were watching them, he said Genbo to mobilize quickly and follow him. He recognized these people and understood that they needed to hurry. At first, it was necessary to take some important steps immediately. The robbers watched them, noticing that they just went on. The maneuver with bodies was arranged only to evoke emotions in them, but they remained calm. The guy who carried such a threat seemed interesting to them. The robber could not believe that this young man had won all the bloody animals on his own. He thought that there were at least 10 people with him. He remembered the moment when he asked the wounded soldiers who destroyed Jock's detachment and received a response. Only one of them knew the truth. They reported that the guy was lame. At first, this scoundrel did not believe them, thinking that they were lying. But having convinced with his own eyes, he was amazed. How could a lame young man do it? The warriors waited for the signal to attack these guys. Their leader stated that this young man would pay for affecting their property. But first they should report to a mountain predator. Pulling the sword, he said that they would not lose anything if they first grasped the guy and then report. The leader addressed everyone, noting that they should go and grasp the scoundrel. Their detachment was located in a rough nearby mountain area, and they needed to signal. One of the warriors pulled the whistle and gave a loud signal. The sound dispersed all over the valley, and the whole group heard it. However, this sound was heard by the young master, I will give ho-ho. He realized that it was probably people from bandit groups. Genbo noted that they got into a difficult situation. They were blocked. Noticing the danger, Aisho ordered Jinobo to stay in place and not to push out. At the place where the lad went, there was an incredible, demonic red explosion. A bunch of warriors armed to his teeth appeared on his way, despite the numerical advantage. Their leader, with his eyes wide open, looked at it and could not understand how a whole group of people lost to one person. It was an incredible, incomprehensible phenomenon for him. He thought that information about this young man was just fictional, but now he saw with his own eyes that it was true. People did not know what to do. They could not remain calm and self-control from the powerful energy of the young man. If this continues to continue, and it will continue to break their warriors, they will only remain corpses. The Hod did not allow anyone closer, and anyone who was approaching with the sword could not overcome it. Those who came closer to him than a meter received a deadly blow. They could not oppose him. The young man destroyed anyone who was on his way. He did so with such coldness that even the barbarians did not believe in such cruelty. As if he were powerful dynamite, he broke their army into pieces. For them, he was a real demon that left behind only the body. The bandit leader saw many masters traveling through the Ganges, and many of them were not only warriors but also leaders. However, having faced this demon, he never felt such a terrible power. I will leave the leader to look at what had happened to his warriors, and asked why he killed innocent followers. The man replied that everyone has their own value. The man explained that in their world, these people deserved such a fate, and it was only part of the script. Their life or death did not have any significance, so they died. The home identity understood his point of view, but believed that their detachment was the same bandits that did not deserve life. The leader was difficult to agree with this directly. However, he understood that he would have to resolve this question. I will have warned that if they really think so, he would show them where their place is. Meanwhile, we delve into history. On the eastern slopes of the Tian Shan mountain raster is Sachon Sanyan, a place belonging to the Bagged clan. 3 years ago, the most powerful faction of the region united to resist bloodthirsty bandits, but was defeated. And since then, the bandits became the masters of these lands. Since then, they have been recognized as a fraction in Syndicate. The leader Sachon Sanyan, Ongonsan, wanted to know more about the Gen Chonsan group, but did not receive any information. He was worried because their people were delayed. The leader's advisor was convinced that nothing serious happened. The leader heard about the situation in the Tomb of Evil, and waited for the return of John San, who had to settle everything. The advisor assured him that after the return of the John the San, everything would be fine. They realized that only one detachment could be insufficient for this task. However, the leader did not want to reduce the ambitions, and was looking forward to returning his warrior with the detachment. Returning to the battlefield, the sounds of the swords spread the valley. I will deal with the bandit leader, as he did with his victims, proving that he deserves life. The bandit detachment saw what happened to their leader. Together they swung on the lads of HA their swords, trying to destroy it. The detachment was mobilized with all force, deciding to force the ladies to die. However, his lightning blow punched the body of one of them. The young man's fist went through, forcing the enemy to silence. He sent him to where their leader was already, and his fist struck his fist like a hurricane. Like a whirlwind, I will give the HO to all who stayed from the face of the earth. Looking at, he noticed a few more enemies. One of them noticed that the Lady Hoku opened his left leg a little. It was their chance to hit a weak place. This man gathered all his power, realizing that it could be his last chance. Even if he does not kill a young man, he may be able to hold his pressure at least somehow. Using the strongest sword equipment known in these lands, it causes a twisted blow. His sword is directed directly to the leg of the young owner, almost touching his body. Lady Hose sees it and reacts instantly. Rapidly jumping up, he manipulates air, leaving the enemy without a chance. The man realizes that his blow was unsuccessful. The lady's counterattack collapses on him as a massive stone. He presses him to the ground, forcing him to feel the power of his blow. The enemy disappears in the ground, being under incredible pressure. His body breaks down from the impact, flying in different directions. The enemy is defeated, broken by the power of the young man. I will pay him for the self-confidence with which he came to battle. We return to the old man, who, together with 7 OK, went to Senyan. They went to their leader, and the old man was wondering that they should find so important here. 7 OK noted that this place is unique, surrounded by huge walls. These were incredible fortifications, and they would fit perfectly to protect their possessions. The old man realized that high walls mean that there is something important here that needs protection. 7 OK knew that everything they were looking for should be here. They planned to explore this place and find what they needed. In the evening, the leader reached urgent news that should be reported immediately. They have come an unexpected guest who is constantly looking for a meeting with the leader. When asked by the leader who is the guest, the servant answered. He explained that a young lady from the group of Bloody Chishui arrived and wanted audience. The leader realized how unexpected her arrival was at this time. Even his advisor suspected that they may have learned something important. It could be dangerous if they learn more. The question is what to do. It is possible to eliminate it. This option seemed promising, but first you need to meet and understand what it knows and take action. The team was heard. Hold it to the guest room. Left alone, the leader thought deeply about this event. His thoughts returned to the Bloody Cheshui group and an unexpected visit. This young lady came at an extremely unsuccessful moment. 20 years ago, a prominent warrior named Su Man appeared, who became famous for incredible combat achievements and leadership qualities. All masters of martial arts that followed him called themselves a group of Bloody Cheshui. 5 years ago, when the bloody storm swept through the Heistan region, they did not interfere, and if they did it, Sachon Sanyan would not have what he has now. Now the question arises, whether the time has come when they get out of the shadow. This thought added some concern to the leader. He soon met a young lady with a bloody scratch. She was extremely pleased to meet him, considering this great honor, to see the famous leader Sachon Sanyan. The lady introduced herself as 7 OK, reporting that she was from the group of Bloody Cheshui, and congratulated the owner of the residence. The leader replied that I was glad to see her. As a sign of hospitality, she brought tea from her lands, which grows only on certain plantations. She gladly suggested to try the tea grown on the plantations of the owner of Sanyan. He, in turn, believed that this honor was a sign of respect for her clan. 7 OK raised a cup of tea to her lips and noted that it was a great honor for her to be the first to taste the drink. The leader noted that she did not even imagine all the importance of this moment. Her curiosity became stronger. However, she was warned that excessive curiosity could have unpleasant consequences. Meanwhile, the leader asked her father, noting that he would be glad to visit him, but had the responsibilities that restrained him. 7 OK respectfully told that her father said that if the Sanian leader was walking through justice, he could become the ruler of Sinian. Hearing this, the leader smiled, because the path of justice for him is the concept of blurred. She added that her father trusts him and has no doubt about him. The leader confessed that he did not feel worthy of such words, but promised to justify this trust one day. The leader asked if it was the only thing that her father passed through her. If that is all, he suggested meeting her father and doing what he promised. Soon in the residence, the leader ordered to prepare dinner and leave it for the night. It was a real hospitality from the owner, and she thanked for it. Our history reveals the meaning of confident steps that can destroy the stone walls. A twisted blow that always reaches its goal. 2 spooky movements, and in a moment everything was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Ginkon-san and his subordinates were defeated. All the bandit ties on these lands were completely destroyed by the young owner. Perhaps a shock from this event, but shortly after that, Genbo became very ill and they stopped at a halt near Hamil. Due to the heavy heat, Genbo lost consciousness and sometimes suffered from hallucinations. His eyes lost his live shine. He fought in convulsions, suffering from the bell in his ears. He lost consciousness again and again, not arriving for 3 or even 4 days. It was a real trial for Genbo in his youth. I will understand that he could hand over to the energy of Qi to accelerate his recovery. But his energy based on dark martial arts was too dangerous and destructive. If it introduces this energy, Genobo's body will not withstand, and it would break its internal arteries, so it was necessary to find another, safer way. The young man decided that he may have to go in search of a doctor. One of the grooms came to the ladies who spent all his life on the stables, but never saw such beautiful horses. I will thank him for allowing them to stay, especially given the illness of his companion. But what should I do when his friend is seriously ill? I will decide that he would look for a doctor and ask the groom whether there were doctors nearby. The groom replied that only endless meadows were here. There is almost no chance of finding a good doctor. The groom emphasized again that there is little hope, there is no chance at all. However, he mentioned the legend of Red Chesu, a monster who was seen only once, many years ago. Hearing this story, I will give you a horse, and went on the road. The groom told him that, having jumped through the boughs, he would see a red river. There the earth is so red that even the water looks purely red against its background. There then, Red Cheshwa is a pure fish monster, which is considered the best medicine. If you catch it and cook it, you can quickly put the guy on his feet, but it is difficult to catch it. The fish hides and ruthless to those who try to catch it. One such fish can reach 1.5 meters, about 3 meters long. To catch this fish, I first caught a duck. He decided to use it as a bait, because only myths go about this fish monster, and no one ever visits this river. First, you need to find the place of residence of this fish. When the young owner threw a duck into the water, the blood had to attract a hungry fish, and this way gave a chance to catch it. It seemed that it was not necessary to expect a quick result. However, literally in a second, this bait worked. The silhouette of the fish appeared on the water, flowing rapidly on the Red River. I will rush to her, trying to catch. It was a huge fish that grabbed its prey. It was attracted by the smell of blood from the duck. The fish had incredible size, and the young owner stopped for a moment to evaluate its scale. When she jumped into the water, a huge wave of its mass rose. If it is so large, then it probably has something alchemical that gave her the ability to immortality or longevity. But there was one problem. It seems that the fish noticed the lads, and now it decides that it would turn. Since the fish is too cautious, it is unlikely that it will just come to the surface. So you need to lure it, and most likely to get out of the water. Blood was the main factor that attracted it. But the young master no longer had a bait. If the fish responds to the smell of blood, he decided to use a knife to cut his palm. Blood drops were to attract it, and he began to drip blood into the water. He was aware that he had only one chance and dropped his hand into the river. Blood began to mix with water, creating an attractive smell. It was the only chance. If he misses it, the fish will no longer appear. Soon it became clear that she began to swim to him. He couldn't miss it. We returned to the knight Sachon Sanyan. The leader was aware that the Red Star was the name of the sword. This sword got to him with great difficulty. It has been 5 years so that he could take possession of him. He put a great effort and wealth to find it. And there was nothing in the world that he could not cut this sword that makes his owner the ruler of the Middle Kingdom. Now he is not afraid of anything, because nothing could stop him, the ruler of Junghausen. Soon the silence was interrupted by advisor Hausen. He was released by the ruler. Was something important that prompted him to visit? The advisor put his hands and reported. He reported that something evil happened with Gen Chonsan and his army. The advisor was convinced that they were killed, because it happened urgently. The head of anger struck his hand on the table. This new moon was not one of those who can just be taken and killed, but the advisor insisted on the truth of his words, understanding that someone dared to prevent him from, and killing Asana was a nonsense for him. First, you need to find the culprit, and if necessary, send people to whom the ruler spoke with contempt. But if they are sent, the bloody scratch will not stay away. For the head, it was an obstacle to be overcome in any case. They have already fallen a lot of suspicions, and there is no reason to be worthless. On the raft, the young owner felt the waves from this huge fish. She felt the smell of blood and went to her victim, which in the meantime was preparing for the meeting. Filling with dark energy, the fish jumped out of the water. Looking at the guy, she saw in him a wonderful prey. I will, in turn, took a spear made of wood and charged it with magical energy. With a powerful movement, he threw a spear, struck fish. After a while, he returned to the stable where Genbo remained. Soon the guy began to come after treatment. Until the end, he did not understand what had happened to him. He could not even believe Han's words that he had lost consciousness. I will tell him that the guy had not yet recovered and should rest. The groom was amazed that Genbo had recovered. But the guy himself went hunting for Fish Monster, and even took her inner alchemy. Although the groom was not very aware of the martial arts, He knew for sure that if the fish had an internal alchemy, it was an extraordinary mythical creature. This guy did not meet him with any logical criteria, but Genbo on the correction is already good. If the internal alchemy he took from the monster is really incredible, then probably the HO will face great difficulty. The groom asked the young owner to relax, promising to seek Gino for him. The HO was grateful. In the castle, Sachon Sanyan always prevailed life. Simo, along with the old man, went into the night cold air, which came from the peaks of Bogd. It was a great place, and if it belonged to bloody Cheshui, life would be left here. But the old man had long been suspected that the leader they were approaching could have been involved in everything. He was aware that the leader could kill him even before everything ended. However, it was too cruel assumption, because the girl was a daughter, not a son. The old man spoke these words, but began to write on the table, emphasizing that someone was watching them, thus hinting at the danger. Looking around, the old man began to be nervous, not understanding who could be. The girl showed that one observer on the roof, and the other outside the window. There are only two of them. Will he be able to deal with them? They didn't even say anything. Everything was passed to each other with gestures, trying to go unnoticed. They conducted a carefree dialogue, realizing all the consequences so as not to attract attention. Seven realized that she needed to sleep, and they said goodbye to each other. These people hunted them and already felt that they would not have problems with these two scoundrels. They needed to penetrate somehow, and while these people were asleep, to fulfill their insidious plans. But suddenly an old man appeared on the horizon. With a powerful blow, he struck one of them. The second he disabled, hitting him on the nape of his neck, making him helpless. When they fell to the ground, it became clear that the time came. Now it was necessary to act quickly and qualitatively. There was no time. They had to leave this place urgently to save their lives. When mobilizing their resources, they tried to leave the area as soon as possible. 7OK, along with his grandfather, hid in the forest. They went to the mountain. They wanted to look into a strange cave in the mountain. The warriors combed all the caves around and could not find them. They tried to be as careful as possible, because they were followed by the whole army. The old man, using his inner force, cleared the path. Right now, he takes sharp objects in his hands and is about to jump. At the moment, he jumps with 7OK. They prepare their cold weapons for battle. Warriors do not suspect that the old man in his years is capable of this. He holds a cold weapon in his hands, aims at his enemies. These items fly to the heads of warriors, and they are lightning directly into the heads of the opponents. 7OK noted that this style of throwing is worthy of its name. The selection of hundreds of souls with one blow. The style of throwing Suriken Hakon is the best of what she saw. She asked where they got and what was it for. The old man, being at the place where people worked in the mine, extracting something. Looking at this, all the doubts disappeared from his head. All these people who were here. Many people disappeared on the way to the Western Trade region. Some were already dead and some just disappeared. It looked like all the missing merchants and travelers were caught and thrown into this rock. The damage caused during the incident returns it to the Bloody Beasts sect. The people who worked in this mine were constantly mocking and forcing them to work, even when they tired. These warriors called people lasers. The ladies, looking at it, understood that, as expected, Sachon Sanyan was standing for all these disappearances, watching the nonsense of how warriors behave with these slaves, brutally traveling with them and forcing them to work under threat of death. Forcing them to wave the picks faster, they suffered strong fear. The old man understands that if Sachon Sanyan is really involved in the disappearance, then this is a great reason to punish him. They need to hurry immediately. Sachon Sanyan personally arrived to catch these rebellious children. He went out of the rock and turned to 7. Okay, what does she do here? He told her to stay in her beds, but she decided to come to the other end and find her death here. 7OK pointed her finger on those people and asked why they captured them, all that they were doing here for difficult things. Sanyan only shook his head, holding his sword. They had no choice, as he had. It was the only way to find a bloody demon. This understanding comes to the girl's head, and she realizes what they came to. The old man understands. What choice did they have? They are hypocrites. The leader looked at their faces and realized what they thought correctly. It is under this place that the bloody demon is located, which over 100 years ago was filled with blood the whole region of Sanyan. 7OK understands that he does something so disgusting because of this damn bloody demon. According to the leader, the word disgusting does not fit this situation. If the girl repeats it again, he will show her. From his vagina, the leader pulls a sword called Shindo Joksun, a favorite weapon of Bloody Demon. He recently found him in the Tomb of Evil. The old man understands how incredible weapons are. The scale is just the strongest in the world, and he cannot restrain his understanding of what happened. He only warned 7 OK to run as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Jean Wanvan Singen, who, while traveling, went to another horse from a stable, returned back to the stable with his companions. And when the grooms realized the true value of Hack-Gree, they decided to create the Hack-Hack-Guy estate to get the best pedigree. After completing their affairs, they made a great celebration on their return. Genbo returned alive and healthy and was able to show his culinary skills. He is about to feed them with something delicious. His sense of taste was getting better every day, and he no longer felt fatigue. People looked at this guy's talent and were amazed at what he was cooking. People have heard that he was an assistant chief, but he himself behaves like a boss. Soon the food was ready, and the guy was glad to make people happy, delicious food. This is his true path. Having tasted these beautiful dishes, unprecedented for their village quality, people acknowledged that this child is a real genius. The dishes smelled incredibly delicious and tasted just amazing. Genbo's meat made with hands was incredible and melted in the mouth. People and members of his family would eat his food every day, and this treat was simply incredible. With such skills, they acknowledged that he would not be lost among other Chengun cooks. At this point, the young master of the lad approached, looking at his horse. The groom asked him why he was wandering here. "I will not get used to the noisy parties. It is better to be alone." He was informed that his friend Genbo was cooking incredible dishes, but this guy knows that he should be the best cook in the world. The groom also thanked the Hao for the fact that, thanks to his horse on their farm, will be the best logs with the best pedigree. And all thanks to his stallion. He will do everything to thank the lads, but he does not see any material or value benefits. The groom does not understand why he does not want to take a fee, because thanks to him, they go leg with other farms. But for ladies, if so, he is just glad for them. But the fact is that grooms understand that if it has a heritage of a bloody horse, it will surely attract the attention of Hua Mountain and Sect Quanan. The young master, hearing the name of the Hua Mountain sect, paid attention to it. The grooms continued the story that they were sent to Changgun every 2 years to sell horses. It is the prosperous sect in recent years that is the Hua Mountain sect, and they can do nothing but trying to attract their attention. The young master, hearing only the name of the Hua Mountain sect, could not contain his emotions. Walking through the stable, the groom told about the old dragon, returning to the story of the most promising master of martial arts in the world. People from Chanvan called this area blessed. All because this place was a center for 9 talented personalities. The best warrior Ginmuna was raising shamans with all his care and incredible effort. Shaolin warrior Sochkon is another prominent representative of martial arts. The world known in the world from Mount Hua named Nada Jin. These are representatives of the martial arts of the old dragon. I will understand that Chan Munin is the title of leader, and now the elder of the Hua Mountain sect wears him. The groom knows a little about the students of the Hua Mountain. All he heard is that the young warrior Mugyeon rose to the rank of the old dragon, and their citadel became much larger than before. It seems to be the peak of the heyday of the sect, since the Hanghon was a Chang Munin. But the young owner does not fully understand why it is the masters. We return to the mountain where incredibly violent events take place. Mrs. Seemoff runs through the forest, heated from fatigue. She realizes that what happened is just incredible. He is very injured. She escaped from the camp on the mountain. She remembers the moment when Old Heck sacrificed for her. He warned her to run hard using the last forces in her legs. After all, she would not be able to compete even with the swordsman Yen Hasen. The head, holding the legendary sword of the bloody demon, said he was already late. The old man rushed forward against this incredible sword to hold him down somehow, and she had to escape. After crossing his swords, the head shouted to the old man that he would not have. After all, if Yen Hasen lifts his sword, his aura will eclipse everything. In the monastery of evil heads fly from the shoulders, and the power of this sword is simply incredible. Simuhim realized that the whole forest would tease the warriors who were looking for it. Looking at the warriors below, she knew that they needed to knock them down, though she was injured. In her thoughts, she apologized to Hekna and promised to return for him. The incredible number of soldiers hurried, because the girl could not escape far. In the footsteps of blood, they realized that it was somewhere nearby. They could not believe how she was able to escape with such a wound. This explained why she is the second in the dynasty of the sect of bloody animals. The question remains, if she escaped, what to do, because the situation is dangerous if she returns to the sect. They have to get rid of it at any cost, whatever it costs. After all, now as long as their leader has a sword of Hulma, if the leader has mastered the technique of sword possession and secret techniques of Hulma, none of the 9 large clans will be terrible to them, including bloody animals. With this plan, they must win time, because if everything goes to the scrapes, the consequences will be incredible. Soon, one of the warriors who know the terrain realized that there should be a farm nearby. The advisor realized, If there is a farm, the girl could hide there or take a horse. If she walked along the trail, their plan flies. Everyone should go on the trail, find a farm and a girl as soon as possible. After a while, the girl, walking on the trail, with pain in the eyes and body, she came across a farm. Although she did not know where she would come, numerous horses appeared in front of her. She realized that it is wonderful. You could hide. She approached one of the horses and began to settle it, though he rested. She asked him to be quieter and not delay. He should go with her. After all, the fate of the Sinyan region was completely dependent on her, and she begged the horse to help. She sat on him soon, and it was great. "A good girl," she whispered with a jumping jump, trying to reassure him. The groom, returning to the farm, saw how an unknown woman was picking up his horse. He shouted, "Who are you that the hell you take?" She explained that she had a problem and asked to temporarily give the horse. The groom shouted at the whole yard that a thief appeared on their farm. Someone tries to steal his precious horse. Simeon realized that she was a real mess and did not know what to do. Soon numerous men gathered around her. It is unacceptable for a groom. If there is a thief on the farm, he will deal with him. The 7 begged them to understand, apologized, but had no time to explain. They should go away. But these people looked after the horses and were not going to retreat. "What a shameful thief!" one of the strong men exclaimed. But the girl begged him to retreat. The groom repeated that she could not just leave, saddling their precious property. The girl explained that she would compensate all the losses later, but there was no time. Taking a horse, she understood that the safety of the Sinyan region was first and foremost. So she asked everyone to leave in a rude tone, forced people to stand up, moving on a wild horse. The peasants realized that she was real crazy. Without choosing, she rushed at them, screaming to be careful. And as soon as she saddled a horse, a ray like a light arrow, she flew straight to her head, and she could not dodge. This ray pierced her hat, almost removing her head from her shoulders. The arrow flew past the head of the hostess Simomi and hit the tree, punching him. She looked at the fact that she almost died because she could not react quickly. And the warriors surrounded her and were not going to let go, because there would be no mercy for her. They quickly caught up with it, and it is not clear how they followed it. The warriors surrounded it on all sides, and the grooms did not know what to do. One of them said that Sachin Sanyan had suffered great losses, and it is better for her to go with them without resisting, so as not to create big problems in the future. Simov shouted that she would not go with them for any money or for anything in the world. But the advisor of the ruler realized that she did not want to be in a good way, and then he orders his soldiers to take her with all the honors, and they sharpen their swords and attack her. The girl becomes his feet on the horse and pushes away from him, holding her sword. She is interested in what happened to the old hack, but if she wants to know, the warriors suggest that they give up and not create problems. For her, these words sound like funny. She is not going to let them mock people knowing what they have done. The hostess sweeps one warrior and strikes him. And then, the warriors accused her of even spitting their people's lives. And she is a real heartless woman. In his turn, Simam, waving his sword, gets to this witty man and advises him to think better about himself. And the battle flaws an incredible way on the field of a groom, who realizes that it is a mud warrior. And if it is true, they do not understand what trouble happened on their earth. So they need to quickly pick up their people from this place, because these scoundrels will cut everyone in their path. One of them looked around and noticed that there were many witnesses here. His warriors will take care of all this. After all, these witnesses do not need anyone, and they will not go far. The Konyuka warriors were not guilty of anything. They just didn't know what to do when these armed creatures attacked them. Sanyana warriors began to destroy everyone on their way. People began to flee immediately, because if they remain, everyone would die. Understanding this, Sanyana warriors shout to them that if they do not escape now, then they all end. One of them could not escape from fear, and this warrior was crushed, recognizing that it seems not his day today. Well, for an unhappy day in the village, it is some kind of extermination of ordinary peasants that cannot even counteract. One niece sees her grandfather simply destroyed with one sword. The groom looks forward and sees that the girl could not hide. She asks the warrior who approached her to spare her. She is not guilty of anything. In turn, the groom ran up to her and began to defend, because this girl is in no way guilty. How they dare! Let them stop! Looking around, Simohim looks that it is just incredible. She asks them to stop them all. After all, these people are in no way guilty. They did not touch anyone, and they do it with them. And from afar, the groom looks at his niece and just can't hold back his pain and can do nothing. One of the warriors, holding his sword, does not even tremble from what he will do now. He just asks to blame the woman who brought trouble to their village, and he called it misfortune for them. The girl is convulsively tremble with fear, even before the sword approached her. But she has already said goodbye to her life. And then suddenly they heard the roar of the earth. The roar of the chromium foot began to appear around. The demonic energy cut the sections with these soldiers and stopped them. The suffocating aura rose above the battlefield and forced everyone to stay still. With fear in the eyes of Sanian's soldiers looked at this guy. The sound of his steps made the heart of one of the advisors of the leader to die in horror. This boy is incredibly strong and they couldn't help but look at him. He approached the niece and to the warrior who wanted to make this senseless pranks. This warrior trembled, but kept his sword and asked not to approach him. But he didn't care. When he came closer, this warrior rushed with his sword at him, and the red liquid overshadowed all the space and fell to the ground from the impact of the ladies. Saniana and ordinary peasants saw an incredible power in front of them. This young man with one blow directly in their eyes collapsed a strong warrior directly in the air. They could not believe it is like a dream because it is impossible. After all, this warrior is a completely different level, and they asked him not to approach. The elder, the advisor of the leader, has already seen people like him for a very long time, and this guy is incredibly strong. Their leader called that they were Sachin Sanjan's warriors, and came here to grab a woman and want to just pick her up. I will give ho-hos to hear these pathetic words. He does not believe in any word. Take it, you say? This man continued that the woman made a sin against the great Sachon Sanyan. If I will allow them to go peacefully and solve the problem in this place, then they will just take it away and leave. I will listen to their words and realize that they began to be afraid after what they saw, and want to say that they wanted to go after they were crippled and killed so many people in this village that they were not guilty. They are real liars. The warriors felt this deep and hoarse voice, as if it sounded from the abyss of this person, and people did not compromise. He is just incredible. And he is exactly crazy if he underestimates Sachon Sanyan's army. I will turn to these scoundrels, possessing his power and flashing it. If your ruler Sachon Sanyan is so great, then let him come across him in battle. The advisor understands that you need to go to attack and kill this scoundrel, and orders its soldiers to attack. They have to raise their swords and attack him and kill him from all sides. But the guy, without holding back his rage, begins to fight. Against the incredible number of soldiers, he begins a cruel, bloody bath, forcing them to pay for his actions against ordinary people. We return to Mount Bagd, Eastern Tanshan. The head of Sachon Sanyan receives news that something happened that it needs rapid attention. After all, they found what they had been looking for a long time. They found the same bloody demon who had been looking for so long. Sachon Sanyan realizes that he finally has a bloody demon. And to the question where his advisor replies that they took him to the temple near the Cave of Evil. His subordinates will bring him at dawn. But the head realizes that it is not the case, and this time he will leave himself. The next day in the temple, which was near the legendary mountain, the Sachon Sanyan temple, where the same legendary artifact was brought, the warriors leaned and waited for the head to do what he came here. It was a bloody demon that many legends went. This sarcophagus felt the incredible energy that came from it. And then Aljan Sanyan asked about the workers that they all now rest in the tomb of evil. The leader acknowledged that he would not receive anything useful from those worthless idiots, and let him take care of them for dawn. But there was a very important nuance. Whether they caught the girl at all. And he was told that since the commander-in-chief went in search, they are waiting for good news. Sanyan understood that they needed to catch a girl so that they did not happen. Because if the bloody creature sect would intervene, the end would end. And let the teams wait. Something will happen suddenly. They should be on the check. Starting near a large demonic Seunduk, Lana repeated to himself that it was fate from the beginning. The perseverance of the bloody demon should belong to him. No one knows so much about him how much he knows, and he knows everything about him. His personality, tastes, and habits. The bloody demon will never allow you to just open the sound. In order for him to allow it, he will get his name because his path is covered with blood. Because of this, you cannot even think about mastering persimmon with a bloody demon until your hands are washed with blood. He pours into this sarcophagus an incredible amount of his blood. Laughing, he repeats that let him drink as much as you like, and light begins to penetrate his eyes. On all sides of this sarcophagus begins to appear light. The head looked at it and understood what finally worked. And near this sarcophagus there was something, open soundu. Open Harimus lay objects that were unclear to him. Although incredible energy came from them, there was a book and something like an apple. One was written, Bloody Demon, the Jin Ken book, and it was the same secret book that was inaccessible to anyone. And now she appeared in the hands of the head of Sachon Sanyan. And it turns out that he still has an elixir of divine power that goes with this book. It was even better than he could imagine. They even prepared an elixir for humans to inherit the bloody demon. He immediately swallowed her and felt this power. He was not even on his own for a second, and his stomach twisted so that he almost died. He falls to the ground, holding his stomach. The pain penetrates it. There was such a feeling that his stomach was pierced by a burning blade, and his body began to penetrate the hellish flame, and it seems to flow through its veins. Due to the incredible amount of energy, the head felt that he would not stand, and in a few minutes, if he used this force, his head would explode. Looking at his body, he sees that the bloody demon is a real creature, and he began to shake the body of this man, tearing and filling him with his power. The whole temple enveloped the incredible radiance of energy, and we returned to the battlefield. I will fight with the army, using deceptively simple attacks and steps. The warriors who collided with the lads became soft like rubber dolls. The piercing blow of the lady's HO became at times stronger, and Sachon Sanjan's warriors felt that their attempts were not more than meaningless. His blows, like a billion fireworks, were reflected from man to person and washed with blood, and in a moment, every attacker was rejected by a rapid storm. Only one view of the limbs in action was terrified by anyone who at that moment, in a failed coincidence, was on the farm. Simeon looks at this guy and admits that he is a real devil. How can he so easily kill people? After all, the incredible elite troops of Sachon Sanyan were defeated in the blink of an eye, and their commander-in-chief of the army Sachon San remained only one, and he asked not to approach him, and if the guy kneel and raises his hands, he would spare him. I will look at him and ask, what is so special in them? This commander-in-chief said that the great center of the Sanyan region is not all. Their authorities extend to Shanvon himself. So, if the guy attaches Sachon Sanyan, then only death awaits him everywhere. But the young lord does not understand. Well, what? The commander-in-chief continued. If he understands what it is about, then he should let him go and just forget that such an incident was. The home looked around and heard that the girl was screaming near him. She said that it could not be released in any case. When asked by a guy why, she said that this scoundrel abducts people, crosses the plains and sends them into slavery. Simeon told the full truth. So many people have not seen in slavery, even on the mountain of Bod in North Tanjung. All those who stole people were they. If it is their hands, then her father Jinab was killed by their hands. This meant that these guys were real devils. The commander-in-chief understood how difficult he was in a difficult situation, but too late to convince him, because he shouted that I will not have a reason and a major problem for them. He had nothing left but to escape from here and report the mistress. Looking at a guy who is lame on one leg, he doesn't believe that this cripple uses Nansgon reception, and even if he does not kill him, he wins time for escape. He hoped for this commander-in-chief and wanted to use the technique to escape. The commander-in-chief of this army takes 4 slices and throws them towards the young mistress. They penetrate the air and target it, because this warrior used the art of possession of slices. But all his attacks were repulsed by a young mistress who rushes to meet him. Taking his strong hand for his clothes, he twists in the air of this commander-in-chief, and using its extraordinary force, breaks it into the ground, forcing it to spread like a sand. At the place where the guy put this commander, an incredible wine of great depth was formed. And this warrior, feeling the incredible power of this extraordinary person. By the way, he lost the memory of warriors in Sachin forever. The bloody bath happened, and the silhouette of the young mistress was flooded. Simeon has never seen such strong people and such cruel people. People from stables did not understand how in general a person could be so easily and strongly killed. This guy is a real monster. He is incredibly strong. And at that moment their skin was covered with ants that made their way to the bones. They understood that the Gave hosted them, but he scared them. This boy is not just a devil. He is an extremely strong person who can even be legend. And when I will turn around, he saw a lot of frightened people, who looked at him and saw that he was completely covered with the blood of their tormentors. The Sepiem came to him, and she needed to explain something. Young Lord gave his teeth because she could not stand why this girl came to this village. But she had no choice. She needed a very strong horse. The young lord asks her. She knew that she was haunted by the heads, but the girl repeated that she had no choice. But what does it mean? There was no choice. These words should be explained, and she explains that he is obliged to protect a peaceful life in this country. Lady Hose asks only, why? Is it more important than the lives of these people? A 7 with tears in the eyes and an open face says that she is very sorry that it turned out. But the fact is that the victims for peace in this country would not be avoided. And she asks for the help of the lads, as his strength can help stop Sachon Sanyan. And she asks for the peace of this country. I will give you all the strength to apply a slap to this girl, saying that it is wrong. People have opened their mouths wide with surprise. The 7 recovered after the stroke and said, I apologized. I will give you to people, saying that at first she will have to apologize to all the inhabitants. She, crying, says that the fate of this country lies on her shoulders. But the guy does not think that the country is worth the lives of all these people. Simohim does not understand how he can speak so. But it was clear that she was lost, and he says to his friend Jimbo, "Already you?" He asks to bring horses to leave from here. When the horse was in his hands, he expresses gratitude to the residents for doing them, but the groom was very concerned. After all, Sachon-sanyan is very influential, and if he decides to compare their land with the farm, and the guy just said they would not compare. The groom seemed very high. Lady Hose spoke to his friend that they were departing immediately. But where do they go? In the same city of Chonvon? I will tell him that their path had changed a little. After all, they go to Sachon-sanyan to solve some important issues, and approaching their main fortress. The guy passed by their guard. The warriors were guard because the Lord ordered no one to let. But suddenly something appeared on their way, and all the guests had to arrive only in the morning. Who is this man, and what does he do? Why does he go directly to them? The fact is that this young man radiated an incredible aura, and only scared it. And for warriors who have never felt such a power and such pressure, it was scary. They ordered everyone to stop, those who went to them. The fact is that this is not a permanent yard, so let the guy be introduced. Young Lord addressed these warriors and asked, "Is this Sachon-sanyan?" They confirmed him this information and told him that it was not a permanent yard, so let him come at dawn. "I will give Ho-Ho," getting off the horse. He said, "If their mistress is here, then let me come to me." The warriors reported that he did not accept any uninvited guests. And then this warrior with a lame foot begins to go to them even closer and closer. And the warriors do not understand how this guy can be dangerous if he has a lame leg. I will say that if they do not bring him to their leader, then he will come to him. This man replies, "Such a trifle, how are you?" says such words. Give Ho-Ho by smiling at these words. Applies a devastating blow that breaks this warrior into atoms. The walls of the incredible structure of Sachon-sanyana moved. Together with the ruins in their gate, the warriors did not understand what was happening. As if a hurricane went into their territory, and he began to destroy their protection and hit their head of the detachment with one blow, turning him into a dead soldier. The warriors thought it was a basis, and perhaps this young man stole their animals, and it was evident that the enemy was attacking, and it was necessary to beat the bells. The alarm is distributed throughout the building, and the warriors did not believe that they had destruction in the territory. They shouted to this scoundrel, "Who are you the hell such?" I will only say Ho only. Where is their head that manages this city? The warriors told him that now there was no head here. If this person attacked Sachon-sanyan, then he cannot go. Elite warriors attacked him with their daggers, and they did not even let the boy think about evading their swords. And hitting his sword on it, they noticed that he should die. But why did their swords so just bounce off his body? They did not understand that this is the devil here. After all, I will go forward and broke their warriors on a piece. They just stood under the pressure of all these bloody blows. And all attempts to pierce him with a sword were just in vain. He just stood and looked at when they were already finished. But the warriors, seeing his strength, asked, "Don't come closer." Lady Hosu bathed in his demonic energy and could break anyone with one blow. His eyes were filled with the fury of divine technology used by the lads. To break into the main base of Sachon-sanyan, he used a penetrating fist and an attacking step of the demonic beast. And so the walls of this place reflected the piercing sounds, as if the rolled thunder, after which people fell and flew like a fallen coin. The best blanks held by Sachon-sanyana's people were like branches against ladies, and he cut their attacks like an axe, which cut the twigs on its way. After a while, many soldiers were defeated, but new victims came to their place, and this place turned into a bloody bath. And, seeing this result, which led to the fact that all the warriors were lying on the ground, the guy asks, "Now, maybe you will start talking to me? Where is your head I was looking for?" One of the warriors who survived after this chopped pointed to the Mount of Bagged. Young Lord understood that he had heard something like that. If he is on the same mountain, then they are on the way. In this temple, where there was the head of Sachon-sanyan, the head acquired the force it received from the bloody demon. After drinking the elixir of divine power, he received an incredible power, and she took root in his body. The elixir gave him the opportunity to study and master the forgotten techniques of the ancient art of the bloody demon. And in return, John Hansen survived hell. His muscles were torn and growing, and then in a circle again and again, 1,000 times in a row. Each bone in his body changed and rebuilt, forcing him to fight all night in agony. But ultimately, his whole body has become unprecedented with strength and incompatible with human endurance. And having this power, he felt fine. His muscles were felt as if they were from iron, and they were 100 times more flexible. And now this sword recognizes in him a real master, and now he feels the true power of this blade in his hands. Now he can destroy the mountains and cut the heaven. He cannot wait for the moment to test his force that explodes in his body if he does not release it. Fortunately, he knows one place where he can release the inner devil. And after a while, the Lord comes out of this temple. Asked, where does he go? The man replies that in the tomb of evil. When asked by his warrior why he does it, the leader did not answer. After all, he got such force from a bloody demon, and he must pay him that he loves the most. Blood. We return to the ladies of the Ho, who by his power destroyed all the soldiers in the castle. The reinforcements soon arrived and saw that one guy had made such a mess. Looking at who opposed him, our hero analyzed who these guys were. They saw the devil in it, because this guy cited such an incredible chaos in their territory. But fortunately, all the members gathered here, and probably he should thank him for gathering everyone here. Hearing the word whole soup, the guy thought of him. And they had a reason and habit of using such a name, because they are known as the horrors of the desert. And under that name they sprinkled all the blood here. Young Lord heard about the horrors of the desert, and thinks that these scoundrels gather against him. The desert bandits were rumored to be destroyed by Sachon Sanyan and John Hassan, and were named. But they turned out to be alive and healthy and hide among Sachon. And when the HO will hear the name Hol Sapun, he asks that this is, but for the first time, someone ignored them. And they said to each other that we had a lot of free time. Because of this, such a little crisis began to ignore them. So they will use it as an opportunity to show their power again. And a great moment in the blink of an eye to destroy Sachon Sanyan. Then, when one of the warriors of Hampoon went straight to the young mistress, he asked him who he was. This man with a scar on the eye is called a champignon, and people around them realized that Hal Sapun was the devil's. They began to act again. And soon a cruel massacre would begin. People expected only one thing: whether these people could stop this demon who attacked Sanyan. This man with a scar on his face realizes that they came to Sanyan only because of this demon, through this man who gave them a turning point for their Hal Sapun to capture their influence. They were getting ready all the time and thought they would use combat line. And now they finally met a decent enemy. And they order everyone to stand in the position of thousands of souls. They direct their weapons to the ladies, forcing him to be frightened. They cut it into pieces of this line. Warriors support their mistress, and instantly activate their combat equipment, which should reveal the system of thousands of souls. After all, the thousands of souls is a combat chic, which is used exclusively against elite soldiers. This system uses hundreds of people acting as gears in the clock and can attack enemies mercilessly and continuously. The thousands of souls are not ordinary combat. It has a fairly high level of abilities and strength of each person in the detachment. According to the laws of the earth and heaven, each of them complements the other. But when the HO was left on the ground, all the energy released from the Shining lay on his shoulders. The incredible pressure that could easily kill any person in this world spread monumental. And the warriors on all sides surrounded him, and their cold martial art filled the air. I will give Ho-Ho's, feeling this tension, focused on his strength, and he began to radiate energy, planning to stop them. Using the attacking steps of the ladies and the piercing fist, he fell on enemies without problems and delays. The clogging and screams turned around. As soon as the shots of the HO reached their goals, the bodies of the warriors were destroyed under its pressure. Maybe I am not a person, maybe I am a real monster. But the life I have chosen is not my end. I have no regrets, says Ho-Ho. And it doesn't matter to him, which will be the perfect sheik. The number of people in the detachment for him does not matter. A maximum of 6 people in the detachment who need to be killed immediately. Even if you divide 200 by 6, it is 34. And all in order to destroy them, you need 34 repetitions of its strokes, and it is easier to count. This is how the thousands of souls of the legendary power were destroyed. The warriors were deprived of their lives, and their swords did not reach the target. But I will not even receive HO without a doubt. And one day 6 swords fell into the body of the lads. And when joy and pleasure were reflected on the faces of the warriors, the back was bent sharply like a beetle. The guy used the Hemguja technique, which was inspired by the body of the beetle, which was reflected from the Mantis. Law Ho has developed his protective technique, which was equivalent to an incredible shield. And the attacker's face changed in an instant when colliding with such a powerful person. Soon the Sanyan leader approached the cave of the Tomb of Evil. He kept his legendary sword and looked at what was happening. At the entrance to the cave, his warriors safely congratulated him. The leader generally likes this place. He likes the smell of cheese. Simple merchants who were stolen into slavery looked at this leader. Hekno, an old man, was mutilated and lay on the floor after many serious injuries. He appealed to John Hansen, the leader of Sanyan. How did he at all have done such atrocities? And is he not afraid of the anger of heaven at all? Sanyana's leader asked, "Where are those people who believed in these heavens?" The old man told him that the bloody creature sect would soon be here, and he would regret his words. But the leader is the main question. Who else will regret them? Because bloody creatures have once fought with him. But now he has a persimmon with a bloody demon, and he has no living soul that could stop him. And then the old man realizes that this scoundrel finally found a bloody demon. Pulling this sword, he replies that the bloody demon left the elixir of the divine power to his receiver. And thanks to him, his strength now equated with him. And now with such a heritage, he has distinguished several amazing factors. Johnson's blade can strengthen the carrier. It absorbs someone else's blood. And then he used this blade to drink another's red liquid that spreads on his sword. The bloody demon was a real genius and made such amazing evil weapons wonderful. The old man, looking at it, realized that this scoundrel went crazy. And if so, the world would cover darkness. This scoundrel began to mock simple slaves directly in this cave, filling his sword with blood. This blade absorbs all the blood from its victim to the last drop. For the old man who understood that it was the creation of a real devil. And he yells to all these people to run and they run out of here. This crazy questioned one sacrifice and wanted a friend. As this young man was about to kill them, they began to run in all directions. Instantly, one by one, like mice, this scoundrel caught his victims. Attacking each of them, he embodied his devil plans. It was a true madness, because John Hansen, known as a hero, which stopped the whole massacre, turned into an even larger scoundrel. And who would have thought that one day such a big man would turn into a monster? And it was simply unrealistic to stop him. And this killer decided to destroy everyone here. The leader did not see any reason why he should leave all the living here. The old man said one of these reasons, that in this cave are people in the end. Sanyan approached the old man and asked him, "Well?" Hekno asked to be merciful to people. But this young man explains that he was so patient for these people, and to talk to Hekno, and put sword on his neck. And now no one dares to tell me what to do. And at that moment he brings his devilish sword closer to the old. But some power stops him because he feels something. The incredible force is approaching him, and it makes him worry about it. After all, his sword began to respond very much to it, as an indicator shows the danger in its path. Sanyan stops and orders his soldiers to go and see what is happening. But they did not have time to check what happened, as some dark magic broke into the cave. Hearing this sound, the soldiers do not. They look around and notice some silhouette that moves to them. And this silhouette just destroyed their friend, which fell to their feet and broken lay on the ground. Then the young lord, "I will enter this cave." The sound of his lame leg appeared around, and the pressure that came from him filled everything around. "I will give Ho-Ho's, having solved some problems, came to the most important." The old man looks forward and realizes that he is the person he met before Sachon Sanyan. This guy was painted red with the blood of his enemies, and the legendary sword of the bloody demon begins to respond to this guy stronger and stronger, from how it comes closer, and then this leader asks him to call him. And noticing that the eyes of this young man were incredible, he told him that it would be better to introduce him. "But I will give Ho. If it is the head of Sachon Sanyan, he was glad to see him." The leader did not understand what this young man could have. "I will tell him that they finally met," and he began to approach him closer, and the tension in the cave grew. His lame leg, walking through the rocky cave, forced the earth to move. He, without any warning, pushed away from the ground, bouncing. He rushed towards a leader who suddenly did not know how to respond to it. Using his devilish sword, he blocked the ladies. The strength of this young man was so incredible that he was simply impressed to the depths of the bones from her. Soon a bunch of warriors ran to the leader's residence. When the connection with the Simo and Hekno was missing, then the bloody creature sect sent a search group behind them. And then they found a 7 on a farm that told them about what happened and the current situation. After that, 7 Savins sent warriors to Sachon, who had to hurry and arrive at the place on time. They looked at the huge mountain of Sachon Sanyan, and the mistress realized that there was a root of evil. Their leader did not understand how they were able to build a balagan in the region, and they seem to have decided to become our storage in our side, he says. 7 Kevinon argued that one day they would still have to remove them, and now they are on the territory of their enemy. They should raise the flags of bloody creatures. The cavalry should keep their lines and send the enemy territory to hell. Holding his sword, he wanted to invade their land through the assault and solve this unworthy problem on their way. The soldiers of the sect of bloody animals with all their cavalry column attacked the fortified fortress. During the attack, their troops were fully confident that they would ruthlessly destroy everyone who would be on their way. However, when they reached the main gate, They did not encounter any obstacles and were surprised by the silence of this place. No resistance did not resist, but as soon as they stepped into the territory, they saw that all the soldiers and residents were dead. The place was reminiscent of the horror scene. The mountains of corpses were lying everywhere, and it seemed that something incredible happened here. It seemed as if the devil himself had been here, and only the question remained: who could do such horror? In order to gather at least some information about what happened, they had to find at least one surviving witness. Simeon realized that only one person could do so, and that was the same young man. However, the detachment leader did not realize who she was talking about and asked her. In response to his question, the girl explained that she was about the person she saw, who saved her. Suddenly, one of them found a surviving man who was barely on his feet. They were rapidly approaching the man who kneeled, and the leader of the Bloody Animals sect asked him, "Who are you?" "What happened here finally?" he added with indignation. A wounded man with a scar on his face, though he was severely crushed, recognized the leader of the guild. The leader asked himself in surprise where this stranger knows his name. But how could he not know? After all, before him, the leader Hel Sapun. Simeon was amazed by the behavior of this man, who, though wounded, did not know why laughed. The leader of the guild was surprised, because Hel Sapun was the organization of Sochkon Sanyan, but he never understood what here the hell happened. The man whispered through the pain. The devil himself came here. All warriors and residents were killed by his hands, absolutely all without exception, he added. It is a new level of power, and has a tremendous advantage over all of us, the wounded said. Asked who this devil and how he looks, the man replied, "You will understand everything." After these words, he began to cough, suffering from his wounds. Fighting his breath, the warrior called that young man a freak, full of hatred. In the last moments of life, he said, "I do not understand how we could lose so easily. We kept in fear all others. How could he do it?" The leader decided to personally check everything and go to the hall. He asked his daughter not to doubt him, because only he can destroy everything here. He received the title of Ghostly Sword. After all, he was given this honor after hundreds of battles, from which he came out alive. He ruthlessly wipes from the road of anyone who dares to hinder him. He ordered all his soldiers to prepare for the attack on Mount Bogdan. Gathering, they rapidly rushed to the mountain without spending a minute. They went to the mountain to personally learn the situation and see everything with their own eyes, and to see with your own eyes what happened. The mountain had steep slopes, and it was extremely difficult to get to it. Soon they have almost reached the goal. The leader warned his daughter not to keep up with the detachment. When they reached the top and looked down from the slope, they were aware that they may be monitored, so be careful. Simeon thought she may exaggerate, but her father seemed stronger than ever. She hoped that at least everything would end well. When they got to a damp cave, they felt the incredible energy emitted from the inside. It was not just a cool wind from the depths of the cave. It was an incredible, extremely powerful energy. Suddenly there was an incredible explosion. The explosion forced the stones to fly in different directions, breaking away from the mountain. The warriors lifted their eyes and saw the leader of the Sochkon Sanyan, who broke through the stone wall. And it appears right in front of their feet, holding the devil's sword. It is a heavy blow. After incredible injury from an unknown attacker, he begins to choke. He tries to come to his senses after a stroke and climb. His eyes were burning, and the sword radiated the devil's energy of the bloody demon. The leader of Bloody Animals, looking at him, understood who before him, but the question remained. What happened to this man? Why did his body become so powerful, and why does it radiate such force? Their views met, and they looked at each other. And they heard the unusual steps approaching them. They looked around, trying to determine the source of sound. They felt the incredible energy that came from the steps of that person. The leader of Sochkon Sanyan asked the attacker, "Is there a long hostel between us? Or why did you attach me?" "I will give," Vaughn replied. "I have no enmity to you." The leader couldn't understand. "Then why did you the hell attacked me?" The young man was getting closer, step by step, and said to him, "You have provoked me." Closer and closer to the young lord approached this scoundrel. People looked around as the leader of Sachona was afraid of him. The warriors looked at the cripple and did not understand how he could be so strong. Sachon asks him, "Is this a reason to arrange a rebellion just because he provoked him? To stop this, one of them must die, and he, as a leader named John Hasten, will try to make it all his efforts. I will be convinced that his opponent had to make every effort." On the side of the Simohim, they looked at this guy, a leader with a bloody demon, and saw how much energy was in this sword. And this energy in the John Hasten's sword became so strong, thanks. And he was convinced that he would finish with HO ladies with only one sword blow. So, to win, it will be enough to hit and cut that guy in half. In addition, how can he lose a simple cripple? The celestial winding technique of John Hason was incredible, and people around them realized that this wonderful technique could bring any opponent. And the bloody creatures watched as the John Hason grew up in their eyes, and did not understand where he learned such martial art. Our hero looked at it without fear. John Hason was convinced that if a young little lord who met him on the field could not work properly, then his strength would decrease in half. I will in turn accumulates incredible energy in their fists. John Hason shouts that he will kill this guy and go to Chonvon. And using a celestial blade with boundless fury, it collapses this blow. People see that it is a special technique, one of the ones used by only one legendary warrior, a bloody demon. This incredible force collapses on a young mistress, which incredibly stops this sword with your own hand. And looking at it, the question remains, how is it possible? This guy easily blocks the strokes of such powerful equipment, and despite this he counteracts him. There was a huge gap between the sword and the fist of this man, almost invisible. The Seahead realizes that he uses the power of this gap to block John Hason's sword. It was simply impossible to believe. After all, as a lacquer of silver thread used in thin threads, the energy of the ladies can create a net that covered its body on the manner of armor. And this technique, this absolute, protected the Lady of Ho from the sword of a bloody demon. This technique was created by the HO in the image and likeness of the technique of bamboo leaves, and he skillfully used it, opposing such a strong opponent. Using this skill, lads can block the attack without damaging, and this is extremely incredible. And when the fist collides with the face of John Hason, it is overshadowed by the flash of this light from the impact. He tries to evade a devastating stroke of a maneuverable guy. What, as a hurricane, the chaos is twisted and carries. The rock surface of the lowlands on which they stood begins to melt from such a pace and energy, and when you strike the leg of the young mistress, everything begins to collapse, like glass. A huge explosion, similar to a light storm that covers everything, rises and people close their eyes. The leader of Sachon cannot believe that such a shockwave exists, and he tries to counteract her, because everything is very strong. To create such a shockwave, use only a vibration strike of your own steps. It was like something divine. Warriors who were around could not believe that such a person exists and could fight. Simium, opening his mouth, cannot hide astonishment. All, using each crumb of protective energy, felt the wave damage their eardrums because they were standing near this blow. And the warriors who simply watched wanted to use the protective energy faster. But they did not have time to do it, and suffered from the fact that blood went out of their ears. I will give you, looking around, he began to come to his senses. His eyes were filled with flash then, when the leader of this damn organization pushed away from the ground and attacked it. He, like a snake, catches his fist, and their blood began to diverge in different directions. Then Sachon, a leader, realizes that this guy grabbed him by his neck. He clasped his teeth while his sword fell out of his hand. From the cough, from the fact that some boy who came to him makes him breathe a real bloody demon, and raising him all above, he choked him, forcing him to die. It was not the end. He wanted to deal with him so that this scoundrel was not in this world. And after such a blow, people only closed their mouths, because the leader John Hason struck the rocky land, and he broke the strength of the earth with his head. He defeated the earth and heaven. This is the name of the technique of ladies. I will create it, being wrapped in a cave when he broke very heavy stones. To get out of this crypt, it was necessary to destroy one huge boulder that blocked the output. But to get out, it was necessary to destroy only one stone. The passage could be filled with other heavy stones. Therefore, as soon as he realized how to prevent collapse, he had to pull the fragments and arrange the passage. He repeated the same act hundreds and thousands of times, learned to crush the stones into smaller pieces, breaking them on the ground. And looking at this spectacle, people in fear understood how incredible power he had. A man with a terrible force came from the regions of Sinan. The head of the camp Sachon was helpless before this guy and died like an insect. This person is a real monster who can destroy Chonvon under his feet. This man for the bloody creatures was a real devil from where he came from. It is unclear. I will give Ho, a blood-smeared enemy, told these people that they had removed this mess for him. Having taken the sword from John Hason, people gathered to discuss the moment that that person had made a lot of difficult sins in the pursuit of weapons. They were lucky, the bloody creatures, that he was killed by the warrior before he fully mastered the military art of the bloody demon. If it were not for the guy, all the land could be threatened. Because of this, the legendary two objects, a demon's sword and a book of prohibited receptions of a demon, now have them. Looking at the distance, I will understand that he is not interested. Simohim repeats that it is forgotten techniques of a bloody demon. They were very lucky that John Hason did not become a master of arts, and it is scary to imagine what it would be if he used them. He would just kill someone like a young mistress. I will not even doubt this. He was convinced that it could happen. And still they are uninteresting for you? Asks the girl in surprise. In general, I will be host. He did not answer these questions, only reported that tomorrow he would leave this city. So let them do with a sword and a book. Asked by the leader of bloody creatures whether he really gives them these things, they decide that if so, they will store them on their base. However, it is an incredible day for Sakon. The Jui Pass is one of the few places that connects Redlands with the regions outside the Great Wall. Shanghai Pass is the main road leading from the edge of the desert to the Big Wall, as well as in the west. 12 years ago, the boy passed this path accompanied by many other soldiers. And when he headed to these lands, people looked at who was going to them at all. If it passes through a J, it will get to Shanvon. The warriors stopped him because they felt dangerous. Young Lord Lady Host suggested that they were people from the Junan sect. In turn, these warriors asked him not to approach and stand where he stood. To begin with, he should name and tell why he goes here. Jinbo said that they were heading to the house of a streaming silver, and they passed this road a year ago. If it is a path to a streaming silver, and you are really guys from the house of streaming silver, then we heard that people are about 100 in the house of streaming silver. Then why are you just 2? They asked. They gave the documents, reported that the bandits attacked them, and this is a signed letter from the head of the bloody creature. If so, it turns out that the sect is handing in for you. And it seems that the seal and signature are exactly the leader of 7 mosquitoes. But the last phrase sounds quite strange. After reading this letter, a man realizes that at any cost, you need to skip these people. It was struck by these words in the letter. Still, if the house of streaming silver was broken by bandits. So the question remains with the guard. How did these 2 survive? I will try not to answer the words of the guard, but just turned away from him. Then this guard became angry. You don't hear that I ask? The energy of the young mistress begins to go out of his hand. The ham did not even move, and the security guard began to laugh from this young man. He did not even respond, and he used power. Then the guard decided to apply on the hand of a young hostess, Jati Trigrams, a technique in which the Junan sect specializes. If the enemy is exposed to such technique, he will not be able to be released under any circumstances. I will try not to succumb to such dangers and ask this man to remove his hand. In turn, he shouted, "You are a real scoundrel." Although nothing happened to the guard, I will just smiled at his actions, and he tried diligently to use this technique. Soon his hand began to rot and his fingers began to twist. The guard with tears in his eyes recedes from the young mistress. Next time, if you touch me, then you will dig a grave yourself. He acknowledged that this person he had just touched was incredible. I will ask H-Kid once again whether there was at least one reason he could stop them. And yet it turns out that there is no. He orders his soldiers to open the gate. Then when the door opens, the guy along with his friend goes forward. They needed to hurry. I will give the Ha and Ginbo in a hurry to Lunchzhou. This is the starting point to the western regions, as well as the capital of Gansa. They wanted to find a permanent yard to spend the night. Going into the territory of Senaman of the permanent court, they put their horses, and the Ginbo said that the sect, which is in the Hanha mountain camp, is already close, and the head of this sect was a very famous warrior. He also has a birthday soon, and people gather here to celebrate. Because of this, there are so many soldiers in this house. They, when sitting at the table, ask the best dishes. Of the most famous dishes, sheep's soup is the best. Jinbo wanted to try what he tasted, and ordered one serving. The waiter reported that the food would be ready soon. It seemed that all the warriors of Gansu gathered in this place, and they could not do anything. It is impossible to ignore the impact of the Mount Hanam camp on all shame. This institution was headed by the only son of Lord Khan Munsikan, and he wanted them to impress the head of the camp, then they would definitely be able to succeed. But something was not seen here by the student Zhou Sanshin, and the reason why the Hanham mountain camp also thrives, like one of the large 10 sects of Guangdong, is, of course, Lord Sinpun. Therefore, you cannot traveling make enemies. They need to be sophisticated. These boys sat at one table, putting their swords nearby. One of them did not understand why they were engaged in it, and from what time they are generally concerned about the camp on Mount Hongam. Mon Soken asked her student to follow his tongue. At this point, the young owner of the Jamov was a little angry with their crown dish, as they got rid of the smell with spices. Mon Soken paid attention to our hero, and he seemed very strange to her. The Jim believes that they added dried garlic and root of age, but he does not understand why the dish is sweet. They probably added up to 6 plants, and it was just incredible. Mon Soken stared at the boy next to her. She was amazed at the fact that he was interested in the ingredients to taste, and it was visible that he was also heading for a camp on Manhwa Mountain. Asking the lads if they stop on the market, the boy replied, "Of course." The market was quite lively that day. People were actively traded, and the goods were in excess. The Jim approached his grandmother and asked if she was open. She, standing at the kitchen table, said that she had a lot of sore shoulders. She prepared the broth early in the morning. She apologized to the guy for not cooking him because of his shoulders pain. The guy was a little upset from her words. Of course, he doubted himself, but I will give him he encouraged. Seeing a spark in his eyes, he asked him to do what his heart wanted. The Jim wanted to take the initiative and prepare everything you need, including noodles. When asked why he wanted it, he replied that he was well versed in cooking, and if she says what to do, the guy would do it without problems. Soon they started working on it together. Grandma told him what to do, and the guy did, and people at the bar noticed that she was cooking not alone today. She explained to them that her hands hurt, and this guy just replaces her. But what is the difference between these soldiers if they just wanted to eat a cup of noodles with beef? The guy with a spark in his eyes began to quickly cook the dish. He came out perfectly, and he skillfully owned the tools. He soon prepared noodles with beef and handed it to the soldiers. They were looking forward to it, and were very happy to try. They noticed that the guy handled better than his grandmother. They did not believe that he had prepared this noodle. Real talent. The Jim was very grateful for these comments and hoped that his father would be proud of him, because he would become a big cook. Also, the author of this video will be very grateful to you for your warm comment. We continue. It looked quite delicious, and the warriors assumed that he probably had her grandson. That man decided to watch him. If the guy helps a few days, his name is a dungeon. He is the main head of the camp on Mount Hua. Jimov asked what help he needed. Sleepgan said that soon there would be a reception in honor of their head, and they will be tied with hands. So it would be great if you could help them with cooking. The Jim was uncertain that he would handle such a responsible task. But for this man, if possible, he would be glad if the guy took this job. Feeling a little uncertain, Jimov decided to agree. He decided to ask his brother if he could go at all. I will give Ho-Ho side and thought a little before letting him go. Sleeping, seeing that two of them, said that he would inform the head and the leader, and they will be both placed. After 8, I will go to his horse. He was met by a student of one of the masters who asked, "Is this your horse?" I will not particularly like to talk to strange types. The man continued that the horse looks too sophisticated next to such an imperfection as he, and he ordered him to sell this horse because he would give him a lot of money. Monsoken was next to her brother and upset because of his rudeness. I will not respond at all to his proposal, and no matter how much he offered, he refused. His sister decided to force his brother to give up her words and quenched him. She apologized for the rudeness of her brother, explaining that he was not so bad and made a mistake by contacting a stranger. Monsoken wanted to apologize for him and asked for forgiveness. Then her brother said they were stopping at the camp on Mount Hua. The Jim came to the young mistress and reported that he received an invitation from the chief of the camp on Mount Hua and would help there with food. Hearing these words, the girl was really glad for him and said they would soon see in the camp. Her brother Monsoken looked at his horse. He thought that this horse would definitely become him because he considers it to be an unworthy owner. And it does not matter why, but this scoundrel also goes to the Hanum camp, and he has a treacherous plan. In Mount Uzuan there is a strange, full mysticism about a general named Guak Ebone, which was able to create 5 sources with a whirlpool for his thirst for soldiers. The camp on Mount Hongha is located in the center of the Utsuan mountain, and in the last few days, a large influx of people has been observed in the camp. And all because the reception of guests on the 60th anniversary of the head of the camp on Mount Hongam Lee Sunpin. People from all over the world gathered for the sake of this moment. Soon some delegations arrived in this place. It was a camp of Mount Hanum, and with them a young master with Jimuk arrived. Looking at this camp, they were impressed with its incredible beauty, and the location was just wonderful. Everyone was preparing for this event. The mistress needed people in the reception, and they said that they had little guest rooms. Let's say so. If they roll into hell, they did not have enough people. And it was necessary to hurry, since there were many people, and cook food for all these people. And as long as the Ginbo is working on them, it can stay in this building. He can walk on the outskirts of the camp freely, but not to make a noise, because there are guests collected here. And always be careful, because there are many people. It was addressed to the young mistress, Lad Ho, who promised that everything would be without problems. And then they sent women who should follow this commander. They soon came to the so-called kitchen. They arrived here, and they were waiting for them right there. Chefs from all over the world gathered for the sake of this beautiful day. The commander ordered the Jinbo to go and feel at home. Then, when the chef saw that the head had arrived, He asked how their preparation was going. They replied that all is well, and he decided to check what it tasted. And taking one of the prepared dumplings, he tasted him, and he immediately got better. Everything was just beautiful and delicious. The chefs asked who this baby was. He replied that he was the guy he found. His cooking skills were simply incredible, so let him be responsible for the oven. These people were amazed because they are allowed to the stove, and it looks only 13 years old. And they even jokingly laughed at him, because the boy was younger than their assistants. But the Jinbo wanted him to be trusted. The fact is that the father of this boy was a great chef, and this baby works best in the kitchen, so trust him and let him be the stove. The child even had his inventory and his tools. He unfolded his knives and demonstrated that he was ready. His appearance was good, but it showed furrows from very hard work. And despite the fact that he is a child, chefs acknowledged that he was still a little experienced. And it was visible in the quality of its preparation. The chefs watched closely. He coped well with everything. And they even became pleased in the soul that such a boy works as already visible, and he is worthy of standing near the stove. But one of the chefs could not put up with the fact that this scoundrel took his workplace. If not for him, his life would have happened differently. The reception on the occasion of the anniversary of the camp head in the mountains is not just a magic feast. This event became the fact that it united many sects and cults with all shames, and all the people who have arrived should suffer a little while they find their place. Because the territory was small and there were many sects and warriors, after a while, they drank all the drink until the last. And one of them seemed to be a great place. They drank everything, and barely began a noise over one of the men. There were people who did not know what sect he was, but it was clearly visible that he had no money. This man asked a bottle for a bottle. The waiter no longer knew what to do. Lord and so already drank a lot, but he claimed that he was not drunk. And he said the famous phrase said by Li Tzu. He began to tell that life belongs not only to us, but equally to the earth and heaven, and asked if the waiter knew what it means. But where he knows. This means that life and death are predicted by heaven, and everything he can, focus on enjoying the moments of his worthless life. And this wise man said such a huge thing so many years ago, as one can now lose the moment of life. And since human history is complex, there would be no sage so that alcohol is far from him. And yet after these words the waiter decides to quickly bring him wine. This man was satisfied with himself. It was necessary first. The ham passed the table of this man, and this young man shouted to the lady ho-ho that there was a free place. Of course, he did not particularly want to sit with him, but what to do? Then, when he was going to him, it was evident that he had a damaged leg in this man. He has a place for ladies, but no one can and does not want to sit with him, and he asks him to sit courty. His name is Hon. He welcomes this man who sat beside him, and it seemed like a lightning relationship and an exchange of names for him. And he decided that it was necessary to fill a glass of a young mistress, but he acknowledged that he did not drink. For this man it was such an annoyance. He does not enjoy the taste and feeling of drinking. Well, there is nothing like that, and he thinks that it does not matter. Everyone is. Still, he will still make him talk and asks where this lady. Young lord told him that he was from external lands, and that means that it refers to the earth outside the Great Wall, and it is a huge path that it has gone. This uncle expresses his respect. He always wanted to go there. Soon all people are told that the Dawn sect has arrived, and Li Sinpun was very popular. People gathered to meet him. This man will finally see these soldiers from this sect. One of them was on the poppy soap. He is called the Heavenly Master. Some people did not even believe that they were honored to see one of the 10 heavens sent talents, and this was a real opportunity. Young lord heard the phrase, 9 sent heavenly talents, and paid attention to it, because he was a poppy man, a heavenly master, to whom he turned his vision. In front of them stood a mysterious Namak Sokyup, whose gaze seemed to be pierced. It was difficult for ordinary people to believe that they witnessed a meeting with one of the 9 chosen talents. I will listen carefully to the words, 9 messengers of heaven. He could not ignore the meaning of this title. The heavenly master Walmack watched the man with alienation and curiosity at the same time. A sedentary man suggested that I will not be familiar with this person. I will give HO in turn. He believed that he did not have to know all those before him. For a man, this meeting seemed somewhat unusual, because they just met. The ladies suggested that he talk on an equal footing, and the stranger began his story from the beginning. Kamwiron is the most fertilized people in the country. Gin Muon, the boldest sword, claims leadership in the Mudan Guild for centuries. From the side branch of the Zaje sect, there is a Changpyo San, known as the Squeezed Wind Reaper, which operates in alliance with Shinbi sects and dominates in the Tibet region. Yun from the Sun Sun sect, known as the Sichuan Star, made the impression of his skill. Sun, brought up by Shaolin monks, is known to split the rock with one blow. The flower of the coast of the ocean, He Owl, a warrior from the He of the Hay, became a true symbol of power. In the sake of Zhonggon, one of the most respected warriors. And the last of Kamuironi is Namp, a heavenly master from the Gondon sect, who has high hopes. It was said that 6 elders of the Gondon sect sacrificed half of their CI to strengthen the power of Nakamak. His ki was the strongest in the world. No one could match his energy. But even so, he explained that ranks did not matter among the Cameron, because their strength is almost equal. Their conversation was interrupted by a man who pushed an empty flask lying on the floor. It was Namak himself who approached Cho Jonvun. He, without thinking for a long time, noted that he seemed to be able to close his mouth again. Cho Jonvun calmly noted that Nakamak's eyes were just as proudly looking from top to bottom. Outraged by these words, Namak loudly called his name. Hearing the name of Cho Jonvun, some turned, whispering, "Is this really a drunk heavenly dragon? Do they say that this vagrant is a drunken heavenly dragon that swims in heaven?" Suddenly, one man rose and said that even without the title of Kamuiron Cho Jonvun, he gained glory no less, or even more than they. Once upon a time, when the demonic sect declared war on the world, warriors from the Hua mountain, whose victims allowed other sects to gather strength and army to fight. Many sects united under one banner, creating a union of justice soldiers in honor of the fallen. Among them was a man who stood proudly on the forefront, with a steadfast Janil-san, a wandering, who created his own sword style. His courage united other vagrants, and they founded a new sect. The sect that passed more than 100 battles and always won, called 100 Battles. He was named, a blade that permeates gods and demons, and in his honor raised the flag, a symbol of the unbreakable power of hundreds of battles, which perpetuates the memory of Yanil-san and his invincible sect. The only student at the head of the sect of hundreds of battles was Cho Jonvun, known as the Drunken Heavenly Dragon. Namak, standing next to him, asked him to be a worthy bearer of the flag of victories, but Yonvun did not live for the sake of justifying other people's expectations. Namak looked at the guy at the table opposite. Maybe it's his friend? They exchanged in a few more words, after which Grunge just asked Jonvun to follow his tongue. If he came here just to get drunk, then it is better to do than to arrange a mess. Leaving them at the table, Namak cast another look, warning that he would follow him. "Self-confident stupid boar," Cho Jonvun said, staying alone with the lads. Calling a gamble his friend, Cho asked why he was so silent. "I will be in response and surprise, what time they are friends from." It did not matter for the CHHO. He believed that if you feel awkward, you just need to become friends now. He laughed from his soul. I have never heard HO for 30 years that someone may call him a friend, and no one has been talking to him so sincerely. From under black hair he asked, "What, do you like?" Cho Jonvun realized that the issue arose because of the experience of the ladies about his injured leg. More precisely, I will be worried about whether Cho would be shy about it. Cho was well aware that each of them has its own problems. But is it really important? It is more important that many people live with pain in the soul. Looking at Cho, I will not see in his smile a drop of lies in his smile, only sincerity and warmth. At this time, in a small kitchen where the work was boiled, they cooked food. Everyone was fond of a young chef, considering him amazing. The method in which he controlled the fire and prepared the dishes caused admiration for everyone. They discussed when they could achieve the same level of skill. No one was even approaching to cook something like that, but one of them thought he would also be able to stand for the stove. However, everyone thanked the young cook for their help, through which they would complete the dishes in a timely manner. The boss agreed with gratitude, and behind him was his assistant, who also made consent. They were able to relax a little thanks to the efforts of this young man. He was asked to go to rest because he was already tired, but he saw still unfinished things in the kitchen. The assistants were asked to stay, explaining that there is a big difference between the boss and the assistant. And if you want to become a big boss, you should always remember it. After these words, he agreed to go to rest before tomorrow, because a lot of work was waiting ahead. On the way to the holiday, he remembered the words of his father. Preparation is the art of fire. A good boss has to understand the fire. Looking up, he thought whether his father sees how he managed the fire. He also worried about his younger brother. I will give Ho-Ho, because he is probably hungry. He promised to prepare a few snacks for him. Opening the door, he heard the sounds of a burning fire and was surprised who was here at such a late time. He was alert because of the power of flames that had fallen inside. But then he realized that he was his brother Jeans. When he approached, the Densa jokingly noted that if he had not appeared, he would already be at the head of the slab. The jeans did not even manage to hold the pan, and the whole dish just fell to the ground. However, he continued to shout that he had been waiting for the stove for 7 years. "Why did you be able to and I didn't? Am I not good enough?" he asked Pain. The young chef noted that he would not stay here for a long time and accidentally found himself in the kitchen. But for Jeans, this place was a home, a native center. He tried to reassure Jeans, assuring him that if he tried, he would soon become a chief. Regardless of his skill, Jeans stood on his own. He would never become a boss if he could not understand this damn fire. "First you need to feel it, and only then understand," added a young cook. He even mentioned his father's words, explaining that it is quite different. Jeans did not know what "feel the fire," and these words seemed meaningless to him. However, the young chef patiently explained, "Madness or not, but the fire should be loved." The Jeans came closer and felt the heat that came from the fire. The young chef advised him first to open his heart and feel the flames. Try to hear that he was trying to convey. It's not easy, but if you listen, you will find out what secrets it hides the flames. Standing in front of the fire, Jeans had already complained that his face was burning like hell. The young cook stopped the Jeans, asking him to calm down. He came closer and explained that it is very important to monitor the breathing and flow of fire. The Jeans almost threw his hands into the fire. Sweat flowed from his face, and he tried hard to stand. In his head, once after the echo of the order, to feel the fire, to feel the fire. The next day the weather was wonderful. The sun shone, as if it wanted to hug everyone who went outside. Indeed, the day was truly bright and warm. On the street, everyone was preparing to meet the owner. The mood was lifted. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the appearance of the owner of Sinpug, and at this moment, Cho completely immersed in pleasure from food. He was indifferent where the owner was there. He only wanted another portion of meat. Noticing that I gave the ho-hos, he turned to him. Cho felt that the giving of the hams seemed to be a huge burden, and he himself became like an insurmountable rock. It seemed that he did not really need another's company. Cho regretted that he learned so little about this mysterious friend who was always busy. However, he was wise and realized that time would put everything in his place. It was only necessary to wait. If fate ties them, they will meet again one day. The young man immediately noticed the HO, and his sister standing nearby asked his brother to do without conflicts. However, if it were not a conflict, this would not be addressed to Ho. He finally said in his direction, "Here we met again." Then he asked if H knows what respect was, hinting at what to say hello. Ho did not consider it a greeting, so he was silent, explaining it to him. And then he added, "I didn't understand, I thought just some skewing." He immediately reached for his sword, ready for action. The sister continued to persuade her brother to be deceitful. However, it was difficult for him to restrain the flames that burned in his chest. He turned his sword in place, mentally promising that he would still make this freak on his knees. He will still be pleased. His head swept, but his sister quickly extinguished this conflict. The tense atmosphere finally left the yard. A man with a mustache, biting the soup, asked the other whether the last rumors had heard. "What are the rumors?" asked the interlocutor. The mustachioed began to say that a terrible massacre occurred in Signan. He mentioned the Sochkan camp, but his interlocutor, as a follower from the external regions, did not hear about this camp. Then his mustachio explained that the camp was a victim of bloody massacre, and his story behind his back listened to the ladies. The interlocutors could not believe this story because they considered Sochkan one of the strongest cults that could not be a victim. The mustachioed continued, noting that the losses that have suffered were going beyond all possible limits. Sokon did not destroy the other sect one, and only man did. The bloody star of Signana, who recently came down in the sky, he was talked about. He heard every word, and he especially liked the name Bloody Star of Sinian. It was at this point that the owner of Lee Sinpoon appeared. All people were going to congratulate him on his birthday, wishing for many years and a happy life. However, the head of the camp near Mount Hanam, Lee Sinpoon, felt like a person who did nothing significant, but celebrates the 60th anniversary. For all guests, he prepared a special event, the Pillars of the Maze, from which it is impossible to get out. He added that there is nothing dangerous here, but in the center you can lose a sense of space, and all the feelings will leave the participant. Each of the audience listened carefully to his words. Lee announced that the one who was the first to get out of the maze will receive the Sword of the Azure Moon, a great treasure of their camp. The Sword of the Azure Moon was interesting to everyone. It has been used for over 20 years, but it is still sharp, like a razor. To win, you need to believe in yourself. The first was the head of the swordsman again, and the columns were lightened by red. The audience watched this spectacle enthusiastically. The next to the labyrinth was a warrior of Jinpun, and behind them from the shadows watched the lad. He wondered how people rejoice in a spectacle with iron pillars. The ladies decided to do better with his business or check how Hankvi was there. He immediately went to his horse Hank. Going to the stable, he saw a terrible picture. The horse was cut, and behind his back was a drunk man. "I will give him sharply. Who has sown my horse?" Camp's outlight near Hongha Mountain. 3 men sat at the table, tasting strong alcohol. One of them, a little hunted, was glad to drink with his old good friends, as he called them. Jang Hakyeon and Yoon Sun-han sat opposite him. He suggested forgetting about the birthday of the owner and just enjoy the booze. But suddenly he was called by his sister, opening the gate. "Oh, look who is our little sweet sister," he said. She came to ask what he was doing here, because he needed to join the festive feast. "Why? Even if I go to the leader, he will still not notice me. He is indifferent to Kyeonmun. No matter how much I bow to him, do you think he will pay attention to it?" His sister did not understand his words, but he explained that she needs to grow up to understand it. In the end, he even suggested that she forget about the owner's birthday and join them. His comrades also invited her to make them a company. The fat man continued, joking that they were not so bad, but she just turned away from them and sighed hard. She asked her brother another question. Where did he go last night? Of course, he was not going to report to her every step, although the thought of the lads of Hum forced him to remember the purebred stallion. At this point, the lads approached the gate. Opening the wooden gate, he noticed his sister. She turned her head and saw the man standing in front of her. In her eyes, the ladies looked like a Ginbo mentor, the one who could be an example. However, she did not understand what he was doing here. At this time, Namak Sokyop asked about Yoon Sun-han and wanted to find out if he was really here. He was told that Yoon was now in a branch, and told that he was also an unofficial student of the Gondon sect and is very talented. Meanwhile, the arrogant man listened to the question from Ho. This question caused him a strong anger. Rising, he agreed that he really came to look at his horse at night. He clenched his fist and approached the lads of Ho. "What is he muttering there?" he added with contempt, and without hesitation, he swung his hand on the ladies. He thought he would be able to hit the first time, but Ho just evaded his blow. There were loud screams that spread around. These were screams because the brazen flew his head down just before his sister's eyes. The sister realized that he was the first to attack and began a conflict. She also saw that he was cut after one single blow. It was difficult for her to believe that this black-haired boy was so strong. Svarl's friends could not understand what had happened, because everything happened lightning. But they realized well that if their friend Joe did not use Ki for protection, so its internal organs could turn into porridge. Standing above him, Ho calmly explained, "If he decided to touch what you do not belong, be ready to lose something valuable." Friends rushed to him, begging a black-haired guy not to approach closer. At that moment, Joe only coughed, asking for a mercy, explaining that he just wanted to try to ride his horse. In the eyes of his sister, he was always strong and confident, and his self-esteem did not allow him to look weak in front of others. But now he pleaded for a mercy. One of Joe's friends turned to Ho. He asked how he was able to attack a person in the camp, and immediately asked to stop this conflict. He introduced himself as he is San Khan from the Gondon sect, a friend of Joe. However, Ho did not understand what he wanted to say. He hinted that he could not just stand and look at the situation on the side, and as a student of the sect of Gondon, he could not simply avoid a fight, even if the enemy demonstrates his strength. The Ho gave it completely indifferent who stands before him, but again he began to talk about his pride and the fact that she does not allow him to just stand apart and look. He stated that as a pupil of the Gondon sect, he could not simply take and escape from the battlefield, even if the opponent is stronger. Having straightened his fist, Yoon made it twice the usual size. It was a special technique of the Gondon sect, Divine Punning Fist. It is unlikely that such technique could master the unofficial student of the sect. Even his companion Zhang was, to put it mildly, stunned, because he knew that this skill was only accessible to the official students of the first generation. The Ho face could not be said that he felt fear, but Yoon had a completely different facial expression. It boiled wild determination. This wild character became noticeable in the air. Looking at the Ho, Yoon did not see any thrift of murder and could not understand why. Suddenly, such a strong energy went from the ladies that the young man began to push back, but he gathered with his forces and went on the attack. With his fist, he was about to punch his head with and destroy him. The distance was so small that he simply did not believe that the enemy could evade. Ho did not even go to evade. He just caught his fist with his own hand. He squeezed him so much that Yoon was squeezed with pain. Watching the comrades were amazed at how Ho used the block to avoid harm from Yoon Sun-han's technique. This caused them a real shock. How can it be blocked by a divine penetrating fist? The answer to this knew only the Gak, and doing so, he used the destructive power of his 5 fingers. The young hand went cracks. The pain pierced him to the brain. An even louder crunch came. After that, Ho just revealed his hand. Yun with a broken forearm flew back, and his friend, together with his sister, kept his chest, watched all this. It became clear to them that they could not even resist him. It was obvious that they were not level. Yun, crawling on his knees and spitting blood, asked, "Where did this man come from? Hell came from?" Ho acknowledged that Jun is different from his comrades. At least he behaves as a real man. And even on his knees, Yun stated that although he was defeated, it was not the defeat of the Gondon sect. Yun promised that he would once again come together in battle, which he will give him. Turning around, replied, "You can do it at any time," and went away. After a while, Yun lay in his coat, trying to recover. An older brother came to him. Seeing the bandaged leg, he asked annoyedly, "What is the devil?" His gaze slid in his hand wrapped in bandages. "Who did it with you?" asked the older brother, clearly excited. Yun explained that it was completely his fault and nothing serious. But his brother firmly decided to find out who did it, and promised not to give any mercy guilty. Yun insisted that he was his personal business, and he did not want anyone to intercede for him. The older brother asked if he really wanted it. He recalled that although Yun is an unofficial student of sect, his skills are not inferior to the first generation of students. Despite his younger unwillingness, his older brother decided to find out everything. At this time in the kitchen, where delicious dishes were prepared, Zhan was engaged in cooking, focusing on his business. Gin was giving a gamble. There was a conversation between them. At this time, Zhang led people directly to the kitchen, explaining the owner that they needed the person is inside. Opening the door, he ordered to go out immediately. Whoever he was required to appear, and a handful of people had already gathered in front of the kitchen. They sent Joe, the owner of the sword of the Lazur Luna, who expected that, having established a relationship with the Master of Li, he would receive even more glory. Gin was looking through the gap, trying to understand who came. It becomes clear that they came for the lads of Ho, who sat quietly at the table. Ladies asked Gina to stay in place, and slowly, limping, went to the door. Seeing him, the crowd immediately began to respond excitedly. It was he, the one who was considered a full scoundrel. But I will give Ho, absolutely without fear, just went through them. Zhang warned Zhou that this guy is incredibly strong. Zhou, thinking only about raising his reputation, asked Ho if he could solve everything with words and why he did it. In response, there was only one question in the ladies. Did I first attack? Zhang, having intervened with his squeaky voice, asked Cho if he attacked Zhou for no reason. And he continued to ask if Ho would deny it. Zhang began to call him a man who, without a doubt, belongs to the faction of evil, and urged everyone to look at his obvious desire to escape. Then he spoke of a horrible fist Ho, which, in his opinion, testifies to the skill in the dark martial arts. But I will not let him agree and decided to show his fist in fact. Blood splashes flew in different directions when that fool rapped on the energy of the impact. He flew back from a powerful blow. Others immediately ran to him, pulling out their swords. Did he kill a person in this camp? After that, everyone rushed to him, trying to stop. The orders were heard and stopped, but the home I was not going to allow them to do so. They began to annoy him, and Joe stood behind the backs of all the fighters who went first. His eyes saw the blood flying in different directions. He clenched his teeth and began to pull his sword out of the vagina. He said to himself, "No matter who you are or where, I will cut you on pieces." He thought again about authority, and understood that to be the owner of the sword of the Luna Luna is not enough to gain true respect in Murim. Beginning the attack, he repeated to himself that there was nothing to fear, and that he is now the same person as anyone. He focused all his strength on his sword. Lady Ho tried to stop this blow with his bare hands, despite the sharpness of the blade. Joe saw it and thought that now I will lose his fingers, and it was then that he would understand the true power of the sword of the Luna. But something went out of plan. With some miracle, fingers did not fly in different directions. On the contrary, I will give Ho calmly the name of the sword. The sword of the Azure Moon? He asked, lifting the sword higher and higher. Until now, Joe was convinced that this sword was able to cut anything. However, it seemed that something could stop it, though Joe was confident in the durability of the blade. But his plan destroyed when the sword flew into chips. I will just break it in two parts. One half remained in his hand, where there was a sharp edge of the blade. I will give Ho, this time without mood on mercy. He decided not to regret the enemy. He just plunged the sword's fragment in his forehead. There were still people who saw it and followed how Joe falls to the ground. It was visible as each of them sent their sword on the ladies, but their feet trembled. "Flow if you want to survive," he said calmly. A few corpses around him made his words very convincing. Suddenly, someone who forced the fighters to leave the road appeared. Li Sinpun stood behind their backs. No one dared to ignore his words. The owner walked through the crowd and went directly to the ladies, standing in front of him. However, he did not even know where to start, because, having lived all his life in the world of warriors, he never saw anything like this. He felt as if he was standing in front of the beast that could rub him at any moment. But he decided and said, "No matter what the reason was, there is a sacred ban on murder in the camp near the Hua mountain. If you seem voluntarily, we promise to conduct an independent investigation." The ham looked completely indifferent to the words of the head. Lee, as a leader, gave him his promise. He promised that they were not interested in where he and who he was from. After listening to this, I will calmly replied, "These words are an empty lie." Lee could expect any answer, but not exactly one. When he asked, I will repeat these words without any hesitation. And it was then that Lee truly angry. "You seem too self-assured if you rely on your strength," Lee said. However, he tried to persuade the ladies to surrender to avoid conflict. To scare Ho, he released his energy, demonstrating its power. Rating this, Ho only asked, "When did you last fought? And when did you last shed the enemy's blood on your own?" Lee was silent, and the home he himself answered him. "It seems that it was a long time ago." He explained without any hesitation. "I understood everything from the beginning. I realized you were just a coward." The mustachioed chapter did not find words, stunned, and silently listened to the following words, ladies. "In all these years you have not even shed the enemy's blood on your own," Hu added an unconcealed disdain. "I will continue. You are like a tiger who hid in the forests, a tiger who voluntarily shielded from the world. The real predator would never do. A tiger who ceased to be a predator. He himself became a prey. You hid in your forests, fenced away from the world, no longer a tiger, but only you see it." No matter how much Lee tried to hide his fear, he was still shaking. Listening to this characteristic from the ladies, he felt every word. Lee deeply realized that this is true. He was just an old man who hid behind four walls and is afraid to fight. Lee could not say a single word in response. Suddenly, someone else appeared and asked to be silent. It was the owner of the Gondon sect, the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master is one of the 9 chosen talents of the Kamuroni sent by heaven. His name came to him, the energy coming from him was incredibly strong. Lee heard that there was no equal in the power of the Heavenly Master. That is why he was called the great student of the Gondon sect. He felt a huge amount of CI, which everyone could feel around. Others believed that his arrival was their salvation, and that now the hours will no longer dare to behave so recklessly. Only by looking at the hands of the Celestial Master, one could impress with the energy that focused on them. The owner thought of how people like the HO create problems, and he decided to introduce himself to the black-haired, saying that Yun, whom the Ho-Ho beat, was his student. For the HO ladies it did not have any meaning, and he saw nothing special about it. The owner continued, "I heard everything. He heard that Zhou Sanchon tried to steal your horse. Is it true? Sun Han said that this case is your personal war, and you should be responsible for it." The Heavenly Master thought in the same way, but still believed that Zhou and his friends had created problems. But this does not mean that his people can be handled like this, and he pointed out that there are rules in the world. Ho listened to him calmly without showing any emotions. The Heavenly Master began to talk about one of the rules that should be followed. Do not kill someone who does not create problems. Ho-Ho patient was waiting for further explanations. The Heavenly Master suggested. He stressed that no one would cause new problems, but the word fair has caused a special curiosity in the ladies. He said that the decision would be made by the head and elders of the sect. This is the last advice for you, the Heavenly Master added. Ho asked what would happen if he refused. In response, the Heavenly Master released his energy and replied, "If you do not accept my offer, then you only have to fight." He himself did not expect that there was a person in the world capable of withstanding his pressure. Squeezing his fist, he warned Hose that it is why it is better to stand up if he wanted to survive. He set the conditions. "If I win, then I will take you in the sect where you get a hard punishment." "And if I win?" asked Ho. The Heavenly Master promised that no warrior in Hans would never oppose him, whatever happened. He swept the honor of the Gondon sect and asked the owner of Lee whether he agreed to these conditions. Lee, stuttering, said, "Of course," and promised on behalf of the whole camp near Mount Hua. They concluded a conditional agreement. The Heavenly Master focused on his breath, using the technique of breathing of thunder. It is said that, reaching the skill in this technique, you can gain the power of thunder itself. Legends indicate that this power is not equal in the world. Everyone could not believe that he would actually use it, and were convinced that the Heavenly Master would win the first blow. But something went wrong. The first blow flew by. Lady Ho just blocked the next 2 beats, substituting the elbow to redirect them to the other. Strong, like steel, the hands of the Celestial Master only cut the air. He had a plan B. He decided to attack his knee. Observers began to change their view of this battle, surprised by the exposure of the ladies. I will have just blocked the blow of a celestial master with the help of his CI. Then the owner went to a new level, using the secret technique of the Gondon sect called Payoing for breaks. This technique justified its name, but the liar HO answered a powerful blow directly into the forehead. The movement of the HO did not provide any complications. It was a technique that meant a simple but extremely powerful movement forward. These were attacking steps, the basis of this technique. Puncting Fist led the Ho-Ho, and the pursuit of the Gardens of the Heavenly Master came together in a collision. The blow came out so powerful that a wave around him dispersed. Together with the wave, stones that erupted from under their feet flew, flying far around. Anyone who watched this battle kept breathing. The Heavenly Master had already released a couple from his nose. His fist, hardened by grueling workouts, suddenly stuck pain, as if he had broken into pieces after colliding with his fist ladies. He managed to block the punching fist, but it was the first time when his fist was stopped since he started using this technique. None of the warriors could stay in battle with him in seconds, and everyone trembled with fear, only looking at him. The master held his hand, which began to tremble with pain. Gathering all his strength, he clenched it even stronger. Meanwhile, the Dom's HO tried to recall at least one enemy who went so far in battle with him, but could not remember anyone. His emotions seemed to turn into ashes. However now, in the full battle, he felt pleasure, and even started laughing that he was even more angry with the Heavenly Master. He changed his battle rack, and again he released his key, ready to study the young brazen, who in his eyes crossed all the borders. The home lady began to take a completely different look, mocking the Heavenly Master that the followers of the Gondon sect were much pride. Apparently this is because of the status of one of the 9 large sects. But is the status so important? He smiled. This mockery over his sect caused a bitter feeling from the Heavenly Master. To give a chance to survive after that, he was definitely not going. However, it was indifferent for the ladies whether it was a Gondon sect or someone else. He expressed everything directly and without compromises. The Heavenly Master no longer kept himself, but the ladies were confident in one. He knew that taking the risk of life in battle, the only thing that could be relied on was your own strength, and yet an insurmountable desire to defeat the enemy at any cost. They went to each other, ready for the next collision. The Heavenly Master acknowledged that this young man did not look like any of the soldiers he met earlier. It was not even in strength or weakness. The HO gave had a power that forced others to literally fall into the ground. Around them, such a powerful energy was raging that it seemed as if they were inside the volcano. It was extremely difficult to see something in this stormy aura. But I have already felt and found the weaknesses of the Celestial Master, and began to attack it. He assessed that this technique is based only on direct strokes. Its strength is significant, but requires evasion. Ladies use the technique of scattering steps, ideal against such direct attacks. 10 illusions were created from the first step. These illusions had to distract the enemy, preparing him for the next blow. And then the gadget struck with such force that even those who stood behind the back of the Celestial Master, they opened their mouths so wide that they seemed to fly flies. However, by some miracle, the Heavenly Master evaded this attack. His face, however, was covered with tension. Under his feet, the stones flew to the sides when he found a support on the ground. The HOs began shouting so loud that even pieces of saliva flew out of his mouth. He could not believe what had just happened. The Heavenly Master, running straight, suddenly turned 90 degrees. There were no people who could change the direction during a charged attack in the world. Lee stood and trembled, just looking at this battle. The question is not whether it is possible. Changing the direction of the attack at this speed means to break the back and legs, because the bones do not withstand pressure. Everyone who watched the fight was understood. And everyone, even the strongest, saw that his abilities go beyond the possible. Every movement of the Heavenly Master was evaluated with fear, realizing that he will become their horror. The Heavenly Master decided to end the ladies of HO with one blow, otherwise he would be a serious threat. He could still add Kai to his blows and end the battle with one single blow. The red glow began to dazzle his eyes. The Wind Fist of the Demon is the following technique used by the Celestial Master. It was a secret technique of the Gondon sect. From it, those who were injured felt the bones turning into dust. Bones and the skin did not remain intact. At this point, everyone realized that the Chicken Fist of the Demon is a secret technique of the Celestial Master. Previously, they only heard rumors that this technique of 12 accurate blows can even destroy the soul. The Heavenly Master was approaching the ladies of Ho, preparing to use this technique. "It's suicide!" people shouted from the crowd. But scattering, the Heavenly Master continued to strike. And from the point of view of the lads of HO, his fists seemed more and more. It was possible to die simply standing next to those who used this technique. and the HOD did not even dodge. However, from the very beginning, he did not intend to avoid strokes. It was hard to believe, but his body seemed to respond exactly, deflecting all the ki that came out of the fists of the Heavenly Master. The Heavenly Master was convinced that Kai would cause great harm in his blows, but he didn't take a long time to understand how wrong he was. Gumgudja is a technique that the Gave Ho-Hod has studied, watching the beetle. The powerful attack of the lads was accompanied by the technique of Gumgudja and the offensive step. The key point in this technique was the punching fist. The fist of Ho-Ho was approaching the face of the Heavenly Master. At this point, the Heavenly Master tried to block his blow, but the fist of the Ho-Ho was at an unusual and unexpected angle. Cutting fist is another technique of ladies. This technique allows you to easily control the bones of the hands. Therefore, it is almost impossible to predict where the cutting fist will come from. The first question that appeared in everyone who stood side by side. How was the hell taken, perhaps? It is almost unrealistic to predict the trajectory of his attack. Everyone knew who was the Heavenly Master, but now they saw him knocked down with one blow. This made it different to look at Ho. On the strength of his blow and the sound when the jaw of the Heavenly Master jumped, having hit so much that the teeth began to beat the tooth often. While he was flying in the air, the Heavenly Master managed to think that he just could not be that he was defeated like a puppy. But perhaps he was not just a warrior, but a real bulldog. Bulldog or fist, strong as a diamond, struck. But the Heavenly Master had another trump card, the technique of directed breathing of thunder. Lee noticed that the Heavenly Master reached the 7th level of breathing in thunder. To reach the 8th level, one hard workout is not enough. They say spiritual enlightenment is also needed. But even the 7th level far exceeds other arts. The Heavenly Master was certainly extremely powerful. The crowd began to retreat, knowing that if they fall under the technique of thunder, then they would not even remain ashes. At this time, the Heavenly Master merged for not being able to reach the final stage of thunder. However, the Heavenly Master could still use the lightning carnation technique. I will see only clots of lightning energy. And the sound was the same. A dome was formed around the Celestial Master, which did not even allow you to stand properly. The HO began to retreat gradually until he said, "Come on," directed the breath of thunder. After covering this attack with his hands, I will have HO tensed. But he was not strained to escape how everyone else would do. Damho considered the Heavenly Master to attack the Heavenly Master, that others were perceived as suicide. Heavenly Master put his hands in front of his beard, and then spread them in different directions, leaving the dome in front of him. In a moment, the body of the lad host was slightly trembling, but it was not noticeable for those who watched the fight. The ladies mentioned the sounds that made a mantis and a beetle, the shield that the beetle was defending, closing himself with wings. Vibration protection is a technique inspired by beetles, very similar to other Gumgudja technique. The unsurpassed shield looked incredibly beautiful. Lady Host reached out right in the direction of the attack. Lightnings, faced with the shield, flew in different directions. People could only close their heads and bodies with their hands, and then the clogs of lightning disappeared like a mirage. What the hell is taking this guy done? A mystery for all, but not for HO, who was absolutely sure of himself. The dark destructive palm is his next hidden trump card. The palm moved right in the direction of the face of the Celestial Master, accumulating so much energy that it was difficult to even imagine. One could only see this area and its incredible power. The sounds were as if the whole yard had fallen into an anomaly when the sphere faced the body of the Celestial Master. The Master just looked down, noticing how the glow is getting bigger and larger. At the same moment, his feet broke away from the ground, and he flew far back, accompanied by crackling that heard around. Incredibly, the Heavenly Master fell to the ground, waving his hands in different directions. The fact that he was defeated was a real shock. A black-haired guy stood above his body, watching him quietly. The senior student of the Gondon sect, a member of Kamuironi, fell out so pathetic. Who is he, this black-haired? The question that was in the thoughts of everyone. This question did not rest even the head. The body of the Celestial Master was significantly damaged. He was asked if he was in order, but he barely climbed on his knees. The warriors were not going to forgive the ladies for what he did with their brother. Others were still pursuing, said Ho-Ho with a slight irony. But fear did not allow them to move forward. They stood in place and trembled. Only the strongest surrounded him, keeping his swords alert. Heavenly Master barely turned his head away, where he noticed 2 spheres of energy on the fists of ladies. The soldiers were ordered not to retreat, but did they want it? The Heavenly Master, not holding back his voice, though he could not shout, shouted as loud as he was able to, "Stop!" And, with difficulty climbing his feet, he ordered everyone to retreat. After these words, he coughed, because it was difficult for him to even speak. His clothes were torn, and deep wounds were visible on his back. However, He was not one of the cowards that strike as with his horse. Going closer, he honestly acknowledged his defeat. I will expect his next words. And in a moment they sounded. A promise that no one else asked what happened here. And he himself will no longer behave as a coward, even if necessary for winning. He asked everyone not to consider him a coward. The attendees understood the Heavenly Master and made his decision with respect. His defeat did not mean the defeat of the sect of Gondon. When I finish the breath of thunder, I will surely come together with you in battle. The HOs was ready to accept his call at any time. Walking down the black-haired guy, the Heavenly Master thanked him. After that, he asked him his name. I will give me Ho-Ho, he replied. The Heavenly Master repeated this name several times, as if checking it to taste. But his body suddenly began to tremble. And then he fell to the side, and all with anxious rushed to him. Only the Haw did not join. He decided that it was better to turn around and leave. He moved to the gate under the cries of the soldiers who were still behind. When he named his name, everyone immediately recognized him as a crushed warrior. The person who destroyed the camp on the Sochkon mountain had the same name. Everyone has one question. Maybe this black-haired, the same bloody Sinian star? The Yangtze River, also known as the Chonvona supply line, originates in the Blue Sea. It is a large river that flows through Chonvon, giving the life and culture of many peoples. Wide and deep, it allows large ships to pass, including passenger vessels, which regularly transport thousands of people. These ships are called Unmadogensen. It is on one of these ships that passengers are now being landed. Passengers are ordered first, and everyone has to wait for their turn. People are asked not to push or create a crowd. Sando Security Company is one of the medium and small transport companies located in Santhao, Hubei Province. It is one of the most famous and promising security companies in Hubei Province, and more than 100 soldiers operate under its banner. The head of the company, the chorus, warned his employees not to relax, even working in mine too, because you never know what can happen. The employees assured him not to worry, believing that they were always on guard and nothing bad would happen. They asked the owner to leave everything on them and called for a rest. Their purpose was to get to Lake Dunton in 5 days. The man liked working in Uma too, and he would agree to travel so daily. But suddenly the conversation went to rumors. The rumors who said that Hans had a massacre. Recently the camp on Mount Hua celebrated the anniversary, and everything was destroyed there by one man. However, they say that there is a big bustle now. Zhou, a senior student of the owner Han, partially paralyzed. The owner of Zhang, the head of the trading house, the Danda, the owner and the owner of the MO, all of them were killed. And this is not all. The senior student of the Gondon, the Heavenly Master, won. And the one who did it, destroyed the Sochkon camp by himself. He was nicknamed Sinian's Bloody Star. However, they say that this bloody star is actually crippled. It seems absurd. How can a person followed by such stories can be so awkward? And just this cripple, which they were talking about now, approached them. He walked just past them without paying attention. When Jean was leaving Hongha, they went down south, and 2 weeks they reached the Yangtze River 2 weeks. Looking at this river, they were impressed with its size. Gin was never seen such a large river before. Just like him, I will never see such endless water. An incredibly beautiful species opened from the river. But the HO could not think of it calmly, because his mind was busy that he killed so many people. Looking at his own hands, he noticed that the blood had not been dried yet. His teacher always warned him to beware of demons in his heart. Demons are always waiting for the moment to sharpen your heart, a piece by piece. Or maybe it did not capture your hearts. Maybe you became a demon. He remembered. At this point, Jean asked the lads what he thinks. Noticing anxiety on his face, he asked to leave behind fear and enjoy the beauty of the Yangtze River. At this point, a female cough came behind their backs. "What interests you?" asked the girl, getting closer. She was incredibly beautiful and sweet, and her outfit was clear that she was not from a poor family. They both turned their heads in her direction, drawing attention to her. Jin felt her voice sound like a lark singing. It was unclear why they were silent, and she asked about it, and asked if they were on the river for the first time. Stick, Jean was able to say a few words, explaining that for the first time. "Are you ashamed? My name is Chon. And how can I contact you?" Jin, a little Boulder, called his name. She was pleased to meet. But the man, turning to her as Milady, said that she should not talk here. This man was a silver sword, but she explained to him that all was well. She assured him that nothing bad could happen on the ship, but it was more familiar to be alert wherever he was. Silver sword with ghostly hands, Junli Su. He agreed with Malay, who asked him not to worry. Then she returned to talk to Gina. He told her where they were heading, to the best place in the world. Accidentally, she was heading there with a silver sword. The silver sword almost lost consciousness, hearing as she told their destination. She apologized to him, remembering that it had to be secret. To the left, she noticed a cauldron, which seemed to be used for cooking. It was the reason to ask Gina if he is a cook. Upon learning that, she was delighted and began to ask about his best dishes and when he started cooking. She even asked him to somehow demonstrate her culinary skills. When he replied that if the opportunity, she was obliged, she considered it a promise. Then the Ho, who stood nearby, turned to Gin. The girl also greeted him, and they exchanged names. Because Gin called him his brother, she became interesting, but she suggested that they were not her brothers, because they looked different. However, I did not talk into the conversation, deciding to check how his horse, a black demon. She gained his gaze while Jean explained to her that it was his horse. The girl also drew attention to his lame course. I will already go down to the place where his horse stood. Having worried that he could be boring, he came up to cheer the horse a little. The horse, of course, did not know the human language, but undoubtedly understood the gave. He asked him to suffer a little, and he promised that when they arrive, he would allow him to run well. Their conversation was heard by a man who served the horses. "Your horse is your horse?" he asked, getting closer. Then he praised the horse, calling him a wonderful pitch. He said that he has been working on this ship for a long time, but he has not seen such a horse. He advised to be careful, because some hands are scratching on such horses. The HOs have always been careful. "You do not imagine how many people have fallen, just casting a slanting look at this horse," said Ho-Ho. Hearing this, the guy felt a slight fear in the voice of the ladies. In the world, the murmur of such people is called masters. I will ask the guy to look after the horse before arriving on the pier and feed him well. He also asked permission to ask one more. Where can I find Kaoman on Dunton Lake? He was told one very interesting thing. Passing the note right in his hand, he learned where to find the right person. To find it, it was necessary to ask the owners of bars. Usually it is about hostess bars, local hills. I will go there to gather information. He was told there that only some owners are related to Chaos. That's all they knew. The final point of the trip, Unmadogensson, is the city of Yuan, located in the northeast of Lake Dunton. The city of Yuan was the center through which the distribution and transportation of goods was passed, because it is located at the intersection of the Yangtze River and Lake Dunton. It was famous not only for its developed road and waterways, but also in the military and commercial industry. I will give Ho and Jin because they got off the ship in the city, and I will explain the Jin that he should find out something. He asked him to find a room and rest. Jin did not know what to do, but asked him to hurry. There were many bars on the main street. People in Yuan call this place Road Danmyeon. The ladies stopped in place and listened to different offers around him. He was also called on attractive girls who advised to go to their bars, and praised that their bar is the best in the city. Do you have high standards? How about our host's bar Chonsen? Yuan has no bar better than ours, one beautiful girl said. The HO gave hon to her proposal and decided to go to bar Chonsan. At the western wind, Gin was looking around, studying the atmosphere filled with mysteriousness and peace. He was reminded that they should not worry about horses. They will remain here in the yard, and they will be given care until he rest. When lunch is time, he will be able to climb to the second floor, leaving his skippers below. But he was also advised not to climb the third floor, no exception. It turned out that the whole third floor was occupied by a powerful sect of the Huan sword, which rented it for an important assembly. Yuyan's sword sect is the largest in the whole region, and now something extraordinary and mysterious is happening here. This story intrigued Gina Bo. He really wanted to find out what was so special in this sect. The Baru bar hostess, a girl named after, was just nearby and politely invited him to enter. She suggested that he wait here and suggested sitting at the table for convenience. When she asked if he had special wishes for service, he, unexpectedly for her, replied, "What about you?" The girl immediately scattered, not waiting for such an answer, and he stretched out her something unusual. He put a thing on the table, a quartz stone that shined like a real treasure. At the sight of such expensiveness, the girl thought for a moment, amazed. Now in her eyes he was different from ordinary guests who came here every day. In addition, his view had a terrible expression, which only emphasized his special status. The girl inadvertently wondered that they did not belong to those who were able to cope with her husband of such a grade. At this point, another girl came in, and with some fear noticed that the guest looked sufficiently frightening. I will wrap his head looking at the newcomers with curiosity. The girl who had just come forced the previous one to leave the room, saying that she would not be able to cope with such a situation. Given her tone, it became clear that she was holding a higher position than a previous girl. After she left, she addressed the HO with the question of where he came from, because she saw him here for the first time. I will waive it, considering this question unimportant. She insisted they say it matters, but he stood firmly on his own. Then what is important to you? She asked, trying to understand his motives. I will reply that he was interested in the fact that this place is one of the halves of Howman. Hearing this, she was much surprised, because only a few people know that there is a branch of Howman. Even among the workers of the bar about the connection of this place with the Han is known only to be chosen. She, of course, immediately asked where he became aware of it. Ignoring her question, I will go to the topic of the previous girl, noting that she obviously has combat skills. Finally, Madame confessed that the girl was really sent to train their abilities to evaluate people, and confirmed that this place was a branch of human. At first glance, she recognized the highest level quartz in this stone, which can rarely be seen. It made her conclude, a man who carries with him such a jewel, or incredibly generous or recklessly confident. At this point, she introduced herself as a Q, and of course asked how she should call him. Then, without hesitation, he called his name. This name seemed strange to her and it could not be forgotten. However, he was not more concerned about it, but that he has been looking for many years. About 17 or 18 years ago, a group of bandits actively operated in the province of Shanyi. There were 37 of them, although over time there were 36. One died, and they all had horses. Their leader was a man for about 30 years, with a sword of Nas and a scar on his left cheek. Now he should be about 50 years old. Kiki Yada did not understand why she would ask her. On her question, he answered, "Find him," he said without any explanation. Then he clearly dictated the rules, adding that he would not take how long it would take. His words were made not as a request, but as an order that cannot be abandoned. "Find it at any cost," he added, already opening the door. After that, he slammed the door loudly, leaving it alone with his request. His unbreakable character made her hold her breath, reflecting what he heard. Returning to the closet, Kiki asked in Solhi, "What do you think about it?" The doors opened slowly, and behind them appeared in black, with a face hidden in the dark. Solhi replied that the situation is not easy. She was ready to try to help, but warned that it would not be easy. Solhi also asked Kyuv whether it seemed to her that his view was more scary than the snake poison. Kiki Jacob began to say that a few days ago, extremely valuable information came to them. A legend about a warrior. It was a story about a warrior who, in Lonely, destroyed the camp of the Underkra Sochkon, a group that claimed leadership in the province of Signan. At first, she couldn't believe this story, thinking that it was just a fiction. But later there were rumors that confirmed the incredibility of this story. In the camp of Harpora in Honham in the province of Gansu, before the eyes of hundreds of people, he defeated the Heavenly Master from the Gondon sect. "The Bloody Star of Sinian," said Java, realizing that the UN sect will do everything possible to fulfill the request of this man until he appealed to someone else. After a while, the Vasiecho was already in the courtyard again. He sat at the table with Jean Beau, listening carefully to his stories. Gin was told a lot of what he had heard earlier, but most of his stories were about food. He also mentioned the people who he likes, especially when they enjoy the dishes that he prepared. However, the attention of the Geo was directed to another couple of people at a nearby table. They discussed that only one sect in Yuan wears a sword-shaped embroidery. These were warriors from the Yuyan sword sect, and their conversation was even heard from afar. The warriors, holding their swords, passed by people, attracting attention. The swords looked incredibly beautiful, and their clothes were impressed with their exquisite design with a noticeable embroidery that stood out among others. One of the warriors said, "I am a Gin Yansa from the Huan sword sect." He said that today on the 3rd floor there will be an important event held by the hostess Gochkon, the second master of the Huan sword sect, and so he asked them to quietly leave the room in the afternoon. The man soon began to set the guard throughout the house, providing each corner with safety. Gin Yansu personally controlled the location of the guards, putting some even on the stairs for greater security. Everyone was intrigued. Who should come, and why so much protection is needed? One thing was clear. An extremely important person arrives, and the atmosphere around was filled with unusual excitement. Like everyone, Jean Beau, having tasted the local food, also realized that the arrival of that person was of great importance. I will only indifferently respond, commenting on what a delicious food, as if it were not interested in what was happening. After his words, Jean has rejected all the extra thoughts of important guests and focused on the fragrant soup in front of him. He enjoyed every aroma of spices that complemented the rich taste of the dish. One of the guards approached them and asked to complete the lunch and leave the premises. Jean was trying to find some excuse, but could not express anything expressive, and I will be silently sitting. The guard threw a few more bold phrases that only warmed the atmosphere. I will barely hold back his emotions, trying not to respond. Suddenly the announcement came. The second lord arrived. All attention was instantly drawn to the door. and each of the warriors bowed his head in a respectful bow. Hardly entering, Stygia immediately asked, "What about Miss Hai?" When the hostess was informed that Miss Hai was still on the road, it caused him some disappointment. The second host of the Juin's sword sect was outraged by the fact that he would have to live in a hotel, not in the luxurious apartments of the highest class. Gin Yansu, low bowing, apologized, explaining that all the luxury were booked until next month. "Well, let's see how much you will experience our patience," said the lord with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ginyansa hastened to justify himself, noting that these rooms were also comfortable and food is refined. He also reported that all the preparations for the guests were completed and the menu is ready. Looking out the window for the appearance of Lake Donan, the lord was eventually satisfied with the landscape. He was worried that Miss Hai also liked this choice and comfort. Soon the news came that she had arrived. Yuyan's sword sect met her with proper honors. The first thing she asked was whether the second lord arrived. She was invited to follow them and held to their destination. She, with a serious facial expression, listened carefully to their words. Under the interested views of people, she rose to the third floor. Who is she that if even the lord welcomes her with all the honors? The attendees were surprised. It was a woman like a beautiful flower in the middle of an endless ocean, a flower that knows no boundaries. Her name was Hel, and she was known as a witness to the endless ocean, the only woman among Kamwironi standing on a level with other 8 dragons. A warrior, brought up on the island of He, where she grew under the supervision of elders. He Island is a great island at the northernmost point of Chonvon's map, where the He sect controls everything. However, since the island is located so far from the center of Chonvon, the He sect is not included in 9 large sects. Rarely, when the warriors of the He sect leave the boundaries of the island, and their appearance in Chonvona marks the beginning of the Great Storm. Currently, Owl is the only warrior sent to the continent. This means that it is extremely strong. When she first appeared, many men who were passionate about her beauty tried to approach her, but none of them survived. For unknown reasons, Soval continued to move north, entering many battles and winning everyone. So it was named Flower of the Endless Ocean and was included in the Kamuiron list. At that moment, she entered the room where she was expected by the second master. He gladly greeted her without sparing words about her incredible beauty. Agreeing with the thoughts that spread about her, he expressed his admiration, and she answered thanks. He offered her to sit down, ordering everything on the menu without knowing what she loves. She thanked him for his hospitality, recognizing his attention to the details. Lord was careful about everything, because this meeting was an important greeting for the He sect. Sitting at the table, Miss Hay cast her gaze to the right, towards the window that came to Lake Dotten, admiring his landscape. It seemed as if all the stars merged into a smooth dance on her skies, creating a fabulous glow around her. The second lord, fascinated by her beauty, could not look, more and more surprised by her incredible sophistication. If she became mine, I would never have regret her, he flashed in his thoughts. The second host of the sect of the sword, Yuen Gonchkon, was fond of peaceful pleasures and luxury, finding special pleasure in them. However, only one beautiful flower could fill the void inside it. Owl became the missing fragment that he has been looking for years. At this point, he ordered one of the servants to bring what was carefully prepared. It was a gift for a girl he asked to accept. There was a sophisticated blade in the box, beautiful in his skill. He called it only a sign of his sincerity, putting all his feelings as a gift. This sword was curled up with the best blacksmith's blacksmith, Hunan, Gon Yajam, and his radiance spoke of high skill. He ordered him as soon as he learned that she decided to visit Yuan. He proudly told her that the sword was created on the special technique of Gon Yaja. She, tilting her head, calmly asked, why did he decide to make such a gift? His cheeks became red, and he replied quietly that it was, as previously said, a sign of his sincerity. But she firmly explained that she did not come here to accept gifts. Her visit was aroused an interest in the reputation of the Huan sword sect. She was unnecessary with such a magnificent sword. She already had her blood, and that she had enough. She thanked him for his hospitality and care. After that, expressing his hope that he no longer worried, returned and left. He stood in place, trembling with indignation, barely saying one word, and behind him and the other. What a hell! The rage was overwhelmed, and he broke up, breaking the table with food on the pages. The servants hurried to reassure him, but unsuccessfully. His anger boiled so much that he grabbed a chair and threw him out the window. This meeting did not benefit her at all. Walking the street, she thought about a few questions that were spinning in her head. The first of them, why did the Lord in general invite her here? The next thought was that she wants it or not, but would have to stay here until the next meeting. Lake Dotton and this little house on its region looked incredibly beautiful. She stared at this amazing beauty of the lake, feeling admiration. The light wind wrapped her face, blowing away all the experiences. Nearby, near the city where she stopped, stood by Ho-Ho and Jimbo. Seeing them, she felt unclear excitement. Something in her head began to circulate. It seemed to her that she had already seen them somewhere. And then she remembered the hotel questioning wind. Looking closer to this black-haired guy, her thoughts froze. At one point, it was overwhelmed by different mixed emotions. All because she has not seen such deep eyes. For her, these eyes seemed filled with darkness from the inside. In her eyes, there was no hint of emotion. This view was something unfamiliar and mysterious for her. Owl felt her palms moistened with tension. Her neck muscles tensed, and a cold drop of sweat rolled down on her back. Her body reacted much earlier than consciousness. She felt a strong interest in this man. Who is he? Suddenly, one of the fools behind her ordered two others to prepare. Men began to pull out their swords, preparing for the attack. The ladies noticed everything at the moment when the splashes of water flew around. He was ambushed around the hell. She calmly looked at the situation, evaluating the danger. In silence, only the order of their leader was heard. To kill her. Lady Ho-Ho's felt a strong threat. He warned Jean because to stay away. These idiots rushed directly to a girl who was calmly admired by a landscape. It seemed fun for her. They really thought that their ambush would be able to hurt Owl. Here, others also began to pull out their swords, preparing for battle. All at the same time rushed to the attack. But her face radiated unbreakable confidence. Her emotions clearly conveyed control of the situation. She spent her sword in the air as if drawing invisible lines. Equally easy and gracefully she cut her enemies, these daring fools. But their screams of pain were no longer light or gentle. Each of them rolled in pain when she ruthlessly cut their muscles. However, despite the suffering, they continued to attack her with their breasts. How stupid they are when preparing this pathetic plan. Did they really believe that the number would allow them to overcome the girl? They thought that it is fragile and therefore weak. Jean was looking at her as if he were descending from heaven and began a dance with his sword. But I will see it differently, understanding the depth of her skill. On the side, it could seem a sophisticated dance, but this sword technique had great murderous power. He did not know exactly what the technique was, but its potential was obvious. However, he was convinced that the creator of this technique had an irresistible thirst for murder. It can be said that this technique is focused on accurate blows into vital points. Her sword skills and the force of attack were perfect, but there was one but. What is it for but? Ginbo asked, interested. Doms explained that the problem is who exactly performs these attacks. She lacks that thirst for murder. Techniques are designed to kill, but until the swordmaster decides to kill someone, he will not reveal the true potential of his strength. Although for all around who watched it, it looked incredible. To destroy so many people alone, it was impressive. This flower of the endless ocean is a warrior from the island of He. Now it became clear to them why she was taken to Kamoiran. She sent her sword to the one who ordered her to kill her. Who sent you? She asked coldly. But he, without surrender, got an explosive whose wick was already burning. Is this a bomb? She watched with fright as the sparks from the wick were quickly diverting. At this point, she understood that it is necessary to act immediately. The loss of vigilance struck her memories of the master's words, who always warned, "The non-species is your most severe enemy." Everyone was frightened when they saw a bomb lying literally near them. If it is a real bomb, this place will not even remain from the stone. Panic swept the crowd. People ran, looking for shelter. That man, holding a bomb, told her with an unrestrained enthusiasm, "If this thing explodes, everything will burn to the ground with a radius of 30 meters. He rushed to her, trying to take with him, as it may be difficult. The ladies evaluated the situation, looking for a way out and thinking what to do next. And here this porch with a bomb noticed a black-haired guy next to him. And he rushed to him instantly, attacking without any hesitation. Now he had two bombs near his head, one real, and the other a lady's fist. The fist was the same strength as this bomb, and with one blow he dropped that man at an incredible distance. It happened in the eyes of him. Although the distance was not enormous, it was enough to drop the scum directly into the water. Suddenly there was a bright flash that blinded his eyes. It lasted only a moment, but later a terrible explosion came. The lady was still standing in a ranking pose, as if he had just shot. His energy remained tense, as if he had felt that powerful blow. The explosion erupted, and on the faces of people, panic became brighter. Everyone sought to escape from danger. "Run faster!" Calls, and the crowd, like a flock of confused birds, rushed in different directions, saving themselves. Sleeves of trees, broken by the explosion, climbed into the air, flying in all sides. like the wreckage of some other world. The explosive wave was so powerful that even the splashes of water that had erupted from the river next to the ground tree rose into the heights. The will was right in the center of this hurricane, among the water, trees, and fragments that were flying. Like everyone around, people lost their resistance under their feet. A wooden bridge on which they stood crumbled like a card house. But the bomb, after all, exploded directly in the river, and it became a real miracle that saved many. The fragments of the explosion began to slowly fall down, but the bridge, miraculously, remained whole. There were no casualties, although several people were injured, but they were alive. A strong explosion no doubt scared everyone, and only now people began to open their eyes carefully, looking around. However, the view of hell was wrapped in one man, to the one who caused their rescue, thanks to whom they all survive. It became a real discovery for her, and there was a strong interest. Who is he really? Jean Beau, approaching the ladies of Ho, looked like a calm observer among chaos. He thanked his brother, because it was thanks to him that all remained alive. He reassured him, asking not to worry, they say, it was his duty to save a friend. He then confessed that he was hungry, and suggested that you go to eat. Of course, Jin knew a good place, and although they spent so little time here, he noted that there were many restaurants with all kinds of food on the next street. And there are delicious curses and dumplings. But only a few steps down the street, and they met someone on their way. This person was one that could not be noticed. There were 4 balls on his back, and a deep scar on his cheek, which made his appearance even more mysterious and dangerous. He just stood in the middle of the street and looked at the lad without showing emotions. When Ho passed by him, he felt a sharp and deadly look, an incredible thirst for blood that was heard from that man. Many strong warriors arrived in Yuan, and each of them was ready to act. Ho could not understand whether it was a coincidence or someone planned everything. But the fact that these people arrived at the same time he created additional problems to him. At that moment, he remembered the words of his master who once sounded in his ears. There is no word in the world that is so deceiving people as the word coincidence. When thoughts are intertwined into a network that people call the conclusion, then the inevitability comes from the mask of coincidences. At the guard gate, Yana stood a sword that tried to remind others that they should be alert, because today they received important guests. He turned to his brothers, asking them not to relax, because security at this time was extremely important. Meanwhile, Miss discussed with her husband, and he asked if she was really sure that the blow of heaven was used. As far as she was known, it was definitely he could not have any doubt. A scarred man explained that the problem was that the attempt was in a crowded place where it was impossible to avoid victims. But the worst part is that the killer used a weapon of mass destruction. The blow of heaven was his last hope. The same opinion was expressed by the head of Inspectorate Yana, Qianvon. He began to tell her that about a century ago there was a sect of Huayun. The girl listened carefully, asking with interest, waiting for new details. They were those who took away firearms. One day, the forge accidentally mixed the wrong gunpowder and created something that the world had never seen before. These weapons were 4 times more powerful than a regular bomb, but it had the same size that it could be conveniently carried with it, and called her Blow of Heaven. The very fact of the existence of the Blow of Heaven scared the whole world with its destructive power. Somehow, someone detonated the Blow of Heaven in the city center, and hundreds of warriors were killed or injured. The Vayun sect was recognized as a common enemy and liquidated. At the same time, the drawings of these weapons were destroyed. But now, hundreds of years later, it has appeared again. And now that the Blow of Heaven appeared in Yuan, Qianvon concluded that Yuan will not cope with this threat on its own. He then mentioned that the Wan Sword sect is much smaller than the He sect to us, and he himself is one of those who stands at the head of the city of Huan. His task is to know every little thing about what can get into the city. Initially, the girl exhaled deeply, preparing for the following words. Soon the influential Chongvan sects will gather for a meeting near the Dantin River. He was stunned without waiting for such news. It was information he could not know because the meeting had to happen just under his nose, on his pier, and he didn't even hear about it. He, Chosun, explained without difficulty that it was secret information, and she would not have been aware if her master had not told her. He guessed, and she confirmed that this meeting would probably be dedicated to a recent incident and could happen in its territory. The word influential is not used in the ordinary sects. A sect awarded the title of influential is either one of the 9 large sects, or belongs to one of 5 large families, or may stand equal with them. Although the Huan Sword sect was recognized as one of the strongest in Hunan province, its strength does not compare with 9 large sects or 5 large families. He could not afford anger and realized that the only right way was to remain calm. He tried to find out and miss why they planned this meeting, but unfortunately she knew nothing. However, she promised to try to find out when they would come. She offered help, and he replied that she was better left here until the end of the meeting. He explained that if something happens to her while she is here, he is terribly ashamed. In the morning, I will give Ho-Ho and Jean because they left the North Wind and went to Yuan's pier. On the other bank of Lake, Dotun began its journey. It was on the Yuyan River that was the famous Hotel Zobilin, known for its best numbers in the world. Its huge size and luxurious look made the impression. It looked just grand and incredibly beautiful. Gin's father was always dreamed of getting here, and now Jean was here himself and hoped to see the chef ocular, to whom he devoted so many thoughts. He shared these thoughts with Ho, which approached him, but she had no idea who was this chef. She was then explained that it was the nickname of the great head to Cocoon. Just think what a big cook he should be to earn such a nickname. And they say that everyone who at least once tried his dishes could no longer forget their taste and constantly turned back. Jin was impatient, trying to find out what he needed to do to achieve the same level of skill. And here's I will be. Before the entrance stood the chariot, and several people were waiting at the bottom. Going down the water, they stood right before the entrance, thinking that those who visit such places are sure to have high status and large wealth. At this point, 2 swordsmen approached them, asking if they made a reservation. Because they did not make the reservation, they had to stay outside. The entrance was forbidden. The rules were simple. It is necessary to make a reservation, and only then can you get inside. Only those who made the reservation could get into Excite. But now there was a new question. What do we do next? With this question, Jeanbo came back to the ladies and asked, "How long are we waiting if we book a place now?" A healthy man replied that it would take about a month. The other added that it could even be delayed for a long time. But suddenly another person appeared behind who said they did not need a reservation. They both turned in synchronous, so surprised. And then they saw Chan. Then Jean remembered that she told him earlier that she was also heading here. Looking at them with her sweet eyes, she apologized for not saying goodbye that day. Her schedule changed, and she had to go earlier. The swordsmen were amazed when they saw her and heard that she was talking to them. She was the daughter of John Gabo. She was a member of one of the 5 large sects of Hunan province, and her sect maintained close friendly ties with Yusun Moon, the leader of the group who stood for Zobalia. She was a special guest. Then she turned to one of the swordsmen and asked them to prepare their place right now. The sword immediately agreed. She came to the boys to continue the conversation and asked how they had. Silver Sword also greeted them with the words, "What an honor to meet you again." She noticed that they looked very restrained. She asked Jin for not to be ashamed and suggested going on. The Silver Sword told her that they should meet guests here, but she thought everything was so good. Looking inside, she told how much heard about this place, but she was for the first time here. They noticed that there were many people in the hall, all dressed gorgeous, and the atmosphere was unusually refined. Since there was a lot of time before the meeting, Co decided to spend it with Ginbo. She brought him to a large round table standing in the center of the room. Gin was just thinking about how delicious food was delicious, when suddenly a man asked, "So you with John Gabo?" She was curious about who this man and she asked him about it. When he returned to them, they saw a huge nose and face of an old man who said, "So, it was asked to climb here." It was a Hakyun the chef Isobil, for Jean because it was an incredible chance to meet personally the most famous cook. Nosy Cook asked them what they wanted for lunch. They both behaved ridiculously, could not decide what to order, and all the time gave the choice to each other. Cook proudly stated that there was no dishes in the world that he could not cook, and said it directly to them. Then he also asked them that they were delicious with John Gabo. In a few minutes, they were already sitting at the table, having a little understanding of the choice. The girl ordered the golden fingering of 5 dragons. It was an easy thing for him, and it was interesting to find out what she would have. She then asked to cook the rest of the dishes for its taste. The cook returned, asking them to wait a minute, and promised that everything would be ready, because the third at the table was already sitting. When the cook left them, Jean was asked with a frightened face with a frightened expression, "Why did you do so?" Because it was golden 5 dragons, gin for me, and it was the most delicious dish that I ever tried. But he didn't know that she was with John Gabo. Then he began to talk about her high status, and it seemed to him that he had no right to communicate with her so much. I will just listen to this conversation, watching silently. The girl explained to him that they were friends and could talk as they were comfortable. When a plump man heard the word friends, he was slightly red. Silver Sword, guarding the girl, also listened carefully to their conversation, thinking that if the head learned about it, Jin will have serious problems. Friends with a person you don't even know about? After that, he began to look carefully at the black-haired and remember his name. He decided that he needed to know more about him. and began to look for clues. It took a while and Cook was ready to serve meals. He brought them together with assistants on large pallets. At first, he suggested that they try these dumplings, then Sichuan boiled fish. It was only after that he served the golden fingering of 5 dragons, because these dishes were combined and revealed their true, incredible taste. The way to eat these dumplings was unique. It was necessary to put a stick in the dough and pull the meat, enjoying a great taste. This taste through the tube forced only one word: wow. The cook, with a large nose, ran around them, watching their reaction carefully. He was convinced that they would never be able to try this outside this city. Also, with this tube, Co pulled meat, which added even more pleasure in food. She thanked the cook, and now realized why he was called the chief. But his gaze became more vigilant. He was waiting for a reaction from Black-Haired. He ate food cooked by a large boss, but did not prove any reaction. It looked as if he felt nothing at all from the taste of this food. The chief of the skeleton, watching him, made his verdict. People like him believe that expensive food is always better and cannot truly appreciate its taste. The next was Sichuan boiled fish. Perfectly cleaned, fried in oil, but did not lose any millimeter of its shape. Fluless himself could not believe that he was eating such food prepared by the chef himself. Trying to fish, he felt something incredible. The fire was perfectly combined with the feeling of spicy seasonings, and the mastery of cooking created a true harmony of taste. Pulivshu admitted that he had never tried anything like this before. Co was also delighted, feeling the fish melt in the mouth, sweet but slightly spicy. Her emotions could only be conveyed by taste. The next dish was the golden fingering of 5 dragons. Cook suggested that they combine sea cucumbers, meat, and plain vegetables together. She thought she had never tried anything like this before. The cook also invited them to come at any time when they wanted to enjoy his cuisine again, because he has a special relationship with John Gabo. Having tried a piece of this food, the whole world seemed to slow down. It was, of course, delicious, but she had the feeling that she had already tried something like this, and it was interesting to find out where she had tasted such a dish before. Meanwhile, a picture of a bird, singing the most memorial music in the world, flew in her head, and nothing was important. When the cook departed a little, she turned to the Jinbo and said, "Your dish is better." "I'm not lying, Dinner, your dish was really the best." But the cook went not so far not to hear these words. "What I created is a real art with the final touch of sea cucumber and the freshest meat. Do you compare this with the shout of this thick?" He was impressed with their words, could not understand how such could be compared with his culinary masterpiece. "What did you just say? Is it a dish that I prepared, tasteless?" asked the cook with the eyes that broke out of indignation. The girl replied that she had already tried the golden fingering of 5 dragons, and what he prepared was not comparable to what. It was to hear these words for cooking, as if it were to put a knife into his heart and turn it 5,000 times. He addressed Pulash and asked, "Do you agree with her words?" Flush could not restrain and laughed. "No, it's just funny." "Lord, what did you do? Nothing can match it." But the reaction of the cook still did not reassure him. He was outraged that there was no drop of pleasure on their faces. The conversation became so loud that everyone around began to pay attention to it. Damho put his sticks for food because he lost his appetite and said it aloud. The cook barely restrained. "What did you say? Did you really say that you have lost your appetite?" "How dare you laugh over me," said the cook. Ho just silently began to climb from his chair, ready for any situation. The silver sword even turned away from the cook, and it seems that his gaze spoke more than 1,000 words. He would definitely not cope with an ordinary person. Damho, looking straight into the eye of the war, said, "You play with food." Cook could barely believe what he hears and repeated, "What? Are you smiling at me?" Damho, quietly but with determination, asked, "What is all this fuss?" And so a man with a black beard came to them and turned to Damho. "I don't know what is happening, but your words are abusive." He was looking forward to taking responsibility for their words. He was referring to this stir and awaiting explanations from them what was happening in general. It was Uncle Haya So, who had explained that he had been offended. Now he has become much more interesting that his niece is doing here, and who these guys are with her. Is it her company? She explained to him that no one had offended food here. "If I didn't worry about you, you would have ended this booth for a long time," said Soshon, looking at her niece. Only she said these words as Uncle repeated her remarks again. Yusun Moon is one of the 5 large sects of Hunan Province, a sect that specializes in medical activities more than in the martial arts. It is the largest sponsor. And 7 in Vaughn, the head of Yusun Mun, is Uncle Chan. He was very worried about the reputation, because the money is big, and this is important for their situation. Then he addressed the Ginbo and asked, "Is it true that you offended the food?" Jinbo apologized, but Uncle repeated his question again. Damho began to answer for him. He straight, without caution, said, "This food tastes terrible." Altogether with the stiff asked, "What did you just say?" The cook still could not come to mind and remained shocked from heard. Seven and Vona frankly considered him the best steep in the world. Due to this position, Damho called them fools. He explained that all his words were true, and he speaks as he is. Here, the guards, with swords behind their backs, began to reach for their weapons. Vaughn stopped them and explained the Ho that none of the guests had allowed himself. "If no one has said it, it does not mean that it means something," Damho replied. However, he believed that he was trying to provoke them to fight. "Today, I let you leave it all in the past, for the sake of my niece," he said, giving them a chance. One of the men standing behind added, "Wake from this! And for such as you, there is no place here," another security guard added. When he said it, he put his hand on Damho's shoulder. The cook was already eagerly waiting for him to get a lesson for having dared to offend his dishes. The thoughts were spinning in his head. "No one dare to challenge my dishes." Damho calmly asked the guard to remove his hand if he was dear to his life. "Funny. You look like those who pull the time until he sees death in his face," Damho replied, looking straight into his eyes. Such were the words of this guardian, and Damho barely held back himself. But his patience came, and now everyone was asking, where did this energy come from? Where did she come from? This is Damho, which they get angry. Now there was no trace of smiles on their faces. Even the earthy sword was struck by seeing what energy it releases. But in reality, this energy was incredibly beautiful, as if the fiery petals of flowers that were flying in all directions. However, this was only for his friends. For enemies, this energy could become deadly. Everything around was flooded with a red glow, and it was this goner who laid his hand on his shoulder, the first felt it. But even Seven and Vaughn stood silently, not understanding what was happening. The wave of energy literally crushed everything in its path, all who stood behind him. She was so strong that even the windows were not standing and flying out of the frame. The minute did not pass, as Damho turned this guard into a vegetable with one accurate blow. It is interesting if he will be able to cook something delicious from him. I do not know what we'll do with him, but there will be a lot of work for cleaners. It will be necessary to wipe his blood from the walls. All the same, Yu Sun Moon was proud of the top 5 sects of Hunan province, although they never really got into a real battle. Most members of the sect were not warriors, but specialized in medicine. The sword, holding the sword, stood up for the girl. He considered this black-haired guy the embodiment of death. Everyone was very scared. Sochkun reassured the Jinbo, and the girl shaking with fear. And the silhouette of this guy really caused the horror of everyone. His gaze was tough as a beast that looked from his forehead, and in the eyes an incredible thirst for death burned. Seven and Vaughn did not understand why he only saw such force now, and even his body was shaking a little. The barely noticeable chromium of one leg made Damho look like a Kalishan warrior. It seemed so absurd that he did not even pay attention to these rumors. The man who cut off the camp of Mount Sachon in the Lonely, and showed his strength in the camp on Mount Hanam. And she won Maka, the best student of the Gondon sect, one of the Cameroni. Bloody Star Sinian, that's what this black-haired Damho was. At the same time, Seven and Vaughn came closer and asked, "Who are you?" But in fact, Seven and Vaughn came closer to apologize for the hasty conclusions. Damho looked at the CO, which was still shaking from the survivor. She asked him to apologize not before him, but in front of her, because they saved this Dragoen is to eat. At that moment, Damho decided that there was no reason to stay here, and asked the Ginto to go with him. Sam was amazed, because she never saw her uncle showed such weakness. However, in the next moment, his uncle rejected his pride, and apologized to his niece, thanking her for everything. "I made a mistake because of my high commercial approach. This guy knows how to feel the taste of golden fingering 5 dragons." And after a while, standing in front of him, he acknowledged that he had a wonderful taste. And he even admitted that he added the ingredient to the dish to enhance the taste, without expecting it could spoil everything. He agreed to take responsibility, but at the same time acknowledged that he was responsible for herself inadvertently accused. "I do not know how it happened. Apparently I am obsessed with something," he said, thinking. Such were his words. And after a while, Damho with his brother already stood on the ship. Dam explained that there was a reason why he did so, because most people will not believe in hell until they try it on themselves. He asked the plump to remember the eyes of Yu Sun Moon. This is a typical view of a person who changes his decisions depending on the situation. Such people are weak before strong, but many times stronger towards the weak. The world is not as beautiful and bright as it seems. Sometimes radical methods are the best solution. That's what I wanted to bring to the head of the sect. After a while, they were in the guest house. The Jain seemed to be very tired, because he immediately fell asleep as soon as they entered. Damho noticed a strange thing on a table that was not there when they only went to the guest house. It was because of this that she told him strange. Is this message from Haomon? The people you're looking for are probably black tigers. These are the robbers who ruled at that time in Shenya province. As you have already said, this is a robber gang, sadly known to abduction and violence against girls. They say that wherever they stepped, they were only destroying. They are like a plague. The name of your ally is Chorus. As you said, he has a big scar on his left cheek. Not far from here is a place under the name where, if hurried, you can get in a day. There is a game house in this place. There is often a man who claims that he was in a gang of black tigers. Find it, and find out where others. It was there that after reading this message, Damho went immediately. There the men sat at the gambling tables, losing their money, and some won. Between them there were humorous conversations that fit their environment. One of them raised his hand on the table. He was in a situation where he had to worry about where to spend the night today. He was called Sel, and he was the brother of this sword. The sword that said to him, "You are a ghost. Today came again, and I was not glad to see you at all." This match was not present among the guards and the guards of the mountain house to Sanjong. Immediately after asking his brother, as he did, he asked him to borrow money. This delusion, gambling, was called but Forehead, was a former member of the famous gang of robbers. He wondered that the supervisor, as well as his brother, lent him money and promised that he would definitely return them this time. The brother explained that unlike the possession of the sword, he is not so good in games. But over time he agreed. He then sent him to go and take part in his favorite game. In his head, he counted the money he borrowed to this fornication. If you collect them all together, he could even become his inner servant. And suddenly the door began to open. The door opened, and a black-haired figure appeared. A young man with a chromium foot who slowly came to them. The first thing that flashed in his head to Sanjong is that the place is already too outdated for such visitors. Now can Chromium come here with money? Type while making money. He spit, but Chromium is a bust. Because of the etiquette that existed in the game house, he asked one of the guards to remove him from his eyes. The ladies only continued to go inside. As he had gone before him and began to say that it was not the place where he could come, he began to poke his giant finger on him and asked to get. The lady came here not to have fun, and clearly not to listen to this from some healthy assholes. But even the word did not say he decided to deal with this scum. He figured out, sending him his attack directly into the torso. This big body was pierced through the stroke of the fist, and its viscera flew to other visitors. One table, on which the fate of 50 silver was decided, flew into chips. In the eyes of others, it looked so impressive. He tore him with one hand, which seemed impossible. Immediately began to ask the question, "Who is this bastard? I will only be interested in one. Who is the chief here?" The devil is shouting. Having answered his question, having heard a few seconds of silence, he decided to deal with the following. Having knocked his teeth, he was sure that someone would tell now. Well, not only teeth, but also punch their bodies through. He just scattered this office in different directions. These morons who could just play games. With this blood-thickle look, he killed everyone who was on his way. To Sanyong at that moment he thought, looking at it in a playhouse, where only Konich people gather. I saw a lot, but such. I swear I have never seen someone with the same look. After these thoughts, he realized that he did not oppose him, and began to ask whether it was better to get around the disciplinary consequences of Haomon. Now he could not imagine at all that it would end. But being immersed in a shingle, he asked Damho, "Who is he?" And in response he heard only two words, "Black Tigers." "Where is this war from this gang?" he asked. It became clear why Ho came here. But he was not going to hide from him. But these insignificant words did not suit the guard at all. And he asked him again, "Where is he?" He turned to his brother to Sanjong, and he was just as frightened. He said his name quietly, but Choel, he just kept on the mind that these 4 men died even with a whisper, and thought why he needed this guy now. The bad anticipation overwhelmed him. Rising from his chair, he went closer to Damho, barely holding back himself so as not to show how he worries. "They haven't seen themselves for a long time," Damho said to him, and he asked, "Do you know me?" "Yes, I know you well because I have not forgotten your faces for a moment." The truth became clear that this guy clearly holds the image on him. He began to stutter, trying to apologize. "I don't know who you are, Lord." "All is well," Damho replied in a cold voice like an iceberg, and took steps to him, slowly limping and eerie. "You will soon remember everything. Because of this, everything will be fine," he said, not stopping. But the forehead noticed that no matter how strong he may be, he still crumbles. No, it's not a sign that it is weak. It means that I can escape," he thought, while I looked at the door nervously. But he did not have time to reach the door, as Damho was already directly on the side of him. Suddenly, he got a powerful blow directly into the jaw, from which he could barely keep his balance. Hinge, Damho looked at him again. I didn't think you could escape. Putting all his anger in this blow, Damho felt as every cell of his body vibrates from hatred, and although not all, he still had a whole mountain of anger that was not enough to break this abomination. And with each blow, he only put a small part of this malicious energy into his body, as if sending it to hell through each of his cells, leaving it in the place where the blood was spilled. Each of it die as a silent testimony of his hatred. Damho did not make any sounds, and it was even tougher. The silence around was piercing, like a storm. Watching this, people just trembled. They trembled like all those who looked at his attacks with a sense of unknown awaiting. Very rigidly, Damho stood above him, saying, "All is well. People do not die like that. They just remain dead." Then he asked, looking at him with an unwavering rage, "Did you bastard never realized what he did wrong?" But the forehead spit with the blood that flew out of his mouth through 2 healthy front teeth and asked, "What kind of hell? What did I do wrong?" "So you bitch still didn't mention?" Damho said these words with such contempt that there was no doubt about his intentions. And this time Damho gave him a hint. 18 years ago, the province of Shenya. He repeated his words, looking for in memory, though he hints at the events. "Shens? What the hell happens then?" Damho pressed very rigidly, holding him for the side, drawing on him, like a metal, what is about to do. And only then did it start to reach his head. What happened then? This is the period when the Black Tigers committed the most severe murders. Their hands were obsessed with innocent blood. They killed everyone on their way without complaining about anyone, neither children nor old ones. Leaving them on the ground, they ruthlessly cut their throat, not giving them a chance for salvation. Walking them on the floor, they enjoyed every moment of death without feeling any emotions to the victims. Suddenly, this moment, before the eyes of Nost, changed again. A picture appeared. A little boy who stood in the middle of this horror. Verno, it was so long ago that he couldn't even remember exactly. But that guy, with his strange look, remained in memory. He had the same view. The view of the beast who is ready to bit the throat to anyone who would hurt him. And so they began to appear, the tears in the eyes he tried to restrain. Now Damho realized what he mentioned. It was what made his heart break. "Well, how did you survive?" There was a question but the forehead did not receive any answer, except that Damho quietly said, "I stayed, and I didn't forget about the day for a second. And how I survived does not matter. It is only important to what I became," muttered but a forehead, full of rest in his voice, which contrasted with his ruthless actions. He took him by his finger and began to slowly break the bones, one by one, from his fingers, through his wrist, to his shoulder. Then he moved to his feet, fingers, knees, and then to the thighs. The legs became the first to break under his hands, scattering on the bones like small chips, and each subsequent blow to sent but to even greater torment. The fingers were already broken. Each of them looked in different directions, like the silent witnesses of this cruel massacre. Only loud sounds of prayer were heard about mercy, screams which I no longer wanted to think. He begs about life, but here his brother will not help. It is not 50 silver. Damho stood above him, simply continuing to say how he breaks his every bone one by one until he began to break out in agony. And suddenly he heard his tearful, trembling prayer. "If you swear over me, I will tell you all the truth." Damho replied that he was not interested in it. He is not here for the sake of it. His purpose was quite different. But he, holding a broken hand, which was still shining with pain, continued to swear. "Please, it will be very interesting," he assured. And after the pause he said, "Your younger sister, maybe your younger sister is still alive?" After a while the ladies were already rushing on his horse, thinking in the name of his only younger sister. "I will give Garon." As she always followed him, like a tied tail, it was so long ago that he couldn't even remember her face. But he was sure. She was a beauty, and this idea that this child may be still alive was lit in his heart the fire of hope. He spoke these words through his clenched teeth, cursing everything that happened. Jo Jun-san, the head of Black Tigers, took her to cell where he wants. Trembling with excitement, I will turn to him, asking where this baby is now. "I do not know, but Hensan has a place called Angajan," he replied. And he added that there may be some traces there. Hensan is a Hunan province, located near the lake tone of the Jan. He takes 3 days on his horse. 5 large mountains that symbolize protection. Taishan in the east, Bastawan in the west, Henzan in the north, Sunshun in the south. This is a place where Damho went in his way is often called Oak Protection. From now on, his goal is Henson, the heart of Hunan. Angajan, a place founded 10 years ago, became an important point on the map of this region. And from that time it has developed steadily. The owner of this place is the Ankh. Now that he became a mature man, he is 40, and the locals score him for generosity. Damn, meeting people on his way did not stop asking whether his target owner was in this place. They were wondering who he was and why their owner was looking for. The owner now drank, enjoying the glass with the interlocutor. He sat at a big table, talking to a man sitting opposite. They had a seemingly serious business conversation, while the wine glasses were circling. Although, can it be called a business conversation? And suddenly, the conversation interrupted the sound of the trees. It was a lady who mercilessly put the way on the street. He decided not to stop on the guards, but simply pierce forward, using force. Having broken the huge door, he said loudly, "They have not seen you for a long time." The owner did not immediately understand who before him. He grunted, "If you came to see, you should do it quietly. You don't remember me?" There was a familiar question that resembled the old days. Then his face was ill with a rare smile. But this smile was not just so. He was sure that they would soon remember who he was. Meanwhile, in the Western guest house, Jinbo cooked delicious dishes to treat one beauty that was about to visit. It was CO, which asked him to make every effort today. He kept a huge muscle for cutting vegetables and realized the process, feeling every movement with a knife. He prepared not only for her, but also for her important guest, who was of particular importance to her, close to her. It was because of this that CO asked him to show everything he was capable of. As soon as she said, "Hey, you can go," the door opened. A girl with dark hair appeared, her beauty left no doubt. It was Ron, the daughter of Hangyeon Muna, the heads of 18 tribes in the Green Forest, as well as known under the name of Hangan Hora Ron. She was concerned about whether they had already been cooked, because every minute was important. The CO presented her Jinbo, and he said politely. Ron felt well about him surrounded by CO, and with a smile said that she heard, even the best boss of the world recognized his skill. Jinbo shuddered from these words, asked confusedly, "Why did you say so?" And at the same moment he thought again that he should give all his strength to do everything at the highest level. He approached the plate, checked the temperature, and began to control the fire, adjusting each moment. Today, more than ever, he has invested all 2,000% of his capabilities in this dish, and in a few minutes the dinner was ready. He called the girls and planted them at the table. It was only necessary to look at this delicate piece of meat that melted in the mouth, giving a unique taste. Ron loved sashimi, and could eat it without stopping, enjoying every piece. She, tasting the dish, could not believe how food could emit such a stunning aroma. And all this was made possible by the Jinbo, not an ordinary cook whose culinary talents were surprised even by CO. Soap laughed, satisfied with her choice, because she was lucky enough to get into this place and try such delicious food. However, CO still worried. There would be no problem that the rod is out alone without security? The rod reassured her, explaining that everything is under control. And even if they notice her absence, it would not cause a big rest. "There will now be no noise in the Green Forest," she replied, knowing what CO is experiencing. "All is well." "I came with Ilgvan Commander, one of the best in the Green Forest," Ron explained. Many people do not know what the river really is. Often, when mentioning Kancho, their thoughts refer to the old school of Daemon or 5 generations. But in order to become Kancho resident, it was not necessary to study the martial arts in these schools. Everyone who has ever used the sword could become a part of Kancho. The Green Forest also belongs. And although people often associate Green Forest with robbers and despise its inhabitants, everything has changed when the number of people exceeded 10,000. The 18 tribes of the Green Forest are now common throughout the central part. In each of the tribes there are hundreds of people, and in the largest, more than 1,000. The head of these tribes was the whole Jian Mun, whose leadership and martial arts skill allowed him to manage 10,000 people without difficulty. In old age, he accepted the daughter, the whole Ho Ron, and now this girl sits next to CO. In the conversation, Ron remembered her uncle, noting that it is strange how long she had not seen him. She referred to the man who walks with the Jinbo, an impressive and terrible figure. It was so strange that it aroused even more curiosity in Ron, forcing her to think about its true meaning. Gin was explained that he had urgent cases, and so he would have to leave. Sun Chekan was surprised and asked what kind of things were waiting for him. He could not tell anything specific, so he replied that he did not know yet. He asked the girls to calm down, having a conversation, and added that he would soon return. At the same time, he was worried, hoping that he would return faster. The Henshan School was one of the 5 schools where Mooney once studied in Henson. There were times when she could boast of the same level of skill as the demon's old school. However, the school has fallen so much that it was now only a mere of 5 Demun schools. The master of martial arts of the school, Chamonhio, decided to hold an important meeting. He said that if you build an emperor hall, it will increase their authority and attract more students. Others were skeptical, believing that the idea to build a huge palace is just a nonsense, taking into account financial problems. But Chamonhio assured them that he had already agreed with influential families who would provide support. Particularly important support should be Angajan. When he mentioned Angajan, others no longer protested against the construction of the Imperial Hall. Everyone was amazed and agreed with his idea. Suddenly, a man approached Cha Mun and asked him to go for a minute. The reason was serious. Master Qin So came. What could happen that he suddenly appeared? Cha Mun-hyo went down and saw China, who stood as if someone had offended him. Qin explained that there was a great trouble. The Angajan was attacked. Cha Mun-hyo asked with anger, "Who are the scoundrels who dared to attack Angajan?" Qin said that there was only one person on the spot. It looked incredible. One person? How is so? But Qin continued, this one person overcame everyone, and he was the only one who managed to escape. It looked so incredible that it seemed like it was just a fiction. But to ignore what happened in Angajan would mean to humiliate Henson's school. The master ordered all the students to gather. They go to Angajan. One of the students tried to reassure him, believing that first it was worth knowing more about the situation. However, Cha Mun-hyo did not pay attention to it. He was indifferent to heard more. He decided to act immediately, despite no conversations. And despite 30 kilometers away, they ran without stops. At that speed, if you try, you could reach the goal in half an hour. Half an hour later, they were already near Angajan. When they went into the yard, they saw many corpses lying right on the ground. What happened? Such beautiful revenge turned into full ruins. Under the feet, a crushed tree. Under the walls and on the floor, beaten and dead people. They ran to Master and Guy Ika, trying to check if he is still alive. Cha Mun-hyo was in a state of shock without believing his eyes. They noticed a young guy with black hair. Damho stood as if losing all the emotions, looking at the corpses, completing the analysis of the situation. He knew that the reinforcements would not be slow, and met them with his cold look. With his chromium, he began to approach them. "Who are you like that?" asked Cha Mun-hyo, standing with his people. He did not hold back indignation, asking how he dared to kill in the school. Damho, looking at them, realized that they were Henson warriors, whom Guy spoke. It was only an hour ago when the situation was not so tense. He struck Gyu with such a force that he flew back, shaking the board. Gyu pleaded not to kill him, and was ready to tell everything he knew about Sister Damho. Standing on his knees, he did not stop pleading about the mercy, but Damho struck him with such force that his teeth flew in different directions. Damho looked at him with his ruthless look, which did not leave a place for pity. Now his view was directed at the warriors before him, evaluating them. Undoubtedly, this scum bought Angajan's soldier for money, but their numbers were considerable. The mass murder of dozens of people is no longer accident. Then Damho asked the master, "Do you want to meet?" He warned him that he should not interfere, but Cha Mun-hyo was convinced that no one could threaten him. "It's not a threat, but a tip," Damho explained to him, not looking. But for the master it was unthinkable. No one was talking to him, and he reached for his sword. He explained that even the masters of old-school daemon did not dare to afford such communication. Pulling his katana, he took it out of the vagina, and the glare of the sun played on a cold metal. But Damho continued to warn him, "You will regret it." Cha Mun-hyo answered him that he would not leave him alive, and ordered his fighters to attack him without hesitation. Warriors, like hungry wolves, attacked him from all sides, are ready to destroy. Many of them thought that they were finally their chance to express themselves. "You are I will break you," one of them whispers, confident in victory. But suddenly Damho struck his foot on the ground, and the stones could not stand the blow. He was ready to show them what a real hell was if they hadn't understood it, and here began a real meat grinder around him. Hundreds of Henson soldiers could destroy smaller and secondary schools. Their strength was enormous. Thanks to them, the Henson school retained its status and remained part of the daemon's old school. However, there was one moment that made them doubt their adhesive confidence. But Damho easily dealt with everyone, turning them into formless chops. Each time his fist was cut, one of the soldiers died on the spot. No one had a chance to survive after his blow. It was impossible. Their hands broke like fragile branches of trees, and their feet were erased in dust, notwithstanding the strength. Damho was like a tiger chasing defenseless sheep, ruthlessly destroying everything in his way. They were like defenseless sheep who could not even try to stab the tiger. The Henson school warriors could not even scratch Damho. And what to say about them when they were not just chopped but torn into pieces? Their blood and teeth flew in different directions, mixing in a horrific picture. Then it became clear to them. They are now in full hell. Manhwa also realized that this guy was not just a warrior. His fists not just carry death, they destroy everything around. The students of this master trained from childhood to fatigue, but none of them could match this young man. And the master himself understood it. He cursed himself for not stopping him before, and hatred appeared in his heart. Having pulled his sword, the invaluable artifact of the school, he decided that this guy should be destroyed. He was convinced that he would cut him with one blow. When he rushed at him, saying the words that sounded like a curse from the devil himself. Damho, meanwhile, enjoyed his business, continuing to ruthlessly destroy the idiots around. He enjoyed every drop of blood that flew around. But the master approached him, jumping through the bodies of his brothers. Manhwa waved his sword, asking Damho to stop. In the air, his formidable warning was performed. You will bear punishment from the sword for your crimes. His sword, like a water flow, seemed to turn everything around into a marine abyss. And so, the next attack, the sword crashed lightly into the air. These blows were impossible to predict, and they walked one after the other as a chain. No one would be able to avoid the strokes of this sword. Despite his explosive character, he was the best master of Henson School. The sword in his hands was ready to split even a large stone in half. Damho at that moment was evading, trying to catch his lightning movements with his vision. He felt frantic pressure, because he was in front of him with a master with a long history of the school. The sword was sharp to the edge and had great force. But it was all that was in Manhwa, and Damho understood it perfectly. Damho was moving forward, like water rushing through the thresholds, inevitably approaching the sword. Manhwa was tense, but his strokes had no smooth he tried to show. Everything around seemed to be a stormy sea, where every movement was a step to a decisive battle. The sword was aimed at only one purpose, to kill the enemy, without the slightest oscillation. He relied only on force without any anticipation, but Damho, gathering energy, stopped him with one hand. The sword, which was found by the warrior himself, could not be so simple and safe. And at this point, Damho felt the incredibly strong energy rejected. However, he also realized that it was just a regular sword. The splashes of water flew in different directions, creating clouds of splashes. The fighters who watched all this were just frozen in place, not knowing what to do. They could not help their master, because they realized that they would only interfere. But they still worried about him, thinking if everything was fine with him. And at the same time, they felt that he was insurmountable for them, without equal in this struggle. The master lay on the floor, still holding the sword in his hands, exhausted and shot down. Damho repeated to him what he said earlier. Do not go into other people's affairs. This is your last lesson. The master lay hard, feeling the painful consequences of his wounds. And only hard coughing, blood splashes flew out of his mouth. After the impact, all its internal organs, like a tube, were scattered inside. He tried to block the attack, gathering all his strength in a sword. Now he just thought, what kind of man in front of me is this? The sword blade was about to crack, and he looked at Damho with a serious expression. He was not going to forgive for that. Manhwa rushed at him again, but he still had a trump card. A sword of Asura, his crown attack. It is good that he waved so desperately with a sword. His blade stretched out like a veer, attacking Damho's on all sides. At this point, Damho's leg cut the floor, punching it to a full depth. He returned sharply to the whole body, and his leg began to rotate like Eula. Tangmagak was called his deadly attack by his foot, and immediately after that he connected the other leg, breaking the swell of the blows with the sword flying on him. Damho remembered how he was thrown into a magical cave where he learned his power. The name was the same, but now this magical Tangmagak has become even stronger and more dangerous. It was a renewed Tangagak Damho, revived with renewed vigor. Like a sandy castle that is destroyed by the waves of the energy of the sword of Manhwa, its protection was destroyed by Tangmagak. Damho jumped to the sword that the enemy held in his hands. Manhwa waved his sword, trying to cut off Damho's hand. At this point, the battle reception of 5 fingers was crucial. The Chongon's sword, like glass, flew into small fragments. The master lowered his gaze and saw his sword break into pieces, leaving only debris in his hands. Damho's 3 times in a row hit him in his chest. 3 strokes like shadows when the enemy was completely defenseless, and every blow came to the same place. The first blow broke his chest. The second blow split all the internal organs, as if they were made of paper, and the third blow tore the heart of Manhwa. There was no chance of salvation. It was only necessary to scream with pain. But these cries did not last long, gradually fade into silence. He fell to the ground, breaking the stones with his body. And all the fighters just looked at him, opening his eyes wide, not believing in what happened. Master, worried, said to his student, "What did you do?" but there was no answer to his question. They sat around him to touch his body last. Now aggression to this young boy has increased many times over. They thought only about one thing, to take revenge on their master. There is no forgiveness of this black-haired freak that killed their master. But Damho turned out to be someone whom they never expected to meet in the battle. Everyone was on the guard, and the elder ordered everyone to prepare. One of them tried to insert the word, "They say that they have no chance." But the elder gave an order without hesitation. If someone listens, will be expelled from school. Their heart sought revenge, but the mind suggested that he had to endure and wait. All this happened after they saw, as half of the school students translated here. They died, and even experienced craftsmen could not match him. The enemy they saw exceeded all their ideas. But after reflection, the senior decided to act differently. He turned to Damho, asking if he would let them go. If he gives permission, the senior promised that all the forces would be aimed at revenge. Damho asked, "Why let go then? It is much easier to kill you right here and now." But the older replied that they would not resist and proudly accept death, considering that they will not be able to kill those who do not even fight, especially with such character as he has. "But does the school need such a master like you?" Damho added. Despite everything, he decided to let them go. It fated them even more to the depths of the soul, forcing them to tremble with fear. He seemed to have lost his mind, knowing that they were seeking revenge, but still let them go. Damho just lowered his head, watching their reactions silently. The senior asked how his name was. Damho answered, calling his name. Then the elder introduced himself and said that their school would remember him. "We will never forget your name," he added, proudly emphasizing the importance of this moment. But Damho just turned and left, not paying attention to them. Suddenly Chu muttered, "Dokari." He himself did not realize what the word he spoke, but it was the name often called Damho, the one who acts and wanders into the lone. These words came out of his lips inadvertently. Rumors began to spread in the province, but it was hard to believe. They said that a rare demon was nicknamed the Fist. He destroyed the owner of Anganjan and also killed the old master of the Henson School. Hacha High School master Kak was also defeated, the ruthless killer who wicked from the face of the earth everyone who did not like it. The Bloody Star of the Hay, so called it. But some named him and another name, Kwanma, Fist Demon. Kancho's history has not yet been one who deserved a nickname related to blood in such a short time. People were constantly talking about Damho, especially after Honani's names became known in Honani. But for some reason, after the Battle of Hensan, he no longer appeared. Checkpoint. Several people came here, and after a while they were missed. He sat down and immediately began to tell that he heard that he had stopped by Hio Socho from the school of Henam. It was an elder inhabitant, to us. And he immediately explained that he wanted to organize a meeting here. Listening to him, the head of the inspection, despite the fact that his voice sounded gently and smoothly, he felt that something was clear here. He was well able to hide his intentions. He decided to clarify the reason why the elder wanted to gather a meeting at his home. However, he explained that it was really important and asked to trust him. Keon felt great pressure because we were the elder of 5 generations of fake. In addition, the guest who came to another's house wants to use the yard at his discretion, without explaining the reasons. Damn, here's what the elder of 5 generations. There were 5 large families who owned unsurpassed power and had several thousand soldiers. If the majority of the old demon's old school was located inside the dude, then 5 large families were on the East Coast, and each of them had its centuries-old history. With their influence and power, they never yielded to the old demon school. Keon then asked what kind of families would be present, and he wondered if he could find out who would come to the meeting. 5 big families, he heard the answer from the elder. Old demon school, he added to his answer. Only thoughts were trembling. Each of these families could easily erase their control point from the face of the earth. And he added, "And what will happen to the school?" Keon clearly realized that there would be something serious, but what exactly could not imagine. He was sure he missed nothing. The elder explained that important issues would have to be discussed. He specified that they decided to have a meeting in the neutral zone, but he hoped that Keon would understand their situation. And despite his calm tone, Keon felt the incredible force that came from him. He was already tired of sitting at the checkpoint. The hearing from the outside world was dark, and he only thought of how to leave from here, as a man suddenly appeared next to her and turned to her. Of course, she turned to see who it was. The man explained to her that they should not worry because they came from Castle. He introduced himself to her as an elder towards Tuasguchan. She kept calm, listening carefully. But looking at her, the elder realized that she had a star look. She could see 1,000 li. She thought of him that this man was the one who should be bearded among those who were met on Lake Donchon. She introduced herself before him, calling her name again. "Nice to meet," he added. and introduced the man standing next to him, Hua'S. He also said his name and said, "Nice to meet." "I am also," the girl replied, "the Lord Us." She thought of herself that she was feeling a strange feeling, and that she would know who she was if she was familiar with a person with that name. But she never heard about a man in the name of Us. The elder explained that he trained for a long time and did not go out into the world, which is why few people know it. "He followed me," he added. "I first saw many things, so I hope you will help him. In addition, you have already raised the reputation of the MAMA master, so you will go with us." She was wondering where she was going with them. The elder answered her that she had to prove her strength. She agreed with him, accepting the call. Lake Danshan is an incredibly beautiful place that was inspired, and the events unfolded in the South Genshin. 3 men were sitting at the table, discussing whether it is true that a blood star attacked a mountain house in a sleepless. One of them explained that it was true. It was like bloody lacquer for him. They also already knew that he was called the Fist of the Demon since he killed the master of the Henson school. In Kangcho, his name is the embodiment of the demon. This man expected that in the city where the old school of the demon and 5 large families are collected, this demon will not be congratulated if he, of course, will appear here. The elder heard their conversation and added that it would be nice to see him for the sake of experience. The SU added that if it is possible to meet him face to face, then he does not hesitate. The Western Guest House has long become a place where a long time has passed since the Jinbo Damho brother left, and Jinbo hoped that everything was well with him now. He sat at the table alone when he heard that someone had come. It was a Chon, who, opening the door, asked if she could go. Well, of course, it was a rhetorical question from her, and the chef came behind it, nosy. The girl apologized, saying that she had brought him, because it was his initiative. He wanted to talk to him, so he came here. Jinbo was in an uncomfortable position for a few seconds, not understanding what was happening. Then the nosy asked directly, "How do you get started working in Isabilia?" It was a suggestion that put the Jing in an even larger stupor. He directly offered him work in Isabilia, and he explained that he could learn a lot, but the plump barely pulled at least one word. Then the nosy explained to him that after he left, he had to think about it. He added that he grows old, and everything is not like before. Even dishes such as 5 dragons. They no longer seem like before. "In my best years, I did not overdo it with spices," said the nosy. "I tried to resign until it was too late, but I realized that there were no suitable competitors for this position. Only high-dimensional goats and nothing more. If you have been able to work out spices of 5 dragons camels, you have every chance of becoming a great steep." This is how the Nosti explained and waited for the answer from the Ginbo. Jin couldn't even imagine. He was convinced that his father would be able to agree to work in Isabilia, but he answered the Nasadas that he would discuss it with his brother when he returned. Of course, he had no right to force him. He added to the end that work in Isabilia would be an incredible opportunity for him. He asked very well to think about it and already started to approach the door. When he came out, CO asked for forgiveness. She explained that Uncle asked her to continue, and she couldn't do anything. But why did the Jane be interesting? And I explained that all this is because of Damho. And she started talking about the hearing that they now go about him. They are especially distributed here in Koam, where several schools have already begun to prepare for possible events. Their strength will increase significantly if they publish Damho. Damho is a person who they do not know at all. He is not the person who will bend to someone. This was clearly understood by the Ginbo, and CO agreed with him. She knew that Damho was a single wolf and that scandal at the restaurant. But still it seems her uncle likes Damho. And the chef came here because the Jin is a mediator. Well, she explained that the talent he had was recognized, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. There will be many such cases in the future, because Damho's audience has dispersed all over the world, and you are connected with it. After listening to this, Jean raised the theme about the Lord. "Who?" she asked. "About Ron?" asked the girl and immediately understood. Then she explained that she would not have some time. She had things. In the meantime, Damho came to Yushan. He came here to find a former member of the Black Tiger Gang. And after one scum, he made him think that he was a real monster, beating him. Having defeated this man and where he was, Damho wanted to find out where Junsan was now. From under the stones, words that he did not know. And so Damho lost all holy hopes to find Yunsana. At this point, he told himself that he should not be disappointed yet. This bastard wants to play and will definitely be illuminated. There is nothing more important for this battle. So, we will definitely meet. And he kept on the mind that the 2 tree is located Pierce Manson. There you can relax and recover. Manson is a small pier, located on the bank of the Donchong River, where you can sit on the ship and quickly roll on Lake Donchong. Damho has already driven his horse into the hangar. There he tied him and went to rest, and he thought about how the Ginbo was doing there. He turned his head left to enjoy the beauty. Landscape on Lake Donchong is really wonderful, the listies were not lied. One man was sitting nearby, drinking alcohol and talking to himself how he likes to spend time outdoors under the clean sky. He said the interesting word Odonchunchiri, which meant how time and the world. Damho recognized this voice. It was a union. He approached him closer, and his voice said his name. Cho did not expect a meeting in such a place, with a friend. At the same time, he explained that I was glad to see him. But he felt the smell of blood that was heard from Damho, and asked him about it. Damho answered only silence. But it could determine his condition, and so he offered him to drink, knowing that the booze was relaxing. On one of the ships, the young man sails through endless water. Together with a new friend, they taste the beer, laughing, drawing the dampness of alcohol into the air. It is difficult for him to believe what his friend has changed, not only externally, but also in character. When the look falls on him, a teacher's memory appears, but for some reason he cannot understand why it came about. I will give you a guy. Find out if his stop on Lake Donkan. However, as he specifies, a friend replies that he will go to Angan, which is near the abundant fields. An important meeting will be held there soon. Young Lord is interested in asking what will happen. The guy, holding a smile, says that representatives of famous schools will gather at the meeting. He does not know more details, but it is known that this meeting will resolve important issues. All of them are panic. Not only Vangan, but also Donshon, and the whole province of Hamil stands on his ears. But it is clear that the young mistress is indifferent. The boy knows that the meeting will be people from the old school of the Dana, and representatives of 5 large sects. This is also expected to be important guests from the Kanfo. Lady Hose realized that if representatives of the old school Damuna will come to the event, then the school of Vanos will also send their people. Although he has long broken all the connections with the school of Bakon, the young lord realizes that there is his teacher's body. The interviewee lad's HO continues to pour in alcohol, emphasizing what cool ladder and does not hide his surprise. But I will not worry in any case. His path lies elsewhere. The man tells the young mistress that the glory of him has spread to heaven. The HOD does not quite understand what glory is about, but probably he does not even know what publicity he received in the province of Hunan. People call him a bloody star and blue fist of the demon. This new nickname was given to him by local residents. The home was amazed at the new name, Fist of the Demon. However, such rumors are usually spread among ordinary people. And although they do not know everything, to consider him the main character is a pleasant idea for his friend. Now the whole province of Hunan has a new hero, and it will give you Ho. It was exciting, but their conversation suddenly distracted something. The man exclaimed the giant to close his mouth to the castle. From this, such a noise rose that everyone around began to pay attention. Even if you try to keep the ship on the ship, it is unlikely to succeed. The man grabbed the ordinary workman with his big hand, calling him a whole mouth for offensive words. He was a representative of Haboxen, Hangan Boyanchon, who hints that the boy had told him something unacceptable. The guy realizes that he is in a difficult situation and recognizes his mistake. One of the crew members approaches Boyanchon, stopping it, because this guy again arranges a mess. This is not the first time when a team representative stops him from meaningless pranks. Boyanchon feels guilty of his own pranks, because his brother has a loud voice. These disputes will be completed only when they leave this place. This crew representative was the way. Due to the close location of Haboxen settlements, their families often communicate and have very close relationships. Boyanchon looked at the common man and noted with sarcasm that he was even funny. But the boy explained that he just was talking on behalf of the captain. The family tries to stop it, but he ignores their requests, offended by the boldness of the guy, who he believes offended him. The relative explains that he did not intend to ignore him, but simply performed his duties. He asks the Boyanchon to stop bullying people, give them a little rest, and the girl emphasizes that he releases the poor. Boyanchon feels that no one supports him, so he decides to pardon the guy and tells him that he was lucky. Angry, he throws him with all his strength, and the guy hit a wooden structure. People around, seeing this cruelty, feel the fear that appears in their eyes. Boyanchon asks loudly why everyone looks at him so carefully. He calls them real scum that confuses viewers. Continuing to insult, he calls their parents the same disdainful words, and the young host can no longer tolerate it. One of the men, having a good drink, is indignant through these images, considering them too arrogant. He puts a bottle on the table, saying that he cannot tolerate when parents are called dogs. The man goes forward, not paying attention to this rude. It goes closer and asks the scoundrel not to raise the noise. The Boyanchon brother is watching the situation, realizing that the fight is already inevitable. Boyanchon, calling the parents of the audience dogs, crossed all borders, and no one is about to endure it. The brother decides to intervene and apologize for Boyanshan's stupidity. But the man who has come up has no claim to his brother. He is annoyed that his brother apologizes on behalf of health. He, in turn, is angry because insulting his parents, calling them dogs, it is too much. The man tries to resolve the situation, apologizing. But this is not his business, so he decides to leave the road. The look of this man shows seriousness. It is definitely not simple. Even with the request to stay away, Healthy does not stop it, and it still begins to behave brazenly. The guy asks him to apologize not only to his parents and him, but also to all present. Healthy screams for the whole deck, noting that he is from a hook, and asks why he should apologize at all. The guy approaches Grubian, who decided to carry such nonsense. He repeats that if he calls people dogs, then he is a dog. He is absolutely indifferent who this man and who his relatives are. If he was wrong, then it is necessary to apologize, because this world is so arranged. Enchan was not even about to apologize. For him, it was a matter of pride. However, the more it seemed that the more he refuses, the more he showed his weakness. After all, his pride is not so important that someone is worried. So he loudly declared the whole ship that the Hungenboxen clan introduced the world of such a large dog as this scoundrel. The Enchan clasped his fists, calling him scum. He asked how he dared to offend a man from his clan. Switching his fists in his direction, the Enchan decided that this guy, feasting, and now he could not live. Young Lord repeated that he did not insult the whole, but only personally. The hate-covered Enchan ignores the words of his relatives who ask him to stop and attack. His brother understands that the situation came out of control, because Health was powerful, like a thunder. When the Enchan directed a lightning-like blow to the opponent, people around the breath, thinking it was the end and it would die right here. And although the blow was extremely powerful, Young Lord evades him at the last moment. He skillfully evades an incredibly strong blow, as if he had predicted his movement. The Enchan sees for the first time someone avoids his attack, but not just evades but causes a devastating stroke. If this scum applies such force again, there will be incredible casualties. Therefore, the young host grabs him firmly by the hand and holds all his strength. The Enchan begins to be nervous, realizing that everything came out of control. The young host calmly asks what he is so worried. He will have to use the technique of 8 fists to break the enemy's hand. The Enchan is stunned, believing that it is a real witchcraft. But the young lord explains that if he calls the technique of 8 fists of witchcraft, he does not understand anything in life. His relatives watch the Enchan get heavy blows. 8 fists are known to have been created by Master Chan Ilsan, an extremely powerful technique. If the pain spreads all over the hand, his brother will be overflowing. Soon, Health becomes difficult to move, and the fists of the young mistress fall on him. They circled in the dance of the battle, as if 2 enemies woven in a deadly rhythm. The problem was not only that the blows were falling on him, but in where they were beaten, the Enchan was already blood. Rumors say that the main feature of the technique of 8 fists is the ability to restrain the enemy with the help of bovine blood. In a second health, they were mercilessly fastened. The Enchan falls humiliated and beaten, overthrown on the ground, with a feeling of complete humiliation. The guy stands in front of him, realizing that there are always those who are not able to perceive words without power. If it were not for the technique of 8 fists, this situation could be much more complicated. One of them asked if this guy was a follower of Master Enel. However, the young lord emphasizes that few really know what 8 fists are. But this man realizes that it is a technique created personally by Master Chul. It contains all the emotions that San won in the battles with the magicians, except perhaps those few who also studied 8 fists. And it is quite right. This man was Chong. Everyone around them realized that there are incredibly strong people among them. If this guy is really a follower of Chan Una, everyone around is shocked by this fact. A man asks at Chan Una, if he beat this health, was it a manifestation of the wizard? The embarrassed Chong Union replies that it was his own belief. He simply could not tolerate such an image, especially with respect to his parents. Yet it is not just a fight. This incident can arise serious disputes between schools, turning its actions into their personal problems. In this case, this man will not restrain his feelings, regardless of the reason. If he was attacked, he cannot stand aside. It turns out that he wants to take revenge on his friend on land. Chong Yuan realizes that this is not a real reason. But he sees this chance to meet a student of a real master, and yet the battle continued its crazy dance. The young mistress understands that these men, though they look like children, are students of martial arts. The picture seems fun. A drunken student who is in the clouds. Although it is not included in the list of Kango's best students, the power and skills are not inferior to them. They will still have a chance to see all the abilities of this guy. Chong Yuni suddenly realizes that he has ended alcohol. He is unsuccessfully trying to find at least a drop, but unexpectedly the bottle flies directly to its direction. Chonan catches her hands, thanks to a friend for an unexpected gift. But at this point, an incredible hum begins around. People understand that there is another dangerous scoundrel here. And if he is friends with Chon Yuan Yu, then it is definitely not a simple person. Chonan all time did not waste it in vain drinking alcohol. When the ship swims to the shore, it throws a bottle forward, and he exclaims that if they have enough spirit, let them follow him. Warriors who seek revenge for a friend understand that it is a clear provocation. Together with the bottle in his hand, he sharply jumps from the ship, pushed away from a bottle floated on the water. Chong University demonstrates his skills that no one has seen before. It moves on the water, as if it would run on the ground. The one who challenged him, watching, understanding, what is a real mockery of it. But he does not intend to stand aside and, grabbing the sword, sticks from the ship, hitting the acceleration board. Despite all the attempts to stop it, the guy does not hesitate. He jumps forward, ready for battle. He throws a board on the water. She pushes away from her and bounces up. Everyone watching this man leaves only a precipitate that he is a real, unpredictable personality. She is not going to miss the most interesting. And even if her brother has just been beaten, let her rest a little. She also jumps on the board, repels, and finds herself on land. Moving to the battlefield, they are found. People from the ship enthusiastically watch this spectacle, astonished how far these brave men went. I will see that his friend is seriously confirmed, and realizes that it promises an interesting fight. He feels that the atmosphere in Konth is becoming more exciting. Soon, Chon Un and Pen did never return, and Damho arrived at the right time. No one knows who won and who lost. In the western guest house, Damcho stops on vacation. Jinbo congratulates his brother, asking how he does, and glad that he decided to visit him. Gina Bo has all well, and he is wondering how things were in Damho, who recently went in business. It looks good, thank God. But Gina's face is somewhat tense, and Damho asks what happened until he was. At first, Gin does not want to tell, but in front of a friend he can open. He confesses that he received an offer from Hack Ken, and Damho immediately realizes that people with selfish intentions are always more than worthy. He notes that now you need to think about the future. Gin because too understands it, but the main driver of this force will be his own decision. After all, his choice will determine his further fate. He doesn't understand why he can't stay with his brother. He wants to continue to follow Damho, but he realizes that near Damho is always dangerous. Will Ginbo take it? However, for Gina, because it doesn't matter. He just wants to be with his brother and learn from him. If this is his choice, he will go with him. Jin is rejoicing and offers to feed a young mistress. He promises to cook the best dishes now. It is better to cook yourself, because the purchased food is not so delicious. Damho agrees with a friend and they go to the kitchen together. Meanwhile, warriors are walking the street, discussing important issues. For serious tasks, they need not only material resources, but also the appropriate area. Lake Danchan is perfect. First, the channel will serve them support, so that the soil will not collapse. If you build a fortress, thousands of soldiers will be difficult to attack it. This is great, but it takes a lot of resources for the fortress. The most important thing, they found the right place. A woman next to the leader wants to ask what he means under the word fortress, but she does not have to know all the details. They are in a hurry, and are going to go to the uncle, where she can learn everything. The woman knows about the collection of high school and 5 large sects, but understands that there are still hidden things. Finding a wonderful place, they go there without hesitation. If his assistant chose a good location, then he learned to distinguish between truly valuable places. The student thanks his mentor, because all this is due to his training. The mentor asks if he knows that the family has high hopes for him, but the student promises to never betray his ruler. Soon they come to his uncle and bow their heads. He notes that the girl improved significantly during the travel. It was an elder school of Hena, a swordsman Ogun, and he is very happy to see her. After all, a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. A representative of us, Hunshin. It was noticeable that he personally came to the meeting, and for them, it was a great honor. But for him, there would be no need to meet personally if it was not for the importance of this event. If he ever make a way out of the way, then who will point to him the way? These memories cause a wizard anger. He will remember it for a long time. Unexpectedly, Uncle's nephew Guns meets us with the elder. They have heard a lot about each other, but the guy acknowledges that it is even more admirable. Gun asks us to hurry, because there are many things to do. And indeed, they need to hurry, because they were going to create a league. They rejoice in a new meeting. But one of them notes that you need to be careful, because it is dangerous now when any mistake can become fatal. A woman from the clan of us Hun realizes that he interferes again in trouble, and probably the main goal of the old school where Muno and 5 large families are to create a street league. Somewhere in the mountains there was a pleasant warm wind. Summer finally came. The leader looked at the surrounding landscape, thinking that this summer would be hot. He will be sad for these landscapes when he goes to a closed training camp. His servant reported that all things have already been collected. It was great, because a long period of workouts awaited him. The master asked if his student Unsen was feeling well in order to be able to focus fully on the workouts. The students will cope without it, but the master is very important to them. Of course, these words were warm and meaningful to him, but it is not just words. He really needs it. However, at the beginning, no one is perfect, and the people of the whole should become heroes who will not break under the pressure of the wind. There is nothing more valuable for him than Nakan, and he is well aware of it. This man will always remember this. There is very little left to climb to the top, and the goal will be achieved. Much will change when Muraman is formed. As soon as they overcome all the obstacles, the Bravan school will again take a leading place. The master said that Okian once appeared. The teacher was informed about Hen's news. He went with Ken so that he is likely to gain experience to support Bravan, taking over knowledge from all over the world. They believe in each other, and the fact that Okians will be a good opportunity for Minnie and Ken. This is pure truth. They are a reliance for bragging, and if you need, the master may allow him to go into the path on his own. UN Ken is going to go, but for a short time. However, he is interested in how the master is. The fact is that in his head is constantly spinning one word: Bravan. They soon arrived in place. The students of the second generation of Brave with Respect were welcomed by the teacher. However, looking at them, you could see some hypocrisy. They seemed to think again only about sacred equipment. UN Ken was asked not to embarrass the guests. One of the brothers suddenly remembered that he had forgotten an important thing, and he apologized for it, pleasing his guilt. After a while, he was told that Damho also wants to join them, but it is forbidden to a guy. It is impossible for him. Damho asked to allow him to stand next to UN Ken's brother to be with him. However, it was too dangerous. It is better to stay in a holy student in Basta. It would be difficult for them to protect someone but a master, especially in critical situations. The words that sounded from the mouth of Ken seemed to be unacceptable to the student of the master, but he still said them. Suddenly, an explosion came in the mountains. Young Lord, with tears in his eyes, watched the ruin. His brothers hurried to save him, realizing that there was no time for delay, and looked down. They noticed a sacred student on whom large stones fell. But his brother stopped him, explaining that it was too late to save the boy, so they left him for death. One of them confesses that in these 12 years there was no day so that they do not think about the loss of a sacred student. Because of this, they completely plunged into the training. It seemed that they would not withstand. But after all, they did nothing wrong. And in such a situation, no one could help them. Yet, if they could help him then, everything could have happened differently. Perhaps they had to take him with them. Now they have only bitter to mention this case. After that day, the master never left his home, and the air in their territory was pierced. Soon on the territory of the ocean Ho Moon, the young hostess is approached by a girl. She reports that their deal is coming to an end. He gives her the last gem. Damho asks to monitor the location of the Enusana. But this seems not so easy. It takes a gem, but it has a request in return. Damho allows her to speak. She explains that he wants him to help them when they need support. However, Damho does not understand why, because the Haoman clan has incredible power. However, panic is now prevailing around the lake. The old school and 5 large sects organize a meeting there, where many high-ranking people arrive. And no matter how strong the Haoman, they will not be able to resist the old school on their own. Ya says they will need only one of his help when he gets the ocean, and then they will tell where Chanusan is. The young lord will become a reliable shield for them. It sounded quite categorically, but the young host just smiled. Many people really gathered for this meeting. He now knows that more than 200 soldiers have arrived in the ocean. After the destruction of religious sects, the old school and other large schools conquered almost all territories, including the Green Forest. Their main opponent remains the old school Damuna. Regardless of the appearance of the Green Forest, it is governed by the community of thieves. If they want to become a prey, you should know the cause of this meeting. This way they will be able to take action. Soon passing past the mistress, Damcho stopped opposite her. She felt her heart starting harder when he walked past her. A strange feeling enveloped the girl. She did not understand why she was so troubled. It even seemed to her that something was wrong with her. But when she saw Damho, she realized that he was an unusual person. He had black hair and a black cloak, and his image seemed very familiar to her. However, she did not understand who he really was. Suddenly, another girl turned to her. Turning, she noticed that the man had already disappeared. It was a warrior with Van Hennen Renan Mok Ilgvan. He had to make an effort to find it. People paid attention to the giant with a huge topor passing by. They were even afraid to go side by side, because it looked dangerous. The torment of Ilgvan was somewhat different from the crowd and did not need loud words to intimidate. The young lord asked him to wear ordinary clothes so that he would not attract attention. The torment of Ilgvan apologizes to her, explaining that he hastened because she came with important news. The Black Label movement looks very suspicious. They seem to have realized that there was a great opportunity now, as the clans of Gold Tigers and White Deer have already united. In addition, it is unknown how many people went to the side of the Black Label, but when asked about time, they had enough time, but they should have time to return alive. At this time in the Western Wind Palace, Damho passed through the palace and, going inside, noticed many people. He rose up the stairs, and he heard that his friend was calling. Anyone who likes to drink invites Damho to make him a company. Damho did not mind drinking together, and a friend began to tell him that he learned the result of the match with his panmen. Damho realizes that therefore the boy is still far to Murin, but he knows exactly that his friend is not inferior to him. Chonun confesses that he really knows nothing and has not known anything. However, he is not interested in it because he is about to go to Vonagan. Chong Union remembers how it was there when there was so tight in the hall that there was no apple to fall. Members of the Honan faction gathered there. These are giants that rarely appear in public. The Jin bourses imperceptibly to them, who points out that Damho returned a little earlier than expected. Jin asks who this guy is nearby, and he states that he is his friend. Chnun meets Jinabo. Recognizing that Damho now has another friend, it's him. They look away, and Chong-un, smiling, says he is pleased, but asks him to call him a kin. Jinbo noticed that the boys drink without snack, and offers them something delicious. Chong-un interested in asking whether the Jin can cook because it would be very appropriate. Ginbo decides to show his culinary talents. Jin was made to cook delicious food. He skillfully controlled the knife, cutting the ingredients. After a while, they are worried about some girl. She asks when he had time to go, and even more surprised seeing Jin because, looking back, Chong-un suspected that this girl meets Janbo and directly asked them if there was something between them. She replied that there was no relationship between them. But these words were even more fun for the boys, and it was embarrassed. Then she asked who was sitting next to Damho. He did not want to call his name, just replied that he could be called friend. He will be a support and hope for Damho, but the girl perceived it for a joke, especially when he introduced himself as Oppa. She was indignant because OPA sounds strange and began to shout to his ear. The girl realized that she was a joke and was annoyed by how he called himself. Meanwhile, ships were sailed from the shore. The commander reminded his soldiers to be careful on the road. Some people addressed the captain with the question of where this stir came from. They came to the conclusion that the pier was chosen intentionally for stop. Taoism was interested in Mangara React this time. They could destroy the clan, but after 3 years they only recently left the shelter. The forest painter notes that everything has changed. And approaching Don Chong, he has some sentimental feeling. But the student denies that this is not true. If this is not true, then he is a well done, because during this time without it, the clan would not be what is now, and it can be said that it will still become the basis for Tausel. He was sure they were lucky. In 10 years he has not lost any member of the clan and any student from his circle. These words sounded quite strange. He noticed in this young man something that did not allow him to recognize himself as a student of Taoism, even before his death. However, the guy resigned himself to the old man's thoughts and tried not to rude him. The Western Wind is permanent, a quiet, cozy place where travelers find shelter and food. A man sat at the table, watching a girl and a plump helper who prepared food in the kitchen. The man was annoyed with the knife, as if they had no experience. The girl, however, assured him in her skill, persuading to calm down, because she believed that she could do everything perfectly. Her confidence made her a man think that this girl has some hidden force. Although her enthusiasm was noticeable, her face and trembling hands were worried that she was worried. And suddenly she started swinging with a knife so fast as it was a tornado. The pieces of food flew on all sides, filling the kitchen with chaos. The loud slicing sounds led a loose assistant to the sensation, as if they came to life after sleep. He was delighted with the cooking process and felt so well that he even thought of staying here for a long time. In the meantime, Damho watched the distance thoughtfully. However, because of their vowels, he could not concentrate because the kitchen chaos grabbed all the attention. Nevertheless, their friendly communication made him smile, adding warmth to the atmosphere. Suddenly, the servant approached the girl and reported that her father had arrived and waited for her. After a moment, the girl's father was already in front of her, filling the room with his presence. Seeing his daughter, he was genuinely happy. His face glowed with joy. The girl, on the contrary, was stunned. She did not even suspect that her father would come here. "I have a business." That's how the father explained his unexpected arrival. At the same time, he looked at the edge of the eye to the Damho, as if he had suspected or noticed something. He noted that Damho has changed significantly in recent times. Appearance and manners were no longer the same. The boy who came with his father looked confused. People like Damho had not yet met, but the girl sought to know more. Why her father here and what exactly brought him to this house? "Maybe you will introduce your comrades to start?" the father asked with a barely noticeable smile. "It's a Ginbo," she presented a loose assistant. He quickly approached his father and smiled, called his name on his own. When the turn of the second assistant came, he decided to introduce himself to the first and stated with pathos, "Majestic." The girl added with laughing that he is more indulgent than he works, though he considers himself a king of the kitchen. The boy, when he heard it, was confused for a moment and did not know how to answer. However, when he gathered with his thoughts, he approached his father and politely called his name. "Peck, do you know the name of the Uniron?" the girl's father asked. "Are you not a consul of their group?" "These are representatives of the elite. They are likely to live longer than me," Hell replied with a touch of mysteriousness. The girl's father was clearly surprised to see such a man here, and even offered him to visit more often. But Peck was more arranged by the fact that he was accepted for the culinary abilities of the Ginbo, a skill that creates an unforgettable atmosphere here. "And he is there, Damho." They introduced a man who stood silently away, holding on in the shadow. His name immediately aroused interest in the girl's father. The girl quit several calls, hoping that he would look back in their direction. But Damho continued to stand, turning to them with his back, as if he did not notice any movement. She presented it in more detail. But for Damho's father did not seem as old as he was talked about. "He was called Kangcho Han Holol, or just a Quinma," the girl added, explaining his past. Hearing this name, his father was surprised. It seems that it was struck more than expected. He knew that anyone who was a little aware of Kancho in the world could not but know about a person named Kvom, which means Fist of the Demon, or Demonic Fist, and it was this girl who recently appeared, as best as possible for his daughter. Hell tried to smooth the situation, asking not to consider Damho's behavior, because he is usually silent and not prone to conversation. At this point, a few more guests approached the owner. One of the servants quietly reported that the expected persons had already arrived. The girl's father asked the servants to leave them for a short time. There were 4 strangers in front of him, each with a serious look. One of them, the mustachioed, approached the girl's father, politely saying, "Have you heard that you are Sen?" "Glad to see you in good health, Silver Lord," the mustache guest continued with respect. "And I am glad to get acquainted with you, Ill," Lord replied, keeping a polite tone. The guests introduced themselves to the warriors of the He School and assured us that they were comforted with the opportunity to meet. Meanwhile, FEC was carefully appreciating the situation, trying to understand the motives of their visit. He previously suggested that the fractions of Kudo-Moon and Odessa could be united under the auspices of Akjan, but he did not even imagine that he would be able to see the leader of the clan Guns in person. The Gunsei clan and the HE school to us are 2 huge forces, which even Gabo would be difficult to cope. Silver Lord decided to clarify. "For what purpose did you decide to visit Lee?" He replied diplomatically, "It would be impolite to come to HE and not meet Gabo." However, from their faces, it was clear that the real cause was money. Many groups are looking for the blessings and support of the Silver Lord, trying to gain his commitment. The Lord thought even deeper, analyzing those present and their intentions. Among the guests were 2 unknown who caused him suspicion. He was interested in how to bring them to clean water and reveal their true motives. Lord turned to his guests. "I would like to introduce one person to you." He pointed to one of them and said, "This is the Enan Peck of the group of the Peck of Chongmun." Cho Anun avoided speaking in conversation, clearly not wanting to interfere with what was happening. At this point, another guest approached them, apologizing for the delay in the presentation and named his name. The leader of the clan of Gun has expressed joy from dating, demonstrating hospitality. Ogun, the leader of the Ogun clan, also greeted the newcomers, supporting the polite tone. However, Hun could not get rid of the thought. "Does not have any connections with the White Gate clan? Name me Guns," the third man said, saying his name with some respect for the audience. Despite this, they were all clearly not supporters of unnecessary formalities, preferring to move on to the essence of the case. The girl appreciated his black hair, long black sleeves, and look filled with indifference to what happened around. Hans, meanwhile, asked her, "How is your name?" In her eyes, the memories of the past were reflected when the unknown destroyed Duchonho. She remembered the same catastrophe and Damho, who then saved her. He was also there with her at the moment when fate changed their lives. Then a mustachioed man got a powerful blow from Damho's fist, who struck him with incredible force. From this blow, he flew back with the bomb in his hands, unable to keep his balance. The mustachioed fell directly beyond the railing, flew into the water along with the devices of destruction. Going to Damho, the girl tried to understand. Did they really meet before? She was convinced that she saw him in the past and wanted to see it. In her eyes, a deep darkness, which seemed to fill her whole soul, leaving a trace of pain and experiences. At this point, she was quiet but confidently. I am an owl. Damho also named his name, accompanying it with a short but meaningful answer. The girl repeated his name, and there was a short second of silence between them, as if it were eternity. It is a pleasure to meet. It was in their conversation which, however, did not go unnoticed. Long-haired heard every word. He clearly recognized the girl, knowing who she is, and this discovery was filled with annoyance. He was most indignant at how a stranger dared to treat her so highly. From these thoughts, he squeezed the sword in his hand that his fingers were whitewashed and the blade trembled. Having gained courage, he approached them and introduced in a quiet voice, I am Mom Guns from the South Clan. Subsequently, he asked if they read something from the literature in the library. Damho was silent without showing any emotions. But when he heard this question, his gaze changed dramatically. He slowly turned to Guns' mom. His gaze was so piercing that the long-haired one inside everything was tension. The atmosphere became difficult, as if she were pressing on her chest. And even the girl felt this pressure. The boy on his face began to have veins, emphasizing the emotions that raged inside. Not your business? Damho was cold and creepy, answering questions about literature. His tone made everyone around strain. Now there is no doubt. Damho was the same hermit that legends went. After all, no warrior who had a mentor will never find his way on his own. Gun said calmly, if you do not want to talk, so say, but rude for no reason. Why? Another participant intervened in the conversation. To us, the Hunchin, whom the name indicated his belonging to the Gunsei clan. He came to Damho. I am sure that if he is here, he should know one of the locals. Maybe even him. Especially Gabo, who stood nearby and listened to their conversation. However, Gabo quickly denied, this man has nothing to do with me. It was noticeable that this remark caused him a lot of discomfort, as if he had tried to deny any connections with Damho. The attendees began to suspect that in the HO walls we have an enemy, and it was because of this that Gabo looked extremely alarmed. Hunchin was convinced that if Damho was a common wandering, no one would have heard about him. But the story said differently. He recalled that he had already heard a legend about a person who acted lonely, but unbreakable. It was a story about how one man destroyed all the enemies on the Sochkon mountain, acting in full loneliness. The same man performed a feat on Mount Konum, proving his strength and fearlessness. Recently, news that this character appeared on Mount Konum in a terrible state, losing a lot of blood and barely staying on his feet. Maybe it killed him, one of the audience thought, remembering the tragic events of the past. Gypsy Heilson, or maybe just a Quinma, the man said aloud, completing his reflections. Both were convinced that they were faced with Quanma, and they stated it directly into Damho's face. Their words were heard loud, causing shock and surprise among all present. Even the girl who doubted for a long time now realized who Damho really was. However, he remained calm and replied that it did not matter. But he was pointed to the unreasonable massacres that he had done earlier, emphasizing that it was enough to cause Kancho anger. However, Damho did not worry about what others thought about him. For them, he remained those who committed many innocent killings, and this image was stuck in their consciousness. One of the audience said, as soon as everything calms down, you will become a commander. And these words were thrown into his face. Damho did not deny, only explained that it depends on his actions and choice in the future. If you do not want to be a government leader, you can always direct your power to another useful channel, he added. Others listened closely, agreeing with his wise judgments. The discussion has brought up major changes in Kancho, and their world will need help. The man suggested that Damho use his power for the good, promising that then all the accusations from him would be removed. However, for Damho, these words sounded as if they were told as a trained dog, which causes him only annoyance. When Damho voiced his feelings aloud, he was sharply asked to stop trying to avoid conflict. They acknowledged that he was an extremely valuable ally, and only with his help, they will be able to overcome the river of dangers. However, they reminded him of being careful because any mistake could be too expensive. Kancho is a place of constant changes. Nothing can be predicted here, they warned him. After that, everyone agreed that this place was not suitable for serious conversations and decided to continue in a safer room. Gathering, They went to a closed hall to discuss further action. The long-haired could not understand whether the commander intends to leave everything so, because sometimes his decisions seemed illogical. They whispered in a whisper whether it was worth applying a shadow of peace on Damho, limiting its actions. But they agreed that it should not be killed, because there is one important reason that can be used in the future. "What are you talking about?" asked the long-haired with noticeable anxiety. "After the Ginch-Chonrian explosion, blood will be everywhere, and his face will be the perfect picture of chaos in the gust of fierce," the man said with pleasure in his voice. The girl listened to this idea silently, thinking about her possibility. Another man remained confident to the end. "The sky will definitely help us in this design." At the right moment, the perfect victim appeared, and he no doubt considered Damho. A warrior from the South clan entered Ogun's premises with katana, which added tension of the situation. Everyone who was inside felt the air permeated the inconvenient silence, forcing everyone to feel awkward. Honestly, this depressing atmosphere began to annoy everyone, causing dissatisfaction. The girl, with suspicions, asked the fool whether he was feeling it too. At the same time, Damho turned to the den, but not about it, but quite another question. He directly stated that he was hungry, waiting for a jinbo. For the jingle, this was not a problem. It quickly got the pan and set it on fire. "You won't get some kind of cookies. And if you put everything in a frying pan, it will burn," he said, taking care. This time he began with the fact that he poured the oil into a hot pan. It was a real pleasure for him. In the process, he looked absolutely calm and confident. Jinbo knew that the result would be perfect and worked without the slightest delay. The progress was obvious. Taking the knife, he began to cut the fish with amazing accuracy. He slowly and carefully separated the skin from the meat, demonstrating his skills. The method in which he cultivated the fish was unusual and attracted attention. Its concentration was at the highest level. It was not distracted by anything, completely immersed in the process. The girl was passionate about every step of the jinbo, considering his culinary skill truly impressive. She thought that if he had the same accuracy with the sword, he would have become a legendary fencer. At the table, everyone began to notice the aroma that flowed from the pan. It was impossible to resist compliments. The smell was incredible. There was nothing better than a drink that complemented every meal for Peck. However, the frying fish could even competition with his favorite drink. And even the people who were now preparing for him could be a great addition to a party with alcohol. Soon the dish was ready. A special dish was served on the table. Multicolored fish that looked unusual and appetizing. Everyone was delighted with how the jinbo has raised his dish by getting compliments on each side. He confessed that he found this recipe in his father's cooking book, but prepared it for the first time. It looked very tasty. The girl did not spare compliments, calling him a good jug and master of her craft. "Suffer a little. You will have time to love each other," someone joked. But the girl asked him to eat better. He, not rearing, began to taste the fish, without hiding that the appetite had already taken the mountain. Damho focused on each piece, fully immersed in the meal. Peck, holding a glass, exclaimed, "Water!" Swing wash each piece of delicious fish with a favorite drink. The culinary abilities of the plump jinbo have been a mystery to all, which he opened only through his dishes, and all sincerely praised his talent. "Nothing special," said the Ginbo, but still asked everyone to come a little closer, hinting at something interesting. The girl was carefully asking if he was really handling, but he assured that yes. Long-haired something dissatisfied, hinting that he does not want to sit next to those who do not even understand the basics. He stubbornly kept away, even when the plump Jinbo politely invited him to join. But at one point the Ginbo came closer to him, deciding to act direction. He raised his dish on the dish and asked with a smile to try at least one piece. "For whom does he have me?" said the long-haired, looking at the dish, and his face blushed from anger. "It's funny!" he exclaimed, and knocked out a bowl from his hands with a sharp blow. For the jingle, it was not just a blow to a bowl, but on the heart. His efforts were despised. The whole dish fell to the ground, pouring on the grass, and pieces of meat flew in different directions. "Why did you bring me this abomination?" continued the long-haired mockery, even despite the Ginbo. Damho sat at the table, listening silently to every word of this ignorance. The long-haired enlarger stated that this dish was a true horror. "You think I will put this abomination in my mouth, prepared by such a dishonesty as you?" he said with contempt. The Ginbo standing in front of him began to tremble, whether from anger or fear of the master of martial arts. All the excuses of the long-haired were that he was, they say, accidentally released a couple on the jewel, but it sounded like a weak excuse. Jinbo began to say something, hoping to convince him of his innocence. But at the same moment, the long-haired grabbed it by the collar, lifting one hand above the ground. "How dare you to behave like that? Come to your senses!" He threw it roughly without hiding the anger. After that, he began to get the sword, still holding the Geno behind his neck, as if he was ready to bring his threats to the end. But suddenly someone quietly asked him to lower his hands. These words came from a dark-haired guy at the table. It was Damho. Jinbo already felt the power of energy that came from the hands of the long-haired, as if he had pierced his body. However, the long-haired Damho and negligently asked what he had said. Damho repeated, "Lower my hands, or I just break them." Hearing it from some guy there, the long-haired perceived these words as a bold disdain. Its rage began to reach the limit. The energy that had rushed out of it seemed to be about to explode. It was a special reception of warriors of the South Clan, who made him dangerous in battle. For those who were not skilled enough in martial arts, it was impossible to withstand such a strong impulse. The girl, realizing that the situation was out of control, began to shout at the long-haired, demanding to stop immediately. However, her words remained unheard, and in the meantime, Damho had already started acting. He was not going to sit with his hands and look quietly how his friend is humiliated and kept behind the collar. Damho was seriously tuned, and the black-haired did not even expect such events. His great power was already felt as a direct threat. The black-haired tried to repel, but continued to keep the Jinbo for the collar. He did not let him go, thinking that you will be a wonderful live shield. But this plan was scattered in an instant. Damho's speed exceeded all expectations, and he simply did not have time to put the body of the Jinbo as a protection. After receiving a strong and lightning blow, the black-haired shouted, loudly screamed in pain. He rolled on the ground, scattering around the stones with his body. The Jinbo also got a blow, falling on his knees and leaning his head against the ground. When he lifted his head, his vision gradually clarified, and the only thing that remained in memory was a loud explosion. Damho only calmly said to the black-haired, "Hold on, stuck." He realized what it means to feel true and touch the weaker with threats. However, inside he still did not believe that this guy could attack so much. The girl was well aware of what had happened if Damho did not interfere. Most likely, the Jinbo would die from one blow. The long-haired began to rise, feeling on his body the consequences of a powerful blow that left traces of pain. This pain was extraordinary, not at all similar to ordinary damage. It penetrated it to the bones. However, even more hell from humiliation of his honor, which now seemed to be trampled. Damho, however, looked at him indifferently, without worrying about what he imagined. Exhausted, long-haired forces rose, squeezing his sword in his hands. He began to shout something like, "Die!" to Damho, clearly striving for revenge. With his sword in his hand, he rushed at him, with an obvious intention to put a deadly blow. His technique, the blade that cuts the sky, was known as the standard of fencing skill in the Southern Clan. The long-haired was certain that this time it would not fall into Damho's tricks. 100,000 positions, he exclaimed, crossing his sword and scissors, as if to activate the technique. After saying the spell, he began to quickly swing his feet, creating the illusion of rapid movement. It was a battle technique that created a dozen clones, attacking the enemy from different sides at the same time to disarm him. The number of clones increased instantly to a dozen. All of them rushed to Damho. Only one of them was real. The rest are workshops of illusions that misleaded the enemy. Damho did not even have time to respond. Events were developing so quickly. There were too many opponents, and finding the real clones seemed almost impossible. In the chest of the long-haired, a fire was still burning for the fact that Damho turned to him with contempt. The clones continued to circulate around Damho, creating chaos and pressure on all sides. The long-haired was convinced that his spell would make the boy pathetic and helpless. Damho, keeping coldness, looked back and noticed the movement behind. Putting his hands to his chest, he concentrated energy that began to repel everything around his body. Others, watching the battle, looked at this uneven struggle with a touch of regret. Peck, a little drunk, looked carefully at it and realized that Damho would have a hard time. Damho quickly looked to the right and noticed one of the clones that flew just above his head. This clone had already lowered the sword, directing it directly to the Damho's forehead. The blade shone like a heavenly ray. It was the technique of the blade that cuts the sky, and the long-haired invested all the power of his forearm into this blow. The blade passed only a few centimeters from the neck of Damho, almost touched it. But it looks like this day will not allow him to cut his neck. What does he create? Said the long-haired, noticing Damho's hands began to pour red. They became so solid that it seemed that even the sword blade could not break them. How is it possible? The only question that gnawed the long-haired, looking at the incredible power of Damho. How can a young man be so strong that it is to resist 10 clones at the same time while remaining unwavering? His gaze was confidently jumping from side to side, as if breaking all the barriers of the enemy's illusions. The thunder sounded, and the earth shuddered under his feet. Damho pushed away from the ground, preparing for a blow. His fist was tense, and he flew rapidly towards the long-haired like lightning, is ready to break everything in his way. One movement of the right hand was enough to strike. However, at a critical moment, the long-haired effort was able to put his sword under his fist. However, the strength of Damho's fist far exceeded the sword's strength, breaking it into small debris. The metal flew into pieces, like a thin glass, from a strong collision. The sword was the only obstacle that restrained his fist from a direct blow to the body of a long-haired body. But after the sword disappeared, Damho's blow still reached the target. He was fast as lightning, accurate as a snakebite, and painful, like a punch on the corner of the bed, a combination of accuracy and destructive force. Damho fought for real. Every blow was full of all the strength he could gather. The screams of pain erupted from the mouth of the long-haired was to hear from afar. He crawled on his knees, not being able to withstand Damho's powerful blows. He only had to endure the pain that pierced his body from the tips of his fingers to the soul. But Damho has not finished. He grabbed a long-haired forearm, not taking his icy look. "I warned of your hands," he said sternly, reminding of my first warning. The long-haired, despairing, began to be pleased with the mercy. But Damho did not even think to stop. Attaching all his strength, he bent his hand as he should, and that happened. As if lightning had gone throughout his body. The pain from the fracture was so sharp that he would definitely remember this moment for life. However, Guns was a direct blood relative of the southern clan, known as Sachan's Gate, and all observers understood it well. Hell was also aware that this clan was not forgetting good deeds or an image. To break the wrist of such a clan is an extremely serious event that had consequences. At this point, the elders ran to the conflict, trying to stop the fight. They had no idea what happened here and looked confused. One of them immediately rushed to the long-haired, moaning with pain, holding on to his broken arm. The first to whom the long-haired drew was Damho, the one who caused him to injure. He immediately began to threaten, stating that the consequences would not be expected. Damho reacted to this only a barely noticeable smile that seemed to be angry his opponent even more. Without stopping, he began to go forward, despite the warning. His movements were so confident and fast that even the dirt flew from under his feet. His gait, different from the usual, acted on the nerves of us Guns, adding tension. Long-haired noticed that Damho never seemed lame. Lightness is his Achilles' heel, he thought, thinking about the possible weaknesses of the boy. He understood that damage to the muscular tissues of the legs could have caused bone curvature, and also affected the muscles of the neck and spine. The more skilled warrior, the better he keeps his posture, preventing any violations in movements. But watching Damho, Guns thought it was definitely not about him. His strength seemed perfect. How could I lose such a snot? He could not believe, boiling internally. What will be a good basis for creating a bridge? Damho asked suddenly, addressing him. This question was so embarrassed by the long-haired one that he could not immediately find the right words to answer. Puzzled, he tried to clarify, asking, "What are you talking about?" "Of course, about you. Heaven is helping the bridge, which is why the victim has been found so timely," Damho said, leaving no doubt about his intentions. The long-haired realized that it was about the number, and realized that Damho obviously listened to their previous dialogue. But how did he do it? No master would be able to listen to so accurately. "I mean that I spent a lot of time in the dungeon," Damho continued calmly, answering an unspoiled question. "In that creepy place where no light is of light falls. Do you know what is the most interesting? There, the smallest rustle is surprisingly well. If the stone falls and hit the walls, the sound increases tens or even hundreds of times. I learned to feel this sound with all my body," he added, reinforcing his words with unwavering peace. Damho asked to imagine how continuously and unbearably this noise sounds, remaining constant and restless. He began to tell how he coped with it. "I even filled my ears with mud, but the sounds still stayed. The most amazing in the human body is the ability to adapt. Over time, it ceases to hear extra noise, leaving only what you need, even if the sound was completely weak." These words were a mystery to the long-haired one, and he wanted to understand what Damho struck. "You ask because you do not know yourself," Damho added sharply, reading his thoughts. This made it even more consider, because he was now sure that Damho had heard their conversation. Long-haired insisted, asking Damho, "Do you really think that you can just forgive what you have crippled a member of the South Clan under such a pathetic reason?" He immediately ordered the golden swords to conquer the guy, because he shed the blood of the representative of their clan. "The Southern Clan never forgives the image," he added, and ordered the soldiers to show their greatness without restraining their strength. "If necessary, you can even kill him," he completed his order, filled with rage. This order was the only one that remained swordsmen who began an attack with naked blades. It was extremely difficult to handle the golden swords. and this was perfectly understood by FEC, standing behind Damho's back. And to get part of the South Clan is even worse, he thought, watching the situation. Meanwhile, the swordsmen attacked all together, and Damho squeezed his fist, preparing for battle. Jinbo and FEC just lowered their heads silently, watching the situation unfolding. The Thunder Sword was called weapons that these swordsmen possessed. It was their main advantage. They tried to set the heat using all their trumps in the attack. Surrounding Damho on all sides, the swordfish waved their blades at incredible speed. The situation seemed unsolvable. FEC was surprised how it could all end. Will he be able to cope with himself? Did not leave his opinion, filled with anxiety. However, suddenly, Face felt a warm splash of energy that appeared after Damho struck, which hit the enemy's face. Damho did not restrain himself. He fought only with his fists, even against armed swordsmen. His fists were so powerful that the battle turned into a real storm created by the bodies of opponents. The enemies flew in different directions, groaning with pain and not having the strength. Everyone who was nearby could only issue screams that are characteristic of people who experience unbearable pain. Who is this devil? The leader thought, trying to understand how easily Damho coped with his best warriors. How is this possible if the Masters of the Golden Sword are the best fighters of the South Clan? Moreover, only 5 of them participated in this battle. But even they were completely defeated, unable to show their skills. Long-haired, despite everything, continued to demand that they do not retreat and prove what they were capable of. However, the battle remained unchanged. Only broken teeth and crippled bodies became its result. The fighters themselves began to realize that it was something supernatural, devoid of logic. Their opponent seemed to be a monster who ruthlessly crippled everyone who stands in his way. Hearing that he cannot keep his power under control seemed to now be a pathetic lie. However, no rumors would even be able to convey the true power of Damho in battle. A man with a bandage on the eye, watching it, never felt or saw anything like this. He was surprised not only by the power, but also by the impulsiveness with which Damho acted in battle. Everything was gaining momentum. Each subsequent movement was more devastating than the previous one. It was not often possible to see Damho's jaw from anger, but this moment was an exception. His anger and determination created a picture that caused only one opinion in others. This guy is a real demon in the human likeness. The idea flashed in his head. He probably damaged his leg, but it did not prevent him from disarming their best swordsman, looking like a real monster. The bodies of the soldiers trembled with fear, but their leader, considering themselves as a master of martial arts, could not afford weakness. He immediately ordered him a dagger, ready to fight in person. Step, he set his foot so as to clearly feel resistance and balance. Pushing with force, he jumped up where he was already waiting in the air. The leader caught the dagger, but not behind the handle, but directly behind the blade, which looked skillful and dangerous. All this was part of a single movement, and now he flew directly to Damho with a pointed blade. He ordered everyone who was on his way to disperse, creating a space for the attack. Heavenly punishment. It was this trump card that he prepared as a final blow. His options for counterattack remained less, and so he made all his power in this blow. But Damho managed to evade somehow, although the movement of the leader was lightning. Despite this, the leader to the last believed that he could get it. The bright radiance increased, surrounding the blade, which was approaching Damho's hand exposed to the block. The glare of the sword created the illusion that the heavenly punishment was about to destroy the obstacle in its path. But the result of this confrontation remained uncertain. Whether the Damschnock block really withstand this force. There was a strange sound similar to the scraping of metal that made everyone strain. The man suddenly felt his hand to lose control, becoming alien. A few drops of blood flew out of his mouth, after which he began to cough, and blood splashed even more. A simple stroke caused such damage that his internal organs were literally broken. It was painful and difficult, even for those who were used to cruel fights. But the picture soon returned to the same. The cruel dominance of Damho over everyone. The pirate-like man shouted at his ally, demanding to be cherished because Damho was attacking again. However, in this situation, no advice could save him from the inevitable defeat. Black-haired, himself in a miserable state, watched his uncle repeated his path to defeat. Jinbo stood next to the girl, and both of them were terrified of what was happening before their eyes. It was really scary. The scene looked like something of the most terrible nightmares. Damho's blow was reminiscent of a flood that worn everything in its path, and this force was embodied in his hand, which was approaching the enemy's neck. Pirate-like tried to intervene to stop them, understanding all the danger. Damho's hand was already a few centimeters away from the enemy's neck, aiming directly at the Cass. His movement was smooth, but at the same time light and deadly, as if every touch of the sword could end the battle. It was Pirato-like that decided to stop Damho's hand when she almost reached her goal. At this point, the head of the southern clan, the Powerless, fell to the ground, landing on the ass. Gathering all his energy, he was able to slow down the movement of Damho's hand, but no more. The question remained open. Did Damho himself want to continue the blow or just stopped? Pirate-like man looking at the boy made his impression. He is barely 30. He could not believe that at such a young age, such a high level of skill could be achieved. "And if I say so, you will stop?" Pirate asked, trying to find at least some way out. Damho calmly explained, "They were the first to start an attack." Then he suggested a compromise. "If you go, I will look like nothing happened here." It seemed that even Pirate-like began to be afraid of this young man. But the head of the South clan considered this proposal absurd. "I just don't go." In his eyes, the decision was red. Damho now is a swallowed enemy of the Southern clan, and his fate is to die like a warrior. Although Pirato shaped was holding a sword in his hands, he was uncertain about whether he was able to stop Damho. The bitter truth for the vat began to become obvious. He will not be able to save everyone. "This is not an offer at all," Pirate said, continuing to hold on to his position, although his voice trembled. However, it seemed that he no longer believed in his ability to protect those present. Chan began to realize the reality of what happened and how powerless they were before Damho. The warriors he knew never showed weakness to the enemy. Words such as pirate-shaped could only sound from weak. However, looking into Damho's eyes, he began to think that everything could be different. This guy did not look like any enemy he knew. The commander ordered the vat to retreat, trying to avoid further losses. However, the dispute broke out between them, because there were enough problems, and they could not afford even more chaos. Chan could not let out the opinion of the bridge and his possible revival. At that time, Damho was still standing in place, silent and fixed, like a statue. "Aren't you gonna go?" Pirate-like asked him, hoping for a peaceful solution. "What miracle should I go from?" Damho replied in a cold tone. He was annoyed that Pirato-like was still standing on his feet and breathing. Damho did not hide his dislike in words and pointed to it directly. A loud sound broke the air. It was a blow to the ground, which forced everyone to hold their breath. The Southern clan had to play a key role in the restoration of the detachment of the bridge, and Pirato-like could not allow their clan to die at the hands of a guy. That is why he took the sword, put him in the ground, and began to act. Running his sword in a circle clockwise, he cut the ground, forcing the fragments of stones to fly towards Damho. This movement was a demonstration of his skill as a fencing school henum. The power of the sword of the sea dragon was his strongest reception, and the girl who watched the fight was perfectly understood. It was this power that he began to use, trying to overcome the enemy who seemed insurmountable. Chan sat on his knees, watching his allies demonstrate all their strength. "It is really impressive," SEC admitted, watching the events that unfolded on the battlefield. The picture of the battle looked more like a sophisticated performance, the beauty of which was fascinated even in its cruelty. Damho collided with an incredible pirate-shaped attack. The power of the sea dragon forced him to concentrate even more than usual. Pirate-like with a bandage on the eye uncontrollably, without reducing the pace. At this point, Damho tried to catch his gaze to better understand the trajectory of movement. He needed to put his fist right under the sword blade to stop the attack, and in the air there was a collision of ice and flame. The fist Damcho stopped the enemy who was racing on him. Long-haired, holding on to a broken hand, watched how his ally continues to attack. Pirato-like felt the strength of the Damho's fist. The vibration pierced his body, as if the sword faced not with his hand, but with a large stone. The most amazing was that Damho's fist remained whole and intense, like a rock. It was a real mystery, how human skin can withstand such blows and remain intact. Nevertheless, Pirate-like had one sole purpose, to stop Damho at any cost. If he does not be able to do so, he will consider himself a pathetic worthlessness and willing to die. The best thing Pirato-like could make Damho to retreat, although it looked unlikely. He began to use the power of the sea dragon again, hoping to change the course of the battle. This time the attack was accompanied by a titanic explosion that shook everything around. His goal was to make Damho's retreat, though he realized that he would hardly succeed. Despite the waves of the energy that the sword created, Damho made his way through them with unbreakable confidence. Pirato-like was well aware that his fencing would not be able to do sufficient harm to the enemy, but he still tried, hoping at least to keep him at a distance. However, instead of the retreat, Damho decided to go Veibank, destroying all obstacles in his path. Drawing an incredible number of blows, it seemed impermeable even for the most acute blades. Pirate-like swords were known for their sharpness and force that exceeded most of the existing analogs. But this guy reflected them with his bare hands, and it seemed simply impossible. Having passed through the storm of the attack, Damho approached close to his opponent. There he grabbed a pirate-like collar, demonstrating his strength and dominance. Chan, paralyzed with horror, could only watch this stage helplessly. Many soldiers were powerless before the rage of the Damho attack, but the commander still managed to strike him with a sword, proving his status as a real warrior. The commander thought that this blow could force Damho to weaken the grip. Damho, feeling the pain, really twisted a little, but everything went wrong as it was expected. Its grip did not weaken for a moment. He continued to keep his pirate-shaped collar, demonstrating his unwavering force. Grabbing him even stronger, Damho raised the enemy up. Then, with incredible force, he threw it on the ground, hitting his back so that the earth trembled. At the same time, he held his hands under rigid control. Observers were stunned by seeing the scene, overflowing them with mixed emotions of horror and surprise. It was obvious that if Damho set a goal, he would go through any obstacles: fire, water, or even death. He acted without any glance. He was not interested in past or consequences. There was only one goal for him, and he went to her without stopping. Pirado-like lay on the ground, poured blood from the obtained blows, and pleaded with the vat to be careful. Chan, at this point, he saw Damho's stone fist flew directly to his head. The strength of this fist was so huge that it seemed that he could destroy everything in his way. His eyes were filled with lifelight, which emitted incredible power. Black long sleeves trembled in the wind, enhancing its formidable appearance. It all brought horror. "Is this an end?" said Chan, covered in fear. However, the Sokiop and the girl were convinced that they should protect the South Clan. They all rushed forward, decisively trying to stop Damho. "Stop, friend," said FSE, forming a charge of energy in his hand. He was supported by a girl who added his strength to his inspiration. Together they moved to Damho, hoping to stop his anger. But the one who fell into the state of rage will not simply stop. Damho has already shown his incredible skills, but it was sometimes a chance to express himself. The Fel could only imagine what had happened if I got a blow to Damho's fist right into the jaw. Damho refused to believe that he could just stop it. Calm, friend," tried to reassure him a little drunken Peck without losing his sense of humor. At the same time, he felt a strange tension as if his body was about to break into pieces. But fortunately, everyone remained alive, though the situation looked extremely dangerous. The girl tried to reassure Damho, asked him to stop, but he did not see the reasons for doing it. "The Southern clan leader is the person behind the big things," she explained why he should stop. But for Damho it seemed unimportant, and he made it clear that it did not apply to him. This only confirmed his unwavering willpower, which was striking even those who knew him. He was not inferior to Nin Chakon's will from school, and perhaps even surpassed him. Then FEC spoke in defense of the Southern clan leader, emphasizing that this man was very needed by the world, and asked Damho not to kill him. "The retreats at least once," Peck pleaded. "This is my first and last request to you as from friend to friend," he explained, hoping for his understanding. But in response, only silence came from Damho. He remained adamant. Jinbo tried to persuade Peck to leave the case. An awkward pause, filled with tension, hangs in the air. In the meantime, Damho began to approach the vat, who stood holding his wounded hand. He repeated his previous words, "I am not going to give up." Going even closer, he said it directly in the face, clearly and without fear. "I will beat and break you until you die. If you can defeat me now, you will once be able to overcome all members of the South Clan," Damho added, looking straight into his eyes. At this point, the warriors felt the hair on their heads began to gray with fear. They knew that everything would happen exactly as Damho said. His words sounded like an inevitable sentence. Hunchin did not even dare to meet the commander, avoiding this contact. Such psychological pressure was so powerful that it seemed that the murder did not even need a weapon. The destruction of will, mind, and spirit could be equal to physical destruction. The embodiment of this pressure was Damho, who never was about to give up or retreat. From our mouth, the Hunchins tore the sounds of heavy, angry breathing. His pants were mock, but no one realized what happened. Everyone just turned away, not wanting to look at him or discuss this moment. The incident in which Damho destroyed the warriors of the Southern Clan and remained a secret to the people. Only a few people were eyewitnesses, including John Yunei. None of them wanted to talk about what happened while keeping silence. However, the stress spark remained, igniting the atmosphere in the Southern Riverboard. Long-haired with a bandaged hand was indignant that their valuable troops, including a detachment of golden swords, were broken. He emphasized that the honor of their clan was disgraced, and it was unacceptable. "If you leave everything as it is, the people will start laughing at our warriors," he said with anger. "Patience and work are our path," his uncle replied calmly, trying to keep the situation under control. But the long-haired was the fact that the honor of the clan was tainted with blood, and he did not understand how in such a situation it was possible to remain calm. Nevertheless, his uncle insisted that he had to hold on, though he himself admitted that he was unbearably difficult for him. He confessed that the loss of warriors perceived worse, because they were almost like his relatives. However, his uncle endured and tried to explain to his nephew why it is important. If people find out that we have lost our golden swordsman, they will perceive us as weak, he said. And that's good if it's just one detachment. But what if his goal is to destroy all Morma? He stressed that patience was needed. We will wait for the main clan to intercept the League of the Mosar League. After that, it will not be late. Uncle's words seemed clear for the first time, and his position began to look logical. A calm atmosphere prevailed in the west wind. Many warriors sat at the tables, resting and backing food to restore strength. Pirado-like inquired at the peak's Quona why he calls Damho his friend. Well, you really have wonderful friends, he added, with a touch of interest. Quan recognized, honestly, it is not easy with him. But who is he? What does he represent? Pirate-like asked again, as if trying to solve the riddle. Quan wanted to find the right words to explain but thought. Then Pirado-shaped, he continued. You don't know anything about him too, right? Such works are not made in one day. I think even Kumuran would not be able to cope with or match him. Kavan, coughing, only nodded in agreement. Only with regular financing and preparation can you create conditions in which a worthy master will grow. Pirato-shaped continued. He expressed confidence that Damho did not belong to any of the well-known Concho groups. But who is it then? This question hung in the air, remaining unanswered. Maybe he's from a magic school, suggested Pirate-like, although it was only a guess. These guesses even surprised the quote, which for a moment thought about the possibility of such origin. Damho was perceived as a symbol of fear, which several decades ago tasked King Ho with blood. Now even the most resilient of the clan is terrified at the sight of the magicians, and the day when Concho warriors will be able to repay them only seems to be a matter of time. There was a dispute between the attendees. Whether Damho is a magician or not, Quan was sure of this as never before. He noted that Damho's methods are radical and sometimes cruel, but he never beats just for the sake of the battle. The dispute was the first to intervene us by the gun, noting that if it were not for Damho, nothing would happen. However, the senior acknowledged that although he understands the situation, Damho still overdo it with his power. Quan defended Damho, saying it was a fight for self-defense. Yes, he is beating strongly, but not only he is guilty of it, he explained. The man asked Quan once again, Are you sure that you can stay with him in a friendly relationship? And if not, maybe we will finish it right now? He suggested that he hinted at the final breakdown. He advised that Damho was able to cause a lot of excitement and break even more people. You should not expect anything good from him, he warned. This game is not worth the candle, he added, emphasizing the risks. But Quan had already accepted Damho as a friend, and could not leave him only because the situation was unfavorable. Means you are ready to suffer because of its shortcomings? The man asked again, as if testing the determination of Quan. Quan answered this question, noting that they all underestimate Damho. He also explained that his mentor hated the relationship, built only on benefit. His teacher, Zhang Ilsan, always said that a real warrior should have a sense of justice. Ilsan appreciated this quality, and never, under no circumstances, left his friends. One of the reasons why he headed the war against the magicians was that his best friend was killed by the hands of these same magicians. Now Quan could not leave a friend only because of fear of reputation, because it would be a betrayal of the principles of his mentor. Your mentor has already sentenced you to a sentence, pirate-like with a touch of irony, but Quan did not pay attention and expressed his understanding of the situation towards Damho. Pirado-like asked, Are you sure? Although he started to get up. I am sure that it has nothing to do with the magicians, Quan said firmly. His confidence was based on the fact that he and his teacher have long been watching these forces and preparing for the fact that magicians could return. Thanks to this, Quan felt their presence better than anyone else. Asked if he will remain with a friend to the end, he replied, I am ready to put on Khan even my life, if necessary. A light breeze walked on the tops of the mountains, adding the moment of majesty. Meanwhile, in the depths of these mountains, other events unfolded. In the middle of a dense forest, which was interspersed with stones, a new secret was raised. In the depths of the forest, there was a young man with a sword fixed on his belt. He was steadily stepping forward, muttering something under his nose, and it sounded like, beautiful. For him, this mountain seemed like a miniature volcano, which only strengthened his interest. Wow, what a wonderful sword. Maybe we will sell it, came from the side. So said the people who met him on the way, clearly unfriendly. Looking around and evaluating the situation, the young man realized that they were robbers. They asked if he knew that they lived in these places, but he just answered the counter question. And it was not visible to me? One of them remarked by the voice that the young man is young, though bold. Others called him fearless, adding, Moscow, which is not afraid of an elephant. They only wanted a little gold, declaring it in a rough tone. But the young man, though he could give them something, confessed that he had nothing himself. Then their gaze stopped on his sword. He explained that he could not give his sword, because it is a gift from his master. Well, you have neither wealth nor a sword. What did you forget here? The robbers asked without hiding mockery. But they also did not want to look weak in front of the young man, because it could undermine their reputation among the locals. If we let him rude, all passers-by will be mocking us, they decided, so we were not going to allow it. The robbers began to fuss around him, nervously assessing the situation. They noticed his confident course, equal breathing and combat readiness. The way he was holding the sword's handle gave his experience and skills. All this made them aware that they were not a regular warrior. Herban, which seemed to be the main among robbers, decided to fight the first. But the young man only killed him with one sword, that everyone around seemed to be in the garden of flowers. It was similar to the bloom of the cherry, which several robbers were recognized immediately. However, others still tried to attack, deciding to go forward. They attacked 3, trying to surpass it, but the blood flowers that appeared during his movements did not give them to end the attack. It was the technique of the Sakura Bloody Sword. There are many combat technicians, but Sakura blooms are a unique art that is used only in the Volcano clan. The only heir to the technique of the Bloody Sakura Sword was a young man whom the clan called Mongon. Now the robbers have realized that they were faced with a legend that exceeded all their expectations. It took a while, and the young man finally was able to breathe. Only swords, reminiscent of just completed battle, sticking out of the ground. He, after all, hissed back into the scissors, feeling relief. But he was also aware that he was already late. I would like to see Akyanan's night streets, but these types just got me out. He mocked me, and moved on. But one of the trees was unnoticed by a bald man. These were robbers who managed to avoid his attack, but they were stunned by his sword technique, which seemed to them a monster. The balloon was called Kwak Kol, one of the influential representatives of the Green Forest. He executed the order of his leader Chaj, who ordered to trace the young man. Meanwhile, a calm and peaceful atmosphere prevailed on Lake Tundon. Damho was already there with his friend Jinbo. Jinbo was still worried about whether Damho was angry because of the events of that day. But Damho assured him that he was not angry at all, and said it directly. The plump Jinbo was glad, and Damho, stroking him on his head, gently called him fool. However, suddenly Jinbo's face has changed completely. He became serious and wary. Ron's sister, which looked mysteriously and unexpectedly, stood near the river. Do you know her? Damho asked in the Jane, and he replied that she was always holding her word. Then Damho approached the girl to tie a conversation and greeted her. She replied that she would be happy to taste the dishes he cooks, but unfortunately, she has no time for it. Damho explained that he would remain in this place for a while, and invited it to go when he would be able. But she noted that she would not be able to stay here for a long time, because she has her own responsibilities. She was also interested in a black-haired guy standing next to Damho. When she heard his name, she seemed to be familiar. The girl began to remember where she could see him before. It was one who once made her heart beat more often. And now he stood in front of her, introducing himself to his name. Damho did not hide his identity, but he could not understand what his feelings were overwhelmed. He was impressed by the girl's face and her smile, which he saw for the first time. But something seemed unusual in this, as if this stranger had already had some connection with him. In their communication there was some strange intimacy that Damho could not explain. The girl also noted that he and the Jinbo seem very different. Although at first glance it is seen that they are friends for a long time. But we are not blood relatives, the Jinbo explained, a little confused. He asked the girl if he told her already belonging to the Green Forest clan. Hearing this, the girl immediately revealed the secret. My father is the leader of the Green Forest, but no one should know about it. Once you are my brother, you can, she added, smiling a little. Her words were surprised by Damho, and the expression of his face changed. The girl noticed it and asked if she could be called her brother. If the daughter of the owner of the Green Forest appeared here, then it is exactly a meeting with Don Jonho, Damho thought. Green Forest, like us, is very sensitive to the influence of Morim. They may be discussing the suppression of the Green Forest, the girl explained. She could tell a lot more, but stopped. Jinbo realized that Damho was not one of those who easily opened his heart. At the same time, the girl asked, "Where are you from?" Not hiding anything, Damho replied that he came from a small village, a place without a name and even without a mark on the map. ordinary village, nothing special. Men grow rice, women work in the fields, and so every day, he said. Hearing about it, the girl confessed that she would like to live in such a place. Life in the village seems so carefree, she said, but even listening to his story, she continued to feel strange inner excitement. In the world, he was known more than the Fist of the Demon, or Tire Gan. Someone called it bloodthirsty, others, a soulless demon. All the rumors that went about him were extremely negative. But after a personal meeting with him, the girl saw in him a rather humble man. The time of her departure has come, and before that she said, "If you need something, here's where you can go. Ovanchke, it's in Hua'S, Ankva province," she added, clarifying the place. Then, disappearing behind the bridge that led into the reeds, she went on her way. Her name was still spinning in Damho in her head, leaving an unforgettable impression. Meanwhile, at the port of the Achaean, the place of the jar, the activity was boiling, and the ships were filled with the coast. One of the ships finally arrived, and some of those who were waiting seemed to be ready to die with impatience. At this point, Mongyon approached the people, immediately attracting attention. Minjin immediately acknowledged that it was late, and it was undoubtedly. He explained that on the way he came across robbers, which was why he was delayed. The first thing he apologized to his teacher for late. However, the teacher replied that they had just arrived, and suggested discussing everything on the road. The place where they stopped was filled with beauty, especially in the evening. The glimpses that flickered around fascinated. Akiana was very different from the rural areas of Shinny. It was unusual to see so many bright lights. It made a special impression on a girl who had never seen anything like this before. It was her first acquaintance with such a frenzy of lights. The teacher asked his students if they were very impressed with the lighting level. But it is too early to wonder, because the further, the more amazing you will see, he added with a smile. He even hinted that sooner or later they would witness a true miracle. But at the same time, his thoughts were occupied by others. What could happen if the clan is a bridal? On the way of these guests, Ogun appeared from the Hanam clan. The Nodo, the teacher of the students and the obedient of Prahovan, greeted him, maintaining courtesy. Ogun expressed hope for their understanding, explaining that the South clan leader had to appear at the meeting. But because of some circumstances, he came for him. "Don't he have a double?" asked the note of curiosity. At the same time, he understood how busy the leader should be, and accepted the situation without complaints. "We have not yet been in a state of Hanshan to participate in such affairs." Then Inoto ordered Co and Mongon to congratulate the guests and the elders. They presented themselves respectfully, calling their names and expressing respect for the audience. Ogun also expressed the joy of acquaintance, saying that it is a great honor for him to see the best students of the Fire Mountain clan. He introduced a young girl named Soval, who was a calligraphy student. Owl, in turn, congratulated the elder with great respect. She was also honored with such an important person. Now that everyone was familiar, the elder suggested giving the young to communicate with each other. Going closer, they again named their names and exchanged polite words, noting that it was a pleasure to meet. For Mongon, it was the first time he saw someone from Kumurin Henamp, those who prepared the Wall of the Resolution and a manifold in China. Volcanic Swordsman is a master of martial arts who brought up Jin Other, known as a volcanic swordfish. Its main purpose was to conquer all the old Merns and show the world who is the main here. The young man understood this ambitious idea and what she carries. After a while, several riders with carts moved among the trees in the mountains. The destination remained a little, and one of the riders asked the owner to slow down a little. The commander of Penga, who was difficult to catch, even thought of fatigue, acknowledged that he was a little exhausted. Looking at his warriors who went behind, he saw the same thing. Everyone looked exhausted. People were tired not only physically, but also from a long conversation, so the commander ordered to slow down. Moreover, the meeting on Lake Dundon was extremely important, and you should not rush. He warned everyone that when arriving a battle is possible, which would require their full readiness. Everything should be thought out to the little things, so that we could not be supplanted, he added. However, the faces of the soldiers who were exhausted did not inspire great confidence. The warriors still tried to cheer the commander, assuring him that everything would be fine and asked not to worry. He smiled, admitting that with age he became more and more alarming. He continued to speak, but suddenly fell silent, as if he had alarmed him. Before the commander appeared the figure of a man who held a sword with a toothed blade, as if specially designed for better cutting of the flesh. His face was hiding a yellow mask. The clothes on the body were also yellow, and long gray hair fell on his shoulders. Although it looked about 45 years, all the warriors immediately began to prepare for the battle, feeling the threat. The commander realized that the plans would have to be changed and addressed the stranger. "Do not stand in the middle of the road. We must go through." The man only replied that none of them could still pass. "How is nobody? We are like invisible?" the commander asked in surprise. The stranger, when correcting the mask, only repeated his words, emphasizing them. The commander decided that he simply did not know who they were, and therefore blocked the way. But it was not true. The man blocked the way to them precisely because he knew. Before him, the warriors of Puping. "There is no sacrifice more suitable than the warriors of Penga," he said, and his words sounded sharply and boldly. It was difficult to listen, and the soldiers felt how they were anger. One of them could not stand and exclaimed, "How do you laugh with us to talk to us?" Without restraining, he rushed with the sword directly at the stranger, intending to attack. On the way, he also ordered him to kneel and surrender. But the look of the stranger spoke for himself. He was definitely not going to kneel. The commander shouted after his fighter, trying to stop his ill-advised attack. However, the stranger did not stay long. He quickly threw the sword directly into the chest of the warrior when he was still in the air. The commander of Sadness realized that he had to say goodbye to one of his people on this tragic note. After that, the confidence of the fighters almost completely disappeared. When their colleague falls on the ground with the sword in the chest, fear prevailed in the air. "How did you dare to kill the Pupung warrior? Are you really so sure that you are ready to accept the wrath of all the warriors of Pupung?" the commander asked angrily. In response, the stranger just smiled slightly, not taking it seriously. The commander jumped out of the horse, while asking a stranger how to call him. But he did not see the need to call his name. "You can call me a golden lion," he replied calmly. "The golden lion! I will break your limbs and heart with special pleasure," the commander exclaimed, waving a huge axe. But for the golden lion, this axe looked like a small blunt hammer. He ironically asked, "Do you really believe that it is done specifically for you?" The commander landed on the ground with all force, trying to hit, but the blow passed by. The golden lion easily evaded this blow, demonstrating its agility. This forced the commander to pay even more attention to the weapons and armor of his opponent. The stranger's patches seemed more solid than iron plates, and his weapons were reminiscent of a sharp and deadly blade. The battle between the commander and the golden lion began to gain momentum, and the lion himself poured sarcastic jokes at the expense of the blunt of the commander's tapora. "Do you really gather me to cut me?" he mocked, causing confusion among the soldiers. The warriors appreciated the situation as dangerous, and decided that the best solution would be to find a shelter. Meanwhile, the golden glow, which came from the lion, became increasingly brighter and stronger. His movements were so fast that it was impossible to take his eyes behind him. "It is sad to admit it, but it seems that this battle will end solely," the warriors thought. The golden lion began to ruthlessly kill one by one, leaving them no chance. He was moving like a bee, striking his speed, and his attacks were as painful as bites. In these circumstances, the chances of surviving disappeared literally in the eyes. His unusual equipment was appreciated by the warriors only when it became too late to change something. They realized that their forces could not even get closer to the level of the lion. But it was too late. The soldiers' swords flew in different directions as unnecessary. The commander warned his people that the patch of a golden lion is stronger than any sword. The lion even used these pads as weapons, which made it even more dangerous. The swords that held the warriors could not match the strength of his lat, turning into a futile tool in this battle. The golden lion warned them, "No one will go out for sure." The warriors felt that every moment was taking their lives. Even the commander did not have time to lower his head, struck by the enemy's speed and power. In his memory, he reflected only the name, which was called the stranger, the golden lion. The strength to keep his hat almost left in the hands of the commander. "My wife is like a family," he muttered, reminding himself of what he is here. He turned to his soldiers again, commanding, "Give me a sword." He was thrown by a sword who previously belonged to one of his fallen soldiers. The commander, holding the sword firmly, began to move forward, ready for battle. The sword was impressive in size, and the commander, full of determination, shouted, "Golden lion, die!" But the lion only continued to make fun of, "It seems you can't even handle your hat." The commander responded by the attack using the technique of metal blood. It was his last hope. This attack seemed to have enough strength to kill even a very strong opponent. Metal blood is one of the magical techniques of the Penga clan capable of turning the course of the battle. This seemed to be enough to win. However, even using a metal blood spell, the commander did not manage to close the gaps in defense of the enemy. The warriors realized that the patch of a golden lion is stronger than just metal, and even this powerful technique did not leave him a chance. This only increased the pressure on the commander, who already felt the advantage of the enemy. The very appearance of a golden lion on the battlefield today has become an unexpected and serious blow to the leader of the clan Penga. In this situation, there was no other result but the fighters could not take their eyes off the fierce confrontation. The commander's hand barely moved, holding the sword, but he did not give up. The Golden Lion, on the contrary, was only enjoying the fact that he is now fighting with the leader of Clan Peng. "I have no time for games," he said cold, and decided to finish the fight. The fighters kept breathing, listening to his words, anticipating the inevitable solution. The voice of the Golden Lion was calm and confident, forcing everyone around to tremble. He came to everyone in his majestic figure, and his appearance said, "It is not a joke." "The captain will clearly not be congratulated," one of the warriors thought, not having time to finish this thought. They did not even have time to fully utter the word captain, as a true horrors unfolded before them. The earth flew in different directions from blows, and the hair of the Golden Lion was dispelled like a thunderstorm. On their bodies they felt a sharp feeling that they were pierced with invisible needles. The Golden Lion kept his word. He ended all the warriors, including their commander. He seemed to make almost no effort, ruthlessly destroying everyone who hindered him. The battlefield remained only covered with blood drops that flowed from the bodies of the vanquished. Each body was humiliated and crossed by several deep wounds. "How does he do one?" It was the last question that the commander tormented before his end. Everything around seemed red. "They were the first victim in the name of our clan," the Golden Lion said, standing on their blood. This battle seemed glorious to him, and he seems to even enjoy Her Majesty. Meanwhile, the Aqua Girl stood in front of the estate, evaluating the surrounding environment. She thought it would be nice if there was a security here. At this point, Mungyon appeared in front of her. 2 palaces are in the heart of Klana Bravan, and it is impossible to leave them. He offered her to take a walk, noting that there was a wonderful restaurant nearby. They moved the street, past the market where life was boiling. Soon they went to a place where you could eat well. But their attention was drawn to conversations around. Almost everyone talked about Quantum. He is said to be the one who destroyed the fortification in the Sochkon, struck the Hanama in the cities of Hanam, and killed Munja from the Honsan clan. There were many rumors about him, and they filled this place with an atmosphere of fear and intrigue. It was only necessary to come here to hear people discussing this figure. Sai and Mongon, sitting at the table, heard only conversations about him. The name Kwanma has been on everyone's mouth lately. Not only Christians or wandering, but many other people are known about the origin of Kwanma. In Aqua, near the Donjon Lake, there are many warriors of a large dynasty. But for locals, a man named Kwanma is the hottest topic for discussion. The most interesting thing is that he was able to defeat the student of the highest school, Hawk, the one who, like you, was considered a member of Old Moran. The girl explained it to the boy, but he asked her not to worry. He noted that Master Gomjin In told the world about the grandeur of volcanic warriors who defeated all the old Merns. "So Kwanma must be defeated," he added confidently. But Co understood what thirst for victory hides this guy in his innocent face. He is no longer the one who was before. The character traits he acquired were like demonic. She recognized Jenin's fencer in him, but something remained unclear. However, they came here not for conversations, but to eat. Co ordered a bowl of delicious food, enjoying the moment. However, the guy was interested in one question: who was doomed to death? He accidentally heard about it and remembered that this event happened before he became a student. It was near a private residence. At that time, the Gen, known as Heaven, was a forbidden word in the volcanic clan. The students did not call him by name, addressing him as worthless. The girl understood his words, but asked, "Who did you hear that from?" The guy only repeated that he learned about it by accident. When he tried to clarify in others, everyone answered the same as the daughter-in-law. "And who is this daughter-in-law?" Was surprised by the girl, intrigued by the new detail. "Looks like you," smiling, the guy replied. She then said that the Jean Gina is now for the clan of Brazan not just a painful finger, but rather completely cut off. Mongon listened to her words, carefully interested in details. But the girl was in no hurry to share all the details. They were approached by a man who has been looking for them all over the city for a long time. He brought the news. It is said that the Hakbupergip masters who came here were attacked and practically destroyed. How is it possible for Panga warriors to be destroyed? This information shocked the girl. Mungyon was also impressed, almost stunned by the news. It was not just a clan, but legendary warriors. In addition, it was rumored that wandering and shamans, who also appeared near the lake, were victims of attacks of unknown groups. The faction of 9 cities and 5 generations tried to hide these events, but could not distract the public. Rumors spread lightning, and the whole Hunan province knew about it soon. People realized that the old faction came together not just, while the situation was just getting worse. The Hunshin was one of those who had been affected. The loss of a golden sword through Damho turned a disaster for him. he was left without trusted people, which literally tied his hands. Hunshan was tasked with organizing the support of troops, but to the fortress of Ankve, where the South Clan is now, thousands of miles. This trip will take at least 10 days or more. Ogun told him that the power of the Penga clan was burned, and suggested, "Isn't that magic?" Chan thought about the word magicians, which has long been in conversations. They last appeared 12 years ago, leaving the world in a state of tension. At that time, magical boats went north, where after fierce fighting with the remains of the warriors of the magicians were defeated. The whole world has learned about it. However, many did not believe that magicians could appear again. Among these skeptics were Hunshan, as well as Shaman Chongho Jenin. Chongho Jenin from the shaman's faction was the one who directly managed the detachments of the warriors and fought with magicians, so he knew about the situation better than others. During his investigations, he found out that the number of maims was insignificant, and most of their forces simply fled. At the end of his journey, Chongho Jenin found an ally in the Hunshani person, and together they began to pursue the traces of the magicians. More than 10 years of hard work have dispelled all doubts. The remains of magicians settled in Chonvon. If these magicians are weak in the counterattack, other clans have sufficient forces to eliminate them. Because of this, it became clear that it is necessary to create an association. All these facts confirmed that magicians still exist. It was Ogun that tried to convey to the Vat. In the current circumstances, he insisted on accelerating the creation of the alliance of clans under the auspices of the Murimov. Ogun asked Chan to gather leaders as soon as possible and start working together. "Now you can't afford to wait," Ogun insisted, aware of the criticality of the situation. "In a few decades we will revive the Musine Union again," he confidently added. Chan was eagerly waiting for a meeting with the leader of the clan Murim in the South Palace. If the Golden Sword remained whole, there would be no reason to avoid communicating with other clans. But now, when there are only 2 of them, there was no other choice but to persuade other clans to cooperate for the sake of the Lord. However, Kwanma remained the main problem for him. In the Western Wind, as soon as they learned about it, they immediately transmitted the information further. Meanwhile, the Quiza has a lot of head, and Jimbo drew water carefully for him. The consequences of excessive alcohol consumption have always been terrible for him. Jimbo approached Damho. "Friend, I think he is forced to leave you for a while." He explained that the Penga clan had attacked magicians and was practically destroyed, and shamans also suffered heavy losses. "Did they come back?" Damho asked with distrust. Jimbo explained. "The Penga clan is one of the 5 large generations, but if they are practically destroyed, it means that the enemy's strength is striking. I think I will have to take part in the gathering," he added, realizing the need to act. "Since there is no owner now, I obviously have to take everything in my hands." Damho, as always, remained the one who ignored all the bypass paths, always went. The warriors did not give their lives in vain. Their victories should become a flag of glory in the fight against magicians, Jimbo continued. He clearly understood that the sects that won the hundreds of battles would not have a different choice but to become advanced forces in this war. "That's why I should be present at this gathering," he summed up. However, he added that the volcano detachment has already arrived in a place safely, which is a great good luck. It was the first time Damho heard that the volcano detachment arrived from Akan. Jimbo also said that there were rumors. The detachment stopped in Sanvolchan. It is an estate owned by a checkpoint on the outskirts of Akiana, so finding it will not be difficult. Quan, having matured, began to travel a lot in the east, and at some point realized that much did not know much. He believed that it was undoubtedly related to the volcanic clan. However, their skills were very different from the martial arts of Bastangpi. In the end, not having enough knowledge, he realized, it's time to go to the meeting. Today, there were many more people in the Akiana estate than usual. Among them were soldiers of the factions of 9 Brothers and Odessa. Initially, they planned to meet in the courtyard of Chonpa, but because of the urgency of the situation, they decided to gather everyone here. Everyone was alert, anticipating possible unforeseen circumstances, and here the meeting in the Akianan district was approaching its opening. All important persons sat at a large table where they were served at once. By the way, tea was surprisingly delicious, but everyone at the table had their own unspoken question, and everyone was silent. The atmosphere was restrained and even creepy, which was why it was not in itself. Such thoughts were most filled with Kwana, who noted that none of the elders opened his mouth, which was why he was unbearably uncomfortable. False. What did he think this time, he thought. Ilman Kwan understood his desire to expand his capabilities, but believed that Sochkan was still too young to hold such a position. However, Kwan still wanted to try his luck and get out of here with everyone. The girl was silent, not a word from her lips, and her thoughts were just as quiet. Everyone was waiting because the last word had to stay with a Quanic official. The overall situation worsened from the absence of the owner who could give clarity. In any case, the entrance of the Murim to Hunan will have irreversible consequences. Now is not the time for pride, someone thought at the table. The gap between those who will be able to strengthen their position in the League of Museum and those who will not do it will only grow. You need to use all the possibilities for the full. Suddenly, one of the present put his fist in his mouth and coughed, disrupting tense silence. His first words made everyone alert. Penga warriors were destroyed. Their strength was not enough. Can anyone explain? Is that magic or not? He asked, looking at others. As a thunder in the clear sky, they appeared, breaking all our assumptions, he added. Ogun hardly wanted to hear at least some evidence to understand if it was true. We cannot be firmly convinced until Shaman Changho arrives in place, he summed up. Another said that he had heard earlier. The warriors of the Heb Penga were destroyed, and the shamans suffered great losses. The word magicians no longer seems to be something defined, he said, increasing the tension in the hall. At this point, the word gave us the elders to give us his opinion. But he did not have time to start as Man Changho entered the room. All present got up to meet him, demonstrating their respect. Changho apologized for late and greeted the meeting. The fact that he got here whole and unharmed has already become a reason for all joy, as the can. But the situation was too serious, and Ogun decided to ask the most important thing. Was this a magic invasion? He asked, not hiding anxiety. Changho replied that on his way to Quand, he was attacked by unknown. The attackers were extremely strong. In this battle, 2 of his best students in 5-second category were seriously injured. However, he could not confidently say that they were magicians. Is it likely that these were not magicians? Asked one of the present. Do you have any evidence? Asked Conan, contacting Changho. Changho replied that the representative of the Gipya was also heading here. Her natural talent will, no doubt, help identify traces of magic, he added, causing a new wave of hope. However, the Sayop Hills has never appeared, and in recent years, almost nothing has been heard about it, even within his clan. After these words spoke, Shaman Changho understood somewhat. He became clear that Hanso probably died. The memories of that day were still vividly emerged in his head. The wall explosion worked, and the canyon began to collapse. He ordered everyone to move back, trying to save as many people as possible. However, one boy could not do it. His feet seemed to be attached to the place. The girl only silently asked for forgiveness, because she could not help anything. Changho himself was also unable to act. He only had to watch the fragments of stones fell on the guy. Everyone turned away from that terrible scene, and Changho himself. The only way out for him was to save his student Saga, but this did not facilitate the situation. The last Changho saw tears in the eyes of Shaman Hanso. From that moment, their connection has been lost forever. At the meeting, they continued to insist that the remnants of magic were obviously existed. The only one who survived the Penga stood in front of them. Changho looked closely at him, asking to tell everything he knew. We have to make a decision right now and here, Changho said, increasing the tension. Who else is not a magician, capable of carving a whole army of Hinak Penga in one fell, like a rotten straw? He continued that the magicians would not stop there, and soon they would attack Murray, as it was in the past. We urgently need to create the Murvy League, he said. Meanwhile, there was a CO on the street, next to which the boy asked, "Why don't you go?" To which she replied, "I will go." She already guessed the result, but considered it necessary to see it personally. Suddenly, her face was surprised. Everyone who stood around synchronously turned their heads one way. They were alert, focusing on the way out where the noise suddenly heard. "Attack!" one of them exclaimed. A bright red glow broke through the gate. The energy that came out of it was so powerful that the gates flew into piles. The golden lion appeared as an uninvited guest. His face partially closed, a familiar mask, but below was a smile that always remained on his face. He broke into the room, collapsing the gate with a spectacular ease, as if thunder tore silence. Hearing this sound, Changho immediately realized what happened. Something extraordinary. Others engulfed frantic anger. Who dredged so brazenly neglect their territory? The owl looked around, not realizing that the chaos covered this place. The same confusion was on the faces of all high-ranking persons. What for dishonesty? When they went outside, they stood not only a golden lion, but also a few strangers behind his back. Barely he found himself right in the middle of the meeting room, leaving everyone stunned. More and more people went outside, standing in front of mysterious figures that radiated the threat. The strangers stood silently without saying a word, only increasing the stress. A pause launched a pause between the two sides, an expectation that burned the nerves. Only the golden lion began to laugh slowly, filling the space with cold, ominous laughter. One of the warriors ordered the audience to disperse, but the crowd remained in place. This warrior recognized the Golden Lion, the one who destroyed his Peng clan. Terrible memories came to life in his mind. Changho tried to remember, and he was encouraged by anticipation. These three have already attacked them earlier. He could not think that they would appear here so unexpectedly, like a storm that flies without a warning. Here we met. This phrase from the face in a tiger suit finally dispelled all the doubts about Changho. Changho, trying to find out their names, explained that he was not in the mood to ask questions at that time. Then one of them stated that they were from the King Ada's clan, and among them is the one who embodies the power of the Golden Lion. You have to know it, he added, completing his speech. Kavan, having heard the name of the Golden Lion, almost turned red from anger and tension. King Ada? The owl, who stood behind his back, asked, interested. To master the skills of this clan, you need to use the magic of the Golden Lion, explained the stranger. And the skill of this magic, as he emphasized, has no limits. The Golden Lion immediately noted their nervousness, which became noticeable at first glance. We have not even started, and you are already nervous, he said with a mockery. However, whoever it may be, they are not going to give up so just before the Golden Lion. He disdainfully called them the collecting crisis, exacerbating the atmosphere of tension. At the same moment his eyes shone red, and the exhaled air turned into a red fog. This fog spread out like a flame, burning the space around. His ominous smile literally pressed the fighters on his ears, forcing them to feel discomfort. The tension was so strong that some began to cough, as if panting with invisible power. Undoubtedly, it was magic that suffered forces from bodies, leaving them exhausted. Realizing this, one of them rushed to the attack without waiting for the order. Changho tried to stop Chano, who had already entered the battle without thinking about the consequences. At this point, the hands of the Golden Lion began to blush, as if they were filled with unknown energy. To kill them, ordered Chano, and his fighters immediately followed him. But the Golden Lion just smiled and gave out his sinister laughter, as if enjoying the situation. His hand glowed brighter when the fighters ran to him. It was a clear sign that he concentrated even more power in his hand. He approached him almost close to him, and felt all the power of this power. But not only he, even those who stood at a distance felt this devastating effect. This was enough to understand the truth. They realized how strong the enemy stood before them. It was the strength of Li Qi's song, magic that creates peripheral rays with a powerful shockwave. In the whole of Kudamon's faction, only a few chosen ones were able to achieve this level of skill. There was no chance of such incredible power to ordinary soldiers. They only had to suffer, feeling the pain that absorbed their whole body. Changho was desperate to stop Chano, but it seems too late. One blow, and fell away from breathless. The fighters were stunned seeing it. Changho, struck, asked himself, did they return to this world again? Whatever you try, remain pathetic rats, a Golden Lion threw in disdain. But Changho did not yield. To find out who is here the rat, you must compete first. The young man also sought battles to prove to the Golden Lion of his wrongdoing. Mungin felt anger inside, which did not give him rest. Kavan also burned a fighting spirit, ready for a fight at any moment. They could not afford to lose the chance of this battle. However, the Golden Lion felt their presence behind his back and turned to look straight at them. Changho, having calmed down a little, stood in front of the Golden Lion, preparing for a decisive clash. They say it is the best sword in Hubei province, and inertia is wonderful, Li said, calling him Malk. It is good enough for the battle with you, Li added, looking at the opponent. I look forward to. I'm no worse, Li exclaimed, demonstrating confidence. Noah asked, wouldn't it be cool to fight one-on-one? The idea clearly intrigued everyone. Changho looked surprised. He did not expect such words to hear, but Li continued with the proposal. Let's call it a bloody bath and we will fight for full force. Meanwhile, new fighters on the side of the Golden Lion appeared on the roof, ready to fight. Their purpose was one thing, to erase all the opponents from the face of the earth. They enthusiastically jumped from the roof, immediately rushing into battle. At that moment, Mungyon determined which of the enemies he needed to take in a duel. Take care of yourself. It was the only thing that Changho had to warn his fighters. And so, in a moment, one side rushed to the other. The battle began. The soldiers of the Golden Lion sought only one, to kill, because they only knew it. Among them was the health, for which the sickle, tied to the chain, seemed just a toy. With 1 feet, he could literally cut the air with a sickle, creating threatening attack lines. When the sickle waved, he rolled into the ground just before the 3 fighters, forcing them to die with fear. The golden-haired fighter cast his gaze to the left, and noticed how a sword was flying rapidly. It was this golden-haired one that became the goal of Mogan, who decided that he was his main enemy, At first he wanted to distract the opponent and then focus on one of three. That was his plan. However, even just standing still, the golden-haired released energy that influenced the whole fight. This energy was reminiscent of a burning fire that spilled around and posed a danger. But despite this, Mangin managed to break closer, taking advantage of the moment. He chose this opponent because he seemed the strongest after the most golden lion. At this time, Owl also decided to act and, with a calm face, rushed forward. Quan said that in such a situation they clearly lacked one person. He is quiet, cruel in battle, but the most reliable companion. His help would now be invaluable, Kavan thought. However, his reflections were interrupted by an opponent of a large size who came up and called, "I am a Choion." Kavan decided to act instantly. Having straightened his fist, tried to strike. However, Joni put his hand, taking a blow with apparent ease. Choyon calmly explained the Kuna that his status of student Chongmun's student means nothing now. But when John began to humiliate the teacher, it was a blow directly into the heart of the Fee. He could no longer tolerate it. Anger filled him to the lands. The blows of the wound became twice the stronger. Each of them felt determined. His blocks were so strong that it became impossible to break through them. Between the houses where the battle was boiling, everything shone from the energy that came out of control. These bright flashes followed the loud explosions that shook the air. Residents of the city could not help but notice this sight, but not to hear the deafening sounds. In the heart of the city, he fired, filling everything around chaos. Where all the swordsmen gathered, something that caused fear and admiration began. Among those who heard the explosions and saw chaos were Damho and Jimbo. They could not understand what was happening, but felt that it was something serious. Jimbo said that it was the Songgojeon went there, and Damho was worried. Damho asked Jimbo to stay here and wait, despite his desire to help. He understood that Jimbo was worried about him and all his friends, but had to act carefully. Damho assured Jimbo that he would return soon and asked him to wait here. As always, his face was ill with a confident smile that radiated calm. This smile seemed to say, "I am not defeated in this battle." Meanwhile, Quan just took a defensive position as he immediately got a blow. It was not just difficult to feel this power in your hands, but a truly burning. But Kavan repeated himself once after. He will not allow him to humiliate himself or his clan. The enemy may not have guessed, but Quan has not yet used the power of Palkvan Singon. When he called this technique, the enemy shuddered slightly and listened. "The magic of the 8 emperors," continued the Quan, emphasizing the importance of his reception. "To master this technique, you need tremendous endurance and ability to control speed. It was Quan that used in this battle, creating the perfect balance of strength and speed. His fists became a deadly cocktail, ready for a blow that will stun the enemy. First, the right fist flew a few centimeters from the enemy's head, but at the last moment he changed the trajectory, and a powerful attack of 8 emperors struck. This technique was so strong that without proper protection it could destroy the enemy. The enemy understood it, but did not even know that Quan had hidden another secret. Feeling the weight of the previous attack in his hands, the enemy did not have time to prepare. Kavan went on the offensive, causing the drain of fists filled with the magic of 8 emperors. After that, a deafening cry erupted, echoing the battlefield. Choyon got a powerful blow to his fist, which made him sway. The lower-rank fighters froze, seeing their captain's pain. All 8 formations were based on the strength of 7 unique herbs. Although each of these plants had a huge power, their potential demanded great energy. The use of this technique was exhausted by Quona. Its inner strength was almost on the verge. But even with these miraculous herbs, he understood that he would not be able to overcome all the enemies. Meanwhile, the enemy was ready to take advantage of the moment when Kavan had exhausted his strength. "Walk!" they shouted, flying with sickles, ready to strike. But Quona still had a few surprises in the stock he had prepared for them. The first blow came to the enemy straight into the head, and his eyes darkened instantly. Pushing him, Quan knocked down several more enemies behind. The girl watched with fear of what was happening, worrying for the quarry. But Kavan continued to beat the enemies in his chest, throwing them away from the battlefield. Her father, feeling the danger, hugged the girl, protecting her from possible attacks. Quan remained patient, waiting for its moment, knowing that the endurance was its key advantage. The girl's father evaluated the situation and understood that half of the soldiers were already in battle. At least the escort of the Risyu was on the front line, doing everything to last as long as possible until the battle reached the climax. Among the enemies was a fighter who possessed a powerful magic, the spirit of a silver sword. His opponents acted extremely cautiously, trying to avoid his attacks, but he was trapped where he dreamed of triumph. He dreamed that the Gabo faction would be the strongest and most popular in Koam. However, as it turned out, it was a stupid dream that had no chance of realization. The opponents were ready to do everything to destroy Gabo and wipe it. Now, everyone knew about the invasion of the magicians and what the consequences of it. Isn't this a convincing evidence of what's going on now? Manhwa was directly under the attack of the enemy who lifted the weapon behind his back, preparing for a blow. It was important not to release the sword exposed to block this deadly attack. Undoubtedly, these warriors were extremely strong, and every blow could be fatal. This is argued that the magic in battle also has great power, and can change the course of battle. All the warriors of Muram had to act together to resist this horrible enemy. But the situation was getting worse, threatening full chaos. The forces of demonic blood were far superior to the united troops of warriors. Over time, the balance of strength was broken, and the advantage became obvious. If it had lasted longer, a lot of blood would be spilled, turning the battlefield into a massacre. The sound of the sword was so loud that seemed an echo of pain and suffering. Every blow of the blade was so powerful that it could be felt by heart. In a sudden moment, everything was frozen, as if the battle had stopped for a moment. Everyone was stunned and did not understand that it was a blow. Is it really black equipment? It was Changho, who, holding the sword, sharply turned 180 degrees, releasing his strength. Even the Golden Lion felt the power and tension that came out of his hands. One powerful attempt by the sword, and the Golden Lion threw back from this incredible power. "You hid my secret trick, Malko," a Golden Lion exclaimed, feeling surprised. But Malko did not see the point of opening his cards to the time when it really was needed. "I can't believe that you resisted after I crossed the river Li Sun. If I didn't do it, it could be the end for me," the Golden Lion admitted. "With such a sword, you had a chance for success, but you still didn't have the strength," the Golden Lion threw. "No matter whether it is a blade or a sword, their essence remains the same," he continued. "However, the power of weapons depends on the depth of enlightenment, years of study and work on yourself. You know your body best, but you seem to have serious internal injuries, right?" Changho could not deny these words, because blood flowed from his mouth. But even this did not stop the Golden Lion. He considered himself invulnerable. Changho thought differently. Squeezing his sword, he firmly stated, "It's not the end." In response, the Golden Lion saw in it only a mortal flying into a faithful death. Their battle became the most spectacular on this battlefield. It could not be ignored. At this time, Owl fought with other opponents, showing her skills. One of the enemies warned her, "Why fight? If I die, my brothers will protect me and the battle will continue." His words were an attempt to convince Owl of the futility of her efforts. Mongon, continuing the battle, watched her carefully and warned, "Look back." On that side, another fighter flew on the Owl, preparing an attack. Having lost balance and strength in the legs, the girl fell to the ground, being in a dangerous situation. Manhwa immediately rushed to the help of Owl, but the enemy did not give him any chance to break free. His opponent was decisive and was not going to be so easy to allow Mongon to intervene. At this time, another figure hurried to them, moving at incredible speed. The sickle of the enemy has already been raised and hanging right above the head of the Owl. But the fighters suddenly stopped, hearing the sinister roar that he came around. The enemy, who was preparing for the blow, frozen and did not finish the attack to the end. Thanks to this roar, Owl remained alive. This roar was heard from a giant gate, where a figure similar to a black shadow appeared in front of all. Every step was so powerful that the earth shuddered under his feet, despite the fact that one leg was rolled. This loud sound could not go unnoticed. Everyone paid attention to him. And this black shadow, which was smell of death, was Damho, full of determination. Hearing the difficult steps of a stranger, Damhos rushed forward, and the heat of battles seemed to be a little subsided. It was worth the stranger to lift his head as his face came out of the shadow. And at the same moment, everyone recognized him. This look was difficult to forget. His appearance here was a complete surprise for everyone. He took a few steps forward, approaching enemies with cold determination. However, he still retained mystery without revealing his true intentions. Chan began to fall into the rage, only seeing this guy in front of him. Only his appearance was horror that permeated even the strongest. Many began to erect arms and legs, as if the body could not withstand tension. Their heart was beating so much that it seemed as if it were about to jump out of their breasts. But Damho did not bother. He strongly walked straight to the Golden Lion. Even for a warrior who passed fire and water, the reaction to Damho was incomprehensible. It is the only creature that could cause a Golden Lion a true anxiety. His shaky gait, though it seemed ordinary, was synchronized with heartbeat. But Damho's steps were asynchronous. Their sound resonated with the heartbeat of others, causing them a depressing excitement. At this point, the Golden Lion, looking at Damho, asked, "Who are you?" But in response, only silence sounded, which exacerbated fear and tension among all present. Damho walked past the Golden Lion, approaching those with whom he came. One of the opponents finally recognized him, and this caused him a real shock. In a panic, he grabbed a sickle and put him on his neck, ordered not to approach. The girl was already wounded. Her face was covered with fresh scars, and her hands were cut. It has been 12 years for a long time, but Damho remained the one who always treated it with warmth. He was one of the few boasts who were genuinely worried about Owl. Meanwhile, the attacker continued to threaten. "Another step, and I cut her head. Another step, and it will be its end," he exclaimed, shining his eyes. "And to yours too," Damho replied coldly, looking directly at the enemy. Owl, despite the pain and blood flowing from her mouth, kept bravely and did not show fear. Damho was not going to play games. He pushed away from the ground like a lightning. This movement was terrified of the enemy with the sickle. He clearly did not expect such speed, but still managed to lift a sickle from the girl's neck and began to assassinate in response. The spectacle where Damho shortened the distance to the enemy in a moment made everyone solidify. He beat without parsing, destroying everything in his way, even if the arrow flew straight on him. With one stroke of his fist, he could break the arrow completely without stopping for a moment. His blow was so powerful that the enemy's sickle flew to the handle itself, and the fist was already riding directly into the enemy's head. It was the last moment when the enemy could still see what was happening. Immediately followed by a blow to the incredible destructive force, which completed everything. They do not escape, Broaden thought, watching the unfolding of events. Damho, without giving the enemy a single chance, grabbed him by the collar and lifted it. He threw him through a powerful movement through himself, like a doll, but he was not going to let go of the enemy. He pressed his head to the ground, holding his neck with one hand and the elbow of the other resting on it. Everyone around the breath, watching this scene, without deciding to intervene. In an instant, blood splashes flew in different directions, leaving everyone shocked. Where does he have such power? He even asked this question, not believing his eyes. He realized that Damho was very different from his predecessors. He had something animals. Tigroid decided to turn to Damho when he completed his ally. The Golden Lion added, watching the situation, "The atmosphere is truly ominous. Clearly not what I expected." Damho seemed strange to her, but she couldn't remember where she saw him earlier. His long black hair and tightly clenched lips caused her vague memories. She continued to look at him, trying to remember something more. Only one man was sleeping who could fit this image. These thoughts made her cheeks cover with a light blush that she couldn't hide. Suddenly, everything came into place, and she clearly remembered who it was. At the same time, the little girl who was protected by her uncle addressed Damho. "Is everything okay with you?" Damho came closer, saying that Jimbo was very worried about her and asked her to go with him. But was the enemy ready so easy to release Damho? Obviously not. They put too much effort to realize their plans to allow him to destroy everything. His unexpected appearance turned the situation, putting them in a difficult position. The Golden Lion, without spending time, ordered his soldiers, "Attack him. Do not leave any chance." "Show him what a real bloodbath is," the Golden Lion shouted. He ordered his fighters to be full to destroy Damho at any cost. It was extremely dangerous, and anyone who followed the battle could be noticed. Suddenly, a loud bell of the metal, the chains to which the sickles were attached. All the fighters, having grouped, began to attack Damho, merging into a chaotic wave. He was forced to put the blocks with his hands, protecting himself against the squall of blows. Within a few hundred meters from the battle, people heard this bell without realizing what was happening. The tiger and golden lions were stunned by what they saw in front of them. It happened because Damho's body began to glow strangely, causing surprise. It was a gold shell, a magical protection that allowed to repel attacks. The shell protected it even from sharp blades that flew straight into it. The enemies did not understand how their swords were bouncing from his skin like a piece of metal. Yes, this guy is a real monster. Everyone who watched the fight came to the conclusion. At the incredible speed, Damho grabbed the chain with his own hand, forcing everyone to die. His movements were so accurate that it seemed as if everything was happening in a slow mode. Damho directed the chain with such ease that it seemed it was even easier to him than to those who managed it. He pulled at such a speed that the enemies bounced, turned over, and performed a flip in the air. They tried to resist with their best, but in vain. All their efforts led to the same result. It was a defeat. They fell to the ground, feeling acute pain all over the body, and everyone who was approaching him was experiencing the same fate. Defeat. Those who came under his view immediately were victims of his blows. They poured three-sided strikes of his incredibly fast fists. The blood flew in the air like fireworks. Every blow left a bloody mark. Some blows hit the head straight, leaving horrible wounds. Blood drops were sprayed in all sides, as if they were flying throughout the battlefield. Their bodies were literally fragmented, turning into shapeless debris. Seeing this, the Golden Lion could not stand and called him crazy. In the air, silence hung, as if the battle had froze from what he saw. Damcho's ash-black hair flowed red drops of his enemies. Damho's eyes were burning a rage that could cheat everything around. Seeing this view, the warriors were frozen, as if paralyzed. His gaze was directed directly to the golden lion, radiating determination. At the same moment, Damho pushed away from the earth with a powerful impulse. He broke through everything in his way, breaking a strong chain into small debris. Now the golden lion was stressed as ever before, feeling threat. His mask began to fly into pieces from the waves of energy approaching him. This energy was concentrated in the tense fist, which Damho squeezed. The golden lion managed to raise his hands and put the block, protecting himself, but the blow hit him directly into the elbow, leaving a noticeable trace of strength. Tiger watched it and realized that the golden lion should apply all its power. Otherwise it will be irreparable. It will just die in this battle. Damho, not giving time to the rush, directed the attack with his foot. He jumped into the air and stopped with force, trying to strike. To use force, the golden lion had to focus and take a breath. But Damho did not give him a second, forcing the lion to admit, this happens to him for the first time. Their battle turned into something incredible, causing delight and horror at the same time. At some point, the golden lion evaded Damho's attack, demonstrating incredible agility. But Damho's leg has already taken a shock position, ready for a new powerful blow. A powerful bombing attack magic leg began at lightning speed. "Bloody paradise," Damho said, pointing his kick straight into the head of the golden lion. At the last moment, the golden lion raised both hands, protecting his head from a devastating blow. All the fighters kept their breath, worrying for their master, who was in a difficult situation. They saw how difficult it was for him to withstand the attack, which he barely reflected. His breathing was mixed with wheezing and blood that came out of his mouth. The knee of the golden lion was framed by two devastating Damho. From the moment Damho realized that they were enemies, he decided to destroy a golden magician. He did not leave Leo with a blow to a break. Tiger, watching the fight, saw his master gradually loses. None of them could understand who this mysterious guy was and where he had that force. How does he dare to fight with the master of the people? This question did not leave their thoughts. Through the broken knee, the gold magician lost his balance and swayed. Damho used to use this without losing a single second. He rushed towards the enemy, already preparing a new attack in advance. The golden lion's mask was destroyed, and now his face was open, pain and confusion. He crawled on the ground, powerless to do something, giving up in this battle. The tiger could not allow the owner to remain in such a danger and decided to act. His goal was to win a little time for the golden lion while he was recovering. From the back of the golden lion, the tiger began the attack, hoping to break the situation. The golden lion felt something flying past his ears, cutting the air. This object raced directly towards Damho, which at that moment moved to the golden lion. Damho did not expect it, but his vigilant eye managed to notice the danger. The blade flew only a few centimeters from his head, crashing into his shoulder. "Listen, boy, even if I do not kill you, then at least win time for the owner," Tiger said. These words only angry Damho, setting fire to his determination. In the next moment, he struck a powerful stroke directly into his chin. The golden lion, feeling that the forces began to turn, slowly began to climb on his feet. Right in his eyes, the tiger flew back from the incredible blow of Damho. Using this moment, the golden lion pushed away from the earth, preparing for the next course. A powerful energy, ready for attack, has already accumulated on the hands of the golden lion. Having waved his hands, he released two waves filled with destructive force. These waves were sharper than any blade that can cut even the strongest material. They were rapidly approaching Damho from the back until it was distracted by Tigrov. The waves moved at incredible speed, leaving behind energy flows. Damho's friends, watching it, could not hide the excitement. They were overwhelmed by fear. An ordinary person would have died of the slightest contact with these deadly rays. But Damho reacted. He put his hands forward and began to reflect these attacks. Let the river flow, the golden lion thought. But at the same time, he could not believe he was possible. He realized that he is in front of a person capable of withstanding a flow that usually takes away life. Anyone who faced such force had no choice but death. The golden lion thought. For this reason, Malko delayed his battle with him. Only the force equal to the power of the river could resist it on an equal footing. This old belief Kancho remained an inviolable truth for those who had a strong spirit. Now the golden lion saw in this young man not just a boy, but a warrior capable of competing with the fate. After reflecting the wave of the river, Damho without hesitation continued his attack, not giving a golden lion to rest. His abilities were broken by all established laws, contrary to even the strongest truth. The golden lion understood that this fight could be the last for him and decided to go Vasbank. Everyone who watched the battle was frozen in the hard waiting for the next step. Both warriors made their way through the streams of force, but the Golden Lion was more in defense than in the attack. Suddenly, a bright glow was illuminated, so powerful that even the characters were not visible. The power of the river released by the Golden Lion was targeted directly into Damho's chest. Damho had no time to retreat. He had to take a blow. His inner strength, accumulated by the dark soul, focused on his fist. He activated a silver fist, ready to withstand the destructive wave. It seemed to be incredible for the Golden Lion that this guy was about to accept the power of the river. Everyone froze even more, feeling the increase in tension. Their hearts fought in unison, absorbing the atmosphere of battle. They were overwhelmed by different feelings: fear, admiration, disbelief in what they saw. They could not believe what was happening right before their eyes. "Crazy fool!" the Golden Lion exclaimed, seeing a destructive fist in front of him. Damho's fist was approaching him, radiating the incredible force that changed everything around. Small stones from under their feet flew in all sides, testifying to the power of the impact. Damho's blow reached his goal, and the Golden Lion flew back, barely resting on his feet. Damho broke through the powerful flow of the enemy's strength, proving his sustainability. He struck so as to discard the Golden Lion for a safe distance. However, at the same time, he felt a piercing pain on his body that responded in every muscle. This opponent had an incredible power, one that is extremely difficult to fight. His power exceeded all ideas, forcing each enemy to hold on to alert. Even the Golden Lion himself, having laid out his trump card, could not believe that Damho had blocked his flow. Damho's inner wounds from this stream were obvious to everyone around. According to all the laws of nature, he had to stand on his feet at all, but miraculously remained alive. The enemies, holding the sickles with alert, were in no hurry to attack, waiting for what would happen next. For Tigrov, this guy seemed terrible. As for all others, leaving him alive meant to cause huge problems in the future. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, applying his hand to his mouth, only coughing, spitting blood. He dealt with many warriors in his life, but he was unique. None of those he met could compare with this guy. And even now he could not understand where such power came from. And who really was this young man? Damho stood silently without saying a word, but his silence spoke louder than any words. The tiger approached the Golden Lion from his back, but he ordered him to leave. Turning to Damho, Golden Lion said, "Now they will no longer doubt what we exist," he added, looking at Damho. After these words, he ordered his people to retreat and follow him. The warriors instantly jumped into the air, executing his order without unnecessary issues. The Golden Mag, along with blood spirits, raced through the Golden Gate, leaving the battlefield. On the ground there were homeless, bored bodies of their comrades. All this happened through one man, Damho, whose name was now packed in their thoughts. He looked like the embodiment of the god of death himself, whose presence frightened everyone. The people, stunned by its appearance, froze in the intense expectation of the following events. A depressing silence prevailed around even the smallest sounds. One of the warriors who had never been afraid of anyone since studying in Hongam now felt fear. Before Damho, he completely lost confidence that all his skills became defenseless. At this point, the little girl turned to Damho, looking at him with hope. It was for the sake of this girl Damho came here, risking everyone. But while saving it, he at the same time saved everyone who stayed behind his back. His chromium gate brought him here, but now everyone who was here was afraid of him. Even enemies who did not know fear now shuddered from his most presence. One of them exclaimed, "It's Quanma. It is definitely a Quinma that legends went about." They have heard this name at every step since they came to the horses. But not everyone believed in these rumors because they seemed too exaggerated. As it usually happens, they thought these stories were simply swollen and decorated. However, even legends could not compare with the true face of Damho. He became the embodiment of this force that they could not explain. He was a savior of all who were here, starting with this girl. She recently stood with a sickle near her neck, preparing for death, and now she could go free. Similarly, each of them would be in a deadly danger if it were not for Damho. But the girl suddenly said his real name, Chongyon. Everyone was frozen at the surprise. Didn't he die many years ago? The name of Chongyon was widely known even among members of the volcanic clan, chromium student Hanso Janina, who left a bright mark in their history. Despite the fact that he was the most prominent student, he was not revered and treated with him without proper respect. But he died 12 years ago. As possible remained a real mystery. Could the grief of Hanzo Genin decide to hide it? Unlikely. "Are you Chongyon, right?" the girl asked, looking at his face. He was silent for a few seconds as if he were going with his thoughts before her question. And then he said, "They have not seen the seedlings for a long time." These words became a final confirmation for her. It was really he. It was almost impossible to believe that he was, because everyone was convinced that he had died for a long time. The way it happened remained an incomprehensible mystery. After all, the dead suddenly returned alive. Sajio doubted the last if he was really, but now he is alive and stands right in front of her. "Why did you return to the volcanic clan? Everyone was worried about you," the girl said. The word worried seemed rather strange to him in this context. Have everyone really worried about me? He thought to himself. His ice, indifferent gaze, as if he belonged to a completely stranger. No emotions. This void in his eyes frightened her most. She looked at him, but he was only interested in one. "How is the master?" "He is okay," the girl explained. Hearing this, he felt relief. But he still has something important that he wanted to tell her. "If you are safe, we will still meet." At this point, his name suddenly sounded loudly, breaking the tense silence. It was the name that the man said behind his back, once again asking, "Are you really a Chonjen? If so, how do you laugh to show disrespect and so go?" said the man sharply. Kancho had a huge impact in the clan, and if the Ham is really a student of volcanoes, it would naturally be paid tribute to the head before leaving. Kwanma was a student of volcanoes, the Vat wondered, imagining the consequences. If he decides to join them, the destructive power of the clan will be beyond the limit of imagination. But who could still raise the student of such power, if not they? But was he truly their student? I will slowly approach the man, demonstrating his disobedience. In his dark, deep look there was no drop of emotions. This spooky look was more like an enemy than a friend. It was the interlocutor. "Are you silent?" the man asked indignantly without standing the tension. "Am I just a joke for you?" The voice of the head became even more anger. "You were my mentor," said Ho-Ho coldly. "More precisely, there were... but more no," he added, looking straight into the eye. His renunciation from the mentor was a real shock for all. The renunciation of the clan looked like an escape into the wild. Can such a step, the renunciation of the master, to be a smart act? At that moment, the master simply could not find words from shock. The attendees belonged to the Kudman and the Odessa clan, the most prestigious among Kancho. For them, postulates are the basis of life, the beginning and the end, which is absolutely unacceptable. The rejection of the postulates and the renunciation of the volcanic clan is an insult not only for the leader, but for the whole Kancho. "Do you really renounce the volcanic clan?" finally asked the master. "After all, the clan has become for you to all, and you have not even mastered the art of lava," he added with despair. But I will coldly replied that he did not want him to be imposed on other people's beliefs. And he repeated the same thing. He left the clan finally. "What does this mean?" the master asked in surprise. "It seems you don't know," said Ho-Ho. The master did not suffer to find out what happened that day. I will only pointed to Changho Jina. If you want the answer, ask him. Changho Gin, a man who survived the biggest shock from the appearance of the ladies, has frozen in place. Only he knew the truth about that day. Then one of the attendees, in a hurry to save his own life, threw the lady in the way. It had to save his student, John Seo Ha. But the memories of that day became a shame when much of the shamans and warriors of the volcanic clan fell. At this point, he could not find the right words. Even the memory of that day was a painful spot in their honor. His hand was convincing the sword, feeling the pain and fear of shame, which he could not forgive himself. I will be waiting for at least one word from him, but he was silent. Everything happened as it predicted to ladies. Silence was a response. And behind Changho's back they were outraged loudly. Reject postulates is unacceptable. But he just stated that he would not stop him. Common sense will not help here, he added with cold confidence. Neither the clan nor the gathering of the strongest will be able to stop me. I am a free man who does not belong to any clan, said Ho, looking firmly forward. He did what he came here. The lame single, lonely and free, like a stormy stream. That's how it could be described. Rumors about the appearance of magicians quickly flew the whole country. Their strength, demonstrated during the invasion of the Claw's assembly, was truly terrible. Many people were killed, including Jensen, the head of the faction of the Chan. The power of the Golden Lion was simply incredible. None of the masters who participated in the battle could withstand him. Even Changho Janin from the Mudan clan was powerless. Meanwhile, another news appeared, about the ladies of the Ho, a bloody fist. The rumors that the demons who arranged chaos in the meeting hall were overthrown by the Ho quickly spread. A bloody fist, also known as Shingan Hangelsen. All these rumors were true. He destroyed the Sochkan mountain range in Sinjia, killed the elder of the Henson faction, and now stopped the magicians who unceremoniously broke into the meeting hall. The crowds of the audience were shocked by his unpredictable behavior. One thing was clear. He was a master. Therefore, his military techniques are called deadly, the lone wolf without compromises. So I will give you a legend. After the emergence of magicians, the creation of the Confederation has accelerated significantly. A kwana was already allocated to participation. As if anticipating, Ingabo paid the initial cost of the structure, and the warriors from all over Chonvan gathered to join in the creation of a military confederation. Each faction sent its representatives to the center. Thus, the creation of a military confederation was moving 7 steps. The next morning, a new hall has been erected, which no one has seen before. At this rate, by the end of the month, everything should be ready. Hiksuchi's green leaves symbolized fast and relentless construction. In the meantime, several men were discussing whether the meeting was made that the amusement conference was finally formed in the Akwan. The leader Cho expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that they should intercept the throne of power before he was taken away by Murim. The bald advisor to him suggested that he needed a strong hand to overcome the emperor and his yard. But while the best masters of the Green Forest are in Prokanechke, they cannot be destroyed by one blow. Cho suggested that the daughter of one of them be hostage to destabilize the elder. However, Lysi warned that he was constantly tormented near her daughter, one of the best guards. It will be impossible to approach it. That is why Cho noted that he would have to resort to tricks. He remembered that the girl came from Akiana. Bald was just about to find out whether there was one of the debtors near Akianan by contacting the volcanic clan. "Deliver my letter, and tell him that he should go to Akwan," ordered Cho. The baldness understood the order and nodded without words. "Meanwhile, I have ho-hos with Jimbo riding the riding among the majestic mountains." Suddenly, a third satellite turned to them. "This path was once familiar to me," he said, looking around. "If you go through this mountain, you can get to Hubei province." He assured ho-hos not to worry because of the opinion of others, and once again asked, "Are you going to go?" "When I will confirm," the satellite sighed. "Well, you are a heartless friend. Now all these scoundrels are busy with a muddy business with the creation of a Murim," he added. "I would have escaped from here too, but unfortunately there is no choice." "Jimbo, do you leave us too?" he asked. The plump smiled and replied, "Yes." "Oh, I see you already thin," he joked. They thanked their friend for everything. "And thank you. Before the source," he said after them. The horses were difficult to repel the ground under their feet and moved forward. It's time to go to new adventures. Adventures await everyone, but only when your heart is free and not cluttered with futile worries. In this case, the fate is sure to smile. Inbranding the atmosphere prevailed, all because of what became known about Chongan, nicknamed Quanum. The head of Concho again asked the man in front of him, "Maybe I misunderstood." "I am sure of this. Khan sent a letter confirming, and rumors say the same thing." 3 men sat at the table discussing this issue. The third then said that Chongan first appeared in Chinjia. He added that this is the place where the gum of the Mac is. There have recently been observed the activity of a magical cult. It turned out that Chonghen was the one who was thrown at Chongimomek. The head asked, "Because of this, he denies that he was a student of volcanoes?" The third tried to explain that the reason was not one, but the head interrupted him. At this point, magic reappeared at the forefront of history. The Merviv League was created, but the volcanic group will have to be protected independently. In such circumstances, a faction with an additional absolute owner has an advantage in survival. The head decided to go to Henso residence. In a moment they went on the road, leaving behind everything. It surprised ordinary people because they never left the yard before. Desa Khan and Isahan together? Something clearly happened. Soon they approached the mountain, which caused them suspicion. "Perhaps that is where Hanso lives here. We need to climb above," one of them said. But the head has not been seen with Hanso for over 10 years. The road to Hanso Janina's shelter was all overgrown with bushes and trees. They felt uncomfortable, as if something pressed on their relationship. After passing through the thick greenery, they finally saw an old, sloping hut. The head stopped just in front of her. He could not have the idea that Hanso could still be here. Standing on the doorstep, he said loudly, "Hans!" Death on the doorstep. "If you are there, come out immediately." One of them was doubted whether someone was here at all. The head felt a strange feeling that no one had ever lived here. Opening the door, he entered inside, hoping to find Hanso, but there was no one there. The head could not even think that Hanso could have disappeared so much. Only a note from Sasuk remained on the table. To see only the benefit, but not the truth. It was written on it. If you only see the benefit, there is no truth. He took a note and began to look carefully in the words written. To see only the benefit of the volcanic clan. Do you blame me for not seeing the real talent in Chongyon? After these thoughts, the head ordered Ungen to immediately find a priest. Meanwhile, just below the slope, 2 people watched the house. Wow! Only it was able to pronounce loose, seeing a wide plain in front of him. He had never seen the plain so densely planted with rice. The Hod also did not hide that he was deeply impressed with this sight. The workers on the field, seeing strangers, decided to pause in their work. Looking at, they realized that they seeing them for the first time. Who can they be? The workers came closer to get acquainted. In the conversation, he said that they arrived from the province of Ham. What a long way. One of the locals was surprised. They were asked if they were not hungry, but the loose answer was clear. One of the employees suggested eating together, even if there are few products. Feeding guests was an honor for him. Looking closer, he made a compliment loose, they say. He no longer a child. The HO gave me agreed to food only if they would not interfere with them. But for good people, a traveler is never an obstacle. Isn't it better to eat in the company than in proud loneliness? They joked. Even if there was nothing besides the potatoes, it still had delicious food. The woman who worked on the field envied those who can wander the world freely. She asked if they were the wandering, to which the plump without hesitation replied, yes. They also asked what place they made the most impression. However, the man nearby noted the woman that she was not too fond of questions. Lady Ho said that volcanoes were the best landscape in his life. The woman shone, realizing that she was talking about the same volcanoes in Shenya. It was from the volcanoes that the life of the ladies began. The rocky mountains, where the tops of the rocks resembled the dragon's mouth, left an unforgettable impression. The peaks of volcanoes complemented the blooming bright trees that decorated the landscape. The aroma of the plum, which was carried by the spring breeze, could bring his charm crazy. When the plums fell off, the whole volcano was covered with a white glow, as if a blanket. It was the best thing that happened in the life of the lad. And yet, his master, the only person who believed in him, but he did not tell them about it. He only noted that there is no better place in the world. This is the best place in the world, he added quietly. The man sitting nearby joked that the woman was very talkative and asked her to eat further and not interfere. Meanwhile, a cool breeze walked over the mountains, bringing peace. Late at night, the Ham came out, admiring the night beauty of nature. He thought about how the rice fields in the moonlight looked like a wave. But suddenly, as if to someone, he said, "Come out." "Did you hear?" he asked, turning to the void. In response, the crunch of the grass was heard. Someone was approaching. From the tree there was a figure that began to approach closer. It was a swordsman familiar to us. Mungyeon greeted the lad, wished him health. At that moment, the HO asked himself how he could forget Mungyeon, a student of Hangom Janin who balanted between life and death. It has been 12 years from the creation of a volcanic clan. But there are names that cannot be erased from memory. Mognon is one of them. "I am no longer a student of volcanoes," the Ho-Ho said firmly. Mongon had already heard about it, but he still hoped that it would be false. He apologized on behalf of the master. "Did you secretly follow me to apologize now?" said Ho-Ho coldly. "I will look carefully at him, waiting for the answer." "It's not just curiosity," Mongon explained. "And this is not just an apology on behalf of the master. From the moment I saw you, I boiled blood in me. I couldn't ignore that." Mungyeon saw a person's figure in the ladies whose power was almost impossible to comprehend. He wanted to fight him to prove that his skills are the best. "And to prove it, I have to win," Mongon confessed. His silence spoke more than words. He sought to say something. "Teach me for some reason," he suddenly said. Looking at Ho-Ho Mungyeon hoped that I will be interested in seeing the true skill of the sword. However, I will briefly replied that he did not feel any interest. When Mongon called him Ho-Ho, he severely repeated, "Don't call me so." "And my fighting skills are not interested in you either?" Mongon asked, and his hand shook his sword. It was a phenomenon that occurs when the energy of the body and sword. But the glow quickly went out, and he slowly began to get his sword. The blaky blade shone with a blue glare. He pulled it further, exposing cold steel. "Did you go to fight?" asked Ho, seeing his actions. Mongon replied that he should prove the invincibility of his clan warriors. I will calmly watched Mongon jumped into the air and swung his sword. He was not frightened, but remained quite calm. He only watched, but the force emitted by the opponent's sword forced him to act. The Mongon's sword was extremely powerful, but the barrier, who created the gambled, did not allow him to break through. If you look from afar, it looked like a flash that reached above the trees. The forest shone from the powerful light that spilled around. During the attack of Mongon, it seemed that the ladies would be destroyed, but he evaded in time, staying on the verge of life and death. The blow was so strong that the Mujian himself could not stand the tension. He tried to free his sword from the magic of bloody plums, but could not even move his finger. This is how the real defeat looks, when your face is in the blood and you are not even able to move. However, if I will be alive, Mongon considered his duty to start first and return to the clan. At this time, the ladies were already sitting on horseback, going on. People from the field turned them into the road rice pies, finding their kindness. But the plump could not understand where the Ho-Ho was last night, and asked directly about it. "I woke up because I wanted to drink and you were not there," he added. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take a walk, said Ho-Ho. This explanation hid a certain secret. They went on. But the HO lady couldn't help but think about whether Mangini returned to the volcanic clan. The sword that belonged to Jenin was called the First Volcanic Sword. I will not understand how Hungan would react to it. But if Mangini returned, it would be known for him. They continued to move forward, deep into the forest. Suddenly the plump began to feel some smell. It was a bad smell, the smell of blood. A crow was sitting on the branch in front of them, as if warning of danger. Walking a little further, they saw many crows that circled above the ground. On the way, they happened to a flock of wolves who devoured someone's meat. They were forced to stop when one lady hum was one more. I will give a look at the situation, evaluating the situation. Wolves clearly did not have friendly intentions. However, they were full because there were many corpses around. Among the bodies, the flag with the inscription, Land of Great Wealth. Did they not fit it? The plump suggested that perhaps the priests were bitten by wolves, but it was the work of human hands. Against the backdrop of wolf bites, real wounds looked awful. Under them were injured, which caused death. All were killed with one sword stroke. Their hearts were cut by a sharp aura. Only steel veins could withstand such a blow. The HO realized that a master of the level of full ownership of his own energy was in front of him. I will sit host to look more carefully. To kill 12 people is a trifle. But to cut a blade, only the heart arteries are quite different, he thought. Those who did it used their combat force at full capacity. He has never seen a person who would have inner strength and combat skills with such accuracy. The home, I will tell it plump that it was dangerous to stay here. They quickly sat on the horses and went on. Mount Gugun, located near the Tone settlement, has a height of more than 500 meters and attracts people with its fascinating landscapes. The famous master of the South dynasty, Chan Daikon, built 9 palaces on this mountain. Thanks to this, the mountain was called Gugun, 9 palaces, and became one of the shrines of Taoism. Subsequently, the home and the Pubious lady came to the guest yard Fun Chon, where they were met with warmth with the aroma of delicious food. The woman who met them told about the free room, but he was more interested in the most delicious dish here. It turned out that her husband prepares the best sashimi in the district. The man himself confessed that he loves to cook. Meanwhile, the lades thought about how many practitioners come here to immerse themselves in the spirit of Mount Gugun. The fact that Gugun Mountain is a shrine of Taoism can really be called a real miracle. The loose distraction of the Hoi, saying that the owner of the yard is a real culinary master. He added that he promised to show the kitchen as soon as he released. Did you like it? Was surprised. Of course. Let's go down. Everything should already be ready, replied Luce. He really was reminiscent of a real miracle that constantly thought about food. They were on the table with sashimi with the seedlings of red beans. And of course, a Macaulay bottle to moisten the throat. For this delicious meal, the boys thanked the girl who brought food. Plugs never tried alcohol before, but now he was overwhelmed by a strange and unusual feeling. Opening the tube, he carefully sniffed the drink, feeling its unique aroma. I will try Macaulay, and felt as if alcohol seemed to be frozen in his throat. Is it that is so loved by it? He thought. At this point, a woman's hand appeared through the curtain, which rejected the fabric. On the head of the stranger was a headdress with an attached gauze, through which it was possible to see her gentle face. When she came in, all the views immediately turned to her. Her beauty and lush forms attracted the attention of every man. One of the drunks stood up and said, "She just has an incredible, delicious aura." "Look, this cannot be to go!" the other exclaimed. The woman passed by a table behind which the HO and his friend sat. Having met his gaze, she noticed that he was different from others. In his eyes, there was only a dark abyss, in which it was impossible to recognize any emotions. There was a sword in the hands of a stranger that gave her a special charm. She realized that such people really exist, those whose look did not look like others. It was more than just hidden emotions. It was a real mystery. Putting the sword next to her, she showed how perfectly its weight and length are. The blade lay straight to the handle itself, without swaying or falling. The woman approached the woman, and the stranger asked if there were free rooms, preferring silence and rest. "There is one, but there is not a little cleaned," the waitress replied. The woman agreed and added a plate of noodles to the order. At this point, someone in the hall loudly said, "I see it for the first time here." Another man, fascinated by her appearance, stood up and approached her, starting to praise his name loudly. They say that everyone in this village should know him. He then stressed that she was alone and invited her to join their table. But one very clear word came from her. "Get out." And that was not all. She added, "You are disgusting. Go from here." The husband, calling himself Horse, began to be angry with her words. Meanwhile, others in the hall just mocked him. Among them was Cho, who joked that he was also once denied because of his inability to talk to women. However, the Ridge was not going to give up so easy. He brazenly reached for her gauze, who closed her face, asking, "Can I look at your face?" "I'm so passionate about you," he added, trying to lift the blanket further. The girl clenched his fist in which she kept a stick for food. Only one clear movement, and her fingers were immediately revealed. The stroke came directly into the hand of a brazen mustachioed man. The sharp pain gripped him, though he did not understand what had happened. It was only in a second that he realized when blood was flooding from his hand. The throw was so fast that the wand pierced his hand through. Others in the hall began to worry. What happened? The pansies ran to him, trying to help and reassured. "To endure. Everything will be good." "I will kill this abomination," he said with hatred. Other men also began to be angry, protecting their Kent. How did she dare to offend our friend? Outraged exclamations were heard. "Walk!" they shouted, exposing the swords. But another fool came under the same stroke, only this time in the throat. Instant death came for him, and behind him and for others who decided to attack. The next attacker cut the tendons. He fell, unable to move. Her movements were so smooth that they seemed to dance death. They honed to perfection. They left even experienced swordsmen without a chance. They only fell to the ground, throwing their feet up like a puppet. In her hand, another wand, which became her weapon, glowed in the blue light. I will watch Ho carefully at this without moving and staying still. Men finally realized that they faced something unspeakably powerful. Small but accurate cuts in important places appeared on their bodies. The girl leaned over one of them and asked coldly, "Do you still want to look at my face?" "No, scare, please spare," they prayed, crawling on their knees. "We are guilty! We apologize," they added, almost crying. "Well, everyone has the right to a mistake," she answered. But in her voice there was a cold. Then she commanded them to hurry, although at first it seemed incomprehensible. She explained, "If you have time to a doctor, then you may stop bleeding." "Faster, if you want to survive," she continued, mocking them. The plump turned to the ladies and said, "This girl is just incredible. But will they be able to find a doctor? And if so, are they saved?" The sharp sword made of food sticks not only cut their skin, but also hit the hearts. Only God who can heal the soul could save them. I will remember the mountains of corpses they saw before. Undoubtedly, it became clear. It was her hands on the right. After this calm dinner, where nothing happened, except that everyone was calm, the rest dispersed in their rooms. The girl went to her room, which had already been removed. The thoughts were spinning. What a grueling day, and nothing has been found so far. There are so many useless attempts as if the flies before the eyes. How much will it last, she thought. She said quietly to her, "Gogan Mountain," approaching the window. Then she jumped from him, heading to the palace that she was visible nearby, in the hope of finding the answers there. Mount Gugun. It was on its top that this palace was located. He was called no different than Gugun Palace. In the courtyard of the palace, among the night's silence, there was a man, the manager of Cholyon-Jenin. His heart was beating so fast that the night became unsuitable for sleep. He asked himself, usually, when the night comes, the starry sky spreads on the top of the mountain. Why is everything so gloomy today? He considered it a bad sign, but it was not easy to put up with it. He couldn't even remember when he saw such a dark sky last. Perhaps this is a consequence of magical intervention. How many people will die this time? Involuntarily flashed in his thoughts. Suddenly, he felt someone's presence behind his back. A female voice was heard. "Are you John Janine?" Instead of the answer, he asked, "Who are you?" and added, "Even in the afternoon you would be met with heat. To get here, you need to pass 3 gates of the border that are constantly guarding. It's a protected place. Are you a master capable of deceiving the students of the palace?" She called her name Yu-Gi-On, and explained that she came here to ask about something important. He became terribly interesting, but it is clear why he was on the mountain at that time. He was ready to tell her everything he knew. She was interested in sacred relics. "We are looking for relics that you have stolen from our school," she said cold. After these words, he realized who she was and why came. She continued, "Where did you hide our stolen items?" At this point, it became clear to him that before him, a witch. The next day, the guest bit of the punch-hone began quietly. The loose boss prepared a tofu dish and solemnly served it, putting the lads. I will give ho-ho. Although he was restrained, he could not but rejoice when he was paved with delicious food. Puffed said that the local boss has excellent knowledge in cooking. I will take a spoon and scored a piece of dish to taste. The plump confessed that he did not sleep all night, carefully studied the boss, and even took over some culinary techniques. As soon as I will lift the spoon to the mouth, it happened unexpected. Suddenly, shouting in the dining room, "Lock that side!" Armed men came to the room shouting, "It is necessary to catch this witch urgently." They noticed the masters from Gugun Muni. One of them explained that they came to the trail of a witch. The word witch scared everyone who was in the dining room. The man continued that last night the news received. The witch attacked the owner of the main gate and caused him serious injuries. It also became known that she is still here in this place. He asked the waitress where this woman and in what room she stopped. The girl could not understand what witch was talking about, and began to remember the events. "Is this a woman who stopped last night?" she thought. Stuttering, she pointed out, "A single number behind. Men set strict rules. Until the witch is caught, no one will leave the room." One part of the detachment was to block the door, the other, to go in search. The owner was injured in the central house of Gugun is no accident, they said. One of them gently opened the door of her room, from where the light broke through. But when he entered, he just exclaimed, "Here's a uncle!" The woman was already leaving. She was not in the room. He ordered to block all the ways that lead beyond the estate. No soul should escape from here. Their task was to find the person who attacked the owner. He hoped for the help of all those present in this hotel. All men were raised so early that many did not even have time to sleep. But no one said anything specific. "I am not going to understand myself. You have to tell everything you know about her," he demanded. However, all that managed to find out is that she came here yesterday, ordered food and dinner calmly. Everyone answered her further questions that they did not know anything more. The man was increasingly annoyed by the situation that seemed to him complete absurdity. Suddenly, he turned to the ladies of Hawk and Plump. "But these doves!" He was angry that I will dinner calmly, not paying attention to the commander. He came closer, keeping his hand on his sword, and asked, "Didn't you hear me?" I will calmly put the dish back on the table. His gaze began to change, acquiring a cold and piercing expression. The eyes of Ho began to flicker with red light. The commander began to slowly expose his sword, but he was struck by this guy's gaze, so strong and predatory. "It feels like a real predator in front of me," he thought. Another fighter, ready to support his elder, approached the commander. In just a moment, all the fighters lined up in front of the ladies. The commander repeated his question. "If you know something about this witch, say." I will briefly replied that he knew nothing. The fighters accused him of ignored the words of the eldest. But I will not see any problem in this. I will openly stated that it did not see the point in this situation. But taking a few steps, he attracted the attention of the attendees to his foot. "He is limping," the commander said to his people. This caused some assumptions in the audience. The commander himself had the idea. Is it Kwanma? The legendary nickname Kvonma was directly related to Clan Muri, and rumors of him were filled with the whole province of Hubei. The commander lowered his head in front of him and asked, "Are you really Kwanma?" And at that moment it became clear. It was really he. The views of all present changed in an instant. The tone of the commander was also completely different, full of respect and caution. The commander apologized for care and explained that they now needed any witch information. I will repeat Ho calmly that he knew nothing. He added the simple truth. "If you want to catch the beast, then you have to run and catch, not chat. As you said, we are already rushing for her," said the commander, though he continued to tremble. "And I'm glad you have not intersected with a witch," he added with a nervous smile. That's where their short conversation ended. I will turn to the Plump and said that it was time to go. The commander was nervous that he was aware. All rumors that men could be were refuted. There was no living among the soldiers who fought with them. Now their main task was to catch a witch. The commander ordered his people to avoid any clashes with a person named Quantum. He urged everyone to focus on finding and catching this devil. Through yesterday's incident in the city Hung, the streets were emptied, people were afraid to go out, and those who dared were looking for a witch. It was ordered to check anyone who caused at least the slightest suspicion. However, no local touched the lad and Jimbo. Chongven's order, not to create obstacles, was performed flawlessly. Asked how much time the search will last, no one could answer. Finally, they reached the channel, which led to the prefecture of Sukjeon. I will give Ho-Ho, standing in front of a majestic building, he understood that no one still mentions them. But on their way, there were people who immediately recognized them. What brought them here? We will clearly not handle our own forces, they thought. They already known his name, and they knew the order, never to contact him. But suddenly the cries came. "The witch! She was seen!" The man reported that he saw her 10 miles from here. One of them, without spending time, rushed forward, is convinced that it should be caught. Others quickly followed him, heading in the same direction. "Did she really hurt the owner of the Gugun Palace?" asked Plump in surprise. I will calmly replied that it was true. "And to find out where I know it, you will be able to learn when you learn martial arts," he added. Then he returned to him and said he strongly wanted to learn. "Do you really want to become strong?" asked Ho-Ho. However, the plump clearly replied, "No." "And what then?" asked Ho-Ho. At first, the plump began to mute something without finding words. But later he firmly said, "I want to save people's lives." He wondered, isn't the inner power something mysterious and incomprehensible? The plump confessed that his inspires the ability of ladies to overcome instincts. If so, will I be able to direct this inner force to cooking that benefits people? He thought. And again he asked Ho-Ho whether he would teach him the martial arts. "I will explain what he could not do it. It's not about you, Jimbo, but in me," he explained. "The martial art I own is the art of destruction. It is not combined with your outlook at all," added Ho-Ho. "The punishment of a hermit, known as Dokuren, is an art that could only be grasped. To master this art, you need to be a ruthless killer, as I will give. Mr. Jimbo, without this quality, would not be able to learn him even after rebirth." Jimbo became wondering if he could learn other martial arts. The martial arts can be selected for everyone. "Somewhere there are knowledge and experience that will be suitable for you," explained the Ho. "You can learn. You will find what will be perfect for you," he added. This conversation reassured Jimbo a little. But when they went on, they again felt the sharp smell of blood. "Probably these are warriors from the estate," suggested Luce. They came across a corpse mountain again. "Probably these people have not even felt pain at the time of death. The pure art of fencing that makes you want to suffer." There was a sword in the hands of a witch. She considered the power of her opponents to be absolutely nonsense. It was quite easy for them to fight against them. These people did not pose any threat to her. The fact that she had to kill them only burdened her. Killing them, she at the same time urged everyone to flee. She explained, "Only so you have a chance to survive." But despite her words, she continued to cut them with her sword. The commander personally turned to her, targeting her sword. He assured, "I will be able to kill you." Pushing away from the earth, he rushed directly towards her. On his way were two fighters whom he ordered, "Away from the road!" When she was busy with others, he tried to sneak to her from behind. But her sharpened sensitivity made it easier to feel his presence behind her back. The commander continued to believe that he could stop it. He put his hand forward, aiming at her prickly blow. But the witch bounced, avoiding the trajectories of the attack. Despite his speed, she managed to evade the blow. Do not forget that there was a sword in her hands. She skillfully managed the weapon, easily reflecting the commander's strikes. And then she went into a counterattack. He could not dodge her attack, and his shoulder was cut with his hand. The elder fell to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Other warriors rushed to take revenge on him, joining. But their blood splashes flew in all sides. They had no chance to defeat the witch. She stood on the bloodied land, confident and unmoved. At this point, the lad and Jimbo came to her. "Did you follow me all this time?" she asked coldly. I will look at her mercilessly. His gaze was piercing. She caught this look, so sharp that it seemed as if he pierced her body through. For a moment, she had the feeling that this man was seeing her through. "Yes, it was you," said Ho, turning to her. "Does he know me?" she thought, embarrassed. She considered it impossible, because she recently arrived in Kangcho. Maybe he confuses her with someone else? In the end, she came to the conclusion that it was a senseless coincidence. But at that moment, the lads directly called her a witch. "You are one of the excommunicated," he added his assumptions and questions. His words were extremely accurate. They hit the target. And then he even called her name, and it was also correct. This made the witch even more deeply into the maze. Who is he really? She thought, after all, having decided to ask about it. "You don't seem to remember," he answered calmly, sitting on a horse right in front of her. I will begin to get off his horse, explaining, "It has passed for a long time." When he went down, she noticed that the guy was limping. He approached her, saying, "It seems that during this time you had time to cut many people." "It was the same in Chongyim Mace," he added with cold confidence. The words were heard as a lightning shot a witch. "You will become the first I will kill. So your name should be remembered," he repeated. Now it became clear to her who was standing in front of her. She recalled the events more than 10 years ago when the great prison fortress of Myoka destroyed. On that day, as a boy, I will ask Ho-Ho'd, "Are you a witch?" And she, wrapped in a fabric from which only eyes visible, replied, "People used to call us so." She explained, "We call each other Weend." At the same time, she asked, "What is your name?" and added the same words. "You will become the first to kill. So your name should be remembered." In response, he firmly named his name. It was then that the first battle began between them. Their battle was so fierce that it seemed uncompromising, but both remained alive. She was surprised that the young man was then able to block the effect of white lotus petals. Now she realized, in front of her will give Ho-Ho from the clan of volcanoes. Having said it aloud, she added, "There were dozens of heavenly lightning in the Maoka building. It remained a mystery as he survived in that chaos. But I will explain. I stood all that horror because I didn't retreat. I came out of there because I stood to the last, he added. Recently, rumors of a lame man came to her, black like a resin, a man with a lame leg. So he was described. Based on these rumors, she asked, "Are you a quota?" The home also had the question, "What is the position in the occultism?" But she could not answer because it was confidential information. The tension between them was growing, it seems, about the fire of battle. However, she did not want to be hostile to him and did not hide it. Her nerves began to take, but I will clearly make it clear. The choice is not for you now. I will look at his rival harder, as if trying to punch her. In his eyes, an experience has been read, hardened by years of difficult trials. The rival could not believe that only a defensive position could emit such powerful energy. But it all indicated that I will not be a regular warrior. Even among those who reached high levels of skill, it stood out. His gaze was unique, as if he did not belong to man, but for some reason extraordinary. It was impossible to immediately evaluate how strong it is by watching from the side, but it seemed that for a rival, he was a real predator, ready to pour. I will be interested in what decision she would make in this confrontation. She regretted it, but did not see the reason to open up. For 20 years, until she met the HO, she has never tried to kill anyone. But now, having changed, she became different, passing through hell, where people ruthlessly died. Her divine blade possessed a magical power that resembled prediction, a unique combat skill. The legend says that the one who mastered this skill could even destroy the moon in the night sky. When the young master met with this force, he felt her on himself. His body seemed to be burning, like 1,000 needles pierced his skin. These blows caused excitement and relentless energy in his soul. But nevertheless, he courageously resisted the pressure. After focusing, I will use HOD's use of its internal energy. In the end, he understood the trajectory of her attack and stopped her powerful blow with one hand. She could not believe that her powerful blow was blocked by a simple fist. The rumors of this soldier seemed to have not been exaggerated. She had at any cost to break his defense and strike a decisive blow. Using the moon's clinic technique, the legendary reception, its attack looked truly impressive. She did not spend energy in vain, but instead exacerbated her skills of possession of a blade, as the masters did. But in a single battle, it was difficult to show all her strength through his unbreakable spirit. Its blade was as strong as a rock, and at the same time flexible as water. This is exactly how her blade that cuts the moon. However, I would counteract HO, filling his hands with extraordinary energy. Divine power shone in his fist like a bright ray of light. His lame leg made her heart die from fear. She could not understand that such an incredibly powerful blow was directed at her. In a desperate attempt to escape, she decided to block the attack. But the power of the warrior was so devastating that its protection could not stand. She coughed strongly, trying to recover after a stroke. One powerful blow to the ladies hopped her far away. His lame leg slowly stepped on the ground, as if frozen all around. She realized that she lacked energy to continue the battle. The chaotic energy that broke out of his body made her nervous. With every second, it became clear. The situation did not turn to her favor. Lady Ho-Hoing strikes a powerful shot by pushing her sword. She tries to defend herself, but barely holds the sword in her hands. The hero jumps high above her, preparing to strike a shot on top. His leg bends in an incredible turn, and the soul touches her head. She miraculously evades, escaping from a blow that could kill her. Stopping in front of him, she realizes that it is a legendary confrontation. It suffered significant harm from its incredible strength. The power of his blows was ruthless, like a rock, and resembled the legendary warrior's. This power was reminiscent of the strongest person she ever knew. That warrior had an unwavering spirit, and his blows were similar to the mountain. It was thanks to him that she was able to reach the level on which it is now. She was convinced that there was no one more than it. But the meeting with the HO made her doubt her. Now she will have to risk her own life in this battle. However, she knew that this path was her fate, and so it should be. I led the HO for 12 years in a dungeon underground, where he did not even see the flash of light. Smiling, he realized that he could not rely on weakness. It attacks it with a fiery sword, tearing out the flames from the blade. But in his eyes there is neither fear nor regret, only determination. Regardless of the strength of her attacks, he skillfully evades every impact. She flies in his direction, magnifying her blade for a powerful blow. However, the energy of her sword turns and strikes the lady in her back. He turns his blow, but suddenly a man who holds his friend in the hostage suddenly appears on the horizon. Jin-Ok appeals to the ladies with a request to save him. Looking at the situation, the man turns to his mistress, saying that this young man brought him here. Lady Ho realizes that he faces another warrior of the cultures, dangerous and experienced. Holding the sword, the man holds the second ladies in hostages. "Although you appeared later than expected, your presence pleases the mistress," he said. "Now I will have to deal with this opponent." The man specified that he was from the protest movement and his name is the Bus. "I will name his name, maintaining cold-bloodedness." Shin Will laughed, though he acknowledged that he was glad. For him, it was a great honor to see the legendary ladies Ho-Hos with his own eyes. He began to approach closer, radiating confidence. But with every step he realized that it is better not to contact the ladies. The hero warned, if Ginok is injured, the tire will become a cruel corpse. The tire understood this and assured that he was not going to kill him. His goal is to give Ho together with the mistress to leave this city as soon as possible. Turning to the Lord, he advised her to be careful in his actions. She asked him where the golden lion was, but the man recognized that he had lost it. Then the Lord wondered if he was a priest. The tire confessed that the priest was clever than he thought, and now her help was needed. The main question was, what happened to the relics? She could not find them, but found an important attachment. The tire expressed the desire to get relics. Only with them they will be able to stop it, but it became known that the religious leader is now on the mountain. The monster of 10 unseen lives is on the mountain. This makes them think that you need to act completely differently. I will see their thoughts, but for him it is only a chaotic set of words. Shin Will, stroking the Jin's eye on the head, states that you can go right now. In thoughts, the Ho-Hos realizes that this fool can kill his friend for the smallest movement. He warns again, Ginai must be released, but the tire requires a promise from him. The Hod refuses to repeat their words again. As a result, Ginai is released, although the tension remains in the air. The tire warns, next time their meeting will be completely different. Jinoke apologizes to the ladies, but assures that everything is fine with him. Shin Will has extraordinary skills, which makes him a dangerous opponent. At some point, everything could go much worse, but now to blame anyone. Their meeting is inevitable, and we need to prepare. Murima's unification was successful, but this has caused new difficulties. The Golden Lion, paradoxically, became the catalyst for the creation of the Murim League. Buildings and halls were restored. It remains to create a detailed organization, to choose a leader. However, there were disputes between the factions of 9 councils and 5 generations. Some suggested that the leader leave the faction of 10 councils, but it would cause dissatisfaction. Even cultists agreed to join, although they did not seek to protect these interests. Daily votes changed the result, but eventually the final decision was made. The leader who headed Murima decided to invite a highly revered warrior. This authoritative leader was entitled to manage the soldiers in each faction, and in the event of an emergency, he could mobilize large combat units and combine Murima clans. To check the effectiveness of the leader, a council of 20 elders was created, most of whom belonged to the 10 council faction and represented the leaders of 9 generations. If not their status, they would have more influence in Murima. But now their voices were weakened. However, doubts continued to bite their souls, asking the decisions. Adaman with a broken hand arrived with important information. The message concerned the Green Forest, a key place in their plan. It is rumored that the daughters of Vangan Mun, the leader of the Green Forest, are now taking place. Hearing this information, the man was stunned. Thanks to this news, it could implement a powerful and ambitious plan. This meant that the favorite was sent to Achaean. The news sounded incredible, but it seems that it was true, given its importance. The leader ordered first to find out the exact location and then report to him. The information had to be carefully checked, but direct contact with it was forbidden. The guy was frightened, but saw this chance to demonstrate himself in front of the leader. These 2 warriors were reminiscent of hungry ghosts, who greedily absorbed everything in their way. Achaean was experiencing a modernist boom with a sudden influx of forces, workers, and food. Warriors who were looking for a worthy place in the world of Murima sailed there as a wave of hope. There was a boat on the other side, waiting for his time. Soon the ships joined the shore, opening up new opportunities. Undoubtedly, Murimi impressed with his majesty. It seemed that a whole country, ready for change, gathered in this place. Not only small and large clans, but also a huge number of workers came to Murima. The views of great leaders, everyone with their own purpose, were directed here. However, it would now be wiser to temporarily stop active action and monitor the tendencies in Murima. The girl was convinced that John Johnson was also here. However, there was no news about its location. The Lord ordered him to watch him, because only in this way they could find out what he thought. One of the warriors looked forward and noticed that they were floating a suspicious ship. No one was visible on the deck, which only increased tension. This ship seemed to chase them. Despite this, everyone decided to prepare for a possible attack, predicting danger. The warriors ordered the approaching ship, and later realized that the natives of Murima arrived on board. One of them, a Murima archer, decided to ask where they came from. The Lord did not understand what was happening and what is the essence of the situation. However, it was known that the ship had members of the Green Forest, and this raised suspicions. The question remains, what do they have to do with this place, and why do their intentions seem so suspicious? The message received a few minutes ago confirmed the presence of important passengers on board. A beautiful girl and a broad-shouldered man with an axe on his back came to the ship, and they became the main purpose. The warriors were ordered to attack the intentions of the Murima League. Suddenly, they were surrounded by many other soldiers ready for battle. The broad-shouldered man with an axe swung, demonstrating his strength. Even against 6 soldiers, he fought confidently and without fear. It was absolutely meaningless to approach him without permission. The battle broke out even more when everyone began to withstand each other. Meanwhile, the action moved to a calm place, the Temple of Heaven. Extremely interesting information was stored here. When it comes to warriors from the Green Forest, it could be the key to unraveling. No one expected the news that one of 18 Green Forest leaders identified himself as T alone. This could indicate Junson's ambitions that went beyond the ordinary. However, there was no person who knew exactly whether he died in the forest or survived. It was strange that there was still no significant news about these people in public space. The Lord was already interested in why the situation was developing this way. It was known that the object of her interest was moving through the outskirts of Hamsan. They decided not to go there deeper, avoiding unnecessary risks. The Lord insisted that everything was already said, and the arrangements must be observed. She reminded that the agreement was an agreement and should not be violated. However, their situation indicated that there was a likelihood of conflict with Murim. If they continue to maintain such relationships, they run the risk of becoming the object of hatred of people. But how much does it really matter? Sometimes there are people who are at risk by ignoring common sense for their own purposes. Such people often destroy the existing order and established rules. The Lord hinted that these people are a threat to stability. She was informed important news. The port rose in the port. She suggested that if it is related to Don John, she should be immediately expected. The sharp axe crammed into the rows of enemies, destroying them one by one. The opponent's swords bowed to this cruel force. The warriors were shocked by the talent of the owner of the axe and already began to fear him. The situation came out of control, but the attack was inevitable. The confrontation between the owner of the axe and the warrior with the sword became the central event of the battle. It was clear that everything was not planning, and chaos only intensified. The axe, filled with incredible energy of chi, absorbed into the body of enemies with ruthless accuracy. The powerful blows of the axe made their leader doubt their people's skill. The loss of warriors was catastrophic to implement their plan. Everything got worse when the whole detachments were destroyed by one blow. The leader decided that it was necessary to capture enemies to restore honor after such losses. But one by one, his warriors lost his life without standing the forces of attacks. A broad-shouldered warrior with an axe showed incredible talent and skill. Everyone who tried to attack him went to the world. The warriors began to look at him with fear, understanding their helplessness. With one blow, he could destroy several opponents at once. The battlefield was filled with blood. Every movement of its axe was deadly. No warrior could withstand his giant Tapora. The leaders who watched this realized that the situation was out of control. The Lord decided that there was no point in waiting. Her gaze made the axe to understand her intentions without words. They successfully flee from the warriors, creating the illusion of weakness. Their plan was to get out of there, even if you had to endure inconvenience. Suddenly, they sat on the boat and went on the water, avoiding the pursuers. The leader was beaten by the wand of the ship, realizing that the enemies had fled. He ordered his people to catch up and punish them at any cost. The leader of the Black Water area could not believe that these people fled directly in front of their nose, calling doubt on the honor of his warriors. Their people have already gone in search to prevent fugitives. They could not allow these people to join the conference in the Zatyan, as it would destroy all their plans. In the case of unforeseen circumstances, the guards should be reported immediately. If the information about their complicity seeps, they run the risk of losing everything, and the old man will remind them of their guilt. We move to the Ir, the capital of the province of Hebe. The water route on Yuz was well developed, although in the north the transport routes were in poor condition. There are many large lakes in the Hebei province, so fishing was a major occupation of locals. Mr. Zhen began to pick up the smallest pieces of fish that could be caught in this river to sell them on the market. His companion Hen said he was going to the book bench. Meanwhile, Jean because he took the responsibility to prepare the fish for his return. The scene is changing. We move to an old bookstore. Our hero realized that his opponent, the same girl, belongs to the cult. He had already met her in the village of Chonga, and her actions only confirmed his assumption. He is convinced that she and Priest Shimwol are related to it. But the question of the Golden Lion remained open and gave riddles. If the Golden Lion is also a member of the cultures, then they are all three in one boat. Ishinvol acknowledged that he had lost a Golden Lion from view. It was obvious that his setup was hostile to other clans. Jung, in her turn, reported that she was looking for a sacred artifact. I have never heard of magical artifacts, but this confirmed the complexity of the internal structure of the cult. Looking at the books, I will give the pages inattentively, and suddenly stopped. He wondered that in the world real single ones are very expensive. Loneliness and finding your own path is what actually fills this world. His consciousness seemed to expand, unfolding his wings in infinity. The lines of the book seemed to come to life in the imagination of the Ho, unfolding into omnipotent images that looked into its very essence. Everything he saw in these characters gave rise to an endless darkness. By delving into these thoughts, the consciousness of the Ho-Ho-Hid was immersed in absolute darkness. But suddenly a weak ray of light appeared in front of him. At that moment, the ladies reached out to this light, as if looking for salvation. He heard the voice of his master who pleaded with him. I don't need, I ask you. The wizard's silhouette appeared behind the back, radiating the great power. The master warned him not to be deceived. The appearance of the master in his mind stunned the hero. I would like to be justified, but the master stopped him. Not time. The master promised to take care of his protection. He ordered Ho-Ho to leave this question on him. Suddenly, the master's silhouette began to dispel in space. The HOs pleaded with the wizard to take him with him. At this point, a huge lightning broke out in the library, collapsing everything around. The librarian, shocked, could not understand what had happened. He was surprised, because I did not even touch the books, but all the shelves fell. I will give you, focused, entered a deep state of meditation. He leveled his gravity center, which helped to avoid dizziness. His control of the body did not allow him to lose consciousness, even in such chaos. In the darkness, the Ho-Ho felt the light touched his body and soul, moving on his own until Lord appeared. A little more, and this light could have defeated his consciousness and library. I will apologize to the librarian, promising to compensate for all the losses. The librarian only wanted to return to the norm and would be grateful for it. Suddenly, the Ho-Hid heard someone's voice from the side. He was approached by a young man, whom he did not recognize. The stranger introduced himself to Haman, but the very mention of Haman alarmed the lad. Chan reported that he had brought a letter from Anyaki's postal branch. The HO gave the host to scream the letter to find out its contents. The letter was written, Junsan, black watercolor. This information was angry with Ho-Ho, hinting at the hidden danger. He wondered if the collision was approaching in the main palace. The gun's leader insisted on us that without the battle with a bun with a wren it would not stop. However, he acknowledged his mistake. Instead of the battle, he only needed to know the location of enemies. They said that the Beastie Sky detachment is a wandering wash, but their numbers exceed tens of thousands. And the one who holds the lives of these people is the ruler of the kingdom, who can become their enemy. If the warriors inspired by the creation of the Marima League do not intervene, the situation will get out of control and should be immediately exposed. The Lord, along with his companion, escaped from the pursuers. They wondered how to overtake the ocean, given the huge number of enemies ahead. The broad-shouldered satellite was convinced that such a situation needed help. Many different clans appeared in the ocean, which threatened them. If these clans are united, there is almost no chance of getting out of this trap. They need to find a reliable ally to continue their way forward. When they arrived in Sanxian, it became clear that they were the only newcomers there. The broad-footed hint on a girl from Gabo who could become their ally, though the only hope seemed quite fragile. They will have to make this decision and act. In Hamun, they were allocated by Ho-Ho's ship so that he could return to Achaean. The captain received an order from Hamun to deliver the ladies to the ocean by any means as soon as possible. The captain looked at the Gaps Hoskos, because there was chaos constantly on the deck. He worried that he would not withstand all the problems that this mission entails. The team was aware that Akiana would not reach the end of the day, but had to complete the task at any cost, otherwise everyone would be overflowing. Chaun-san stated that she was hidden in the Blackwater Bay. The HO finally received the answer to his question and looked calm, though it did not add confidence. On the contrary, his head and chest were heavy from new thoughts. Jin-Ok noted that although they are familiar, today, the ladies are scared by his mood. They spit to the island, and the HOD notes that it does not recognize this place when it compares to how it looked earlier. Many people have appeared in the city who worked tirelessly. New buildings were erected every day, turning the city. Their ship sticks to the pier in the ocean. They are heading to the Sengors. The mistress has been waiting for them inside for a long time. The maid remembered how incredible the faces of the HO was during the first meeting, but now he has changed significantly. His gaze became so sharp that it seems that he could even injure. One of the warriors approached the ladies and invited him inside. Seeing the mistress, the young man asked who all these people were. She answered, "It is not necessary to worry, because they have already harvested a separate place." The girl spoke a mysterious tone, making it clear that she had some intentions. The guy guessed her plan correctly. She wants to instruct him to steal a certain person, promising to reveal who is talking about. The HO was very interested in who she was in mind. It was a condition without which it could not inform the location of thieves from the Black Bay. But the question remained open. Who is such an important person? It turned out to be a Hohen Heron, the only daughter of von Human, who possesses 18 lands of green forest. If it is killed, the ocean will become a field of large-scale battle. The guy realized that it was about her, and now Hang Heron becomes his main goal. The scene is transferred to the Murima Palace. The leader, angry with the dullness of his servant, hit him in the face. He merged that he only wanted to know the location of enemies, and this fool attacked the ship. The servant with a broken nose tried to justify his actions. He explained that those people provoked the attack themselves, and they had no choice. But because of this act, the Gon family was on the verge of an unprecedented crisis. The servant did not understand why the leader was experiencing so much, because the Green Warriors, in his opinion, could not be a serious threat. The leader explained that among them was a hole. If the world learns, the ocean will turn into a battlefield. But the servant insisted that it was only a bandage of bandits, which did not even compare with the shadow of a large clan, so they should be destroyed. The warrior with his hand remarked that Murim has enough resources to kill the Green Warriors. Murimi had sufficient force to cope with this danger. The leader realized that this guy was not as simple as it might seem. In any case, everything has already happened, and there is no way back. For the first time in his life, the leader decided to trust this young man. They planned to force the Muri clan to pay their dream, using the stolen person as a hostage for negotiations. The scene is transferred to slums outside the ocean. Everything looked very poor here, the real wilds. Quan Huaren sat on a bench together with a warrior who apologized for the inconvenience created. But as she noted, everything was normal and controlled. Soon, Chan appeared on the horizon. The Lord asked how she was and what to expect next. Sobun reported that the cases were very bad. The Lord was announced hunting. The warrior of the Lord became angry, not understanding how it could happen so quickly. Initially, the searches began among small fractions, but now they joined the 10 Councils faction, and the entire League Murima began to work. Saken tried to take possession of the Lord's power, but it was difficult, because Gabo also belongs to the Alliance Murima. Mrs. Haben did not understand what exactly was talking about, but everyone worked hard to solve the situation. One of the warriors came to the Lord, after informing that she needs to leave this place immediately, because the soldiers of the Murima League began to search the slums. If Gabo knows that she has to do so, it will greatly become a path of their owner. Saken reported that on the outskirts of Akiana, a carriage organized by Hamun was ready for her, and asked not to doubt her plan. The warrior stood closely on the guard, realizing that it is time to act very quickly. The warriors were already close, and their main purpose was to grab the Lord. One of the pursuers was convinced that the rats were scattered, but he swore that as soon as he found them, there would be no mercy. He could not believe that the people from the Green Lai clan were able to penetrate the heart of Murima. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed the mistress and her companions. He shouted, ordering everyone to follow them and grab them at any cost. The torment of Ilgvan was unable to approach Murima even on 4 sides. Although they won many enemies, Murima warriors seemed endless. The continuous flow of warriors exhausted Torment and Ilgwan, bringing them to the border. In despair, he used the Bloody Moon technique. Although his reception was impressive, Ilgwan's strength was gradually exhausted, and he could not protect himself from all sides. The powerful wave rose, covering the city on 4 sides. His axes cut off all obstacles in his path, but soon he faced serious problems. Its exhaustion was accumulated, and the forces gradually left it. It seemed that on the sight of every vicious enemy, a new one grew into the rear. The mistress wanted to warn him of the danger, but did not have time. Ilgvan was struck by a hostile sword that pierced his huge body. The blow made him shudder, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Feeling the wound, he acknowledged that the enemies acted cunningly, as if real rats. But gathering the remnants of strength, he waved his axe, feeling the incredible loss of blood. The warriors realized that he was seriously injured. Blood on their swords only exacerbated the desire to finish Ilgwan. They directed all their forces to destroy it. Their purpose was to eliminate Ilgwan, even if many. Nevertheless, their true goal was the Lord, which they tried to catch at any cost. The Lord tried to defend Ilgwan, but soon she was in trouble. Having lost vigilance, she was injured in her back. Seeing the wounded mistress, Ilgvan felt anger and anxiety. To save it, he used a whirlwind that can stop bleeding. But reaching his peak, his strength was exhausted, leaving him completely helpless. His heart was torn from pain, both physical and spiritual. In the desire to protect the Lord, he turned into a warrior Renda, because it was a great happiness for him to just be near her. Watching the winged and enemies of the mistress, he felt great despair. He realized that the mistress was for him all in this world. Only one person remained in his thoughts, Han Heron, the only one and the indispensable. Ilgvan used all his last energy, which struck all the soldiers around. It seemed boundless, as if an inexhaustible element. His power forced the enemies to say goodbye to his lives. The reception of blood return surprised everyone with its destructive power. At that moment, the whirlwind of Ilguana reached back with a loud explosion. Thanks to this technique, he was able to show force that exceeded his potential several times. But this outbreak lasted only a short period of time, after which Ilgvan got a serious exhaustion, risking life. Despite this, he rushed to the help of the Lord, desperately protecting her. Ilgvan asked the mistress to flee until he took care of these bastards. The Lord realized that the reception of blood return is the last breath before the inevitable death. The only desire of Ilgwan was to protect the mistress without thinking about her own life. Seeing his dedication, she could not hold back tears. The body of Ilgwan's flower has pushed away from the earth with incredible force. He skillfully cut the air with his movements, breaking through the environment. His goal was one, to escape from the mistress. Ilgvan asked the wounded mistress to endure a little. The warriors looked at him in surprise, not understanding where he came from. How could he use such powerful techniques when his energy is almost completely exhausted? Meanwhile, the monk, who was above, tried to stop him. He swore that he would never forgive himself if they let them escape. A powerful wave of energy hit Ilgwan, stopping its strength. This energy, like a web, surrounded it, depriving him of movement. The old warrior struck such a strong blow that Ilgwan knocked out of balance. The Lord fell, punching the roof of one of the houses with his body. Ilgvan destroyed the building before descending on the ground after it. The warrior's attention switched to a gray-haired man who suddenly appeared. It was Janine from the Palace Shansong, a legendary warrior. However, everyone was surprised. What is he doing here? Jenin from Chong was known for his hatred of magicians, his rage always enveloped in the surrounding fear. In the massacre with demonic enemies, he did not know mercy, destroying them independently to avoid their evil. He was called God of Death. Jenin realized that this girl was Muno's daughter. Squeezing his teeth, he realized that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time to understand their relationships and finally end this confrontation. The master surrounded the girl and her security guard, asking her daughter of Muno's daughter. The guards immediately confirmed his assumption. The master remembered how all his life suffered a shame associated with Hangenmun, and swore not to forget this pain. He once challenged the Munich, but lost every time, fleeing under the laughter of rural bandits. Now, when he caught his enemy's daughter, he hoped to take revenge and deprive them of honor. The bloody Ilgan, despite the pain, climbed forward, trying to protect the mistress. He shouted that no one would touch the Lord while he was alive. The mistress begged him to stop, but Ilgan, covered with blood, stood firmly. It was even dangerous to move, but he did not pay attention to the pain. Squeezing his teeth, he rose, leaning on his own will. Approaching the master, Ilgan grabbed him, demonstrating unbreakable power. The master quietly put his palm on Ilgan, stating that the resistance was in vain. A bright outbreak of force broke the air, causing pain to Ilgan. The master applied his crown attack, which could not be protected. Ilgana literally boiled from the powerful impact of Ilgan. He fell powerless to the ground, looking dead. The Lord in despair looked at the ward who sacrificed himself for her. The old master put the fragments of stones into the air, creating chaos. It was forbidden blood intake, which was rarely seen even chosen. Seeing this, the Lord could not hold back his tears, but the master grabbed her neck. He decided to leave her alive not through beauty, but because of her connection with his father. The master needed a meeting with Hangen Mun, and the girl became his key. With his neck with anger, he received a bloody spit from her. Angry, he threw it to the ground, deciding to keep her like a hostage. How did she dare to step on the earth Morim? The elders will not forgive this. He stated that it would destroy the Munich just in her eyes. But suddenly there was a strange sound that forced the master to die. A powerful wave of energy stirred the surrounding atmosphere, as if touched every soul. The warriors were numb by fear, not understanding what was happening. From this energy, their souls trembled, filled with horror. The old man threw Varen into the wall, trying to distract this mysterious wave. The girl was severely wounded, but stubbornly lasting life. Among the fear, the warriors heard the rhythmic sound of steps. The old man turned but did not see anyone, just an empty horizon. and here on the horizon appeared a figure that frozen everyone. It was a legendary warrior, a lad whose name caused a trembling. If this is really the HO, then they got into serious trouble. He was called a man in whose veins the blood of his son Zen flows. For the master, it was an alarming sign. The legend materialized directly in front of him. I will not know the pity for the scoundrels, and now stood in the way of those who were carrying chaos. The HO gave a suddenly appeared before them, and no one understood why he was here. He was silent without saying a word, but no warrior dared to approach him. He looked at the battlefield. He saw the mistress in serious condition. She was barely breathing. Every word was given to her with pain. However, noticing the lad, she gathered all her strength to not give up. Despite the weakness, the Lord tried to climb on her feet. The warriors did not understand why the HO was here, but decided not to allow him to pick it up. His gaze pierced them, silently expressing disdain. In his eyes, so energy was burning that everyone was shaking inadvertently. The old master ordered him to stop, threatening his authority. But I will only calmly call him an old bastard. Angry, the old man stated that the Dia HO has no right to interfere with Murim's affairs. Hearing this, I will turn to the old man whose appearance did not scare him. The old man noticed in his eyes the darkness, so deep that it seemed boundless. In these eyes, a fire was burning, which never fade, as if the spirit of the struggle itself. The old man began to accumulate energy in his palms, trying to show his strength. He warned Ho-Hos that it is better to leave, otherwise he would become an enemy of all Murima. In response, the lads only smiled boldly, as if these words were cheered. The old man insisted that this territory belongs to Murima, and the ham is superfluous here. He argued that they were not afraid of this guy, because he was only a prey. The old man shouted that he would turn the Ho-Ho by ashes if he did not retreat, giving him the last chance to leave them alone. The voltage between them increased with every second. The old man repeated again, "If you want to survive, go away. I will understand that this old stubborn scoundrel would not back down and stand it." The old master looked at the cheeky Lady Ho who was not going to listen to him. He decided that this Braja needed to give a lesson. In his opinion, there was only one goal: to destroy the source of misery for their territory. Without delaying, the old man rushed to our hero. But I will give Ho-Ho sharply from the earth like lightning, directing his blow to the enemy. His fist crashed into the old face with all force. The blow knocked several teeth and made the blood from the master's nose. The warriors who watched this were amazed. They did not expect such a spectacle. Shocked elders have frozen with open mouths. They are unable to say a word. Meanwhile, I will be hooked, limping, calmly went in their direction. Without reflection, he struck the second blow, depriving the old chance on a counterattack. The master fell down on the ground, hitting the stones. He felt a powerful blow broke his will. It was difficult for him to even rise. The sights of Ha stopped at the hare who was lying bloody and powerless. He looked at her, feeling a strange and strong emotional shock. This feeling did not allow him to understand why he was so worried. Considering her suffering, his rage began to boil, and the blood in her eyes flashed. The Hodi felt something incredibly strong. He was not worried yet. Squeezing his fist, he remembered everything he had passed before he became a master. He was confidently approaching Harlahari, slowly shortening the distance between them. His decisive look made her nervously shudder. She, holding on to the bloody hand, sees the fist of the lad who hangs right in front of her. At this point, she suddenly recognizes her older brother. But unexpectedly, the warrior rushed on the lads of Ho, trying to attack. The attacker shouted, whether he realized the lads of Ho's that he went against Morim with his actions. After all, the bridge was created as a clan of the strong, which protected the world from a demonic cult, and now his betrayal is a huge blow to their renown. He announced that the liar Ho became a dangerous enemy for all Morim. The warriors agreed with him, and the master confirmed, "Now I will give them to their enemy." The master lifted his fist and threatened that I will regret his decision. He added that the bridge is the center of the strongest, and no one will stand against them. The master ordered his soldiers to pull the swords. They all rushed to attack the ladies, calling him a traitor of Morim. I will give Ho-Ho only a look. He leaned these bastards that rushed to him. Without fear, he rushed directly into the center of battle, in hell. Even with a lame leg, he retained incredible confidence. His energy was so chaotic that it seemed to tear the space. This made the attackers run in a panic in different directions. The warriors shouted, "I will! Die, bitch!" But their efforts were in vain. In response, the lads took their lives, leaving no chance. His fist broke through their faces, causing deadly blows. From the power of his blows, some of the bodies of enemies flew in different directions. "He is crazy! What he bitch creates!" the warriors shouted, watching the ladies. For them, he was no longer a man, but a real demon. Seeing that the situation became critical, the leader ordered his soldiers to retreat. They realized that not the only ones standing against this force. I will stop Ho before the main culprit of all this chaos. He jumped rapidly and, like a lightning, moved on the body of the enemy. Grabbing him with his hand, forced the leader to feel the fear he never knew. The leader shouted, "Let me go, I tell you, Zrenya, but I will not be about to listen." He stated that this bastard should live in fear of his force. Only one thought was worse than death for the enemy. At this point, the lads decided to knock out the stupidity of a self-confident opponent. His chaotic fist crashed directly into the trunk of the enemy with incredible force. From the impact, the leader literally flew into pieces, leaving the former leader only ashes on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the hostess came with an important news. She could not believe what she was heard and asked to repeat again. The warrior in tears confirmed the news again. Her fists squeezed from the hatred she could not restrain. The warrior repeated again and again, "Great us guns died." The leader could not believe these words. It seemed impossible for such a strong warrior. "Who, bitch, dared to kill such a majestic warrior?" she exclaimed in despair. We carry to the very heart of the lands of Morim. Everyone who has heard this story realizes that he has just lost his nephew in Kwanma. But for a large clan, this is not enough for us Gun. It will not stop only on it. Kwanma was a symbol of Morim's authority, and his loss can shake the whole alliance. They can no longer quietly watch what is happening. The only way to restore the honor of Morim is to destroy the ladies. For them, he is just a dirty creature that dared to challenge their system. This situation went too far, touching the pride of all members of Morim. They cannot stay away. They will collect strength and go to destroy it in its lands. But what does Hunmajin think about it? Why are you asking? Because it is no longer related to Hushan. He was part of it before, but now the situation has changed. This bastard turned away from Hushan, becoming an exile even for his teacher. Will the elder be able to forgive such betrayal? Many members of the elders demanded that the chase immediately organized. The best way out for them is to get rid of this guy as soon as possible until he became even more threatening. The bridge always goes forward, and they are not going to retreat. From now on, there is no more place in the world as ladies. This is the law of strong. But the leader did not leave a strange sense of the anxiety that grew. We move to the mountains near the sea, where a new round of events is born. The sun's rays gently penetrated into the cave, illuminating the darkness with warmth. Ilshan began to feel this warmth on his face, as if awakening the body of pain. Waking up, he began to cough and shouted, looking for a mistress. She came out of the stone, reassuring it with the words that all is well. Ilshan choked with pain, feeling weak and blood in the lungs. The mistress came to him, worried about him, whether everything was fine with him. She begged him not to strain after he tried to rise, reminding of blood loss. His condition was obvious. Serious internal wounds threatened life. If he died, it would not be a wonder after everything that happened. But who gave him such effective first aid? Ilshan asked the Lord what had happened, but she only was able to answer that it did the G. He could not believe why the HO helped them. It seemed incredible. Somewhere in the forest near the cave lay a wounded man. He gasped with blood while on the verge of life and death. He was called a dream, and he was a trusted person with a Quadichil and his debtor. Sun was roaring into the Morma building to provoke warriors. Its purpose was to organize an attack on Hair with the help of these soldiers. But the day when Guns died, he absorbed his own anger. His tactics of military provocation failed, leaving him with nothing. All his plans came to naught, leaving only pain and blood. What happened to her husband was so terrible that it was hard to even talk about it. He could not move, not to mention the attempt to escape. Fear paralyzed him. The figure of the Ho-Ho attached attention to this scene. It took a long time, but the man remembered his face clearly. I will have Cho remained in his memory forever. I will calmly say that he knew about his dirty work. The man was embarrassed. How could he know? I will seem to be abused by Sikin for a certain purpose. So-chun could not understand why he was so tormented. What is the reason? Then he guessed that this young man was the only one who survived in the looted village. When the reinforcements arrived and saw Sikin, they froze. What happened to him, and the fact that he was alive caused a frightening surprise. The warriors asked what happened to him. Sochin replied that he intended to complete the task, but everything went wrong. Suddenly, the ladies intervened in the conversation, inserting his words. Seeing his silhouette, the warriors felt panic. One of them realized that the main goal was to give them. The warriors called him the Killer and the God of Blood. Suddenly, the man fell with foam on his lips, choking in convulsions. But it turned out to be a trick. It was a bait for an enemy ambush. The HO gave only one question. Why are these gums so persistently haunted the Hair? One of the warriors with the bald head said it was a personal business of robbers. Bald ordered his warriors to stop the HO at any cost. He added that despite doubt, they must kill him. I will have already tired of fools who were constantly trying to prevent him. Realizing that none of them had a logic or chance, the incredible flash lightened the entire forest, tearing the silence with chaos. The wave of destruction covered all the surroundings, creating a real chaos. The darkness that came out of the lads took the lives of all the warriors of Morim. After a few minutes, they were lying on the ground, dead. Their bodies lay on each other like a bunch of unnecessary. Only the bald warrior miraculously remained alive, but barely holding on, begged to give him ho-hoing him. However, the foot of the hoe, pressing him, made her a man scream with pain. And now it's time to talk. Bald confessed that Varin was going to sell into slavery, but was noticed by the chief merchant and took away. He feared that the girl would remember him and take revenge in the future, so he decided to get rid of her. I will ask Ho-How where he stood off. Bali replied that it was a small tree on the outskirts of the Tibet Mountains in the province of the Chances. Hearing these words, our hero broke out of anger. Bald remembered that he had met two weirdos there, one of whom killed his partner, biting him by his neck. This is true, he summed up. At first glance, it was clear that it was different from others. Huaran was like her older sister and support for her. I will be surprised when he found out that Gin-Ok knew Huaran and even fulfilled her request. Everyone was amazed that Gin and the HO, though had a common past, were completely different. They were close but not blood. The girl said that Genmon, her father, was the head of the robbers. And it was a secret that had not been known to be a famous outside world. She wanted to ask the lads if he could tell something about herself. Then the girl asked for permission to call him his older brother. She hesitated a little if she would be correct, but decided to ask. The home was aware that Hvaran was only 2 or 3 years when she was stolen, so he could not immediately recognize her. But now his native blood was manifested in it. The bald robber told where the hake was, but a girl who all called Varan has a completely different name. Its true origin is related to the harem where it was made by the lady. Her real name, the name of the junior sister of the ladies, was selected. When I heard it, he was shocked that his younger sister was in front of him. The bald robber added that all this happened by order of John Johnson. Despite his pleasures about the mercy, I will have no regret. His legs smeared the robber into the fluff and ashes, completing the massacre. In this forest, only the sunlight remained a little pleasant. I will feel that he made a mistake, making such cruelty. His fist, covered with blood, was imbued with a nasty smell of violence. He understood that he could not involve Huaran into his bloody life. She should not live the life that he is experiencing. Returning to the cave, I will decide to take care of her and Ilshan, feeding them. He prepared food from what was able to find in the forest. Despite the simplicity of ingredients, the taste of the dish was incredible. Even a strong man, wounded in battle, felt better after the meal made by Jim-Ok. The girl was amazed at his talent and wondered how many more hidden skills he had. Jim-Ok was ashamed, modestly noting that he not only knows how to cook delicious dishes. Seeing his embarrassment, the girl smiled gently. Jim-Ok jokingly added, "If they still want to eat, then let them just say." I will stand aside and watching it, smiled. The moment was cozy and warm. He thought that the girl had lived a stranger like a Howage, but there was her true life. Garen's life. All this time she had to live like a Garen, not a Hower, and now looked a little calmer. This was enough for him to understand that she was on the right track. I will go to them and saw that their condition had improved significantly. The girl thanked him, calling him his older brother. She noted that only thanks to him she feels better. Even Healthy thanked the lad for helping them to survive. Young Lord noted that a man also looks much better. Then I will order Jim Ok to gather. It was time to go. When asked where they go, there was only one answer. He stated that he was going to go to the Imperial Palace. The girl doubted that the older brother could actually do so, but I will be convinced that it should act. Like the Genmun, the girl knew that the older man could be ruthless to those whom he considered enemies, and she saw the enemy in her fate. She was pleased to realize that she was now completely on the other side of life. Finally, they got the mountains that were their goal. However, the pursuers did not give up. If they calm down a little, then they will lose the male mana, so they were in a hurry to keep up. Soon the warriors made an important discovery that made them stop. One of them noted that the commander acts too recklessly, exposing all the risk. Even if we find him, a collision with the demon will make us dead before the battle, the warriors said. The commander, however, replied that they had no choice. They should act. Their task is to force this guy to leave Hunan, and although it will be difficult, they have to have time before getting too late. The mustachioed was well aware that this demon was the same one who once renounced the school of Bravan. He suspected that this young man could be extremely useful because he was the strongest. He hoped that one day their paths would cross again. In the mountainous lands, incredible silence prevailed. The landscapes around this mountain were fascinated so much that they were even made up of legends. They said that even the Taisan, Grazan, Hansan, and Sunsan mountains combined with the beauty of this top. The mountain of Baston was also called Unsan because it was clouded for almost half a year. It was here that the main headquarters of the 18 robbers Favantia. These robbers were not ordinary criminals. Each of them was a warrior of the highest class, and their leader, a whole Gyonmon, managed tens of thousands of people. He stood by the window, looking into the distance and enjoying the grandeur of the mountains. At that moment, his thoughts were occupied by one girl. He hoped that she would see the world and would soon return. He said quietly to himself that this girl did not know fear. No modest daughter would act like that, giving in to the gap of her own desires. But can it be called a robber after that? This is a question that does not have an easy answer. Suddenly, Junjun called him out loud. He reported that 5 arrivals were asking for a personal meeting with the head. However, Gangyeon Moon was interested in another. That mysterious young man. Did he still decide to do it, no matter what? Yun-san was exactly those who managed to rise from the very lower ones. To get a moneylender at Kinesu and prove that he has both stubbornness and talent. He said when they arrive, the answer was uncertain, 1 to 4 days. He then asked the reason for their visit. The answer was simple, a demonic cult. It seemed quite smart to him. You will not refuse it without good reason. What will we do next? A question was heard, which everyone was waiting for answers. Bald only shrugged. If they are really looking for a way to resist a demonic cult, then what do you do here? The answer was obvious, to let them down. That evening, among the mountains was the main character. His plump friend prepared a fried carp who helped to restore strength. All the boys ate with appetite, and everyone was delighted with his culinary skills. The protagonist became much better. He did not hide joy. They literally covered Jinbo with compliments, which he even began to become awkward. Your food is not only delicious but also good for health. The girl also agreed, jokingly calling him solar energy, which helps to recover both physically and morally. Everyone enjoyed food so much that they seemed to be ready to eat it forever, and even dreamed of Ginbo prepared for them all their lives. At this point, the girl turned to her older brother, asking if he could ask him one question. They went a little sideways to talk alone. Tell me, why are you helping us? No matter how she tried to find the answer, she could not understand why he was doing it. In addition, it was extremely dangerous. But instead of the answer, he asked, "Why do you call me a senior brother?" She explained that he was no stranger to her. In response, he calmly said, "Then you are not strangers to me." The girl was confused. Her cheeks were blossomed. She didn't know what to answer. But he just smiled and reminded that it was too late, and tomorrow was waiting for a difficult way. So he advised her to relax. She glanced at him again. She agreed quietly and went to bed. A special atmosphere was dominated in the forest that night. Silence filled with expectations. While he is plump and the girl slept peacefully, the boys went away. They were going to talk. The HO asked the health that he knew. However, he was only confused with his shoulders. He did not know where to start. There was a tense pause hung between them, which lasted for a few seconds. The HO did not even need to ask. His gaze revealed that he was waiting for this story. The torment of Ilgvan began to talk about the situation among robbers. His story was chaotic and fragmentary. In addition, he felt a lot of pressure, and more muttering than a coherent language broke from his mouth. Still, the HO managed to catch some important facts from this confused speech. Washing in the river, he said, "If you put everything he told the torment, it becomes clear. Even among robbers, the situation is quite difficult." He clapped water into his face to freshen up and put his thoughts. At that moment, he thought again that torment was not like other robbers. His lips stretched into a light smile. He felt the right way. And on the right path, the sun always shines. It breaks even through the highest mountains to warm you in a difficult moment. The next day, they went on the road and soon met someone on their way. It was UN. Its appearance caused all sincere joy. The girl immediately realized, if there is a university here, then apparently, and Pek Chong Moon is somewhere nearby. She did not stay and asked, "Are you a friend of my older brother?" The plump also did not stay away, adding with a tricky smile, "Seriously? After so many years, did you decide to make a joke over us?" United Nations was sincerely pleased with the meeting and did not hide his joy. I will immediately ask how he found them. Obviously, my friend overcame a long way, but it was worth a little thinking and I quickly guessed where you were. After these words, he reassured them, saying that they were not going to chase them. Then he told about the chaos that began through the raised ladies of Hashma. Now it is no longer stopped. Hardly hearing it, I will immediately wanted to find out what happened. It turned out that the demonic cult is coming from all sides, and 300 warriors who were sent were destroyed. One only man. This news has stunned everyone. How is it possible? How could one person be destroyed by 300 soldiers? It's hard to believe, but it's true. Under the mask of an unknown enemy was hidden the master of the highest level, who literally in a moment destroyed 300 people. Everyone who was within the 10-li radius was killed. Only one survived, to whom the mysterious master revealed his personality. The HO was struck not only by the strength of the stranger, but also by the fact that he voluntarily discovered his name. And it is confirmed, nodded. He said that this man called Chong San, known as a Dinner of 10, during the first invasion of the demonic cult was a man who possessed a technique related to music. It was he who struck the United Alliance. Apparently the Dungeon of 10 Li used a similar technique. The protagonist collected all the pieces of story together and made an important conclusion. It seems that the name was mentioned in their conversation with Jian and Shin, when he put a loose second hand on his head. It was then that he needed that they need help. He called it a relic and hoped to find the answer. However, the woman only heard the refusal, but she still gave him an important clue. We must restore strength. We must take possession of the relic, she added. And then she told another detail. He heard that the founder of the demonic cult was sent there by John Sana, the same duplicate of 10. I will give Ho-Ho, remembering all this, he felt uncertainty. It turned out that even in the demonic cult, there are internal conflicts. In addition, it was rumored that their founder is currently operating on its own. UN continued the story. Kon-san completely revealed his power, proving that he is the strongest. However, in Marima, it was perceived as an image. In response, all groups of persecution were mobilized, which initially had to track the lads. The demonic cult is really preparing for the offensive. So for a while, the attention of the ladies will switch to them. After graduating from the story, UN acknowledged that he had already returned. He also confessed that he would probably go into battle with a demonic cult, because most likely, his mentor also sent his students to Muse. He warned friends to be careful. Despite the fact that due to the emergence of a demonic cult interest in the ladies' Ho, Murimi is unlikely to leave it alone. The HO gave HO, and in response, also asked Yuna to protect himself. UN just smiled and reminded that in this situation the ladies should be careful than him. He did not even expect to hear such words from him, so the smile became even wider. He wished them goodbye to stay happily, and the fire of the fire was asked to monitor its health. It was a fun phrase that everyone understood. They just smiled back. We will still see you, he threw away, after which he turned and left. It was an inaccessible slope of Mount Enui in Yunnan. The mountainous area here was cool and tortuous, which complicated the path. And the top, wrapped in thick fog and clouds, created the feeling that everything around was just an illusion. At the top of the mountain were the mysterious gates of the Palace of Chonad. This palace usually did not interfere with the most powerful affairs. They only provided some support for the Chomchen clan, one of the Kudman school clans of 9 gates that had enemies in the province of Junnan. Traditionally, women were dominated by women, so most of the palace was occupied by girls. A little more, and the celestial flowers will blossom. They said it was the gift of heaven. But can you call this little orchid a truly precious celestial color? The princess of the palace Gon could not understand it. People believed that the flowering of the celestial flower brings great luck. But what good luck will he bring this time? This question did not give her rest, and she looked thoughtfully at the delicate flower petal. But suddenly it was covered with a powerful gust of wind, forcing it to turn sharply. Loud shouts came. The enemy! She was informed of an unexpected attack. The princess immediately gave the order to the soldiers. Stop these bastards! It seemed that there would be no living soul in this palace today. Everything around was already filled with blood. She wanted only one thing, that all this would end. Who are you who dared to arrange a pogrom at the Chonad's palace? She asked. The princess began to form energy in her hands. Her gaze became cold and focused. What do you want from us? She asked. The founder instructed me to hold around, up to prove my dedication and join his ranks, the man replied. As soon as she heard the word founder, everything became clear to her. There were warriors of a demonic cult. The man who said was John Dragon, Yuen Duquan, a pursuer of Protestants. He threateningly stated that their palace would be erased from the face of the earth for their founder. In the name of Protestants to destroy the palace, in the name of the Holy War, he proclaimed. The princess thought, did the demonic cult finally show his intentions? At the same time, she made it clear that they are deeply mistaken if they underestimate the power of the palace. She was not going to retreat. She was about to destroy them all. But Unquan quickly rushed forward. His spear cut the air lightly. He decided that the princess would be the first victim of this siege, but she did not shudder. She stood firmly, full of determination to prevent it. Suddenly his spear flew dangerously, just a step away from her neck. The princess answered immediately. She used the technique that she trained for many years. It was the weight of justice. She was definitely not weak. Her arms suddenly expanded, filled with energy, and twisted around the enemy like rapid flows of water. Quan barely had time to react. He defended himself with a spear, but felt that this technique would not give him a chance for a light victory. But his spear was not simple. He hid incredible power. Using all his skills, he decided to give the princess a decent resistance. The princess, although she was an experienced warrior, was unable to give a decent resistance to a young fighter who exceeded her in strength and speed. It took very little time before Bravan's school learned about the horrific events that took place in the Chongsta Palace. The palace was destroyed, and despite the fact that this place was considered one of the strongest duplications, his military power exceeded even the power of many schools that were traditionally considered the best among the usual. In the end, the invasion of a demonic cult became a reality. Today, their victim became the palace of Chonad, but no one could tell who would be next. Will the Nakan school itself be the next goal? It was then that it was ordered to gather all students, except for those who had already been sent to Muse. It was also necessary to contact Hungam immediately and report that it was time to stop staying in the shade. Gom from Jin, the best fencer in everything in Boast, could be needed to protect the school from an inevitable attack of a demonic cult. For others, this order seemed a little strange. After all, the question was, what then to do with Chong? And also with Quan Milady's Ho? What position will he take in this situation? It was enough to mention his name alone to cause a wave of outrage among the senior masters. In addition, its existence was a too heavy burden to simply shift responsibility to someone else. In addition, Myungjeon recently returned, the same one who dared to challenge the strongest. He personally acknowledged his defeat before the ladies and returned to closed workouts. All this series of events has become a real shock for the martial arts school. It was these two men who gave rise to disputes between those who supported them and those who were against them. All thoughts had their reasons, so it was not easy to make a specific decision. To entrust something ladies was too risky, but inaction was also not an option. This was the current situation, suspected of trust and suspicion. Grujhan, the Nephritic Valley. At this time, an elderly man approached the hostess. It was her uncle, whom she had not seen for many years. He immediately reported that he heard that she had fled from home again. She was curious about where he learned about it. Uncle explained that such rumors have long been spreading. At the same time, he reassured her. Nothing happened in Pianun. Who will dare to touch Puan Vonsha? He added, saying that the head of the group is also in full order, so there is nothing to worry about. And once again he remembered that the head was very worried about her, so he asked her to climb him. Of course, but only if my uncle treats me with her delicious lunch, she joked, having fun. In the meantime, I will have seen and heard enough. The world plunged into chaos when the demonic cult began to step on all sides. He watched all this without expressing any emotions. But the look cannot always tell what is happening inside a person. The HO ladies have changed something. It was impossible to say exactly what exactly, but it was felt. He was also wondered by this change. However, one phrase he heard was firmly in his heart. No matter how much you have shot down the wind, it is enough to keep your inner strength, and then no storm can shake you. At that moment, the HO understood. He finally found confidence. He was ready to meet with KHONCO. That is why he wondered. After the case is completed in Kudan, he wanted to visit there again, talk, ask how to move on, which path to choose. But he was so delved into the thought that his friends noticed it and called him back to reality. It was only necessary to look at a loose friend to understand how strongly he was tied to the ladies. His sister explained that literally every movement of the lads of Kus arouses a genuine interest. You are real brothers, she said. He just smiled and asked if he was true. What is the joyful here? A sharp male voice came. The girl turned and saw in front of her her father. Is this our disobedient daughter? He said, but joy was heard in his voice. He immediately approached and hugged her warmth. He noticed for a long time that she was below, and all this time waited for her to rise. But after all, he could not stand and descended. Meanwhile, a little apart, I will be ready to accept the reality that opened before him. And at this moment, the girl's father noticed a stranger. He decided to ask her daughter who this guy is. In response, he heard, "This is the person I call my older brother." Meanwhile, the man was already descending the stairs, approaching them. Hearing the name of the lads, his father realized that this young man had found his appointment. He reached his own top, and the one who conquered his top is able to evaluate others. For the honeysuckle, the Muna Gun-Guns seemed to be a person of another category, unwavering as a rock. When the guy approached, he greeted him with the words, "Welcome, dear guest." After presenting, he named his name, Han Gyeon Moon, and also informed that he was the head of robbers. After that, he added with a smile, "Nice to meet. For me, a great honor to meet such a strong warrior. You have safely returned my daughter home, and I don't even know how I can thank you for it." And then he suggested climbing to the top. They say, "There is a wonderful tincture that is perfect for this case." There were several natural caves formed on their own. Some of them were in such hidden places that even the students of the school did not know about their existence. Chamadon was one of these caves. Myeon-gyeon was considered one of the most promising fighters of the school, and he was a student of the Muna. It was he who was to become the next head of Bravan for the next 30 years. But even such a talented warrior was defeated by the ladies. It was a shock for all. However, it was Mongon who struck it the most. Once he returned to the boast, he closed in the cave and started closed workouts. He became stronger, honing his skills. His possession of the bloody flower sword reached the ideal. He proved this unique technique to perfection, performing it exactly as the mentor taught. At that time, the technique was first performed from the moment it began to use the bloody flower style. But even using his technique, he could not change anything. Myeon-gyeon was defeated, despite his flawless battle. The difference between him and the LDI was in speed, and in an unrestrained desire to destroy the enemy. It is this desire to kill the lads of HO truly scary. But at one point, the figure approached his cave. It was his mentor, who already knew about the defeat of the student. However, except for the words, "I'm so sorry," he could not find other words to address his affected student's defeat. Myeon-gyeon has always been considered an unsurpassed fighter. It was this question from the mentor. Did you, Myeon-gyeon, could not surpass him? The guy didn't know what to answer. He just stood silently. In his memory still lived the image of a lame boy whom he saw 12 years ago. The same guy who had to face prejudice. Prejudice that cripple will never reach great heights in the martial arts. When he was told that he would not get anything and was sent home. When he was explained that some efforts were not enough to overcome physical restraints. He was told that no matter how much he trained, he would never be able to compensate for the imbalance in his body. You will never be able to reach a high level. Find a different way is the only advice I can give you. But the HO was not those who just accepted the defeat. He was the one who believed, despite everything. He looked at the mentor directly into his eyes and firmly stated that he would not retreat. He only wanted to have the same opportunities as everyone else. It was then that the Homo Hom mercilessly beat the guy. After all, if the cripple is successful in the martial arts, it will call into question all his beliefs. And he never regret his decision. But now, standing in front of his own disaster, he asked again, "Tell me, is the martial arts still unsurpassed for this guy?" Myeon-gyeon, a little silent, replied, "He's strong. His fighting skills were striking with their accuracy and power, causing respect for even experienced opponents. However, his presence not only impressed, but also gave fear of those who became in his way." Here is that the mentor had to hear from his student. Words full of doubts and truths that struck him to the depths of his soul. But it was not the end. The guy added that many questions remain unanswered, and he is still looking for understanding. He asked loudly, "Why didn't you choose him with your student?" This question shocked the mentor, because it touched the painful wounds of his past. Without losing determination, the student repeated, "Why was it chosen and not him?" The old mentor, remembering the past years, realized that the current student was trembling with fear through the ladies of Ho, the one whom he once rejected. He firmly believed that the student should be flawless, because only then would be able to follow his female and protect the school of Bastan from external threats. In Favanche, there was a conversation about Musamus and a demonic cult, news that was enveloped by everyone with sadness and anxiety. However, some felt relieved, because of the threat to the cult, Moria could not even spend strength on them. The daughter, confident in her abilities, knew that one day she would lift her sword to defend her dignity. The father agreed. Sometimes a goat of release was needed, and robbers often become profitable for those looking for justice. He called his daughter a true good jug, rejoicing that she not only had fun, but also gained invaluable experience. And no matter how much she grew up, she will always remain a young child in his eyes. This man's view was chained to the ladies. He watched him carefully. He was clear to him that his daughter had brought them a very influential person. About those like the lad, they say, born with a bloody fate. Or maybe he intuitively looks for the places where blood is shed. Just as the girl's father thought about it, I will also plunge into thinking. He carefully studied the fortress, the location of the palace, even the place where the warriors stood. Moon demonstrated all this as if he was not just a stranger. This is what I thought now. But suddenly his back appeared. He came because I will seek him. He immediately asked, "Why are you looking so closely at me? If you have a matter to me, just tell me. I'm completely at your service." I will give Ho-Ho without unnecessary words to the main question. "Do you like the cherry?" Only after hearing her name, the face of Health immediately became red, as if a tomato. I will just smile and said that he could not even answer. But added important, the main thing, do not betray your heart. The appearance does not matter. The main thing is the human heart, and the torment of ill has a solid heart that will not shake under any circumstances. And that is more than enough. Like no other, I will understand this simple but important truth. Meanwhile, the Marima raged events. This place was majestic but also full of tension. They have already ordered the demonic cult. A man sat at the table, quietly telling him that he was friends with one boy named after. The old man who listened to him realized it in his own way. "So, did you make friends with the enemy?" And this is what a man, as if justified, asked for forgiveness. But what could be said here? Once they are friends, the old man just warned him. Be alert. Chanel-san is a legendary commander, hardened in numerous battles, a real pattern of demons. Now he said, "You have already opened your soul to him. So try to take the best communication, so that you do not regret then. Once the demonic cult appeared again, the world will inevitably plunge into chaos. Many people will die, even more injured." Chan said it with difficulty, but Yuan asked in surprise, "Didn't you win them 30 years ago?" He believed that the mentor would be able to do it again. But he just sighed and replied, "Last time we were just lucky. People are much stronger than you imagine. When we last fought with a demonic cult, as much blood was shed as much as no war was seen. Many demons were killed in cruel battles. Chan Il-san was in the thickest of those events. He does not remember a single day when his clothes were not filled with blood. Daily fierce fighting brought him a nickname, a punishment of demons. Today, he is preparing for a new war. The commander of the future battles must create soldiers who will become the true force of Maroom. The demonic cult is strong, but he ordered his student to become even stronger. Become to those who do not lose any fight, and then you will be able to protect the muse. At the same time, Chan Il-san hoped that this time the messenger would also help them. Yuan thought about this word, messenger. He did not understand who his mentor was talking about. In the meantime, in Basta, brothers from the Hexes clan quickly approaching. It was from the Hexes clan, and it caused considerable surprise. But they were not the only ones. People from Kimcho, Penok clans, as well as Chong'an's clan representatives also moved here. This is what the most surprised Muna. He did not expect that even Chong'an's clan would decide to appear. It was a clever move, and now it was necessary to quickly decide how to proceed. He also understood that this meeting was not a surprise. They provided for it in advance, although now it was far from the best moment. So he ordered to prepare places for the night. Arriving at the fortress, the guests were happy to see a festive feast here. However, some, having noticed among the guests of the guys from the Hex clan, on the contrary, worried. These people were known as a brawler, so many began to get nervous. It is better to avoid them. This is exactly the opinion in the heads of all present. The head of the Pekruk clan was already here and congratulated the owner of this house. The moon came out to meet the guests, warmly greeting all the arrivals. Kimho clan and Chanchi clan head also joined greetings, wishing health and well-being. But they were all united by one thing. They were very hungry and immediately asked for food. Mon laughed and, without hesitation, was ready to share with the guests of everyone who had. A man with scars on his face was called Jujan-san. He belonged to the Chanchi clan and welcomed the audience. Mon greeted with a moneylender Kim, and then turned to Yun-san. "I would have to visit you more often, but sorry. But now, while I'm here, I'm good about you." Bald nodded and thanked her sincerely, and Jun-san himself just smiled cunningly, hiding his thoughts. And here she appeared, the daughter of the head. Yun immediately noticed her and noticed, they have not seen each other for a long time. He stressed that she became a real noble woman and could already get married. And she, in response, noted that he was all as strong and strong. From her words, he even shot a little. But he had another topic for talking. He wanted to ask her whether she was an Achaean for some time. Hearing the affirmative answer, he immediately specified, "Didn't you accidentally meet there?" She knew him as a debtor Kwok, but replied that she didn't see him. She was wondering why Yun-san asks him. "The fact is that since he was in Achaean, any news stopped from him," he explained. "Since you were there too, I decided to ask." "But it doesn't matter," said Yun. but his facial expression spoke about another. He did not fully trust the girl and wondered, does she really not know Hall? Thoughts were spinning in his head. Ducks do not differ in a rapid mind, he muttered about himself. But the premonition was terrible. For the first time he felt such a sinister atmosphere. His gaze rushed around. What caused him that feeling? Suddenly he heard a quiet sound. Clear steps that rhythmically echoed to the ground. The steps were measured, confident, one by one. And then in the crowd, his gaze stopped on one figure, a black-haired guy. He walked directly, without paying attention to the people around. His gaze was only forward. And only when he stopped in front of them did everyone feel his presence truly. The first thing he heard was the young question. "Who are you?" I will only smile barely noticeably. And then he calmly asked, "Don't you remember me?" Yun stopped in surprise and then asked, "Are we familiar?" I will shook his head and sighed. "It's a little sad." He looked straight into the eyes of the young man and said, "And I remember you well." Yun insisted that the interlocutor answered immediately, as if every second is important for their fate. Then another healthy appeared, hastily passing the lads of HO, which is urgently called. With adamant confidence, he added, "Did fear out of your tongue have disappeared?" It was necessary to immediately clarify the situation in order to relieve increasing tension. It was then that the daughter of the head came, calling everyone to silence and declaring who the man was. Only after hearing his name, everyone understood. Jokes are not appropriate here. She explained that, given his guest status, he could not afford rudeness and ill-advised words. However, it was obvious from his expression that none of them wanted to interfere. It was enough to pronounce the word Kwanma, and all without delay bowed their heads. His name itself testified to his great power. However, this name did not answer the question of why such a powerful figure was here. The eyes of the Ho-Ho, black, like resin, remained cold and invisible without showing any emotions. In an instant, as soon as the Jun met with his gaze, all his self-confidence disappeared. "If you allow yourself such a rudeness again, I will make your teeth stop serving for chewing." Jun remained silent for this warning without finding a word. He just stood in place, trembling when I will calmly approached his master. The owner, who has already started to understand a little better who really is the woman. With a light smile, he asked, "Did the Honma come in such an inconspicuous muffin?" I will only raise the eyebrow in response. "Fivonch, now an imperfection? Isn't this an insult for Muna's head?" he added, looking straight into his eyes. Yun hurried to justify himself, explaining that it did not mean it. He assured that he said it in a good sense, without any implication. But I will only calmly stated, "It seems that you have fists better than your tongue." Yun began to believe that the halves of HO deliberately provokes him. The dispute was exacerbated. Now they argued who started the first. It came to the fact that Yun was barely restraining. But looking into his eyes, I will not express any emotions. It was their first meeting after 20 years. He once lost his reason, meeting him, but now he remained completely cold-blooded. Yun gunned his teeth and poured swearing, stating that his fake reputation means nothing here. "Do you want to check it actually?" said Ho-Ho coldly. Their conversation became more and more tense, gaining momentum with each word. Yun understood that if he retreated before this guy, his reputation would inevitably be affected. But he was suddenly stopped by Moon, reminding him that I will give Han a guest. When my daughter was in danger, none other than he saved her. That is why he urged respect. And then, changing the topic, he added with a smile, "And the food is already cold. The war is war, and dinner is scheduled." Yun opened his eyes wide as soon as he heard the word food. With reluctance, hiding weapons, he said, "It is better to be careful. If you get into my eyes again, I will definitely not restrain." But I will only calmly replied, "You should look more closely at the sides." He advised to see everything around. "To die you have nothing to regret." These words were even more angry, but in the end, he took a deep breath, trying to take himself. The Hod, however, remained unmoved. No emotion appeared on his face. Finally, everyone went to the hall for the meal. There was plenty of meat and drinking, so everyone could eat as much as they wanted. Despite the tension, everyone thanked for the food. Mon noted that if the food is over, they just have to tell him about it. He was ready to turn all Sanch to bring even more dishes and drink. Meanwhile, Yun sat down at the table with a respectable guest, who advised him to forget about rivalry from the ladies and just drink. Pouring himself a bowl, Yun still could not understand where he knew him, because he did not remember the Ho. And at the corner of one of the buildings, a girl was waiting for him. She introduced Li Gain. "Nice to meet." This woman was the head of the Chongan clan, one of the 18 robbers. Among the robbers were rumors about men who, fascinated by her dark features, lost not only their head, but also life. She became so famous for it that she received the nickname Magic Snake. At that moment, she came to the ladies of the Hout, suddenly hugged him and whispered, "Don't be so wary. I literally fell in love with you." She wanted to circle him around her finger, thinking that it would be so able to conquer all robbers. Her ambitions did not know the limits. Now she cooperated with Yun-san, but if I will be more profitable, she would have gone to his side without hesitation. Her cheeks were swollen when he coldly ordered her to get out, but she just smiled playfully and replied, "By this point, I have not met men yet who would not like that such behavior." The HO realized that she is unlikely to intend to listen to him. Therefore, he decided to use the most effective weapon: words. "You have what, a meal?" She opened her eyes wider, still hugging him from her back. And at that moment she saw how he was harshly stopped by his hand, saying, "From you she is like a tagged bitch." He did not restrain himself. His hand struck her on his cheek. The blow was so powerful that every cry broke through the silence and forced everyone to listen to him with horror. The sitting at the table instantly paid attention to this powerful sound that suddenly disturbed evening calm. The loud cotton moved her out of place like a strong gust of wind, pushing it far back. As a result of the impact, her head strongly affected the ground, leaving a bright trace of falling. "If your excitement was not so strong, you could better hold back your impulses." He was soon named, and everyone was immediately rushed to him, full of indignation. They perceived it as a gross disdain of Chongan's clan, which caused the outbreak of dissatisfaction. To protect their honor, everyone immediately rushed into the attack, resolutely opposing the image. Everyone wanted to show him who the real robbers were, and friends immediately supported them, preparing for a fight. She did not understand what to do, and the older brother was immersed in a state of absolute confusion. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and mowed with all his power, trying to put an end to the tension. Fortunately, she was saved that the blow did not hit her head, keeping her from a serious injury. He smashed everything in his way, leaving no one indifferent to his strength and determination. Each movement was aimed at reflecting the pressure of the opponents and stopping their aggression. He fought only with his bare fists, while the enemies were armed with blunt but effective tools of destruction. Only one blow to the ground, and the split stones flew in different directions, forcing the opponents to retreat. All instantly froze, and then, as if by order, lined up around him. What does it mean? How did he dare to give such chaos in the very denominator of the robbers? One of them said loudly, "Wait! We cannot do it as you please." Without the decision of the Supreme Chapter, no action. All the views immediately turned to the main. They said that this stranger staged a stir, and that leaving him without punishment was unacceptable. He offended one of our leaders. It can only be redeemed with death. The torment listened carefully to every word without expressing any emotions. He was reminded of the main rule of robbers. What gave, get it in return. Everyone was waiting for what decision the Supreme Chapter would make. This was most interested in the young. If the head leaves this guy without punishment, the discipline among the robbers will shake. But if everything is as necessary, this alien will get into the iron shackles. The torment slowly approached the ladies and turned to him. He explained that he is now among the robbers, and the woman to whom he gave a slap is one of 18 chapters of robbery clans, but the first and the second Lady K-Knees. The torment went to the third and explained, "I am the head of all 18 robbery clans. What you did is tantamount to it as if you spit in my face, but I will give you calmly exactly the same." The torment understood that everyone present was well aware of it. No muscle shuddered on the face of Ho. It remained absolutely indiscriminate. But to be honest, the torment was even laughing internally at what I will do with this woman. It was at the same time funny and bold. He stood in reflection, when suddenly I said, "Ko, I am not interested in knots that are so excited that they rush to anyone. But even if she is a knot, she is still the head of one of the clans, and you should answer for the crime. So go to the dungeon behind the fortress, spend 3 days there, and then return." It was such a punishment that was made by the Supreme Head. I did not even argue, just nodded. But his back rose. The robbers were outraged. They considered it a great humiliation. The torment quickly reminded them that the decision was made here, not they. All immediately fell silent, lowering their heads. "Remember his name," said Torment. "His name is Giving a Homo," he reminded them. "Listen to what they say about him. He is the strongest warrior in Kangcho, and I'm old. My bones weaken. The joints are creaking with every movement." He clearly explained that he did not want to fight this guy. Yun, from shock, almost fell through the ground. This old manor is trying hard not to contaminate his hands in the blood, Jun thought at that time. After that, his servant came to the head who advised, "If you want this guy to repent, pack him in golden bangs." It should be enough to reassure dissatisfied heads of clans. Mon ordered him to be shaved without paying attention to the protest. The golden strips were one of the most valuable relics of robbers that were passed down from generation to generation. They were made of strongest metal known as eternal cast iron and weighed almost 1.5 tons. After shaking them on the victim, it was impossible to be released. Their weight was pressed to the ground, and so these strips became known as the most violent. Mon ordered not to remove them until he disposed of. Yun, understanding the situation, noted that this guy would not come out alive from prison. "It seems that you never mentioned me," he whispered quietly to him. Yun just looked at him, proudly lifting his head. "I will give you, continuing your threat. In fact, you would better remember. If you don't mention, I will do the same with you as you did with me." A small repentance cave was located in the middle of the hill on Gorn Brazan. The path that led to the entrance to the dungeon was so narrow that only one adult could pass on it. Sitting inside, the lads reflected. He thought of everyone, and himself, but most of all, because he understood that he became an obstacle to the high expectations of Yun-san. All you have to do is wait for him to get rid of him from the road. More precisely, he would try to do it. In the alliance, Muram tried to determine how to use their strengths. It was decided to create a special department of information collection. Intelligence. To anticipate the steps of the demonic fraction, you must have reliable data. This is the only way to respond quickly and effectively to threats. The Hunshin's military advisor explained that there are sects in the Central Plains that trade information. But each of them has both strengths and weaknesses. For example, the sect of the Lower collects a lot of information, but there are no people who can carefully analyze it. In addition, many agents simply disappear. On the other hand, in the area of Red Lanterns, information is gathered more accurately, but it is much less than that of the right. The deputy leader of the Alliance, Cho, agreed that the creation of such an organization in the short term was not easy. That is why John proposed to absorb existing sects. However, the Alliance leader, the divine copy of us, asked him for this decision. Zhang explained in more about the sect of the Lower. It is large and branched, so just take it under control. Moreover, its impact can be compared to the most prestigious sects. You can agree on cooperation, but you should not even dream of full absorption. But with the Red Lanterns, the situation is different. Unlike the Lower, they do not have a powerful military force, because this organization was initially created by ordinary people who sought to protect themselves. We do not even have to control the whole structure. It will be enough to bow to several leaders. The events are transferred to Favanche. Everyone is tired of shouting how much they want to kill this freak, to tear his skin from him, to fry in oil, and to feed his eyes to dogs. She was angry. What did she do so that he not only hit her but also broke her hand? The only thing she wanted was that he dies with a terrible death. Yun believed that everything was even better than it could be expected. But it was unclear for her. What is good in a broken hand and humiliation? However, he referred to another. Due to this case, the lads are now sitting in a dungeon. If he stayed here, I would have to postpone all the plans. They acknowledged that even one of his presence was incomparable with any of the other masters. Yun continued to explain how strong influence a single warrior can have. But this woman asked in an annoyed man, "Are you going to leave him alone because he is in a dungeon? If so, I will follow him." Yun realized that this guy knew him exactly, but there was one problem. He did not remember the lad. In memory, their brief conversation came when the home was already boiled in shackles. He remembered as he said, "Remember me as soon as possible." While here, Yun tried to understand. Is there any people who hid his image on him among his acquaintances? But there was nothing to read from the eyes of Ho. Only this look. He seemed painfully familiar, and it was at this moment, in the same second, that his old wound pierced with acute pain. It was as strange as possible. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jingo calmly cut the vegetables. He, as always, did everything with incredible accuracy, demonstrating his skills. His sister did not stay out of praise. "Jinbo, you have real golden hands." But it was difficult for her to even breathe in this heat. So she asked if it was difficult for him to work in such conditions. "I have heard that the only food that is given in prisoners in the dungeon is porridge," Jinbo said, looking thoughtfully at the ingredients. He was well aware that his brother would not be able to restore strength by eating only one porridge. After all, the warrior can use all his power only when his stomach is full. After packing food, they were ready to go. They went to the cave where the Ho-Ho was. She was convinced that I will appreciate the dishes prepared by the Jinbo. But an unexpected acquaintance appeared on their way. It was Yun. She immediately asked him, "Are you following me?" She could not understand why she looked at him every time she felt nervous, and could not maintain cold-bloodedness. Yun, as if ignoring her questions, drew attention to the Jinbo. What are you carrying? Jinbo quickly hid the pack for his back, but Yun did not stop. Are you going to feed the prisoner, yes? This prisoner cannot receive any food except that grows in the wild, he added with a barely noticeable smile. Yun coldly reminded that the HO is also a criminal, one of the 18 demons of the Green Forest. Hearing his tone, the girl asked him not to be so rude with the Jinbo because he was their guest. But Yun stood on his own. Whatever the daughter of the head, everyone should follow the rules. She became interested in, and what are the rules of Black Waters of robbers of all Green Forest? This question made him ask again, are you on the side of the offender? He even called the Jinbo brother of the criminal, hinting that their connection is a serious problem. She stood on her own. It's all full of delusion. Or not it is to decide not to you, but the rules of the Green Forest, Yun replied cold. The one who was born and grew up in the Green Forest will never violate his laws, he added with conviction. And then he quit the unexpected question. Have you been born here? What do you think it is not about you? She did not understand what he was going to, because she was born and raised here. But Yun just repeated, do you really think? He behaved as if he knew something she did not know about her. And it alarmed her. Yun was always like that. He looked at her hanging up, behaving as if he had a mystery. Every meeting with him was uncomfortable for her. Annoyed, she asked sharply, are you mocking me? How can I laugh at the only daughter of the head? Give your father in good health now. He said that he was not guilty of anything, and even called it too emotional. At this point, the Jinbo intervened in the conversation, asking the health to go away. Yun, without restraining, called him brazen, but the Jinbo did not respond at all. He only calmly explained that he should take food to his brother. This is the territory of the head, and the guests must behave properly, he added clearly. Yun was slightly swollen. Wow, you are bold. I see you are really a brother of Demon Kulak. No, the Jinbo replied calmly. Just you like me. Here is just a guest. This was over, and they went on. Rising on the dangerous mountain trail, they finally reached it. I will not understand why they came and asked about it. In response, the Jinbo just laughed. I am sure that you do not indulge in delicious food. With these words, he stretched out a package. I will thank you. But the Jinbo immediately denied. I don't have to thank. I consider you my brother. Opening the package, I will see something incredible in front of him. It was a true paradise, not just food, but a work of culinary arts. Do not hurry, Chu, fiercely advised the Jinbo, and the girl watched them with a light smile, realizing that he was not even a real brother. At some point she could not stand and imperceptibly laid down a tear. She did not understand what was happening to her and why she suddenly broke through. I will notice the food, as she had turned away. In her mind, as if through a thick fog, some vague memories began to appear. But they were fuzzy, blurred, as if hidden behind the diaper. A little girl, a boy holding her hand, and a stranger of middle-aged. She could not see their faces at all. But for some reason these images were deeply affected by her heart. Meanwhile, the IDs closed the box with food. Although he did not eat it to the end, which was immediately surprised by the jewel. He could only assume that the dish turned out to be tasteless, but I will quickly refute it. Instead, he decided to tell something important. Jinbo wrapped his breath, listening carefully. Great battle. From these words in the Jinbo on the back, the ants ran. Don't trust anyone but your sister and Il Havana. And yet pass my words, Ilguan. Jinbo understood everything, and did not even ask unnecessary questions. Lady Ho Nef felt as the air in the mountains became tense, as if nature itself was preparing for a storm. Bloods were inevitable. Meanwhile, near the pavilion of the head of the Green Forest, one of the most trusted people's honeysuckle Jianmuno, called Junchun, was preparing for a serious clash. He explained to his fighters, no freak should slip to the head of the head. At this moment, a voice came at the door. The leader of Cho. Mon wanted to understand why he gathered this meeting. Yuncho replied that he wanted to discuss the situation with a demonic cult. He raised this topic, emphasizing that the emergence of a demonic cult is an indisputable fact. Several orthodox sects have already been destroyed. That is why he believed that the Green Forest should also be discussed possible options for confrontation. That is why he asked this meeting. MUN was amazed by the fact that they seriously thought about the invasion of a demonic cult, but for others it was not a surprise. They explained that it is quite natural to think about the survival of their organization. Moreover, although many were unable to attend the meeting, the leaders of the 7 fortresses have already expressed their support. Mon asked, what are the fortresses? Yoon explained in detail that they all fully support his idea of preparing for the invasion of a demonic cult, although the head was not fully confident that this support really exists. But if it is true, It turns out that 10 fortresses stand on the side of Yunsana. So Mon suggested that he was already having a finished plan of action. The plan of Yunsana was that the current chapter must have his powers. This is exactly what he sought. The head tried to joke it, saying, "It's 2-2. But Yunsan replied coldly, "I'm not kidding. We have come to a common conclusion that the modern management system is not able to effectively resist the threat of cult." All present supported him, persistently demanding that Moon voluntarily leave his position. However, Moon just smiled lightly and barely lifted his gaze, as if he would be despite their demands. Yun-san continued, "Nowadays, we need a younger, progressive leader who is able to lead us forward. It's like you," he asked. And Mon has briefly agreed with this thought. But Moon noted that if you do not go voluntarily, you may even help you, that would only complicate the situation. He said, "I hope you will go with honor and in good health. It's my sincere wish." However, Moon no longer wanted to hear this nonsense and turned to Yun-chun. Yun-chun, standing behind the door, was elected head for care for everyone, because everyone should be responsible. He could not imagine that the demonic cult would be a reason to ignore it, but explained that they made a mistake, concluding an agreement like a primer into a tiger's mouth. Yun-san acknowledged this is a real trap of the tiger, and added that it is not known who exactly got into it. Mon could not fully comprehend the situation. He had to wrap his head back to understand what was happening. And it was this freak who called himself a brother suddenly struck him with a knife in his back. Yun-jun spent decades here, walking side by side with Piavonche, knowing them better than anyone else. That is why it is difficult to believe that he was the first to strike his back. Moon felt a shrill back pain. He asked why, and heard the answer from Yun-sana. Because he was also ambitious. Once upon a time, Yun-jun only maintained order after you, the head but it cannot last. We have already agreed that Jun-jun will be put forward to the post of head. At that moment, Moon could not believe that he just heard, and June explained coldly. 30 years of misconduct robbers have exhausted the head. That is why it's time to go away. He thought that the whole world could betray him. But not him. Just not Jun-jun, because he was sure. He would never put a knife in his back. But this is what happened at this point. Angry, he snatched the sword stuck in his back. He acknowledged his carelessness and agreed. Their plan was perfect. If you thought it would be enough, then you were deeply mistaken. It was not necessary to assume that such a printing was able to frighten me. He explained it to them, demonstratively bending the sword with his bare hands. It was difficult to imagine that with such a wound he could still radiate such a power. But Yun-san noted that it was not everything they had prepared against him. And after these words, he even allowed himself a short laughter. Laughter because before the blow he greased the blade dumped with poison. This poison corrodes organs and causes severe internal bleeding. If it is properly, even superhuman power will not save. Bloody vomiting is a sign that the lungs have already begun to collapse. It is necessary to act immediately, because every lost second weakens it even more. One poison eaten his strength from the inside, the other impressed the lungs, and he felt it. Even if it does not kill him, it will be enough to neutralize it. But that's not all. This scoundrel has fully revealed his plan. Everything was prepared externally. Damho will die here in the cave, and in the evening, his daughter will not survive. Hearing this, Mon turned to others to ask if they were with him too. All, lowering their eyes, asked for forgiveness, but they sent blades to him. The head did not know that they were offered to them Yun-san, but warned they would regret it. And in the next moment, all the fighters rushed to him. They swung their weapons in the air, ready to strike, but the real chapter beats to the end, even before the face of death. He continued the battle, despite the pain that eaten the body from the poisoned dagger. The blade that pierced his lungs could not force a real warrior to surrender. They relied on the poison, hoping that it would not last long. Meanwhile, after a long waiting, Ilguvan finally arrived. He sharply opened the door and ordered her to run. She only tried to understand what he was in mind, but he did not have time to explain anything. Only said that there was no time. There were traces of blood on his clothes. "We need to get to the head as soon as possible," he said briefly. "Will we go to the Cave of Repentance?" she asked. She was not going to go to the head because she understood. Even at the cost of her own life, they could hardly help him. But liberating the older brother was much more important. But as soon as they moved, they were stopped by someone. And it was not one opponent. Before them was a Kuvan John, who immediately recognized Il. He was a real traitor. "I was delayed because at first it was necessary to finish those who followed you," he said. But Ile was not going to give him his life after that. He was certain, soon the sky was mercy on the robbers, and there can be no doubt. But for the girl, these words were performed as the delusions of the crazy. Il explained, "Dinrinde was created by the head of the robbers. He put his soul and heart in this clan. All this was for the sake of a bright future. And even if everyone else is betrayed, the Daneda will remain true to the end. It will remain on the head of the head. Quan Chong just smiled. There are many things in the world that are not common sense. Il was not going to forgive him, but the girl begged him to go to his brother as soon as possible. But most likely he was already a blood and a breath, said Quan Chong coldly. At that moment, Il ordered the hostess to run, promising to cover her from enemies. This career remained in front of the whole flock of scum, and in a moment they all rushed at him with naked blades. Meanwhile, in the Cave of Repentance, the giant metal ball stuck it without letting move. Damho did not fulfill the order he was given. He was asked to do so, but he was smarter. He already understood. It all started. He was suspected of persistently offered food. They were too insistent to eat immediately. But Damho immediately understood. The food was poisoned and pointed to it. One of the guards began to wave his arms disorderly, seemingly surprised. What? But at the same time he swore, damn, how did he find out? No matter how cruel this guy is, now he is like a bird in a cage. This is how the security guard reassured himself. Well, you have a miracle you realized that there was poison there. But it would not help you, he said. You still better die quickly and calmly, poisoning yourself. Your observation was in vain. If not poison, you will die a much more painful death, he added when a few more gum appeared from his back. The golden dragon of the Gate of Tan immediately realized. It is a weapon known as Death of the T-Soul. Initially, these cylinders were the size of a baby's shoulder, but eventually they were adapted for use. Damho only looked at them and said that they were thinner than the human hair. In response, he was explained. After the shot, they become invisible, so it is almost impossible to evade them. As soon as they touch his body, the bones and flesh will crumble, leaving only bloody clots. Damho has already seen the same earlier. Near the river port, the head of one of the organizations specializing in the transportation of goods transported the same guns. When Damho asked him about it, he replied that he was carrying a special cargo from the Gate of Tan. So that's how this product came here. He understood, but at the same moment the wick was lit. He heard the enemies around him that he was nowhere to run, and immediately the order came. Fire! Turn his body into a beehive. A deafening explosion came, but at the same moment, Damho's body became blurred and fuzzy. A sound like thousands of bee wings that fought in the air was around. He used his most powerful protective equipment, a shield. Hundreds of microscopic oscillations resembled a light flight of grandmother. The thinnest needles fell, stuck in the wall in front of it. They fell right under his feet. For enemies, this became a mystery. How was it so easy to avoid death from the T-Soul? They expanded their eyes with surprise. It can't be. How did he do? Damho's body turned into a real ram. He tightly kept the resistance under his feet, not shaking for a moment. The energy that came from it has crushed a rock wall, which lasted more than 10,000 years. And then, like a crazy dog, he rushed directly at the enemies. They were just under his feet. In addition, he used the skill of creating chaos. This chaos gradually opened his way out. He showed the opponents the power of his terrifying power. What just happened was just incredible for them. But Damho clearly understood what happened. Before him were a few frightened cowards who only begged him to stop. Stop? What are you talking about? It's a beacon, flashed in his head. But their decision was not false. And at that moment it happened inevitably. The powerful power of Damho struck into the ground. Reception transparent wall. It is a technique in which power waves affect the air around, creating an invisible but devastating wall of energy. Under the influence of taking the shield, this technique has become even more powerful. This was theoretically possible, but it was the first time someone was really able to create something like that. And even shackles in his hands could not prevent it. Blood flooded from the ears and noses at all who were within the radius of 3 steps from Damho. Only one frightened exclamation came. "We run!" At first he was shouted by someone alone and then repeated everyone else. And in a second after that, everyone rushed. But who said they would be able to do it? It was the biggest mistake they ever believed in. They flew on all sides, just like the shackles which Damho's. Meanwhile, the power of Il Guan has caused no less surprise. Everyone was shocked. He destroyed the whole mountain of enemies, and this is the same man who refused the post of head to stay next to the Harrian's hole. It became obvious. He saves her and values her above all. The enemies quickly realized, if you attack her, it will definitely distract him. Immediately the order was given, to send even more fighters to it. Concerned, Il Guvan shouted to the hostess to be careful. She had to fight away from 5 attackers. Her fragile hands trembled, squeezing a heavy sword. Il was only pleased to stay a little. He was already on the approach. His rage had no limits. He broke enemy swords and continued his forward. He was torn as close as possible to the hostess to protect her. He was ready for everything to remain alive. He walked through the corpses. He walked alive, making them corpses. But without wounds it was not possible. His blood was already pouring, and the enemies noticed that he was tired. However, no matter what, he continued to wade through them. She saw his pain, felt how difficult he was, and the same was squeezed her heart. But a real man will go to the end for the sake of a woman she wants. And here is her defender, the torment of Ilguvan, falls to the ground. She was also offered to give up. She cannot stand despair. The sword falls out of her hands. This scum notices a little more interesting, and at the same moment he grabs her with her dirty paw. She is already unconscious, unable to resist. Her body slows down, where her sword protrudes. But Ile finds the remnants of strength, sharply rises and rushes to the hostess. At this point it inhales deeper and wide open. And this freak, feeling the tenderness of her body, even blushed. There was simply no such beauties in his edges. But in these parts there were men who did not fall even after such wounds. Il climbed and rushed forward, fiercely shouting to take his hands away from her. But from the outside the blow of the sword arrives directly into his jaw. She barely climbed on her feet, feeling the pain pierced her whole body. But despite the fact that she was a woman, her strength was incredible. The scum approached her, asking, "Why are you ashamed?" He smiled even wider. Her modesty caused him a strange feeling. "In vain, you idiot," said these words. In an instant someone's strong hand grabbed his neck from behind, and with tears in her eyes the girl felt hope. She saw the face of this garbage covered with shock. He himself realized that he had just happened, and when he heard his voice behind his back, there was no doubt. It was Damho. He tried to ask for a mercy, but how ridiculous it sounded. What other things can be a gate for such a nasty behavior? "Don't you need to get rid of the source of evil?" Damho asked calmly, and then, as it should be, just squeezed a fist. Crisis came, and then a deft blow to the skull of the skull on the ground. A deep silence reigned, which lasted for a long time. All the soldiers who threatened the girl froze without even dare to move. They repeated only one word. "He? No. How is it possible?" They were convinced that he would die in the peat cave. How could he be here? Landing, he stepped forward. As always, slightly lowering his head, he walked, not paying attention to those who stood around. But he saw everything, saw his friends in trouble. He just sighed hard. Jen did his best, passed the information, but he could not do anything. He could not protect the hostess. "You accomplished your task," Damho replied quietly. He removed his jacket and threw her on his sister's shoulders. "Everything will be fine. But it's better for you to close your eyes for a moment," he asked. "It will be very difficult to look at this. This could be called a judgment. The day for every scum that has afforded it." They tried at least to resist somehow, but in the eyes of the girl were just nasty animals who die. Il at that moment ran to the mistress, worriedly asking if everything was fine with her. But through the cracking of broken bones he heard an affirmative answer from her. Damho did not hesitate. He was not ashamed to kill. He walked just on his head. He interrupted Kadik with a light movement. He gave his power to his will, and those who dared to stand up against him paid for it. All over the hall came only to the metal of metal. When the bodies of the swordsmen fell one by one, weapons slipped out of their hands. But it was not a long time to understand. We need to run. With the way he does not overcome for a long time. However, as soon as someone voiced this opinion, immediately hit the jaw. Suddenly, a drop of bravery woke up in the head of the Ding Da. He decided to return anywhere. There is no retreat. Only two options. Either survive here or meet your end. After all, even he is just a man from the skin and bones. So he thought of Damho. But will his beliefs come true? He gathered all his strength and attacked using a sword. But Damho evaded every blow with ease, as if they were slow, like children's attempts. And then one fist only crushed this enemy into pieces. The body flew in different directions, splashing everything around the blood. Even on Damho's face there are traces. The residence of the head of robbers. Here the wreckage of the old shed also flew in different directions. All the gums that were on the wrong way, one by one, flew from here. But again and again they were ordered not to be afraid. San convinced them that it was just a poisoned old man who lives his last minutes. "It turns," Yunsan said. But the head himself thought differently. Standing with his back, he held a sword in his hands, and he calmly stated that he was not dead yet. Moreover, their so-called battle does not even reach warm-up before dinner. Yunsan stopped for a moment. How is it possible? The head is poisoned by two types of poison at once, and still stands on his feet. He seems to be nicknamed the Emperor, not just so. One of the fighters broke forward and boldly stated that the head should die with dignity. These were his best people, those with whom he spent decades, whom he grew up with his own hands. What the hell was taken away? These words forced the head to think about everything that happened. But in everything that happened, he saw only one guilty person, Yunsana. What did he do with his warriors? How could he betray them so much? At the same time, Yunsan was well aware that in an open battle he would not be able to withstand the head, and at that moment he swore that he would destroy them all. And if he said it, then he will do. Pushing from the ground, he rushed forward, preparing his attack. But battle is not always a direct face-to-face. After thinking about it, Yunsan gave the command, "Now." At the same moment, several sharp spears flew through the door. The head did not expect it and found itself in a situation where I had to fight off. But no spear touched his body. He flew further, unrestrained as a storm. "It's specifically for you on this special day," said Junsan. Such a strategy is used by those who hunt your masters. It is a long-standing technique of Hicks clan masters, who have honed the art of deadly death for years. Their skills have reached the top, and now he felt it on himself. The head was unable to avoid all the blades. They circled in the air, cutting the space at a devastating speed. He was reflected in the sword covered by his own energy, taking away the shocks that could become fatal. Yunsan has been preparing for this day. It is only necessary to overcome the head, and to seize all the robbers will not be so difficult. At this point the order came, "Pull!" The chains rapidly stretched. They were woven so that the head could not do anything. He was ordered to give up. They were convinced that there was no way out. His body was completely clamped, and not just a rope, but by chains that suffered any possibility of movement. After that, he decided to strain his fist. This was enough for everything around it. The chains were scattered into small debris. Now it was possible to go to the next step. When there are so many scums around, you don't even need to think what will happen next. The next step is obvious, to punish these frightened freaks. Reception retroactive. Even Yunsan, with his chicken brains, was able to understand it. The head shouted loudly, and from this cry it became terrible to everyone. It was then that the rest realized. It is extremely dangerous here. Avoid blows. Fleeing is all that they were capable of at this point. Its energy went beyond all possible and impossible frames. The chains that were drawn to him now turned against them. They tried to fight, but even their own attacks penetrated their bodies. And not only their meat flew, everything around was just destroyed. It all came to the fact that the building in which they were located just rolled. Only debris and dust remained on the site of the building, but even it did not break it. The spirit so strong will not break under a bunch of ruins. All that remained alive were long, breathed. They were waiting for him. The one who was more like a monster than a person at this moment. The enemy was so naive. They believed that it was poisoned by 2 deadly poisons that were already circulating in his blood. But now everyone was looking at how he continues to show his unbreakable power. It just didn't fit in your head. It seemed to them that he literally rebelled from the dead. Yunsana, at this point on the forehead probably, had a few more wrinkles from tension. And then he finally said, "Good, let it be." The head was also almost without strength. After the release of such energy, it was not easy for him to rise. Yunsan, taking advantage of the moment when he couldn't do anything, approached and put a sword on his neck. But will it be so easy to take this death? Will this be a scum that desires to drop it from the post of head? "You're so tired, so I'll send you on the last way without any pain," said Junsan, looking coldly at the head. "And you don't even have to worry about your daughter. After all, she will soon follow you." At that moment, a head full of fierce cried out, "You are scum!" But Yunsan just smiled, pointing to his daughter. "This girl belonged to me from the very beginning. You just took away what was to become mine, and now your time has exhausted. Robbers need a new hero, and that's what it will be, right?" Junsan said firmly, convincing those present in his correctness. But no one watched this spectacle for a long time, because suddenly, the head of one of them flew away. Everyone froze, and then, with incredible horror, they began to look back, trying to understand what just happened. And here he appeared, the one whom Junsan tried to kill in prison. Damho finally came to give them some answers. Of course, not without the help of their fists. To explain once and for all, Yunsan will never be ahead. Oh, what are the frightened eyes of this scum? How he looks now. And he does not even know what happened to his people. What is the pleasure of watching how frightened this bastard is? And now he wants to understand why Damho hid himself such rage. "I see you didn't even remember me, yes?" Damho said coldly. In a panic, Yunsan began to stuck, pleading, "Don't come!" At the same time, he ordered all his people, "Grab it!" But he had another trump card. He put the sword directly on the head of Moon. Damho decided not to rush at once, but talk. "Did you go to kill me yourself, isn't it?" he said, looking straight into the enemy's eyes. But after these words, he no longer became ceremony. At first, he struck his foot on the ground. The soil flew and it rolled forward, so quickly that Yun did not even have time to see anything. Only the instincts forced him to reflexively lift the sword, and this saved him for a second from the blow of Damho's fist. There was no scum in this place that could at least a little spare. Damho was definitely not those who would do it. He only ordered. Yunsana's bundles rushed to rescue their master. Their sharp swords flew straight to Damho. At some point, a light trend passed on his body, but he instantly activated his protection. The attack went on him from all sides at the same time. But he focused at the right moment. Without losing a single second, he strained his fist. It was like a stroke of the wall that shook the entire space around, and he had to open his palm. As everyone around collapsed on their knees, rushing in pain, the servants of Yunsana froze in shock. Blood broke out of their mouths. They fell one by one. There was no one here who could avoid this horror. But most of all, Junsan himself felt, and it was far from the last surprise that waited for him that day. Damho wanted more. He wanted Junsan personally to meet his fist. Yun, swinging, began to climb, leaning on his sword. But it's not so simple. Not everything is so simple. The Quack himself, the head of the Pennock clan, rushed to Damho, trying to interrupt his attack. He understood. If the dance loses, everything they did today will be futile. He was on the verge of opportunities, but even the last forces were melted in the air. No result. And in the next moment, Damho's defense suddenly scattered. And it was then that he barely grabbed the sword's blade. He broke out part of the blade and put it directly into the enemy's head. He did not even have time to feel the pain. He just fell to the ground. Kvak himself only managed to whisper Yunsan, seeing how he falls. But this sound seemed far like a frog. Standing on his knees in front of Damho, he finally realized. Yunsan Sheikh gathered all his will in his fist. The force that has only been dozing in it has finally gained clear outlines. And this damn freak tried to do something. This force encompassed everything within half a meter. This could be called a gap. The rupture of consciousness in anyone who watched this moment when the head used this destructive technique. He was desperate. It was read immediately in his eyes, and he wanted only one thing, to kill his opponent with one blow. Because if he does not, he will not have a second chance. He rushed forward, squeezing the weapon in his hands, with desperate confidence that only this attack would solve everything. He raced on Damho, like a lightning, which was about torn the sky and the earth into pieces. But at the last moment, Damho's silhouette blurred again. He used his shield. A shield that can only be described in one word is power. Lightning hit directly into his body. The skin broke, exposing the bloody flesh. From his shoulder, the fountain flooded blood. The pain was unbearable, but Damho did not make any sound. This pain for him meant nothing. And what Junsan saw was forced to call him his opponent crazy. But this crazy time pushed away from the ground to take the next step. Damho struck his shoulder directly into the abdomen of the enemy from all overhead, forced him to roll on the ground like a pathetic creature. Everyone else was only trembling with fear without even dare to move. Damho shouted loudly. It was a real rick of a lion. And then he struck. The two front bones of the fist were cut directly into the target. The blood flew in all sides, splashing like purple splashes. At this point, Yunsan forgot about all his dancing plans. But behind his back, some still trembled with horror. These were everyone who saw the head falling. A few minutes ago, he was so self-confident, told about his plans, convinced that everything would follow his script. And now he was only a pathetic sight for Damho, who stood above him, looking from the top down. But even now he never mentioned that Damho once did. However, Damho was going to remind him right now. He got one very interesting thing from his cloak. When Damho got this thing, he calmly asked Yunsana, "Do you know what it is?" He began to shake it in his hand, making strange sounds, and he ominously explained to this the scum that he would also like it too. Damho prepared it specifically for him. He slowly poured the contents directly on the head of Yunsan. From there, small black ants fell, which immediately began to climb and move. But these were not ordinary ants. These were devil creatures, hellish bloodsuckers. They lived deep underground, as if in hell. Damho knew that the pain of their bites was unbearable. He felt it. No, it's not just a pain. It was the most horrifying torment he ever experienced. Their bites tears the skin, expose red flesh, and from the wounds the fountain is bursting with blood flows. This pain makes you roll, kneel. No matter how much you scratch your body, itching does not disappear. And now Damho wanted Junsan to feel the same thing he passed. Finally the moment came. The ants began to crawl on his head, and after their bites, he will be pleased with death. Damho knew Junsan would try to break his skin with his own nails. He stood over his squeezing body, quietly dictating what would happen next. It seems to him that the itching will only be weakened when it will rotate its skin uncontrollably into the blood. And then Damho reminds you of the scar on his face. But Yunsan couldn't answer. He only shouted. Damho quietly continued. I left this scar on you 10 years ago. In the midst of unbearable pain, Yunsan finally began to mention. He looked into the face of this guy, and even through the cries he was able to whisper, Yes, that's you. Damho's face gradually covered the shadow of the past. The memories roared. The image of that boy began to come to life in the head of Yunsana. A little guy, the same, stood in front of him, squeezing a huge kitchen axe. How could I forget? Yunsana swept in his head. Because that day, this indelible scar appeared on his face. Even if he wanted to forget, it was impossible. Every time he came to the mirror, he saw him. Again and again, he remembered that day. The day they descended from the mountains and looted one of the settlements. They killed many people and took away everything they belonged to them. In the last robbed house, the situation has changed. There is one man, full of determination, ruthlessly fought and launched arrows from all who dare to approach. And his son, without hesitation, grabbed a kitchen knife and rushed to the enemies, demonstrating incredible determination. The little warrior, taking advantage of the moment, ruthlessly cut the enemy's face, distracted by his father. And it was only the beginning. He hit one of his people, with determination to his teeth in his neck. At the same time, using a kitchen tooper, he mercilessly sought his enemies. Yunsun thought that such freaks were not entitled to life, and this belief was fulfilled by his disdain. In view of this, he strongly killed the enemy so that such abuse will never happen again. Unable to grasp, Yunsun looked like this baby, with a cold determination in his eyes, boldly appeared before him. However, the unbearable itch, which covered his body, deprived him of his words. He only pleaded silently for Damho to put an end to his torment. You can't die so simple. It would be too merciful. His hopeless cry was heard. Watching this scum, Damho recalled, as he once sought death drowned in pain. However, he suffered again and again until he finally stood this unbearable burden. He mocked, saying that he may ever be able to endure it all. At this point, the scum raged his hands, from which blood was constantly flowing, like a wounded river. The scum was so fierce that his skin was literally broken into small pieces. He pleaded, "Kill me, a fucking demon!" His voice trembled from suffering. He asked everyone around you, "Kill me, please." And even the name of whom this scum said, Damho repeated cold as an echo of antiquity. "Yunjong," he shouted loudly, begging, "If you can't save me, then kill me." Damho also wanted to ask him the question, from which time it is. From which times did the demonic cult lean among the robbers? He demanded a response full of anger, his eyes packed with fear, because these words reflected the truth that he could not deny. I seem to say that I was called up by the dark magicians and that they were the elite of a demonic cult. Damho recalled to him like a fatal bundle. He asked, "From which pores is the cult of demons hiding among robbers?" He did not even know what to answer, but Damho continued, "It seems that I was already said. I was called by the dark magicians, and they are the elite of the cult." At this point, the scum finally understood everything. Damho was really called by dark magicians, but he could not realize whether he had to obey him. Yunsan continued to crawl on his knees like a miserable worm. He convinced himself that he would be able to withstand it, but in the next moment the itching became so unbearable that it was no longer possible to endure. For a moment Nadia flashed in it, but his hands still torn the skin uncontrollably. The blood poured so much that puddles were already going under it. He broke his body to the last breath. And finally, this last breath came. At one point, he just stopped breathing. The revenge was performed, but Damho did not feel any relief. There was neither long-awaited clarity nor pacification. After completing what he had to do, Damho suddenly turned his gaze on Junjun. Yunjun was aware of a truly dangerous man in front of him, but someone else called it, and it sounded behind his back. It was the head of the robber who came forward and asked directly, "Are you really related to a demonic cult? It would be better for you to die, dear," Jun said coldly, rapping his head, and then frankly recognized the truth. He really is a representative of the demonic cult of Protestants. These words penetrated the body of the Muna even more, because he knew Jun for over 30 years. It turns out that the demonic cult hid among the robbers from the moment of defeat. "Jun, what devil have you been among the robbers all this time?" Mon shook loudly. In response, Jun calmly explained that he simply increased power and used robbers as his defense. He himself knew perfectly well that the clan was in a miserable state after the war. And then Moon understood another bitter truth. This scum was supported from the very beginning by Jun Sana. But Jun explained that he had no other choice. There were some plans, and he also had old accounts. It was not so difficult to push the Sana into the right direction. Notwithstanding this disappointment, Mun fell to his knees, feeling that all this time he was just a laugh. But Jun said without emotions that it was not his fault. He was just cunning enough to turn everything. "Therefore, you have nothing to make for yourself," he added cold. After that, Jun slowly turned his head on Damho. He looked into his gaze and asked, "How did you just decide what I built for 30 years? And at that moment he challenged him, stating that he would never forgive it. Energy literally spread his body, creating a powerful halo around him. Mon did not look at Jun, whom he knew for many years. He always considered him a thinking warrior, not a master of demonic techniques. But it turned out that he was deceived in everything that could only be deceived. Kwanma, no lie will save you life. Today you die, here and now. Demons, today we have to kill this guy and finally receive a reward for all we have experienced." This is how Jun ordered to attack. They hid for 30 years, honing the art of the demonic cult. And today, killing this guy, they believed that they could join the dark forces and soon conquer the whole world. But Damho did not even listen to this delusion. He did what he found fit. Turning, he went to the ram. His straight strokes covered the bodies of the cult of cult, sweeping them like a storm. If they were ordinary warriors, they would be numb by shock, seeing the death of their comrades. But there were no emotions on the faces of these demons. Having lived for 30 years in the shade, they were ready for everything, even sacrifice their own life for the cult. Damho collided with those who could destroy 3 or 4 robbers' gangs in one night, small or medium-sized. It didn't matter. He made them a number of accurate blows, but gradually his own body became more vulnerable. More precisely, it was already covered with wounds, even though they were cruelly discarded and ruthlessly cut by sword. But these blood demons still continued to circulate around it. However, even so, they could not stop him. Damho was stubbornly moving forward, and at the end of this path, Jun stood. Jun watched and thought, if his shadow warriors were broken, he would not be able to save his own life. Therefore, he decided to use one of the most secretary demonic cult techniques, the Sword of Blue Death. At this time, Damho patiently evaded the attacks of his glowers. But suddenly he felt someone firmly grabbed him by the body. These were several fanatical fighters who said the choir, "In the cult, death is just the beginning of the journey." They had nothing to lose. In their voices, in their eyes, in their dead grip, who clung to Damho, a madness sparkled. Jun moved forward, carrying a deadly wind. The deadly wind, Jun gathered all his power to use this technique to the full. He rapidly rushed forward, squeezing the sword in his hand. Such a powerful energy exploded around that it was difficult to even imagine what pressure all present felt. In the last moment, Damho grabbed a corpse of one of the enemies he himself killed. He used dead ghosts' cultists as a living shield. The ghost warriors desperately attacked Damho, but the difference in force was just enormous. Despite the decades of training, they have never used the martial art of demons in practice. And Damho, on the contrary, used these techniques many times in real battles. There was no doubt. His fighting skills exceeded all expectations. Jun finally realized why Damho received the nickname Fist of Demon. Looking at him, he understood. It was the fist of the devil himself, soaked in poison. He did not spare anyone who stood in his way. He walked forward on his head without stopping for a moment. The real monster. This is how Jun described him, looking into these cold, ruthless eyes. Their strength simply could not stop him. To stop it, you need at least 4 masters, or even 7 demons. Drawing the situation, he thought Jun. 4 masters and 7 demons were the best warriors of a demonic cult. Sun Chan-san, who recently destroyed the entire Muram spy detachment, was one of these 7 demons. But no matter what, Jun at that moment began to think about his own future. Only the question is different. Will Damho you do it? Other followers of the cult rushed into the battle, shouting to the head for that teak. But Jun only replied cold that in the cult of death is not the end, but only the beginning of a new path. And so they decided to attack behind. With shouts, "Die!" they rushed to Damho with their swords. But he reflected everything with his fists. And it didn't matter whether their swords were steel or impregnated with demonic energy. He did what he had to do, noticing every movement that could be a threat to him. And just as clearly he noticed this scum, who tried to escape. It was the best option to keep track of him. And that's what he did. Jun still considered him a true devil. And this fear only intensified when Damho caught up with him and struck him. A blow to the heel, crushed by the leg. Meanwhile, the fate of the alliance was decided in the heavenly courtyard. Some came here for negotiations, and some to meet with the head of Hamun personally. The man, putting his sword on the table, calmly asked not to worry, added that they could become good friends. But the girl realized in their tone that they were not going to accept the refusal in any form. She only regretted that she did not have a sword. That is why she agreed to signal the head. A reasonable decision, another added, believing that with his help, Muram will be able to free himself from the claws of a demonic cult. But the girl immediately stressed that the final decision would make the head, because she cannot give any guarantees. At the same time, Keoman's head must learn about the situation, the man said. He was convinced that he knew what to do and would make the right decision. The girl listened to these words. Meanwhile, horrible events unfolded in Favantia. With tears in her eyes, the girl looked at the destroyed buildings, taking care of only her father. He was seriously injured, but gathering forces, tried to reassure her, saying that he was all right with him. However, the curved face spoke for itself. The wounds were burning to the bones, and as soon as he shakes again, the girl rushed to him instantly. Another man understood immediately. He is poisoned, and this poison destroys the internal organs. It should be treated as soon as possible. Grunge asked Muna to climb him on his back to help. But with iron will, he rose himself, got up and went forward despite the pain. But before taking the next step, he approached Damho. Yunjun is the deputy head, and San is a representative of the Hex clan. All ghost warriors who followed Junjun fell under the blows of Damho. His friends were convinced that he was the same man who could not be explained by logic. More precisely, they were not convinced for the first time. Damho just stood and looked at the chaos that swept the place. But in reality, all this was the beginning. Betrayal Jun and Yunsana had serious consequences among all robbers. After a while, they moved to a more peaceful place. They discussed that all participants of the uprising and their manuals should be executed. They are associated with a demonic cult. If you do not deal with them now, then in the future the problems will only intensify. On behalf of the head of the torment, Il decided to take up it personally, to find and punish anyone involved in the rebellion. As a result, it was the torment of Il Guvan who took the place of Muna, who could not recover. He did everything that was in his power to restore Favange. The torment of Il quickly restored everything, and even a mess among the robbers gradually came to naught. Looking at all this, Damho, along with her sister, watched how the situation stabilized quickly. She acknowledged that Il really managed to end in a short time with all this chaos on behalf of her father. Damho was wondering how she feels, to which the girl replied, "I'm okay." But she added that from the moment they met, she never stopped seeing dreams. Dreams in which her older brother appears in her childhood. To this day, it is hard to believe that all this is happening. That she was not a fracture of the church, but to give her a churn. Damho apologized for her that he could not tell her the truth before, and then he sincerely thanked for her understanding. The Chernon wondered that he was going to do next, because she could not stay here forever. Damho acknowledged that this place is definitely not for him. He called his life an eternal struggle and explained that he should go the path of a real warrior. When asked where he would go, he replied, "To the Fire Mountain." The girl was a little surprised hearing it, but he only calmly asked her to live like a honey. "It will be good if you forget that once was giving. But it is impossible," she explained, "because she is the daughter of a great head of robbers Mun and younger sister Kwanma." She added that he would now live under two names. "Life is as it is, not as bad, alive as you want," she said. After these words, he asked her only one thing. After fulfilling his request, he went forward. He saddled a horse where many trials had already passed and went on the way. Jambeau and Cherian was follow his movement. Gin was noticeably upset. It was visible from his face. Standing behind his back, she explained that his older brother did not want him to be dangerous. However, that Fluffy had one more that tormented him in his head. The sister explained that it was time to let go of his older brother, wishing him finally went on his way. Still, Jean turned his head once again, watching the older brother leaving forward, and the sister suggested a reasonable idea. No matter how difficult it is, it should be released with a smile. Seeing this, Jean clenched his fist firmly, promising himself that he would not let her older brother. On the trainee of Denfen, Henan Province, is Mount Sun. On Mount Sun is a Shaolin temple, a spiritual center of a large clan of 3 gates. According to legends, it was here, in Shaolin, that all the martial arts that exist in the world originated. When the great masters turned to the founder of Dharma, numerous martial arts techniques were created, including 17 secret techniques divided into 2 types. Shaolin has 17 secret techniques created by Chichua Sansen, which were kept secret from other clans and schools. It stood right in front of these majestic gates. The man, when he came to her, calmly asked, "For what purpose did you come?" "I stopped on the Denfeman's invoice and decided to visit Shaolin to make a booty's offset." But she was immediately warned. If she plans to stay in the temple at night, she will have to leave her weapon. "Does it suit you?" asked the man. She was not mind. She was held to a place where the names of the visitors were recorded. There she had to fit her name and the clan to which it belongs. Only then could she be held to the guest house. She neatly brought out Im Yungen, born in the innkeeper of Xinjiang in the city of Hamil. She studied martial arts. After reading the recording, the monk looked up and asked, "Correct me if I'm wrong, but you really come from a small kind?" She confirmed this information. He then asked her to follow him. He explained that only a few places were allowed to visit the believers here, and asked to come up with understanding. It surprised her a little. Other temples seemed to be open to visitors. The fact is that Shaolin is not an ordinary temple. They also teach martial arts. This temple has a centuries-old history, and with it, its secrets. That is why not all places are open to guests. He hoped that she was now understanding the cause of these restrictions. After that, he showed her a place where she can spend the night. There was a long time to dinner, so he added, "If you want to eat now, you can go to the restaurant in the backyard." She listened carefully to everything she was shown and told. But she could not believe it. If it were any other school, she would definitely look carefully and would not refrain from many questions. But perhaps such are the rules of the strongest. She remembered the view of the monk that radiated millennial experience and unwavering confidence. The guest house was as far away as possible from the main temple of Shaolin. No opportunity to get from here to important buildings. That night, she secretly left the guest house. She was never in Shaolin before, but her head had a feeling that she already knew his map. It's all about her special status in a demonic cult. People of this level were obliged to know about ancient demons and 5 large schools. She moved directly to the building in the center of Shaolin. There were rare books and sacred writings of Shaolin. Without exaggeration, this building concentrates the whole story and all the power of Shaolin. It was because of this, unlike other structures, that it had extremely strong security. But she moved there with maximum care, jumping from the roof to the roof. Paradise Oblako was a secret demonic cult technique. Anyone who grasped this technique could hide his body from other people's eyes, like a gust of wind in the air. Inside this building was incredibly huge. Endless bookshelves filled with books lined in perfect order stood everywhere. Many of them had a terrible appearance. There were 72 sacred writings that were considered invaluable here. There were also books about the martial arts of other schools that accidentally or secretly got into Shaolin. But it was not what Jungyeon was looking for. Her gaze quickly ran on bookshelves, looking for the recording she needed. She was looking for a book with a special name. During the Great War, one Buddhist monk lived, John Quan Sleep. He traveled the battles for many years and recorded all key events. His records were stored in a book called Chronicle 1001 Day. She knew perfectly about her existence and was now in her search. To find the places where sacred relics are hidden, you need to have this book with you. If this book does not even have a hint of their location, then finding them will never be possible. But at one point her eyes opened wide, and it was then that she understood. She found, in the very corner of the last shelf was a book called Chronicle of 1001 Day, Secret Records of Thousands of Days. She slowly reached out and took this book in her hands. It was an extremely rare thing, and it belonged to it with great respect. But at the very moment when it was hiding a book, someone's voice came in the building. She turned sharply, quickly turning around all corners. There should be no one here. She checked all several times. "I wonder what are you looking for here?" A voice came. "Probably Chronicle 1001 Day, isn't it?" "Who is this master?" She didn't even see his movements. Then she decided to speak first, asking, "Who are you?" The man calmly named his name. "My name is Monk Chan." This name was familiar to her. There was no one who would not know his name in all Kancho. He is a real genius who has mastered 15 of the 72 martial arts of Shaolin. Some thought he was the best master in the history of the temple. "Now tell me, who are you and why this chronicle?" he asked, looking carefully at her. Even a selfless stone for someone can become more expensive than gold. After this phrase, he realized that before him an unusual person. Because it would be impossible for an ordinary person to get into Shaolin's library unnoticed. Now it became clear, he followed her from the beginning. And he did not even hide it, just confirmed her assumption. "That is, you just stood and watched as I am looking for this book?" she asked. "I was curious. Many come here for anything, but not for rare books." Her skill level was beyond the limit of understanding, and she could not explain how he could watch her, and she did not feel it. But now the main task was to get out of here as soon as possible. He immediately noticed her intention. She rushed forward, right at him. But she was not just running. She got her sharp sword. But after the first evasion of her blow, it became clear. So simply she did not disassemble. Shouts, "Damnik in the temple!" instantly spread down the street. The guards and monks could not believe that someone dared to get into Shaolin. At that moment, Chan only shook his head in surprise. Does she really think that she has a chance to escape? He was convinced. This is Shaolin's temple. From here, it is not to escape. The news of the invasion of the offender immediately dispersed throughout the temple. It was ordered to spread this news throughout the Noun, one of the 5 most famous mountains of China. But Yunghyun was around the monks around her finger several times, using her sharp mind. However, in the end, she was able to go only half the way through the Sunshan before encountering a fierce battle with the monks. Reflecting from the opponents, she lost her sword, but won a little time and broke through. Her tired face spoke for herself. The strength remained less, but she understood that it was impossible to delay. And it was at this point that she heard her voice behind her back. It was the head of Naranshon, who immediately wanted to find out where she came from. He was called Quan Mun, and he warned her. Shaolin Temple is not a passing yard. She was well aware that this monk was the best master of the temple. Time was going, and the situation was just getting worse. She realized that it would be extremely difficult to escape, despite all her skills. And Quan Mun waited, watching what the next step she would take. If she had a sword, it would be much easier, but now she had to fight his bare hands. The monks felt an icy aura that began to radiate from her body. She used the ice flame technique. Quan Mun guessed that she was using magic, and not just magic, demonic art. It belonged to a demonic cult. This meant that the demons had already reached Shaolin. He immediately warned others, and that made everyone strain. It was enough to look at her to understand. This girl has a dangerous force. 108 big monks Shaolin. Catch her and get rid of movement. This witch should not escape. She rushed forward with his bare hands, but sharp claws appeared on her palms. 108 monks at the same time raised their hands, directing their power towards the name of Yung. 108 large monks are the strongest Shaolin warriors who have the most powerful techniques of all time. They could not be defeated. Even if the sky split in half, it would be impossible to escape from them. As soon as the monks took a fight, the girl started the offensive, and immediately the first blood was spilled. Her attack was extremely strong, inflicting a significant uterus. She managed to pierce the break in their order. Mon only gave orders not to break the system. At the moment when the girl's hands accumulated energy, empty hands were transformed into a lunar sword. And that was enough to scatter the monks. Everything around the blue light, it was her, emitted power. Some monks did not withstand this pressure. Quan Mun was already on the verge of his forces. This witch dared to break the best of Shaolin's best warriors. In his hands began to accumulate incredible force. He felt the flow of air that enveloped him, feeling the energy circulating around. The great power of gold palms is an attack he used, directed directly towards the girl. She felt this powerful technique and realized that the level of skill is much higher than she thought. If you face to face, trouble will not be avoided. This is what happened. They went to each other, and at this point, as if the world itself changed its direction. The body of the monk began to double in an instant, creating projections. The projections followed one after the other. It was a body projection technique, one of the unique techniques of Shaolin masters. In the blink of an eye, all the projections were next to her and revealed their palms in front of her. It was the reception of the Seal of the Jade Dragon, one of the 72 unique techniques of Shaolin's martial arts. The head of the monks confidently dropped his palm up, giving a sign of victory. As the head of elite monks Shaolin, Quan Mun had the most powerful skills. As the head of the elite of the Shaolin monks, Quan Mun had the most powerful skills. The Quan of the Muna was enough of one powerful jerk and pushing to knock the girl from the feet and throw her sideways. The girl painfully landed on her back, flying away through a strong blow. Her body pierced unpleasant pain. She sighed convincingly and found that she had even gone blood. How much she harder through the master. Quan Mun told his opponent that she apparently had damaged internal organs. And now the dark-haired ones had to break the 108 best warriors, the students of Quan Mun, whom he threatened to his opponent. The girl realized that her affairs were bad, but did not allow herself to escape from trouble. But on the contrary, she became a fighting rack and prepared for battle. The only thing that upset her is that she did not have a sword that would be very useful in battle. If he were on hand now, she would be able to stop the time, which would help her win. But we had to deal with all his bare hands. There were not a few moments as a huge crowd of warriors jumped on his sole opponent. Even seeing such a number of rivals, the girl was not going to give up. Dozens of ash because they rushed to the brunette to strike painful blows on her body. But she demonstrated her impressive skill, and confidently reflected from every strike of the army of Quan Mun. But they were not going to retreat, and more warriors made their way closer to their goal, wishing to wipe the girl on powder. One of them shouted dark-haired that she still had nowhere to run, while the best warriors of Shaolin were active. They suggested that the girl surrender and not be confused, because they were confident in their victory, at least because they far outrun their opponent. The warriors were angry that she would not be able to escape from here. The girl was torn into pieces, and her head went round. With every minute of battle, she had less and less strength to continue. Shaolin warriors wanted her to reveal the purpose of her visit to their lands. Due to fatigue, the girl lost concentration, and one of the warriors pierced her shoulder with his shoulder. Everything that Shaolin has accumulated for millennia was embodied in the detachment of these soldiers. There was no case in history so that someone could overcome them. And now the paths of retreat were cut off with Chchon and Kan Moon. They were going to catch a girl and carry out 10 rituals over her. 10 purification rites were a special technique that allowed to block demonic energy. The problem was that the consequences were irreversible. A person could remain a cripple that could not be cured. Quan Moon believed that they could not afford to show mercy to the demons, which was considered by their opponent. He turned to one of his comrades from Chon and said he knew for sure that the guy would probably want to break up and fight with this girl. He would really want, but he admitted that he lacked practical skills. He said he would like to be able to practice more. Quan Moon wisely noticed that only Sun Chon was able to direct the riverbed of his life. For their temple, it was something much larger than just a student who has 9 types of martial arts. He never lost, and there was no defect in it, according to Quan Moon. He would like to use this young man as the last trump card. Noticing the fact that the girl was still standing on her feet, even after a fierce battle, the master noticed that this witch, as he said, behaved unusually. No matter how painful and did not make a badly wounded shoulder, the girl could not afford to fall right here. She could take advantage of her risky reception to win the battle, but then they would catch up with irreversible consequences. Its use could produce a deadly result, which was indeed a rather radical measure. But she had no other choice, so it was worth the risk that she had at least some chance to save her life and escape from the insidious paws of opponents. Quan Moon told the witch to get ready to say goodbye to his body. He said that everything would change now because they were going to use the technique of heaven and earth. The technique of the palette and the land was the most powerful reception in the detachment of 108 soldiers. After this reception, no demon was able to survive. The warriors rushed into battle with exclamations that the sky and the earth would unfold. The impact force of their reception was beyond the human consciousness. They suggested that the girl surrender if she did not want to die with their hands. All around, the warriors circled in the strongest whirlwind, blurring in their eyes the outline of objects and environment. This vortex created a huge gravitational force that moved to the girl. From this pressure, the vessels were blown inside the dark-haired, causing her unbearable pain. Small capillaries inside her eyes were stirring. The proteins became bright red. It was on the verge of what she could take out. Its internal organs suffered. A metal taste of blood appeared in the mouth. But suddenly there was a strange crack somewhere near her. A peaceful, restrained tone. A familiar voice told the girl to relax and get used to the pressure that the magical power of warriors committed on her. She immediately obeyed the instructions and relaxed her whole body, allowing him to adapt to the conditions in which her skill of the army was driven. He noticed with a cunning, complacent, and cruel smile that the witch seemed to have dreamed of dying sooner. Suddenly, from where you do not get, a strange metal tentacle appeared, which cleverly made it between the 108 warriors and swept the waist of the girl, lifting her into the air. Quan Moon realized that he was an accomplice who tried to steal the witch right from under his nose. The tentacle carried the girl into the distance, and Quan Moon annoyed his students to stop it and catch a fugitive. He shouted hard, focusing each of the warriors on the attempt to escape their common enemy. Without spending time, all the army warriors, as one, rushed to the fugitive opponents. They, lying their teeth and feeling the anger boiling in their veins, shouted to the girl that she had not escaped from them. But the accomplice gifted it from this forest with a long tentacle, swept by the trees and 108 soldiers, reinforcing in it confidence in success. At some point, Shaolin warriors felt something wrong in this situation. At a frightening speed, the warriors began to receive serious injuries and fall to the ground, unable to continue persecution. Quan Moon quickly realized that it was a matter of the hands of a witch's hands. Then he rushed into the pursuit, so as not to let the girl so just leave. He quickly reached her and reached out his faded hand to grab the girl. The man followed the accomplices of the heels and was the fastest of his entire army. By this point, the Tenki had already brought the brunette to the accomplice himself and left on a thick branch of the tall tree on which he stood. Her companion smiled cunningly, intending to reveal all her true strength. He pulled his palm forward, and at the same time a magical step woven from powerful energy was materialized on it. On all sides, lightning stretched from it, covering this flow of energy and slightly dissolved in the air. Quan Moon froze in place. He made the original horror and ran on the back of the ants from this spectacle. With a sharp movement, the girl's accomplice extended his palm forward and sent all his magical power towards the leader of the enemies. using a spell of bloody rain. Quan Moon warned his subordinates that this person was dangerous, and ordered them to be prepared for such a strong attack. But they did not have time to do anything like a sharp wave of light blinded them. The Munoquan even more amazed at how much energy their opponent had. He used Kanga. Kanga was a special technique, one of a kind, at least because only strong masters were able to recreate it. Even in the Shaolin Temple, there are not many masters who could use such strong equipment. Each of the 108 soldiers struck this bloody rain, penetrating the whole body with hellish pain. But they did not give up. The power of repels of 108 soldiers collided with Kanga. The earth shuddered, as if from an earthquake, and everything around was circling, as if in a delight. It was amazing as one person could create one by the danger of life of so many opponents at the same time. The trees were torn with the root, and the huge boulders felt everything in the district from the strong gusts of wind. After such a mighty whirlwind, he prevailed. No one died, but the face of all 108 soldiers seemed devastated. 108 large guards, whose invincibility was so easily suppressed. All stories about their invincibility instantly turned into gunpowder. One thing was clear. The person who saved the witch himself was able to overcome the big squad of Shaolin. Right now, this guy, taking a girl in his arms, moved on trees with quick jumps, carrying more and more. Who is he? Where did he study martial arts, and how did he gain such incredible power? It was clear to the Kuna of Muno that he was a special master whose existence they could not suspect. It was scary to even imagine what the demons would get, having it on their side. While he was thinking about it, according to Master Shaolin, another, more alarming thought came. The man did not notice next to Sonu and was afraid to assume that he could happen to him. Meanwhile, the guy had already reported the girl in his arms to a steep rock covered with greenery. His steps were so heavy and running fast that the grass was rushing and torn under his feet. The girl felt a great decline of strength. This battle not only pursued it, but also brought terrible injuries throughout the body and inside. Jules Chon, this is how her assistant was called. He apologized to the girl for being late and not saving her earlier. He said that when she was his beloved, he could not but leave her in such danger. Yulchkon was Yugen's loved and her support. If not for him, she would never have become a leader, but would always be only a foreign puppet. Julchkon quickly noticed that they had a tail, and one of the army of 108 soldiers pursued them. It was none other than a warrior John who had high hopes on the leader. Yuen told them to her lover that this man was the strongest pet Shaolin, but her boyfriend did not scare it, and he just smiled extensively, hearing such a characteristic of the enemy. After reaching the rocks to which Julchon headed, he stopped and lowered his companion to the ground. They calmly approached the Chon and greeted them, introduced themselves, although they knew who he was. Then the guy was respectfully asked to name his names in response. Julchkon Discount, looking at the guy a little. From Chkon explained to the young man that his girl had stole a book from their temple and therefore began this conflict. The gray man asked if the guy came to them, then to pick up this book to himself. He replied to this, that the girl took the Chronicle of 1001 Day he had already read. According to him, there was absolutely nothing remarkable in the book. In this case, Jules Chkon did not understand why this young man was tied behind them. He replied that he followed them precisely because of a courageous gray warrior. His strength was so impressed with his power from Chchon that he literally forced blood to boil blood in his veins. He said he would like to beat Yulchkon personally. He needed practice with strong opponents. He wanted to improve himself. The gray man noticed that the young man was quite self-confident. He warned him that the broken nose would clearly not happen. Such threats did not frighten the ambitious warrior Shaolin. Before the battle, the guy would like to warn his opponent that he was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. A low young man had such a stock of destructive energy that it was difficult to imagine. He focused on the tips of his fingers, and a magical sphere filled with the internal energy of a young master was rapidly formed between his palms. The force was so powerful that it was not so simple to keep it, and even the air around the master's hands roasted to the edge. Looking at how the young man tried to demonstrate his strength, Yulchkon just smiled. It was a reception of higher power, and the fact that the warrior was able to recreate him pleasantly surprised the gray. From a Chon with a smile, he noticed that his opponent's eye almaz, when he was able to determine this technique so much. It was one of the legendary techniques of Shaolin Temple. If you achieve great success there, you could also get boundless power. There was a legend that one only person with unsurpassed power was able to suppress the uprising. Jules Chkon acknowledged that his opponent was good. It was strange at this age to have similar techniques. He said that when a young man owned a reception of higher power, they could reach a time. In addition, if it is from Shaolings, it should have been a good practice. Therefore, without spending time, they simultaneously entered the battle. Julchon clenched his palms into his fists, saturating his hands with his magical energy, and the young man, without losing a single second, decided to immediately apply the reception of the highest power on the opponent. He put both hands forward and took advantage of the powerful reception of the palms of wisdom. His hands at the same moment became incredibly size. It seemed that one cotton could crush Julchon. But Gray was not so simple too. He warned the guy that he would have to break his shield if he did not want to be destroyed by turning into gunpowder. The turn of Julchkona was attacked, and he sent a powerful flow of destructive energy to the opponent. Yuen watched them, standing a little away. She could not help but admit that he was clearly very strong from Chon. She might even call him even Shaolin's best student. However, even his strength was not enough to confront such a master as Gom Julchon. It is not necessary to be an oracle to predict the result of the battle. Julchon was not only a swordmaster, but also those who walked on the verge of world. As long as 120 people who voluntarily died for him smiled from the sky, Gray was not broken. This boy had to know about it, as he voluntarily went to death, fought with Gom Julchkon. Master of Magic himself taught this man to witchcraft, and he was unbreakable. He would never have been able to resist him with Han, even if he sought it all his life. There was only one person in the world who was able to withstand her beloved. She thought about a lame warrior who was only able to sight horror on the enemy. She thought about the Great Quad, Cheo, Anga province. The weather here was quite cold and unpleasant. Cheo was one of the largest cities in Anga province. In one tavern sat a brunette, sadly bowing his head above the table. His second Jinbo was not around, and he felt lonely. However, the guy was convinced that the puppies of the Jin Mon and Jiran would take good care of him. The only thing that the young man regretted was that he could not create the appropriate martial arts for the Jino. It takes time, but if he continues to work hard, one day he will be able to create martial art that is suitable for Jinbo. At this point, a state-owned person came into the tract, who was wet in the rain on the street. A beautiful girl with a careful face was also with him. He told his companion that today, in connection with the circumstances, they would have to stay in this place. In this case, they will only be late for the south, so they still had time in stock. The girl asked him with a smile, could people not obey heaven? The man supported her. They have gone a big way, so it would be worthwhile to be saturated now. The man planned to pay food and overnight because he had a lot of money. Although, of course, it was quite his money and the money of the empire. The girl asked him a little reproaching, is he going to act again like a blame? He answered her that there was a huge difference between public and personal material. Then the girl said that she would better treat him today. The man thanked the lady. The girl who worked in this ham, they asked that they had a good food in the establishment. She replied that everything was well, because her father was cooking here. The girl could not understand why. Talking to them, the girl looked only at her. She was comfort, and replied that the girl was also very beautiful, and when she grows up, he would completely become a beauty. This made the younger just glow. She wondered the name of the older. This girl was named John Lion, and she was a doctor from God. The girl smiled at visitors, and said that they would wait a little. Soon their food would be ready. All this conversation was listened to by the gloomy brunette that Damho was called. Something in his form instantly alerted a man when he was accidentally looking at the young man. He had a 5/5 soul from what a horrible aura was in a young man. And now the man was retired and was only an accompanying doctor. Once he was a masterful master. He was even able to make a name as one of the strongest when he was young. So why did he look at this guy so he got so naked? Now the man wanted to know who this young man was. Who alerted? When John Lion asked her companion that it was wrong when she saw tension on his face, he did not tell her the truth. But the girl exactly saw how frightened the face of the man was in a moment ago. He was clearly agitated after he met the views with that guy at the next table. Zhang Lion noticed that. Was this guy special? Why did it scare her accompanying? At the door of the entrance to the interpretation, there was a fuss and a rustle that did not escape from Damho's attention. Several warriors were drunk in the premises. One of them in his vowel low voice announced that Dr. Zhang Lion was already here. They were going to grab it and take it to the family. The girl, not understanding what the problem was, asked them what they wanted from her. The guys said they were a reconciliation family, and they needed the help of a doctor. The main one from the detachment, the reconciliation of Changen. But the girl said she couldn't help them now, because she went to another patient immediately. But the warriors stood on their own and told her that their proposal would not disappoint her. Changen did not know how the girl was started there, but he persistently asked her to change her plans. She explained that everything was not easy. She was waiting for a patient who was on the verge of life and death. The warriors said they were the same with their patient. They said that, although they did not know that the man was so hurried to whom she was so in, but they were convinced that if he knew their circumstances, He would have understood for some reason the help of a family. The fucking family was now more important. Zhang Lian firmly refused them. She said she would try to give them medicine as soon as possible and cure her patient to return and help the family. Chan Zhen said that in this case, this option would be difficult for them. They are the family. And they were told to bring to the estate Dr. Chong Lian whatever it was worth it. The girl explained that she, as a doctor, could not compare the importance of her patients based on their status. And first of all, it should apply their skills to those whose lives were threatened. So her teacher told her before teaching her art treatment. She always followed the commandments of her mentor and was not going to betray them now. Chan Zhen concluded that the girl did not listen to him. In this case, he had to force her to help them following the instructions of the elders. He apologized for his rudeness in advance, because he was going to force the girl for their estates. Such unspeakable arrogance and inaccuracy did not joke the accompanying doctor. He rose from his place and his nostrils trembled angrily. Did he ask the warriors since did this noble family become so cruel? Before them was no longer the old man who exchanged the unpretentious jokes with John Lion, but as if frosty sparks. Chang'an did not understand what happened to this seemingly ordinary in appearance old. It is worth going forward as suddenly he has completely changed. He was definitely not finger-made and imagined a real danger. Chang'an asked a man who he was. He mysteriously replied that he was only an old man who had his duty. He smiled wry and told them that this girl had saved his life, and that is why he vowed to defend him. He felt his duty to her, and every day this feeling only increased, so he could not just take and get away from his moneylender. Chan Zhen contemplate that John Lion just had to enter their position once and then they would not have a reason to use force. But with a smile he replied that he himself told the girl to be more flexible, because it would help her to live quietly in this world. But she was too stubborn, so she rarely listened to his advice. She was stubborn even at the donkey. The interlocutor replied that her stubbornness could lead to another's anger, the puppy, but replied that he even liked her stubbornness. She defended her beliefs and principles. Unfortunately, there are very little such people at their time. Chan Zhen firmly stated that he would take them to the family. Are they going to continue to be assembled? But the old man was not afraid of death and was ready to stand anything for his lady. Chan Zhen looked at him and said in that case not to forget his words. The people who gathered in the ham were strenuously watching what was happening at a nearby table. But the warriors of the family was warned that everything that happens next would be only between them and the old warrior. He got his sword from the vagina and proudly told all those present that they did not need outsiders. Chan Zhen ordered his people to kill everyone who saw them in the tavern and instead of a trace. This did not leave in the heads of the doctor and puppy. But there is no drop in doubt that the leader of the detachment was crazy. The little girl who discussed them was very scared of everything that was happening, and her father tried to reassure her. The doctor tried to intercede for nothing guilty people and asked the warriors to stop chaos. But the leader of the detachment replied coldly that it was it that she made him start. He ordered his people to doubt less about his actions and more lively start cleaning the tavern from people. They immediately threw people on people. They could not afford to leave anyone here as living witnesses. Assessing the sword on the audience, the warriors told the people that they had to blame for all this, only a doctor and an accompanying person. The sincere fright froze on the grimaces of people. They desperately called for the aid of at least someone. One of the soldiers of the family was ruthlessly sworn to the sword, going to deprive the head of one of the visitors of the tavern. But at this point, someone hit him so much with his fist directly in the face that the warrior had his teeth. The warrior flew away a few meters and powerlessly collapsed on the floor. The young man who struck a cruel warrior was Damho. The surrounding horror noticed what aura was. A strong flow of rage came out of his body. To neutralize one of their masters, he was not difficult. They have never felt such a powerful and unbridled force. They had only one blow in a few seconds after realizing that it was not just a person. And how did Chang'an immediately notice this threat as soon as he entered the tract? If he only knew that there was someone in the room, he would not have ordered the murder. At this point, the puppies were convinced that he did not like this guy immediately as soon as he saw him. He was a master, and much stronger than the man imagined himself. The doctor struck the unspeakable force of the dark-haired. A trembling voice of Chang'an asked the young man who he was. He smiled angrily, burning the leader with a murderous eye of eyes that had been dangerous in red. He asked if it was important. At this point, Chang'an noted that this mysterious guy was stunned on one leg. Among the strongest masters was only one such man, and his name was known by everyone. Moreover, this master has two names with incredible popularity. He could be called both Damho and Quanma. There is no doubt about who stood before him now. He told the warriors, and those, feeling the trembling won their body from anxiety, could not believe it. Another moment has passed, and not only the warriors of the family Nagin, but other visitors of the tavern, learned from the young master Damho. The warriors tensed because this mighty young man always got up on the way the family. And from his fault, one of the main understanding of the family was killed. The warriors tried to quench their fear and began to have a defensive position, wishing to take revenge on this master for his actions in the past. The doctor knew that not only the family Nagin, but the whole world trembled in fear of the Quantum. It has confirmed it. Whoever is against Quam, he had no choice but to give up. The whole world said that Quanma was cruel and had a reason. The warriors were finally saturated with the thirst for hatred, and the Vatjen announced that they were not going to retreat. Chanjen ordered them to kill Master Damho anything. This guy was the fiercest enemy of his family, and they could not forgive him what he did. Quanma only measured them with a calm, serious look, not at all frightened by the one who stood against him. When the warriors attacked him, instead of starting to defend herself, he slid directly into the depth of this crowd. Sensible, smart, and fast movements of Damho affected the leader of the detachment. Of course, the murder of a person was already unprocessed and far from funny, but Chan was not going to retreat. He felt that he had to do it to restore the family's honor. Once he had to do it and take revenge, but he was not going to hesitate. One confident blow to Kulak Damho completely knocked out his spirit from one of the army soldiers. He also confidently hummed and rejected in different directions and other opponents without even needing weapons. Anyone who got into the hand of the famous master threw his weapon, and then fell to the floor himself, unable to rise because of a piercing pain in the whole body. The Vat with irritation noticed that this master was like a monster. Then he decided that he was obliged to kill him himself. He decided to use the technique of 13 lightning outbreaks of the sword. It was the technique of the strongest fencingers of the Nagin family. And this strong technique of possession of the sword was currently directed at Damho. But not only did not have the fate of fear, so he stopped the leader, causing him a blow. The man's sword strangely crashed at the young man's fist, and he took a blow to his fist directly into the chest. This guy was considered the best craftsman not only in the family, but also in Changun. And yet he died, and failed to give the necessary repelling Master Damho. The result of this battle was obvious and consciously clear, even when they just started the fight. The people of the families fascinating one by others lost their lives. It was especially difficult to watch Lion, whose work was to save life. The appearance of Damho, his bloodied body and burning eyes, was so terrible that it seemed something unrealistic. Despite the fact that the puppy but passed because of enough trials he was proud of, he never saw that. He never met anyone like Damho. At one look you feel revered. This person stood on the opposite side of saving lives. His whole body and appearance leaked the energy of death. It was simply impossible to stay with him in one room. Quanma carried only death, and the fact that he was afraid of the whole world was quite justified. Lion stared at all these dead people who were lying in the feet of a merciless master. This was the first impression of physician Zhang Lion about Damho. The family estate was in the mountains. It was a highly respected family who inherited the province of Angoy, and of the 5 large families of the empire. They lived on the outskirts of Hebi, the capital of the province of Angoy. Behind the capital was a fairly large mountain, which played the role of screen, and a wide river flowed in front. This location was also called Ideal. The only way to get to the city was the river. It was a unique place to which the enemies were not to work until the bridge was securely protected. If the Sinodakon Palace was the residence of the head of the family, Komamenshon was the residence of the heir. Inside the palace, someone asked if there was still a doctor they ordered to bring. This was interested in Nagin Zhang, the head of a mighty family Nagin. The elder, answered him that Cheng the Jin personally led people behind her, so he was sure that they would soon arrive. They knew that if Lion could not help their heir, then no doctor could cure a young lady. Looking at the terrible state of the maiden, the daughter of Chan, the man could not but blame himself of it. The men only wanted to study the style of possession of the imperial sword. Although John could not formally teach her art until she became the head, he was so glad to teach her. He had no doubt about his daughter, and she quickly mastered the technique of the imperial sword. But he would never think that it would ruin it. Mujin was so drunk with her rapid success that she became even greater to them. She was in a hurry, and ultimately her consciousness turned from energy. The head hoped that the doctor would do his best to save and bring him back to his miracle. After a while, one of the soldiers of the family ran to the heir, and the gentleman immediately asked him if they brought the doctor. The guy bowed and informed his head that everyone who followed her were killed. The head was shocked, He crept his teeth. He asked who was standing for this bridge. He wanted to know who dared to kill the warriors of a high-ranking family. The guy replied that he was not sure. The owner of that tavern fled, so the witnesses did not remain. It was clear only that the great master was really, given that the strength in his hands was destructive, and the warriors of the large family were killed, not even able to repel him. Then the patience of the man finally broke, and he ordered the servant to bring him the imperial sword. Everyone was intense, because the imperial sword reached only when serious troubles occurred in the family. The elder recalled that they used this sword only as a last resort, but Yang did not want to hear anything about it. Seeing the terrible state of anger mixed with anxiety was the gentleman, the elder did not argue with his leader. Then the gentleman turned to a warrior named Skchon, standing in the corner of the room, hiding behind the screen. All present were surprised because they did not even notice when this warrior came here. John ordered Suchkon to immediately take the imperial sword and catch this monster who killed him with the best warriors, together with a doctor. The head said that they had to bring the doctor alive here, and the monster is the main thing that he could breathe at least. And in another, he did not worry for his preservation. Suchkon obediently bowed and said that the will of the head would be fulfilled. Yang whispered softly to her daughter so that she would wait a little more. And then the help will come. He swore that he would surely save his child from the evil year of death. Damho, meanwhile, equipped the horse and went out into the woods. For some reason, the doctor followed him with his accompanying praise. The guy asked why they followed him, to which Lion replied that they did not follow him, they just needed them in the same direction. There was only one way to get the patient. It is followed by Hamsun. Damho looked at her distrustfully, but the girl assured that her words were true. Brunet replied that he could not tolerate when someone was beating next to him. He told them that the first went this way, so let them not follow him. The patience of the doctor was already over because the guy was brazen, but the puppy tried to reassure her. She sighed heavily and also acknowledged that she had to think only of the patient. That's how she could calm down when those horrible shots of bloody massacre over the family of a Nagan came before her eyes. During her doctor, she saw many dead people, but this battle was particularly impressed by her. What she had to see before was nothing compared to the cruelty that Damho showed. The one that he killed people did not come out of her head. The words that there was nothing funny in the murder of man were somehow lonely and sad. Maybe that's what happened did not let her go. If she had not tried not to pay attention to him, her gaze was constantly returning to Damho. When he went on a horse and Lion remained on the lawn with the puppies, he told her to try not to pay attention to this guy. He told her that this man was not living in the world as they are with her. The girl scolded and sighed heavily. But it made it possible that the ordinary warrior was not able to kill people, as Damho did. He had never seen anyone before killing anyone in a world. She replied that she would try not to think about it. But he asked her not to change her decision. It will be his last advice as an old man who will soon meet his end. Hamsun is not too crowded, but quite green and mountainous, which was often visited by herbalists and hunters. The Kwak San was just a herbalist who lived in Hamsan. The only daughter of Kavaksana Kavak was ill at some point. There is no corner in Hamsun which would not be examined. He forced his daughter to accept all sorts of herbs, which were said to be healthy. But the condition of the Kucha was not getting better, but only worsened. In a powerless, sluggish voice, the girl called her father to herself, noticing that he had returned. She clarified whether Lion and her father would come today, saying that when she promised to come, she would definitely come. The girl quietly replied that she was very hoping for it. My father hoped that his daughter would be strong and survive his ailment, because if she dies, he would no longer be able to live in this world. Suddenly, the girl's eyes expanded, and she saw that in the distance it was such a long, awaited lifeguard Lion. They, with the accompanying one, approached the herbal house. The doctor smiled from afar and waved her hand. In the eyes of Kavak the Sana was tears. With the advent of the doctor, hope appeared. In the meantime, Damho was confidently racing the forest paths, confidently holding in the saddle. Suddenly, the arms of archers appeared from the bushes, which pulled the bowstring of their weapons. They all aimed at Brunetta and his horse at the same time, and also synchronous arrows. He rolled his horse on a scream black ghost, wanting to remove his feet from this place as soon as possible. The horse obeyed, and he changed the direction of the ride, but it did not help them. Frightened, the animal dropped the rider and started in an unknown direction, coinciding from the battlefield. After a powerful jump, the hero confidently landed on 2 legs, which is why even the earth under it shook. He was very excited because he had to deal with a whole group of people alone. The throat was squeezed from increasing excitement and pain after past fighting. Enemies flew around him, but without hitting the target, they stuck in the ground around. The poisonous fog spread everywhere. Damcho stopped breathing and tried to use his inner resistance. He focused fully on this lesson, wanting to keep his life and not hit the enemy. At the same time, he had to evade the dangerous shells of the opponents who were targeted at him. They target their crossbows on Damho and prepared for a new wave of attack. At the same moment, arrows flew out of the crossbows. Damho's hands began to wave at them at a stunning speed. In an instant, the arrows broke and fell to the ground. The breast of the broken arrows was already lying in Damho's feet. They failed to hit him with any shot. One of the crossbows informed them by the commander-in-chief that the enemy waved away from all their arrows. Then the army decided to move to the next attack. They prepared slices, and lightning movements of hands released a huge amount of cold weapons from their enemy. But even these killing shells were able to evade a clever brunette. Then needles flew into the air. They were so thin that they could not be seen even with the naked eye. This technique was used by the masters of the Imperial Sword. The swords were considered to be their main weapons, but they could, of course, freely use crossbows and other weapons. Despite the fact that they were called the masters of the Imperial Sword, they used the last place. At the moment when the needles flew straight into Damho's body, he began to twist so quickly that he became elusive for the human eye. The vibration of his body created him protection. Even the needles were nothing compared to the amazing abilities of the dark-haired hero. After this threat has passed, Damho was revealed. His body seemed to break the space. This is how the battle between the masters of the Imperial Sword and the Quanma, which will be immortalized in history, began. The skin of the enemies was torn, then the chest burst. Damho broke into the epicenter of the battle and went into a hand-to-hand battle. This fight was like a dog quarrel, where it was impossible to distinguish anyone with anyone. Damho became angry, turning into a crazy demon. The swordmasters fell dead from the devil's fist, which none of them had seen before. The heads of the warriors burst as if ripe watermelons, and mutilated bodies covered the battlefield. All the edges of Damho's clothes were cut with swords. Wounds were visible through the torn clothing. His whole body to heel to his ears pierced the hellish pain, but Damho did not make any sound. Instead, he continued to kill the people who inflicted these wounds. The army could not allow its defeat. After all, even the recognized masters of the Imperial Sword was impossible to cope with one person. It could become a shame for the family. The guy against whom the masters fought seemed to their leader to be a real demon. If they cannot kill him, the family had no future. Then the leader decided to use the reception of 13 winds, a secret technique of a centuries-old family of a reconciliation, because death could stop such a madman as their opponent. He was going to deal with a dark-haired warrior, even if it cost him life. At this time, Lion at the Herbivoine's house has already started a girl's treatment. Inside, the doctor examined a sick girl. She said she had to endure, even if she was hurt. The disease was too much damaged by her body, so there was no other choice. Then the patient said Lion so that she would not worry, because she no longer feel pain. The doctor was very sorry because her skills had to heal the girl and save. But something went wrong. In any case, the patient thanked Winnie, because she went such a way for her. So, no matter what the result, she was not going to blame her. To begin with, before the procedure, the brunette had to drink the medicine, and then they were going to do acupuncture and repeat it all 3 times. At this point, the man who was outside at home shouted to his lady that they should rush to the procedures. Warriors of the reconciliation pursued them, but said he would try to detain them. He asked the girls to try to finish with treatment at the time he could not protect them. A whole crowd of negative opponents gathered at the other end of the lawn on which the hut was located. Without spending time, they rushed into battle, wanting to grasp the doctor immediately. From this point, there was no path back in Shatenka. The healer had a clash over time. The hands of Chong Lion started working faster. She began to hastily introduce a needle girl into the body, which depended on it would remain alive or die. Meanwhile, the leader of the swordmasters attacked Damho, using his reception of 13 winds on it. But no matter how strong the blows, the latent endured everything. This boy did not cease to amaze and get angry with his enemies. Angry, Damho struck a new wave in response to the commander. The master was able to repel the attack with lightning, but it still did not save him. The last stroke was so strong that it struck all his insides. Then the warriors gathered all their hand in a fist because they had to help their leader. They had to fulfill the mission and maintain their honor for fearless masters of martial arts. The masters of the Imperial Sword were not afraid of death. They rushed. They were only afraid of falling the reputation of the family. Damho reflected all their attacks and struck deadly. Then the leader realized that Damho could not be overcome by the usual ways. He shouted to his subordinates that this guy was a high-quality fighter, so they had to use the power of blood. Since Damho was highly class, it meant that his power greatly exceeded the power of their entire clan. The warriors froze in indecision, thinking about whether the truth should use the power of blood. But if they could sacrifice themselves for the sake of this world, was it worth afraid of such a result? But at that moment they changed in the look. With a second, their view was determined, but after their eye became empty. They suddenly stopped and discarded their swords sideways. They went on attack against Damho completely unarmed. They shouted to their enemy who would go to hell with him, with Kavam. In the same second, the body of one of the soldiers of the sword literally exploded near Damho. Blood strength is a technique during which the bodies of warriors involuntarily exploded, creating a chain reaction. Probably Kwanma did not expect such a turn. The fragments of other people's bodies were dressed in his shoulders and sides, and the masters were only triumphant because their opponent was in a difficult situation. Damho was desperately tried to confront this attack, but for the first time in this time, such an animal fear appeared on his face. The masters shouted to him that, no matter how incredible power he could, withstand such an attack, and it was simply impossible to survive. The whole district was covered by fog caused by dust and smoke due to explosions. The Nagan family was a dynasty with centuries, old history, and they could not allow it to disappear. For her, the warriors of the head were divorced with their lives at any time, as if it did not cost anything. At the moment when the explosions were over, they were sure that Damho was already dead. But the survivors found that even after this desperate attack, Damho was able not only to save his life, but also to stand on his feet. They were amazed by the fact that the guy survived even after an attack of blood. The conductor acknowledged that this guy was a real demon, and that from the very beginning it was not necessary to go against him. With one powerful blow, Damho interrupted the man's speech, piercing him with his power. But the moment became the end for the master of the imperial sword. And the rest of the army of the family, the reconciliation, meanwhile, attacked the puppies, but that he tried to protect the herb and his lady from their pressure. The fierce struggle between them was just starting to gain momentum. The warriors tried to break the building to steal the doctor from there, and, though the guard, and tried to detain the army of warriors, he still warned his lady to be careful. The man could not let them and their finger touch this girl. If they were going to get to her, then at first they had to impress the puppies themselves. At this time, Kwak-san helped the doctor with treatment, preparing the medicine for a fire. Without this decoction, his sick baby was not saved. Continuing to engage in acupuncture, the doctor was interested in the case with her assistant. When she stopped working on the next event, she ordered her uncle to carry her prepared broth. The praise was well aware. Without this potion, it would not be possible to save the girl. Pressing his hands to the hot boiler, he burned the skin without stopping. At the same moment, the needles were inserted on the back of the girl. And in another corner of the battlefield, a brutal battle has already raged. The forces of both sides came together, as if they joined into a single chain. During one of the blows, the detachment of the imperial sword cut the muscles on his right hand in her right hand. It became completely fixed, and yet he swore to himself, he will not allow regret to eclipse the mind. Having collected the remnants of strength, he got up her fist in her fist, and then he resorted to the technique of gust of imperial blood, releasing the last energy. It was not just martial art, real magic, a special technique that causes the flesh to melt, and the bones are cracking from unbearable pain. And of course, it absorbs a superhuman amount of vitality. But everything happened exactly as he predicted earlier. As soon as he blew blood, it was immediately noticed. Noticing in front of them, the enemies suddenly stopped. The healer's hands trembled. Because of this, she could not accurately introduce a silver needle, although she was clearly aware that he should save Ion Lee. To watch how it dies, she just didn't have the strength. At that moment, new enemies approached the daring old man. They immediately noticed. He completely immobilized, could not even move. One of the bastards ordered a friend to bring the healer here immediately. The loud explosion split over the battlefield, pouring silence. And it was where the healing broth was boiling, smoke risen. The healer tried to reassure the little one, promising that everything was powerful. Stated that there would be no more casualties if it went voluntarily. Before leaving, she asked Joni to wait, promising to return. She wanted to help her to get up, but she refused, not wanting to be dangerous. And then everything flooded a dazzling glow. Even despite the dimensions, the enemy was stunned by a lightning blow. Damho appeared unexpectedly, as if from nowhere, right on the battlefield. No one had a guess who had this new rival that appeared in front of them. But one thing was clear. If he is here, everyone else from the Imperial detachment is already dead. Nevertheless, there were some self-confident fools. They shouted that nothing was afraid. He was all in the wounds and weakened. But everyone was well aware. They would not destroy it, and the detachment of the sword end. So everyone rushed to the offensive, like a flock of crazy horses. But as soon as their swords cut the air with a scope, Damho moved. He moved from the place and rushed to the attack like a battle ram. From a powerful shock, the airflux took everything around. His fist broke the swords of enemies like straws, and each hit the breasts of the opponents without leaving the chance of salvation. It was then that the last great detachment of the Imperial swords fell. Nadia clan gun. No one survived in that battle. When Damho struck the ladder, his body swung, losing balance. He was completely exhausted. Externally and inside is covered with terrible wounds. The healer, looking at him, realized, it is necessary to act immediately. Otherwise he will die. Despite the pain, Damho gathered his strength and stood on his feet, squeezing his freedom in his fist. And then he activated the power of the Dark Soul. At that moment he looked at him in a careful one. He saw Damho trying to heal himself, and it seemed like a real miracle. Everything he was able to say in a young then asked Damho to keep the heavenly angels. His lips trembled, his breath broke, and the whole body froze in the last moment. John Leon has always used her own acupuncture in such critical cases. She did her best to help Damho to survive. Now she only had to watch his condition. Damho's body blushed as if he had fallen into a hot stove. At a moment, he began to breathe and coughed. Probably from the body came out poison and frozen dark blood. Ion knew that this technique is the last chance. It ignites a dying inner flame. But at the same time, the poison seeped directly through open wounds, causing even more terrible effects. And all this testified to one thing. It is not just strong, but also possesses the technique of self-healing. John saw it with her own eyes, but even then it was hard to believe. But suddenly someone knocked on the door. John Lee's father appeared on the doorstep and thanked the healers for saving his daughter. However, she explained, although the disease was healed, it does not mean that the girl was fully recovered. She needs at least 3 months to drink prescribed decoctions. Don't worry, the man replied. I will collect all the necessary herbs that you noted, the mistress. And the healer warned, they should go immediately. The Gun Clan will not forgive the bloody massacre. The warning was clear, and she needs to stay and monitor Damho's condition. So she asked not to worry about her, but just take John Lee and go as soon as possible. For all this, he sincerely thanked her. After the conversation, the girl headed to the glade behind the hut. There, among the silence and herbs, now the grave was resting. With a heavy heart, she sat side by side without holding back pain. And only now she understood. She didn't even know his real name. If she guessed a little, when she turned, she would have long been asked to tell herself more. In the meantime, a real battle was in Damho's body. The heart of a dark soul was torn out. It is unknown how long it lasted, but over time, the dark soul weakened, and the heart gradually calmed down. At some point he opened his eyes. His whole body trembled, but he rose, squeezing his will. And in a moment he was already confidently standing on his feet. When the healer came to him, she could not believe she saw. Of course she knew about his strength, but to recover so quickly. But he worried about others. How much time was it without good? Upon learning that 3 days have passed, he immediately realized, the Gun Clan has already traveled to us. The healer asked not to move, because the inner wounds were not healed. I can't afford just lie, he replied firmly. And in a few minutes they stood outside, thinking about how best to leave this place. Damho was loudly whistled. But the girl did not understand what it means, and whom he was calling. But in a moment the moon was death-struck that the earth was shaking. The black horse suddenly appeared nearby, as if caused by thought. Did you decide to ride together? She asked with a smile. If you don't like it, you can walk, Damho threw. So he answered her question, and then went and gently ran a hand on the black ghost. For a moment the faithful horse raced forward, carrying them through the wind and dust. But as Damho disappeared behind the horizon, another figure appeared near the predator. He stood silently, deeply immersed in thoughts. He wanted to see with his own eyes what happened to the warriors of 1,000 and the Imperial clan. The gaze stopped at the tomb mold. Are all ours buried here? He whispered. The mind did not take it. It was difficult to believe in what was seen. That one and only man could destroy a whole detachment of the Imperial sword seemed impossible. The angry warrior of the clan of Us-Hun extended our hands to the grave, perplexed with anger. He wanted to see his own eyes that it was not an illusion. The invisible force suddenly wrapped the earth and scattered the graves on all sides. More than 20 bodies were scattered around, like the silent shadows of the dead army. The flames that burned in his hands now swept the soul, the burning desire for revenge Damho. At this time, several ships cut the waters of the river, breaking through the waves. As Lao Tzu said, the true value is always hidden. Words came. I am a special man, which is why everyone knows me, he said confidently. He looked at the boys behind his back and understood. These young men would definitely not create problems. The dispute began between them, and they all discussed it, but it only annoyed him even more. He decided that he would no longer communicate with them at all. At this point, the head of Cho approached Mrs. He. "Ladies, heard your family sent you in a chance?" She nodded and added, "More precisely, she needs to the northern part of the province, and since he and his comrades are responsible for the southern part of the chance, meetings between them are inevitable. Therefore, he suggested to exchange addresses, in case of unforeseen circumstances." She agreed, and then told about the town in Taiwan under the name of the Linziad. "If you need help, you can send news there, and it will arrive." After that, the head of Cho wondered whether there is any news about that guy. Damho meant calling it simple curiosity, but she replied that no news has not been received yet. Then he shared what he heard. The last Damho was seen in the province of Angoy, but what happened to him is unknown to anyone. Looking at the blue water, he thought, Damho became a legend. Kwanma's nickname already sounds horror like a demonic cult name. They say all the strongest warriors are afraid of him, but not only fear, they all look at him with envy. She could not understand it, and suspected she could never. After a while, Damho stood in the water. He needed to wash away his blood. Finally cleared the body of purple spots, but the sharp smell remained. The blood of the killed was thrown into the skin and no longer wash it. This burden will have to carry a lifetime. There was a healer silently on the shore. She warned, cold water is harmful to the weakened body, but if you treat the wounds with a special decoction, it will accelerate the healing. Whether it is necessary or not, the doctor decides, even if Damho himself does not agree. By painting his body with a decoction, she hoped to reduce burning pain. But he was silent as if he had not felt anything. Exhaled, she said, "If you do not feel pain, then you may not feel others. I do not even imagine that I could knock you out of balance. But sometimes, though a little, let me relax. Don't keep everything inside." He was silent without answering a single word. Then she suggested to move, because she could not stay here forever. It seems now she was really ready to go next to him. But it was necessary to warn. The path with him promises nothing good. She wanted to find out what exactly did he mean, the attack of the clan of Us Hun. But at the same time she recalled, they attacked her after she refused their request. Now she also can't stay in Anka province. When asked if she was going to go, she answered, "In Henan, in the Ions, she is seriously ill." Suddenly Damho's face changed. Anxiety ran in her eyes. He immediately ordered her to sit on a black ghost and leave here right now. Her nerves were squeezed. His energy was cutting it inside, like a blade. It was felt. An opponent nearby. And this is not an ordinary warrior. His strength influenced even the surrounding atmosphere, and when she saw him, she immediately recognized. It was the head of the imperial sword from the clan of Us Hun. Not just a leader is the greatest sword that has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Looking at Quantum, he acknowledged with a smile, finally the long-awaited meeting. The head of the sword warned, it is time to resolve the conflict between him and the clan to Us Hun once and for all. After the warning, he jumped from the branch where he had just stood. In one motion he struck back, in the opposite side of the vagina, and at the same moment the sword escaped with a deft click. This maneuver looked like a sophisticated acrobatic trick. In the air on a flying sword he landed just his feet. It was a legendary technique of a steam sword. There are many free flight techniques in the world. The technique of sliding over the grass, or the technique of rain that falls into the water, allowed to step even in the snow without leaving the trace. And though they seemed fantastic, they were quite real. But among all, there was one, similar to a legend, a technique that allowed to step through the air, as if on solid earth. Her master overwhelmed the river as easy as a reed leaf floats downstream. She was called the technique of a parry sword, a legendary art among swordsmen. The master literally lagged in the air, standing on his own blade. Only warriors that bordered with the gods could achieve this. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword hangs just before Damho, radiating a deadly threat. The warrior's look made it clear. He was waiting for this meeting for a long time. He finally got the opportunity to ask, how did he dare to do with his family? The head of the Hun's head was flashed by lightning, sharp like swords' blades. The force that stressed from him was cruel. Like 1,000 blades are simultaneously aimed at one heart. Once this energy touched Damho, his body instinctively shuddered. His unique ability, to feel the power of the enemy, made it possible to prepare himself in advance for the fight. But at this point, the swordsman turned to John Lee John and warned that she would not leave alive. He accused her of not having come to his daughter, and thus lost her chance to save her. From these words the girl lost the gift of language. Her face has fallen faded. The head of Gun is known to us as a sword king, the best among all masters of this art. He added to the previous reproaches. It was, according to him, that deprived his ability to pass the power of the heirs, causing chaos in the clan. Like, if his daughter remained alive, everything would be different. And he said directly, she died through her. And Damho in his eyes is the main culprit of the tragedy who tore the heart of the family of the Hun. Now he came to make him pay. For humiliation. For the dirt in which he was honor of the clan. Damho's heart suddenly accelerated. It was so crazy as if it were about to jump out of the breast. Looking in the eyes of the head of us Hun, he realized he was the strongest opponent he had to face. Even if it was completely healthy, this battle would still be extremely difficult. Damho's wounds after a fight with the clan of the Imperial Sword have not yet healed, but he knew that the moment would come when a wall would not be able to overcome. And it seems that this moment has come. He thought that he had already done his revenge, so he did not keep him in this world, except for pity that he never met with the mentor. But if he can defeat the Swordmaster, then nothing will stop his path. The energy around it went beyond all ideas. The flow of force was endless, and the look that the master looked at him annoyed Damho. In response, he only whispered ominously that his eyes were. The master changed the rack. With one foot crossed the sword handle, and the second of the scope pushed the sword, and that arrow flew towards Damho, a slight jolt, and a blade at a terrible speed of air. In response, Damho immediately hit his fist. His blow faced his sword, and a deaf metal sound came in the air. But Damho's face remained tense, no relief. At the same moment, he was thrown back, and from the corner of his mouth a thin stream of blood. Although it was only an exchange of blows, his whole body was pierced. And this was not over. The Swordmaster was flying at him with the threat of becoming his palace. For the first time since the time of martial arts, Damho has sincerely frightened his enemy. He pushed away from the earth, and at that moment his body seemed to string lightning. Usually it frightened the opponents and knocked them down from the panther. But the head of us gun was completely different, stronger than anyone. His movement was smooth but accurate. He returned Damho's power against him. His shield could not stand. The wound was so deep that it exposed the bone. The master did not enjoy the power of the sword or energy, only a pure, absolute art of possession of a blade. Calling Damho's worthless, he turned for the final blow. And at the same moment, a series of rhythmic blows of the sword cut the body of Damho. One by one. Outwardly, the sword looked ordinary, but in the hands of the head of the Hun became deadly, stronger than any weapon. The wounds covered the Damho's body. Every movement was accompanied by pain. The head has already detected his weak points and aimed it there. He admitted silently. Because of this, Damho would not be able to move like a regular warrior, so he chose his path of offensive. However, he has a striking force. Your movements are too predictable, the master said. As soon as you evaded the first blows, I realized, your martial art is pathetic. Usually, after such words, the determination of the enemy disappeared without a trace. There was no doubt. The head of us Hun was not only a swordmaster, but also the owner of all the techniques of imperial style. And at that moment he warned Damho. Death will be slow and full of pain. This will be a punishment for the death of the gun. His sword dissected the air and rejected Damho back. For the first time since his arrival in Kangcho, he felt completely defenseless. It was worth a little weakened, and the sword left a new wound. Blood flooded the whole body of Damho, each muscle pulled out of pain. Initially, there were 2 clones around him, but later there were 3 of them. This was made possible by the technique of the Gun Clan, an endless face. Fast movements left the shadows that created the illusion of real clones. Thanks to this technique, the master read every movement of Damho. Once after hitting his weaknesses, everything that Damho remained was to evade, and at least somehow defend. But over time, the head noticed. The guy began to block more attacks. Then he realized that the usual sword will not be enough. In an instant, he directed all his power into the sword, and the blade began to sparkle with energy. As the master lifted him, the sword flashed the flames. The flames flared up to such a degree that the sword turned into a hellish whirlwind. The vithers of the sword is a blow that cannot be punched, stopped, or avoided. It was at this moment that Damho, already twisted by pain, flew back like a spring. His right leg bent, like an arc, unnaturally, with a creepy crunch. He used a special technique that was transmitted from his mouth for more than 30 years. It was believed that only the descendants of demonic blood possessed it, and then the first blood appeared on the body of the master. With a proud voice, Damho exclaimed that it was far from the end. He warned, do not treat his life as if it were worthless. The left shoulder of the master gun was dislocated, the result of the tricky Damho technique. Ignoring the piercing pain, he skipped his joint alone. Still, you are not as simple as it seemed. the master grunted. "If you do not want to die peacefully, you will still regret it." But Damho replied cheeky, regret, not in his style. And hitting his foot on the ground, he rapidly rushed. But he was warned. He is a fool that he has not yet understood. These techniques do not work. The master again activated the technique of endless shadows, avoiding every blow. His movements with a sword painted in the air graceful patterns. At that moment, the sword in his hand broke out with a dazzling light. This glow escaped from behind Damho's back, not allowing him to react. His leg went deep into the ground to keep his balance. Damho used demonic technique to stop the shadow attack of the master. But the blade has almost touched his nape. Suddenly, the master's eyes shuddered. He felt something. The guy opened something like the portal right in front of him. The air that squeezed the breasts spread through the air. The head of us guns with vibration. For a moment, a call of silence reigned in her head, and the equilibrium swayed. Damho did not miss this moment. His eyes were closely monitored, his palm resting in the enemy's chest. The purpose was to use the technique of Hellish Fist, but the master immediately reduced the distance without allowing to activate the blow, and already tried to use deadly equipment. Fortunately, Damho managed to dodge. The sword flew just under his hand. But that's not all. What happened is the higher level of ownership of the sword. The head of the Hun flew over the air and laid down directly to Damho's neck. He was able to repel the attack, but the sword, bouncing, flew back in his direction. It was the highest art, so perfect that it seemed that it was impossible to escape from it. The girl was aware that her life is not in vain, but now it all happens because of her, and she understands it perfectly. In any case, like every human art, fencing has its limits. The reason is simple. The human body is not omnipotent, but having mastered the highest level of skill, the fencinger erases these restrictions. His sword is able to strike in incredible directions. The head of the clan of the Imperial Sword has reached the highest peak of this art. He has accumulated power for years through the clan, creating an almost inexhaustible source of energy. And as a result, the sword will not stop until the force flows in it. Moreover, it uses not only its energy, but also the power of the entire clan of the Imperial Sword. This means that along with its own power, the power of the whole clan came into the blade, and the sword became even stronger. But Damho remained true to his belief. If there is no way to win, create it yourself. He unfolded a shield in front of him, getting ready to meet a blow. Covering him, he directed all his strength against the flying sword. The blow had to stop the same blade that flew at a frantic speed just in it. It seemed that this sword was saturated with lightning power, but it was a little more powerful. His power was not in doubt. It was a real embodiment of power. Even Damho was aware that this is not a case where you can only overcome bodily endurance. Even with the shield, he knew, this may not be enough. This sword does not stop. He did not know the obstacles. Damho's shield broke through the protection with ease. The blade passed through one of his lungs. The piercing light squeezed, losing shape. A hoarse, full sound of breathing broke out of his chest, but Damho's gaze did not appear crumbs of fear. He remained unbreakable. Grabbing the handle of the sword, he said calmly, he caught, and pulling the blade from the body, he broke it in half with his bare hands. The wound was terrible. An ordinary person would have died for a long time. But is such an injury capable of breaking the body, brought to the limit, the body of quota? Looking at the guy, the head of the sword could not understand. Where was his boundary? The muscles around the wound were reduced lightly, stopping the bleeding. Even the piercing light was prolonged and no longer passed the air. Now the head did not have a major weapon, a sword. He had to repel the guy's attacks, putting his hands for protection. But even without a sword, he did not lose confidence. He stood as if a steadfast rock. After all, he possessed not only a blade but also the martial arts of the gun. The first technique he relied on was the technique of 9. But in response, Damho used a blow from the 6th blood group. He already mastered this technique, and first used it in a real battle. After all, it was necessary to strain the whole body to the limit. The load was enormous. But another choice in the battle with such an opponent simply did not exist. Just as Damho opened his hands for a blow, a fragment of a sword protruding from his chest was reincarnated into the body with renewed force. But he did not pay attention to the pain. He continued to attack. His body emitted the power that pulled everything around, as if the gravity of the earth itself. And it was then that both exchanged the last blows. This battle was timed to complete. The head of the sword realized that he focused too little on defense. Damho's blow almost deprived his ability to breathe. And to say nothing about the condition of Damho himself, everything is visible to the naked eye. Now it all depends on one, which of them will fall first. The head listened. The steps of the boy were approaching, and each of them squeezed his heart like an iron grip. In his eyes, Damho looked like a demon that had escaped from hell. And watching him, the head was forced to admit, he never thought that someone could get so close to the true embodiment of the demon. Even among the demonic cult with which he fought 30 years ago, there was no such dangerous. It was obvious. If you leave this guy alive, the consequences would be catastrophic. But as soon as Damho stepped forward, he came to his voice. "The Master!" And 2 more words are followed. "Protect the head." "Help! Kill this guy!" they shouted, newcomers. These were warriors of Usgun, and directly in front of them was their most dangerous enemy. Damho realized that now, when reinforcements arrived, he has almost no chance. But there was no fear. The only thing he was sorry was that he will not be able to meet with the mentor for the last time. Meanwhile, the warriors did not even know. Damho was already on the verge of opportunities, and he decided, if you die, then take with him at least one enemy. He called a black ghost. He was sitting on it. She, seeing his condition, could not believe. Did he really go to just take and die? But she did not allow this to happen. She rushed to save. "Faster, jump!" she shouted. He was gratefully grateful and jumped instantly into the saddle. But the enemies were not going to let him go so easy. The head ordered immediately to catch up and to get it. "If he is released now, there are big problems ahead of us," he exclaimed. After Damho's escape, the old robber Hin was left in the mountains to finally recover. Meanwhile, Yun-san, Han Gen-mun, completely rebuilt the clan. Everyone who supported the demonic cult was kicked out. The little man was called by a man. He wanted to pass something important to him. It was a book, 5 wisdom, 5 wise man skills. The guy did not understand why he got this book. Even the strongest craftsman knew little about that knowledge. These were the martial arts of 5 elements. But in the words of the mustache, he realized it was Khan who helped him get it. But he warned, he does not even have basic skills. Despite this, the mustache promised, he will teach everything in person. So the head of the clan announced, the training will start tomorrow morning. So he ordered to come as soon as possible. His own daughter did not believe that he was able to teach the boy, but he already carried this duty. To thank for trust. At the same time, she was worried. Everything is fine with her older brother, but his father was convinced that no one would be able to harm him. He meant that the wind of change that just touched the robbers. These were just flowers. Soon the world will cover a terrible hurricane, and we need to gather strength to be ready to meet it. He asked her to prepare. The older brother will be in the heart of the events. He may dream of tranquility, but has already entered the world of the strongest masters. There is no gate. In the north of the province of Angoy, on the mountain, Damho thought, if you now pull out a fragment of a sword from your hand, you can not only lose the limb, but also die from blood loss. But there was no other choice. I had to act. Healer came to the rescue, but seeing how abundantly blood flows, she realized that if you do not stop, there is almost no chance of surviving. At the same time, she spoke gently with him, as if she asked, just don't remember. She did everything she could. Now all depended on him. She used to talk with a good time. She apologized to him and thanked it sincerely. But after his departure, the pain did not leave her for a moment. Even now, with tears in her eyes, she remembered those last words. The most painful was that she did not have time to thank him. While she was sobbing, Damho approached her. He had already woke up. "Now I'm in debt," he said quietly, looking at her in the eye. "There is no longer nearby." "I thought that I would remain alone," she whispered. "Glory to the heavens that you woke up." She hugged him, pressing closer. But Damho understood perfectly. Staying here is dangerous. We need to go. And it was at this moment that anxious words came. "Find it." "We need to catch this guy!" Hun was heard among the warriors of the clan. One of them shouted that he found a mark, blood just on the grass. Touching, they quickly determined, it is still warm. So the goal is nearby. Their task was clear, not to let him be restored. And of course, to take revenge for the death of the head of the Imperial Sword, the leader of the great kind of gun. Catch Damho, stop at any price. Without spending time, the detachment rushed to the foot of the mountain. That year, winter seemed particularly harsh. The piercing cold was stuck around. It was rumored that this is the most violent winter over the last decade. Most people avoided activity, and there were those who were different. They were called Concho, masters of martial arts. Last winter, the warriors of Muram and the demonic cult came of the Central Plain, and everyone knew it was only the beginning. One of the leaders of the demonic cult has not yet emerged, and as soon as it manifests itself, a great war between the current authorities and the dark forces will begin. All were excited by a wave that had already started moving around the world. The Gun Clan gathered all its warriors from different parts of the world and locked them in the fortress. After a fight with the Quanmo, it was inevitable. All their efforts were aimed at tracking it, And Damho himself, the culprit of all this bustle, just disappeared from view. Shuchjo Temple, Chansei Province. Despite its location, the temple was usually empty, but last winter everything has changed. There was one of Muram's combat units. Since the province of the Chances had strategic importance, a lot of money and strength was invested in the temple. The man with a spear blocked the way and asked to name those who arrived in the shrine. The arrivals were introduced. They were warriors from Bravan's school. The first spoke to the Jin, immediately calling his name. He was asked if something had happened in Brack. "We came here in the hope of getting help," Yuen replied. "I would like to enter and talk personally with the head of the Muram unit." They were missed, and in a moment they sat at the table discussing how gloomy the atmosphere was here. They were approached by a girl with a decent posture. It was Mrs. X Salt from the province of Henan. It was she who congratulated the guests. Yuena was the first thought. He heard that she had to be transferred last year, so he did not expect to see her here. He wanted to find out where the head of the unit is now, but Sul explained. He has long been absent, so she temporarily fulfills his duties. After that, she asked what had happened, and Yuen explained that they had arrived without warning because they needed help. Then he clarified whether one of them knew about the place of Chilug. He reported that they need to find this place. Salt knew about him. This is a mountain in the northwest she had already heard of. Then Yuen asked if she could spend them there, but the girl wanted to know why it was them. "If this is really what we are looking for, you will understand everything," Yuen replied, and soon they arrived in place. One of the satellites immediately began to carefully inspect the territory, looking for human traces. Hearing this, Yuen asked in surprise, "Is it really it?" One of them was silently pointing a finger forward. Below, in the gorge, there was a group of people. It was he who showed them. At the bottom, they saw the bald grandfather surrounded by children. Yes, it was Uncle Hanso. Without delaying, they went down. Yuen sat down with his uncle and said that all the monks of the school became real warriors. He then bowed his head and asked for forgiveness, though he asked, "What exactly?" "It seems to me that in the last 13 years, I have completely forgotten about my sacred duty, and it did not give me rest. I always thought that one day I would definitely meet you and sorry. But every time he postponed, there was not enough courage. I'm terribly annoying that I turned away from your student." The name that was bitten into the heart of a nail, Damho, his only child, his only student. But his uncle said calmly, "All is well. Did you have your fault? Just, he was not lucky, so luck turned." Yuen once again bowed his head, repeating, "Uncle," and then the uncle asked, "What led you to me?" Yuen opened. He was asked for his uncle to return to him. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. What, something serious happened in Konana? Yuen was confused for a moment, not understanding how his uncle still knows nothing. So he started talking immediately. "About his student?" Uncle asked with deep surprise on his face. "Do you really mean Damho?" "Yes, your student, alive," said Un. From the herd, his uncle almost swallowed his tongue. The words were stuck in the throat. It was too hard for him to believe in such. "You really say he is alive?" "Yes, everything is true. He is now known as Quota, the most famous among the strongest masters of martial arts." And at that moment the uncle could not stand. The tear broke through the eyelash and slipped on the cheek. Kwanma's name sounded too threatening, even frightening. But he belonged to the force that was equal to his name. Many of the best masters of the world fell from his hand. Yuen, telling this, was most surprised not by the facts, but because the uncle was not amazed. But this did not surprise him. The guy from a young age was special. He never stopped halfway, always went to his goal. He had to want something, and he did not give up until he received the desired. Even his lameness has never been an obstacle to him. However, surrounding, burdened with prejudices, did not want to recognize the obvious. But now the uncle did not understand what exactly wants, and he had every reason to refuse him in the request to return to Basta. He understood that Bravan is a home, and Damho would ever return there. But to go there only to lure your student, no. Damho is now free. He no longer belongs to a boast. The time has passed. The seasons changed. After escaping from the pursuers from the clan of U.S. Gun, the healer found shelter in Sinian. Then Damho was at death, and even in this state, he was able to kill the detachment leader who pursued him. Now she brewed tea and thought, it was 3 months since he went into the woods, and this day it seemed not to return. From time to time, horrible spooky shadows peeked out of the forest. She has never seen as stubborn and reckless as Damho, and only he thought, what made him become so stubborn in his past? Even here, from the energy that flowed from the valley, it almost knocked it down. Suddenly a bright lightning broke out before her eyes. These were Damho's feet. She felt the heat all over her body. Before her stood a completely different guy. not the one who once entered the forest. You finished your workout? She asked. Almost, he replied, but he understood perfectly. Even if they seem that persecution behind, it does not mean that they would be left alone. She wanted to make sure whether he remembered that he promised to take her to Johan once. It is there that lives the person to whom he should help. But in response, Damho said the simple truth. No matter how talented healer, it is impossible to save everyone. I know, she replied. But that does not mean that I should stop trying. I'm just obliged to do everything I can. Her patient suffers from a rare disease. He was born with the extremely strong energy of Yang, which he could not control. If nothing is done, his heart will not stand, and he will die, not reaching even 20. Such cases occur only every 100 years, and the boy is already 18. So if not intervene, he will not live by the end of the year. And so they left the haystand and went north. Subsequently, they got a small mansion on the outskirts of Johan. The knock on the door sounded, and they soon opened. An elderly man appeared on the doorstep, looking in the yard. I was not late? Asked the girl. The young master is waiting for you, he answered with a smile. He invited them inside, and at the entrance she saw him. The guy called her sister, and she could not restrain his joy, seeing him alive. And he immediately remembered her words, those who told him when she asked to survive. The guy was genuinely worried about whether he could survive. He still didn't know it, but when she asked her about it, she answered with a smile. Of course. The main thing is to trust your sister. The guy answered sincerely. He trusts her. But he did not understand who this man who came with her. The girl explained, Damho is her assistant. The stranger was politely introduced. His name was Menchon. In response, he heard the name Damho, and immediately recognized him. It was the name of Kvom himself, a well-known master. His glory has long flew the whole world of martial arts. But Chon recognized him not only by his name, his feet were given everything. The guy was extremely smart. He could find out everything, even a crumb of information. His gaze met with Damho's gaze, and seemed to see each other through. However, one thing was more important now. To start treatment immediately. The healer insisted it is impossible to delay. Even if the young man feels well, the disease did not retreat. It is necessary to carry iron until hot. And it was at this moment that the guy coughed. Blood went out of his mouth. There was no time left. You need to act immediately. The girl took him to the house, and the old man was left with Damho outside. Inside, she has already got her needles for treatment. She warned it will be painful and very. But Chon only nodded. He was ready to endure everything. The old man led Damho to a place of rest, and thanked that he had delivered the girl whole and intact. It was thanks to her that the young lord had a chance to survive. After that, Damho turned to the old man. You seem to know Han for a long time? And he heard that he was with him from birth. That's how, Damho muttered. He was really lucky. After all, he receives care from a strong warrior who hides in the image of a simple old man. The old look has changed. Now he looked at Damho other. Still, the widow, as if did not understand the hint, silently turning away. Rest, he threw, and went out. There was a lot of unusual in this mansion. The building had 4 wings that closed the yard in the center, completely hiding it from other people's eyes. Damho's room did not have access to the yard, only a narrow window that came out. He quickly realized, go outside. Yes, but to find out what was happening in the middle is impossible. He was deliberately placed here. After holding his breath, Damho got into reflections. The flow of thoughts filled his mind. He did not resist, allowed everything to escape, only watching. It was a state of insight, a skill that allowed you to look deep and understand your true I. He mastered it last winter on the island, where solitude made it possible to train without strange eyes. And now all the hidden feelings have escaped to the surface. One inner wall fell behind the other. Many barriers tried to hold back his thoughts, but in vain, none resisted. At some point, Damho felt someone's breath that broke through the silence. He was one deep breath, and he immediately recognized the old man who brought him here. Suddenly in his mind, the image of a sea turtle emerged. After all, the breath of the old resembled it. Deep, measured, powerful. From it, such energy was streaming that it could have sailed hundreds of li in one go, like a majestic turtle in the ocean. Then he caught another breath, stable, flat, calm. It was John Leon who worked skillfully with needles. Her breathing has not changed, so only a real master, fully focused on treatment, breathes. All the forces of the girl were aimed at saving the patient. But suddenly Damho felt another breath. It was Menchon. His breathing was weak, fragmentary, as if it could disappear at any moment. Damho remembered carp in a dry pond. The same convulsive breath, only gills in the water and the rest of the body on the border. Mention reminiscent of this carp. Almost dried, barely alive, holding on to the remnants of vital energy. Each needle of the needle, Li Yan's needle, has caused a respiratory retention. The energy level would decrease a little more, and it would have died. Her needles were like a protective wall that kept from final drying. The energy channels expanded and vitality began to return, filling the body. This process required extraordinary concentration and accuracy. The former exhausted body, similar to a dying carp, was now saturated with force. Chon finally freed himself from the heavenly curse, which harassed him like shackles. Having survived a real rebirth, its bones cracked, returning to the natural position, and the thin body began to be re-grown by muscles. The process of Hangul began, a change in the skeleton that prepared the body for martial arts. But Damho understood. It is not just a merit of acupuncture. Someone clearly intervened in the body of Chon, and these needles became only a catalyst. At this point, Damho focused on the extraordinary depth, delving into every feeling. But suddenly it was swept by a wave of power he had never felt before. It was something majestic, like a whole mountain coming from heaven. At the same moment, as Damho realized who before him, and the stranger recognized him as well. There is a resonance, an energy bond that connected both of them. Damho rose to the roof where he was already waiting, and when he came closer, he asked calmly, "Did you call me?" The young man immediately called him nickname, Kwanma. Damcho rotely asked, "That is, you know who I am?" He replied with confidence in his voice, "As you see." At the request of Damho, he called his name, Gomjul Chon. And this name was not new for Damho. It has long been in his memory. Gom noted with surprise that in the world no more than 10 people know his name, and Damho was one of them, because the name could not be forgotten. A cold, dark room in the celestial fortress appeared before her eyes. The gloomy atmosphere squeezed the breasts. It was there that he used to train to get used to the cold. Damho came there again and again to harden the willpower, and the phrase was carved on the wall. Gomjul Chkon. Here a friend rests. Someone left this inscription as a sign of memory. And now Julchon replied, "I looked at your name for 20 years. Could I forget it?" Damho immediately realized that it was the same, the heavenly fortress. It was a place where many of his friends died. The memory of them was still hurting. Gom heard that the fortress collapsed about 20 years ago, and together with her, one of the soldiers of the school of Bastan was buried. Now he understood that Damho was buried, and it was difficult to imagine what he had to go through. Gom asked this direction because he knew to live in the heavenly fortress was a test. However, he assured, he should not worry. He did not come as an enemy. At least now he came only to express her gratitude. Menchon survived only thanks to Damho. It turned out that Menchon was his younger brother. Now that he recovered, Gom can finally live quietly. He also admitted that from the very beginning he gave his brother a special elixir of 5 forces. It does not work on weak, but works powerfully when combined with blood and energy recovery. This transformation was struck even by himself. He had no choice. He had to use John Lee because it was necessary to save Menchon. Although not native to blood, Gom considers him a true brother. From this, Damho realized Menchon also belongs to the heavenly demons. He was curious. How many more like them? Imyugan? Tiramul? Is they too? Gom did not hide. Everything that Damho guessed is true. And these things are not for jokes. All of them are the followers of Kam Yulchon. You could lead a demonic cult, Damho asked. But Goom replied coldly, "No. I'm one of those who hates all these demons' leaders." Damho asked why he was saying so. Gom replied, "He does not seek the world chaos." These words seemed almost funny, Damho. It was hard to believe it. In fact, he did not even try to accept it. There was no hint in the soul. In response, a young man turned into a real beast. But Gom said calmly, "It doesn't matter if you believe or not. Everything will arise time." But Damho did not stop. "You will not have for that time." Step by step, he came closer, smashing the slate under his feet. The crumbs flew to the sides. The energy coming from it was devastating. It was a real embodiment of evil. It seemed that the land itself folded around it. Gom felt as if immersed in the depths of the dark ocean, so pressed. He first saw a form of anger he had only heard of. This man always goes forward. Do not stop him, and he is not obsessed. Gom remembered how he once told himself, "If you could not win, run away." But now it will not work. The hand reached the sword. The body trembled more than when it stood against 108 Shaolin warriors. But it is too late. Both rushed forward under tremendous pressure. The sword of the Gum cut air with a loud whistle. In response, the steel fist of Damho flew towards. It was the same bloody blow. The legendary master who defeated the 108th of the best Shaolin soldiers dug on Damho. His strength struck like a stream, merging into the unrestrained rain that fell on Damho. For a moment, Damho's body contours became blurred. Energy began to be released. He activated the shield, instinctively responding to the threat. The attacks that poured on him hail were scattered into the void. The body of the young man rapidly absorbed all this unrestrained power. Each wound trembled, the blood in the veins boiled, energy penetrated it through. But Damho stubbornly continued to absorb it as a bottomless gap. In the eyes of Goma, he remained the same. Insane and dangerous. However, he was not going to stop. The sword broke back into the attack. And so, their blows came together in an epic collision. The Damho's fist and the sword were crossed at the point of deadly force. In the next moment, the air was torn by a powerful explosion. The crazy hurricane destroyed not only the mansion, but also everything around. The voice of Goma cut off the dust and silence. Next time we will meet exactly. And Damho was just standing in place, not looking at the point where he disappeared. The older brother finally came to the smaller, see how he holds. Fichkon already looked much better, though he has not yet recovered. The elders always take care of the younger ones. He was grateful for this, because without him it would be unlikely to live to this point. The only thing he asked for me was that Gom would stop hammering his head with nonsense and did everything in his power. He was lucky. The worst managed to avoid, but he has not yet had time. They stood two in the room, conducting a quiet conversation as suddenly the door opened. The second brother came to them, just heard the news about Man, immediately arrived. Men was endlessly happy to see him alive and unharmed. The brother immediately rushed to hug him, stroked his head and fall asleep with warm words. Even the complexion has improved. It really looked much cheerful. By the way, the name of this brother Mul. Gom addressed him. Everyone, they say, gathered. The whole path that Gom went has taken up for 15 years. Ogun recently went to Saku, so Gom said he was going there. Mul asked in surprise, why did he go there? The reason was one, Chonso was also headed in Saku. Hearing this name, Molia seemed to break. He was stunned. Is it about a bloody judge? Although he was not sure, Gom added that Chonsan also seemed to go there. The two worst names. These killers are known to anyone who at least heard something about a demonic cult. None of those who stood on the way to them lived to a happy finale. Mol was well aware. These two were the most juggling of massacres among the entire demonic cult. If at least one of them appears, a bloody massacre is certainly coming. This cult has always been a confusion of the psyche. And it has never been an exaggeration. He is strong, the only thing he was able to say about him, and that was enough. To stand against him, I had to squeeze everything to the last drop. It was a quota. It was he who made Goma recognize another's power. Mol even then realized this when he made a hassle, and he could not imagine that his older brother once recognized him with a level. The messengers, founders, even military mentors, all who faced him face to face, rarely remained alive. His level is just crazy. As he reached such, living in the heavenly fortress is a mystery, but the fact remains, it is incredibly strong. During the battle with him, my inner harmony was destroyed. Confessed to Gom. He has not felt such damage for himself for a long time. As if he had not lost anything critical, but all that he showed was absolutely alien to me. But such harmony was not a true need, and yet this loss was worth it, undoubtedly. After these words, Gom asked Muol not to worry about Damho, but to focus on the main thing, the search. Chon Rugok is a really great place, and it will also play a role. The grandfather, meanwhile, was quietly doing business in the garden. He ran to him, and he, smiling, asked her not to run. It is dangerous. She stretched him a cloth to wipe his sweat out of his forehead, a touching care in every movement. But this time my grandfather explained with a smile. He was not tired at all, and she had a good time to tell about her uncle. Stories about Damho always captured her most. Meanwhile, late night, Saku was silent. It's been a few months from her arrival here, but she could not get used to the local life. Mr. Yuen stood nearby. They met during a walk. He looked thoughtful, and the girl immediately asked how she had a conversation with Hanso. He confessed he felt awkward, and she remembered that she had talked with Heian, who told her something about her uncle. Master Hanso now calls his former student. Earlier, he was just Damho, although now the whole world knows him as a Kwanma, he added. He was wondering if a young mistress was familiar with him, but she replied that she saw him somehow. Then Yuen asked if he still blamed the school of Bastan of everything. But in front of her, Damho never even mentioned his school. It seemed easier for him if he had accused of Bravan, but he apparently just decided to completely wipe the past from his memory. And at a moment when they talked quietly, the sky cuts shouts, "Night attack!" A fire flashed ahead. It became clear that the night attack began. Yuen immediately weighed. A serious problem is clearly rising. The fire burned at the main entrance. The mistress rushed there without delay. But she saw. It seemed that it could not be true. It was difficult for the eyes to believe. The battle was gaining momentum and becoming more bloodthirsty. Who could be so cruel? The only thought was in the head. It is a matter of the hands of a demonic cult. Now it was only necessary to take it and start acting. The hostess went forward, while the attacker shouted after her insults, calling the stinking litter. It was a goal of Sheng. He considered his cult the strongest, and he convinced that she could not stand in front of his power. But the sword in her hands began to emit cold light, although no one of them was realized. It is from this clash that the Great War will begin, which will determine the fate of the world of martial arts. The battle here and now will be a flash that will start a chain of wars throughout the continent. Meanwhile, in the ancient city of Luoyang, the center of millennial history, 9 empires once crossed here, so the city was called the 9 Dynasties. In its very center stood the Taverna Genus, a place where everything will begin. Inside the tavern, men discussed a recent battle, the same one where the warriors of Murum and the demonic cult came from. This time, they said, everything is different. The scale of fighting is terrifying, and cruelty exceeds all ideas. They say they attacked all together, and the number of victims reaches hundreds. They almost destroyed the whole school in Saki. If it were not for Ungen from Brauda and a young hostess Henam, everything would be erased from the face of the earth. Damho was sitting nearby. Hearing the familiar name, his face tensed. There were other familiar figures from Kavian together with him in Taverna. One of them is Master Kion Guvan, who always believed as if he would never leave the border. Before him was a young man who asked whether he visited tomorrow in Shaolin. It was a Hojian. In response, he heard, "There is no point in going there now. After all, it is likely that Shaolin is already infected with the presence of a demonic cult. If they see that the head of a boasting steppe goes to Shaolin, be sure to do something." So it is decided. Someone else will be sent there. Hogyon, among other things, mentioned that Yuen's brother is now in Saki, and this news frightened the old man. What does the boy do in such a dangerous place? However, the student did not know anything specific. Kion Guvan could only hope that everything was fine with Yuen. After that, someone raised the question of Quanma. Squeezing his teeth, the master said bitterly, "How did we, the martial arts mentors, could only discard a person through appearance?" The students were ashamed. They also kept away from Damho, just because of his appearance. At this inconvenient moment, a bald monk came to the room. A bald monk came into the room from Shaolin. He was called Quan X. The head of Pravan sincerely congratulated the guest, bowing to him with respect. "It is a great honor for me to meet such a great Shaolin monk as you," he said. But Quan X just smiled modestly. "I'm not so big. In fact, our head had to come, but because of a serious injury, I came." The head of Grosti immediately worried. What happened? Quan explained, "It does not know the whole world yet, but now Shaolin is suffering serious losses. Just like in Saki, outsiders penetrated the temple, and it hit the heart of the monastery. The Sochkon, who was considered to be the future temple, was seriously injured and is now being treated. It is said that there were 2 culprits. But all this destruction is a matter of hands of only one person. It is because of this in Shaolin that sorrow prevails. And that is why the meeting was appointed in Luan, so that no one saw the weakness of the temple." The head of Pravan asked his student to go out and join the guard with others. Outwardly, the guards kept the defense, standing as if a wall. No one had to go past them. Everyone was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. A demonic cult could appear at any moment. And suddenly, as if from nowhere, a voice came behind their backs. The elderly, the hoarse, the voice of the one who watched them for a long time. "So here, there is a secret meeting of Grana and Shaolin?" he asked, staring at the eyes of fire. This stranger in some way by their vigilance. No one noticed how he was approaching. And although the monk had just communicated, it did not mean that his feelings were turned off. But the old man, if he wanted, everyone would already lie dead. One of the students finally gathered with the spirit and shouted, "Hey, what did you forget here, old man?" Red mockingly called the guy Grubian, noting that he was the first to ask a question. But the next moment I understood. There was no point in it. The monks reacted instantly. Their hands were firmly with weapons ready for battle. They knew that only a demonic cult was able to disrupt the secret meeting of such a scale. Therefore, without hesitation, they decided to stop a stranger. But he again called them the Rugs, playing with words like a cat with a mouse. On his hand, the dark sphere was caught up, liking and ominous. And so he showed true strength, demonic, ruthless beyond. The monks armed with sticks could not even get closer, as if something was breaking them from within. Everyone grabbed their heads. The pain was covered, as if a wave, squeezing a skull. It was a shock, a real terror that rushed to the bones. It was almost impossible to resist. This pressure caused nausea and fear. At this point, the head of Pravan and Kavan appeared. Both silently stepped forward. Red recognized. He was looking for them. and immediately launched a deadly technique in their side, Demonic Ladian of the Black Heart. This technique belonged to only one, and its destructive force was legendary. In response, the head of Paman activated Ladian of the Plum Flower, sophisticated and powerfully, and Quan answered the destruction, an attack capable of breaking any enemy. They fought 2 against 1, without unnecessary words, only technique and determination. But the forces were too large. Blood began to ooze from the nose of both warriors. Sanchikon warned that the more he resists, the worse the torment will become. The head of Bastan felt there was an incredibly powerful opponent. Without holding back curiosity, he asked, "Who are you?" But in response he heard, "Why do you ask if you have already understood everything?" Of course, the head has long felt this is one of the demonic cult. Finally the stranger called himself. He is Sanchon. He spread his hands. They were instantly blackened, radiating a deadly threat. In the air, an ominous silence hung. The atmosphere itself suggested fear. The only chance is to act together, without delay. The head gives the command, all on the attack, on all sides. The monks obey, rushing simply to the San of Chon, without hesitation. At this time Damho is quite nearby. Looking out the window, hearing the roar, he immediately understands. It is a demonic cult, but deep in his soul he is indifferent who is beating with. Suddenly a witch enters the room without realizing what is happening. It does not imagine the scale that unfolds outside. Damho calmly says that nothing has happened. How is nothing? She is indignant. Look, the flames explodes just in the sky. And here the roar becomes at times closer, the walls shudder. A body flows into the roar. It throws it just through the wall. The clay partition cracks and flies into the plows. The wounded guy is only quietly moaning. Every movement brings unbearable pain. Damho lowers the look. The face seems familiar. It's Hogun. Same. Now he is accurately recognized. From the back of the boy comes a voice, "Save up. You have no chance." And now the enemies are coming close, stating that there is no way to escape. Bloodfly Gun asks, "Run away. Escape, though you..." But the opponent warns, "From now on, no one will come alive." He was warned. There is no way to escape. There is no choice too. When Damho called to flee, he was answered he would better take care of his own skin. Because they will not survive them, they will still not succeed. They have already rushed to the attack, stating that everyone who happened to them has long been dead. UN, even exhausted to the edge, did not give up and continued to fight. But at the heart of the thought was thought. Is it really an end? Suddenly, a red lightning broke out before her eyes. Thinking of death was senseless when Damho stood nearby, because he was not going to look quietly as enemies approached him. He just dealt with one. The next he was flying on him from behind. Squeezing his fist, he punched the enemy with one accurate blow. UN could not believe. The technique of a demonic cult was truly terrifying. Even as a first-class student, he felt powerless. And this lame guy dealt with them so easily. At that moment, the memory of the UNA fell a memory since ancient times, when Damho was humiliated only for being lame. And everyone believed he will never become a master of martial arts. He was then called Chong, a guy who was hoped. But as he found himself here, he never understood units. When he recognized him finally, he was confused without finding words. But Damho spoke first. He asked why he was here. Because Hua'S is far away. He only followed his master, not knowing what it would turn into. But when he learned of the misery that the teacher was bearing, he could not stay away. Then he turned to Damho, pleasure asking to save the mentor. But the next moment he lost consciousness and fell to the ground, exhausted all the forces. John Lee immediately rushed to him, trying to help at least somehow. She took responsibility and asked Damho to immediately go to the help of the master. But Damho stood still. The body did not obey, as if they were doubtful. "Will you really stay away, even knowing that these people are your family? Your master would not approve of this. We cannot simply turn away and give them perish. When meeting you will be ashamed to look in his eyes. I beg you, save them, it's not too late." These words broke the silence, mixing with the roar of the explosions that shook the streets. Meanwhile, the head with the monk turned out to be powerless in the face of a cruel enemy. He skillfully owned the martial arts, leaving them only protection. But what to talk there? It was almost impossible to approach him. The situation became so dangerous that the head saw as the associates began to flee. It was suicide itself. The battle was doomed. So Quan whispered to Guan that it was time to retreat. But it is impossible to run away by Sanchon. He himself declared it with icy confidence, and without unnecessary words began a new devastating attack. Stones, wooden boards, building, everything around turned into a bloody meat grinder under the force of attack. And the sphere in the hand of Sanchon continued to grow, absorbing even more energy. The first to fall under her strength was a quad. His body flew into the air. The students saw with their own eyes how their mentor falls on the ground. One of them pleaded to save the master, and the other only exclaimed, "It is impossible." Grind tried to go on the side, looking for a chance to attack, but its speed was not enough. The opponent was too strong. In other circumstances, he would easily deal with the monks, but this time the road was blocked by Damho. The appearance of the guy was amazed. Everyone asked who the hell was it such. At first, Damho brought one from the battle, then a few more flew. He silently, without the shadow of emotions, evaluated every movement of rivals. With one lightning blow he destroyed several warriors of the cult, and each of them falling, thought only for one thing. Who is this stranger? The world is full of warriors. Battles are going on daily, and many of them have already suffered serious injuries. Among them were one-handed and lame. But they did not stop. But none had such power and grandeur as the Lord of the Fist of the Demon. But now a guy was stood in front of the dignity, who darkened even him. And without restraining, Sanchkon asked who he was. Without waiting for the answer, he began to form a deadly sphere as before. But he did not have time to finish when he felt a stranger on his body, and then a powerful blow that threw it back. This unexpected blow was a real work of art. The author became Damho, who acted with lightning accuracy. For the first time in the day, San was in a difficult situation and thought, if it were not for the protection of a demon with a black heart, it would all end worse. Two allies watched in surprise. The same San has won everyone himself, but now he was rejected by a single blow to the unknown. San released a black fog that was running into the sky, the most powerful technique of a demon with a black heart. Damho's body immediately became blurred, as if the air was distorted. This was the result of his special protective shield, activated earlier. Sana's eyes expanded, like two silver coins full of surprise and shock. In response, Damho's hand sharply rushed forward at an incomprehensible speed, and in a moment he grabbed the enemy by the collar, as if a dirty dog, coldly ordered not to resist, because now there is no chance to escape. He said this not as a threat but as a sentence. Everything has already been resolved. The blow, as if descended from heaven, is the harbinger of the inevitable punishment. Now San had to feel true pain on his own body. Even the earth had to plow his face, scratching his nose on the dust. And then, barely awake, looking from the bottom up, just asked, "Who are you the hell?" Behind the guy stood a guan and suddenly noticed his lame course. In this step he recognized a little boy he saw many years ago, and unconsciously he said his old name, Chong. But when Chong looked at him a cold, someone else's look, the guan frozen, not believing. Meanwhile, San spoke about the Fist of the Demon. They said he heard a lot about him and believed that all the rumors, only exaggeration, as is usually the case. San mentioned that the demo Elaborate was warned of this guy and seemed right. But immediately I realized that he was unnecessary inadvertently, which he had no right to say. The name that cannot be pronounced and the connection with it is the harshest secret. Damcho wondered with the spooky voice where he had the connection with that envoy, because he is one of the few who survived after their meeting. Damho remembered the battle well. It was too painful and unforgettable. This clash left in memory, which is not erased even for years. San wondered. He could not reveal his relationship with the messenger. The only way out is to kill this guy, a fist of a demon, just here and now. With a scared glitter in the eyes of San said that he would take him with him to the afterlife, and went into battle. His eyes were given one. He really decided to die with the enemy. Guvan broke out of place, shouting, "Chong, beware! Fist demon, we will die together," said San. But he did not take into account. Damho had no smallest intention to die. But will he be able to survive the reverse technique of a bloody demon of the demon? When San was about to carry out self-destruction, Damho's figure immediately rushed forward. Blood and bones flew all over. It was a lightning massacre. San did not even have time to activate his reverse equipment. Here is the end of Sanchon. A depressing dead silence reigned above the ruins. One of the monks only whispered, "Incredible." And the Guvan, standing, continued to look at Damho and call him Chong. Gubivan asked him, "No longer call Damho. After all, from the moment you said that it is no longer a student of Hua, everything has changed." But he did not have time to continue. Damho broke him sharply, asking what was happening here. Guvan explained that he had come to negotiate with Shaolin, although he was ambushed for a demonic cult. After that, Damho thanked the salvation that he came at the most critical moment. But Damho did it not just. The reason was his master. Guvan immediately realized who was talking about his older brother, Kon Si. Damho's next question was short. Was it okay with him? But in response, he heard that the Huan is no longer on Hua Mountain. What does this mean? How is it not on a mountain? It turns out that the older brother left the mountain after being imprisoned in the CAO. He seems to have not been able to forgive the sect that they dropped you. Just disappeared without words. Damho was silent. Listening to this, he plunged into deep reflections. And Guvan continued. The leader of the sect sent people to find him. I am really sorry that Hua Mountain made it so much. Chonggen, it is likely that the older brother Khan is now in show. At this point, Yuan approached. He was a little treated by the witch, and reported the news. Guan's eldest brother for several days in Shuchu, investigating Han's trace. And given the circumstances, it is very likely that the Hoon itself is nearby. After that, Damho, without a minute, decides to go there immediately. The majestic landscape opened from Lake Dunton. The power of the Alliance of Martial Arts caused a reverently thrill. And from the moment we have a copy, the god of the Alliance, their status has risen to heaven. The man stood by the window and thought. Only one man was able to destroy the whole family of us Hun, along with the fist of the demon. The army of the Sword King, the last bastion of the gun of us, was erased from the face of the earth, and John himself returned with serious injuries. The plan to attract a divine doctor to treat the young lord, Gun Mujina, has fallen completely. Now the atmosphere in the family of Jianyus was more like a mourning, as in a funeral bureau. If their foundation falls, its power will weaken. He was aware that while the fist of the demon was alive, the threat would remain. It must be destroyed at any cost. But at that moment, a man with an urgent report from the north appeared behind his back. The Vikuju gang is completely destroyed. An unknown group of people goes to show. In view of all, it can be the forces of a demonic cult, but their fighting power seems abnormally powerful. In one night, they wiped the values, the rulers of Gusion, from the face. How strong they are not yet established, but their power is enormous. He immediately asked which troops could be transferred to Showers now. But he heard that all the forces were sent to Junan and Shandun, and even under the best conditions of return will take the month. He understood perfectly. It would be too late. The situation has already come out of control. However, he also heard that the young hero Khan Wun from the sect of Steel Fights is now nearby. He may be able to help. He then ordered, immediately send Choyan Vuna and the neighboring sects to show. And yet, write letters to Shaolin and Hua Mountains to ask for help. 4 months have passed since Khan Wun and his comrades have combed the north and center in search of a demonic cult base. During this time, they searched for every shot of the province of Shanyi, and none of the places corresponded to the level of the cult base. Cho Yun-won walked on a deserted main road. Fatigue literally burdened every step. Suddenly, one of the satellites turned to him, causing attention. He asked to look at the distance. Something was flying from the other side. In the sky, a bird was spreading. A message was attached to its foot. Yuen reached out. The bird sat on it without hesitation. When I read the content of the letter, the jaws were inadvertently stuck. Shuzhou branch became the target of a demonic cult. They were ordered to join the protection immediately. Shuzhou. That's what this strategic and threatening place was called. And so they, like shadows, stood on the rock staring down. Cho Yon W. It finally got to the target. The unknown awaited ahead. The road was difficult and exhausting, but he did not give up. The first thing he suggested to relax to gain strength. The fortification doors were open, and the group entered inside. A familiar figure was waiting for him. She met him with a smile. She, of course, immediately realized the journey was difficult, exhausting. One briefly recounted who they had to face on the road. On the way, they came across a detachment of Shocking Heaven, part of the demonic cult. They called themselves Divine, without recognizing their dark essence. A fierce battle broke out between them. The forces were uneven. One was forced to use the Divine Fist of 8 Devastation. But after all, he was defeated and had to retreat. Not this time. But in response, he heard that the situation was not better here. Everything is far from calm. Elite members of the demonic sect, led by Gosun Young, caused great harm. He is a large sect demon that has no equal. Countless people were killed or severely injured. The losses were enormous. But at first, she suggested that they rest and restore their strength a little. In the valley, the weather, as always, was calm, as if in another world. Once upon a time, a man named John Jen came here, with a mysterious aura. The sage Han, meeting him as if he had lost his soul, could not leave this place. His view radiated a deep, almost mystical spiritual power. Immediately became clear. There was an unusual person in front of them. Kion invited him to sit side by side, and they divided the table in silence for 2. Subsequently, their faces were striking with laughter and drunk. They became like brothers. Both called that day the second is the best in their lives, because it was on this day that they divided true friendship, sincere, deep. When asked by Chan about the first best day, Khan replied, "It was the day I received the student." And he heard in response, Chan had the same story. The student changed his life. Keeping track of how the baby grows and becomes stronger is the greatest joy for the teacher. And alcohol, drinking for the memories of students, seemed especially delicious. Subsequently, John asked where Han's student is now. I do not know, but I sincerely believe that everything is well with him, he replied. And I would like my student to live freely without tying anything. During the conversation, John confessed that he himself was from a demonic cult. It added right away. That does not mean that he seeks war. There are fractions, like him, dreaming of peace. Khan remembered this conversation and thought, if they were from a demonic cult, it immediately makes them demons? Does the world have the right to brand such as Zhang only because of their origin? Conversely, can a person be called righteous only because they are from an orthodox sect? What is righteousness in general, and how to distinguish it from a demonic? But he was not given the reflection on Khan. Suddenly his older brother appeared. They did not see themselves for a long time. This meeting was unexpected and deep. After receiving the letter, the man began to study his content carefully, while the younger brothers froze nearby, watching his face. Anger slowly spread in the features of the warrior, like dark clouds before a thunderstorm. Gathering the paper in his fist, he explained to his comrades the essence of the message. The branch of Shuchu became the target of a demonic cult, and they were ordered to join the defenders immediately. The events unfolded in the direction where their path lay. The brothers were deeply pleased with the eyes of city streets, to which they finally got. The road turned out to be truly long and incredibly difficult. Therefore, many were happy to translate the spirit. The group leader suggested that the soldiers relax before the tests. Soon travelers have already crossed the majestic city walls, meeting their views. First of all, they were faced with a young girl named Miss Hai, who came out to congratulate the arrivals. She unmistakably determined their exhausted appearance that the trip was not easy for them. The man told the beauties that they brought them here, telling how on the road they collided with a detachment of those who roll over heaven from a demonic cult. It is noteworthy that the enemies did not call themselves representatives of the dark cult. At first, they called themselves divine. The warrior clearly mentioned that fatal meeting. Then the enemy was introduced as the leader of the detachment of those who throw the heaven, Choja Ken. Despite the accident of their collision, the enemy expressed his desire to fight the older CO, as he heard legends about him and 9 combat dragons. He was particularly interested in the skill of possession of the sword of the heavenly demon, demonstrated by the leader of the detachment, those who throws heaven. Unlike Hen or other warriors related to the rigid framework, the enemy was a free soldier. He owned the sword depending on the situation, reaching full unity with weapons. This was an effective and extreme fencing art. It drew the energy of the sword and emotions, becoming truly terrible. When the battle broke out, the enemy used his style of battle sword, and our hero answered the divine fist of retribution. As a result, the enemy was defeated, after which the leader left quietly. It was obvious that he was sorry for such a difficult path of comrades. However, the man noted that the girl also went through many trials. At that time, the beauty told about local disasters. Elite members of the demonic sect caused great damage to the surroundings of Sho. They were headed by a man named after the Om Young, a demon of great force that has no equal in level of power. Many people were killed or injured in these battles. Of course, the elder was interested in how best and more it would be to respond to such an invasion of a demonic cult. However, he suggested a little rest, and then discuss further actions. Everyone who arrived looked extremely exhausted by the long road. Meanwhile, the events moved to the distant valley. There he sat alone in the old sage, immersed in memories. Recently, a person named Jono Jean came to this valley. After meeting with him, the sage seemed to lose his soul and could not leave this place, because the person was out of a demonic cult. The old man was thinking about what could be considered correct, demonic. That man, passing by, noticed what a wonderful appearance opened in the valley. He apologized that he came here without permission, but the sage only explained that this nature had no owner. Everyone could come here. Of course, the traveler was infinitely grateful that such a sage went down to talk to him. The sage felt deep mystical energy coming out of the guest's eyes. It became obvious that this elderly man is clearly unusual personality. Later, according to a slow conversation, Yang about the gene decided to ask the sage to which temple he belongs. Of course, the sage was surprised that this man recognized the priest so quickly. However, the man himself felt perfectly mystical energy that comes from the sage. Without unnecessary questions, the old sage simply introduced himself. Obviously for the gene was a huge honor to meet such a person. Soon, when they drank enough, their faces blushed, and they already became like brothers. It was evident that the Chan about the Jin was really happy to spend time in such a company. It would seem that today was the second best day in his life. For the sage, this day also became the second most important, because he shared friendship and alcohol with his wonderful acquaintance. Then, without any shame, the Jin decided to find out when the sage had the best day. He remembered without hesitation the day he received his student. In principle, the situation of his interlocutor was identical. He also took the student and considered it his grace. After all, watching this child was the most joyous in her life. As a result, alcohol, drunk because of the memories of the students, was especially delicious, and the same felt the sage. Then John On-jen decided to find out a new acquaintance, were his student. Although he did not know anything before the way, he only heard that now the boy has all well. Of course, John O-jen told that his student lives freely. The sage himself would like to live, not related to any obligations. In addition, he noticed that his new friend trusted his student. It was truth. Although a lot was missing the student, he inherited the right heart and mind, and perhaps even the wisdom of his ancestors. The sage accepted this boy because he said he would be useful. So the mentor decided to instruct him well. Listening to all these conversations, the sage began to remember whether he knew at least one faction in which aura was similar, as in a gene. It seems that the interlocutor quickly realized that the sage was already guessing his belonging to a demonic cult. However, the traveler explained that his belonging to this cult does not mean that they all seek to fight. There are factions that do not want war. The memories of the sage was finished. He understood that when this old manic cult was obviously a demon. However, his appearance was more reminiscent of the saint, so the sage did not know whether such people could be counted as demons only because they are from a demonic cult, and also whether a person can be called righteous only because he belonged to the orthodox fraction. The sage thought for a long time what righteousness is, and that would be considered demonic. Suddenly, a good acquaintance appeared to him, who called him his brother. The old man hastily jumped to congratulate his brother Hengam. However, he immediately saw his very serious look. At this point, the man behind the old back was apologizing to the sage, and he recalled dissatisfied that he had to come when the time would return. Only Hengu stood up for a young warrior who did nothing wrong. After all, Hengu himself came to Hoju and heard that the sage was here, so he decided to visit him for a short time. Naturally, the sage had many questions. For example, that Hengu forgot here. However, as a result, before the conversation, they decided to settle in a cozy gazebo. Despite the fact that they were mentioned, the sage could not forget the John of the general. Despite the short time, that man made a lot of impression on him. He was fun with him. However, now, having met the Hengam, he could barely breathe. Therefore, the old man decided that the difference between a demonic and righteous person was not so easy. At this point, looking at his friend, Hengam noticed that he had not changed at all. At least how much time would have passed. Of course, the sage insisted on the opposite, and Hengu did not argue with him from such little things. However, he felt that apparently the younger brother was still offended by him. When the warrior did not answer his question, he stopped waiting for clarification. However, everything that he remained, he did not regret what happened that day. Hengam could admit that the boy's features distinguished him among others. However, he was useless for Hua Mountain. Of course, the sage was amazed that the older brother still does not recognize this child, although her reputation was literally shaking the world. However, Hengam was used to believing only because he saw with his own eyes. At this point, they heard a child's laughter nearby. The children came ashore of the river to clap. Seeing these children, Hengam was convinced that his younger brother had not changed anything, remained the same. He only gave shelter to children who had nowhere to go and saw nothing wrong with it. After that, the sage wanted to say goodbye to his eldest brother, if he had already said everything why he came. But as it turned out, Hengo came to pick him up. Although the sage has already made it clear to his brother that he would not return yet. That's why Hengam came here. He also did not like it, but the leader of the sect ordered, and the warrior could not do anything. It doesn't matter how the younger brother denied it. He was the elder of the Hua Mountain sect and had to forget about it. Of course, the sage tried to explain that he had never forgotten his duty, but at the same time, he could not leave children who had already given shelter. His brother was very disappointed that the sage always chooses the wrong way. As a result, Hengam allowed him to take the children with him, but warned that they would not be accepted as sect students. However, the old man understood. If these children do not want to stay, he will not force them to live on the mountain. At this point, Hengum himself had already approached his assistant, ordering him to deliver his younger brother and children in show. Of course, the warrior knew that it was very dangerous, but promised that they would not be dangerous. In addition, what a danger could be about if he went out of Hua right from there. Having apologized for his doubts, the assistant immediately bowed in the bow. The events moved in the evening in the same province of Shuchu, where in his own house sat a sage with the children. He asked them to worry about nothing, because the soldiers of the sect would bring them to a safe place in the morning. So the old man asked the babies to suffer a little. Of course, despite the fright, the children immediately agreed with their grandfather. Suddenly the elder warrior of the Cho sect appeared. Then he asked the sage not to worry, because he was a friend of his student. The master almost stirred, hearing the name of his favorite student, while the senior said that from the moment of arriving to Morim, they were closely linked by fate. The sage greeted this boy and apologized, because in the war, people inevitably became suspicious of strangers. However, the senior warrior understood everything, and himself would do the same in the place of the sage. After that, they were already sitting together, drinking, and the senior warrior told stories in how the guy showed himself on the best side. His teacher himself knew well that the lad was rude. Of course, he was very pleased to finally hear such stories from his student. As a result, the sage was fascinated by the words of the older warrior. He laughed and wept from stories about the life of his student, whom did not know anything. Even young Mrs. Haywell came to make sure all is well. However, it seemed that these two lived over the world of war and the world of fun memories. When the beauty was about to go, she heard the sounds of battle, so the girl immediately realized that they were attacked. Soon, news about the attack of a demonic cult flew all over the city. The warriors immediately rested, not believing that the opponents would dare to attack them at night. When the defenders were eating, they saw that a bloody battle had already begun. Soon to the place where the rattles of the weapon was heard, he also hurried to hell. However, the girl understood. Enemies are a huge number, and they were extremely strong. This meant that the battle would last long. At this time, she noticed a man in white clothing, which was watching the battle from afar. When the beauty approached him, he named Dan Konko. However, no matter how much the girl thought, could not remember any person with that name. The man just smiled, realizing that soon this warlike woman would understand. He was a judge of the other world. When he was intending to attack, she felt a huge power that comes from the enemy. The enemy explained, though she was strong, she was still far before the battle with him. However, the beauty did not refuse her intention, considering it a hasty decision of the enemy. Looking at her stubbornness, the warrior realized that the girl did not even need to know his name. She will die here and now. He said he had already counted that this man may have knew who she was, once tried her. However, he was convinced that it was not necessary to know it. Therefore, the girl decided to introduce her full name before this master. Her name was well known to many, because she was one of the 9 dragons. Then the enemy realized that this lady would be sufficient as a victim. However, the girl was not going to retreat and promised that she would not seem so easily. Suddenly behind, she heard a familiar teaching. If she is not sure of victory, there is nothing shy about retreating. It was a sage Hengam, who hurried to help to deal with this enemy. Therefore, having taken her place in battle, he asked that the lady would help others. Going closer, Hengam was convinced that the man was indeed a representative of evil forces. No one would argue with him, considering that they were pursuing an unhappy child. After that, the warrior introduced himself to the Hua sect. Hearing his name, the enemy realized. He was the first sword of the sect. The enemy was surprised that even such an important person came to him, and even calculated that he would become a good opponent for him. However, Hengam was only outraged from the self-confidence of this person. At this time, the events also unfolded in the lad's. Following his journey, he repeatedly met people who died from the action of the poison. Looking at his companion, the hero decided to find out if she was able to recognize that it was poison. He was like a corruption substance, but the girl first saw this poison for the first time. The hero wanted to know if he could find a detoxification for him. Although it was difficult to neutralize it, the companions needed to know about its ingredients. Due to the fact that the corpses were severely rot, they could not collect normal samples. Then they needed to find the poison itself to try to make the antidote. Before going further, I will propose to burn the corpses. If left them just so, then the people who pass could be poisoned. Walking past the burning bodies, the girl was convinced that this kind of poisonous substance could be made only by a person who has high art and tried many combinations of poisons. Perhaps it could even be a poisoning master, so-called a person who fully mastered the art of creating a poison. It was about the cultivation of internal energy when receiving a specially selected poison and the development of special equipment of the internal martial arts. Blood, organs, and viscerators are impregnated with poison, and a person literally becomes a living poison. The hero realized what it means. In the battle of the soldiers, their ultimate goal is to kill each other at any cost. However, he was also concerned about poisoning not only his purpose, but even the fighters who were around. As a result, the ladies of Hong and John Ren went on a trip and stopped in a small village, in a small hotel. Fortunately, they met them there Ichon, to whom John Ren was helped a few days ago on a river crossing, and he gave them shelter. Somewhere at this time, warriors stopped in the village. They had to rest well and, if possible, go early in the morning. After all, when the masters of martial arts came to the village. Because of this, the atmosphere in the countryside was very ominous. These masters were from the core of 5 elements of the Alliance Armed Forces. As the name is known, they were divided by 5 groups: fire, water, wood, metal, land, where Juzhen was the leader of the metal unit. Unexpectedly, he thinks about the spreading poison, who reported to the appearance of strangers. Obviously, this news alerted the warrior. Soon they were already approaching the house where the traveling couple stopped. The young lady went to them to talk and introduced herself. To the surprise of the leader of the metal group, he learned the name of John Ren, heard it somewhere earlier. As a result, he decided to find out why Miss arrived in the village. When the leader decided to ask her about the companion she traveled with, he asked that the satellite also came out to them so that they could confirm his personality. However, the girl made it clear that she had to refuse them. The warrior explained that in any case they had to check. It would be better if the lady helped them in this case. Otherwise they would consider that she is part of a demonic cult and will have to grab it. The beauties had to hope that they would not regret their decision. And the warriors recalled that they were part of the Alliance Muri and never regret. In this case, the girl had no choice. When she was going to enter the house to call the hero, she heard a loud cry nearby. He left the neighbor's house, so everyone immediately returned and went there. There was a frightened woman whose husband was just faint. However, at one view of the unhappy, everyone immediately understood the horrific truth. A woman was poisoned by a deadly poison. Even now that her gaze turned to the warriors, it was evident that the skin began to melt ominously. The shortness of breath clenched the victim's throat more and more until it fell dead. Instantly wearing a protective mask, John Ren decisively ordered the warriors to retreat. It was possible to get infected even from a light touch to the body. The beauty sent them to check that there were those who became infected, strictly punished not to touch anyone. This second, the leader of the metal group realized that the girl was a doctor, and time began to adjust the fighters. He remained catastrophically little. When the warriors left, the young lady strongly approached the body, which radiates a terrible stench. She needed to find out what poison the victim was poisoned to create an antidote. At this time, an ancient old man in the outskirts of the mountains was an old man. The thirst forced him to interrupt the contemplation. He decided to support himself, ruthlessly eating a lizard that dared to approach him. Suddenly, a faithful assistant appeared to him. As expected, the enemies still did not guess what they had created. This caused the old man only negligent laughter. Not only that these people were pathetic, then they were also hopelessly blunt. This old name was the SAU, and his nickname was Terrified of All Living Things, the Emperor of Heavenly Poison. He did not act on any poisons. They only served as catalysts that made it stronger. Now the Emperor of Heavenly Poison has understood. It is time to take revenge on people who are increasingly calling themselves righteous in parallel, revealing their true rotten nature. If you continue to hack them secretly, the civil war will begin, and then it will be able to have fun. The residents were fully dying of poison. The warriors did not come up with anything better than to put local quarantines. At this point, Chong Rang came to the next patient. Suddenly, the leader ordered their soldiers not to interfere. It was obvious that the symptoms of the disease appear only in the villagers. Even Yong Ren realized that what was happening looked extremely strange. Suddenly, the band's leader looked interested in beauty. People began to get sick immediately after she came to the village. In addition, she was the first to notice that it was the action of poisons. Therefore, the warrior approached the girl again to find out who her companion was. Of course, the lady realized. From this knowledge, it would not be better for anyone. However, the leader only merged that John Ren will not tell the truth. He even exposed the sword to threaten her. But this second, their housing doors opened. The hero, having come out, ordered the man to remove his blade. From one voice, the whole body of the metal leader began to tremble. The warrior was scared to look at the silhouette until he saw the HO, who came out of the door. Then everyone realized that they met with the fist of the demon. They could not understand that he had forgotten here. However, without paying attention to their confusion, I will first and foremost convince that his companion was whole and intact. For some reason, the metal leader only realized that the lady was near him, the most famous divine doctor. The hero decided to ask her again if she was able to recognize that it was a poison. Despite the fact that the poison was similar to those who were ill with locals, it was still different. However, with confidence, the beauty could inform. All had one source. The only difference was that the previous poison was several times more. The metal leader wanted to know if the effects of the same poison could differ depending on who uses it. This is possible. Two students who have studied with one master can have different skills, so those who practice the art of poisoning can have different abilities. It depends on their physique, mental discipline, and the type of poisons that are hidden in the body. It became obvious. In this case, several masters of poison were mixed. The leader understood. If they wanted to fight with the masters of demonic cult who have poison, they had no choice but to turn to the Tank family from Sichuan. However, the Hood ladies recalled that all the suggestions were suggested. At this point, the Divine Doctor explained that the Tan family was masters on poisons and hidden weapons. Both of these things were taboo for Marima people, so they refrained from their help. For this reason, the metal leader sent his assistant to the Alliance Marima to report about the appearance of poison masters. It was also necessary to say that it was necessary to enlist the support of the Tan family. The warriors decided to strengthen the protection around the perimeter and asked for permission from the lads. It seemed stupid to him. He ordered the soldiers to do their work as before. This night, sitting in their home, the warriors discussed the fist of the demon. They knew that he was now resting in his rooms, and rejoiced that he would leave the village soon. Also, although they sent an assistant to the Alliance Murim, one cannot be sure that he will get alive. It became obvious. In the village in which they stopped, there was a sad end. It was not necessary to count to the aid of the fist of the demon. He is a man who leads a lonely lifestyle, and he was not the rest. At this time, John Wren was sitting at the table, looking at her humble catch. All that is left behind is the grass of crazy blood. It could cause a small number of mind. The beauty understood. We needed to fight the poison with the help of poison. Probably the one who poisoned the villagers was a real psycho. On the contrary, he wanted them to suffer as much suffering before leaving the world. It was clear. The poison master mixed many poisons together to make it difficult to prepare the antidote. They had to be destroyed, then they would be able to remove all toxins one by one. This may be done with the help of crazy bloodgrass. I will be wonderful that the girl left their home. He decided to let her do what she considers it necessary. He decided to act as he sees fit. At this time, the poison's villain watched the village from afar. Now the excellent windstream is literally the best tool for the poison master. The man himself thoughtfully thought about incompetent people who often try to convince others of their correctness, using direct instructions, hints, and surface arguments. However, it is only characterized by those who do not have the necessary skills. At this point, the man looked at the tree on the other side. He saw that his companion stood there. In addition, there was also a mile. The last few days, along with the satellites, they have been flying in the wind to spread the poison. Now it's the best time to implement their plan. The poison that was in the pocket dissolved the blood. It was obtained from poisonous frogs that live deep in the forests of the southern barbarians. Unexpectedly, when the man was about to scatter him, the tree on which he stood was broken in two. He realized it was an hostile attack. He ordered the enemy to show himself, and also warned that if he did not work immediately, he would release all the poison. However, the unknown was not going to show himself. Instead, he broke another tree. Then the assistant master understands. The attacker will only appear when he crumbled his poison. The villain has no choice, had to use poison everywhere. He did not expect that despite this, the hero would be able to sneak to him from behind. The master was clearly angry that the opponent could only hide as a rat and produce poison on innocent people. Now he wanted to have fun with him to reveal for the crime. He calmed down only after the man was lying on the ground almost without teeth. After that, he grabbed a bag of poisons and fell asleep directly into the enemy's mouth. Then he helped himself with his fists, pushing the poison on his throat. As a result, the man was poisoned by his own poison. All because it was impossible to do poisoning, so that I will give the HO, who has a sharp sense, did not notice it. Even without approaching the epicenter, he immediately realized where the opponents carried the poison. There were two ways not to appear on people. Either poison the well or use the wind. Having checked the well, the hero realized that the only option was the wind. Therefore, he checked the direction of airflows and began to move against them. At this time, the assistants realized they will not be able to cope with a person who was not poisoned even blood venom. Seeing the death of their friend, they just escaped, like ho-ho as no one else knew. Hunting dogs that were attacked always returning to their master, so he followed them to find out how far they went. In the forest, a terrible sound came from which the hair on the body becomes sting. The nausea smell stimulated the smell of the hero. From the aroma of the poison, his head was strongly shaken. However, the guy activated the technique of heart and soul to block external energy, and took a step forward. With every step, this disgusting smell became stronger, and the forest was twisted in front of it. Then he saw a man who sat in the middle of tens of thousands of snakes that were rolling into a ball. Of these, it was a man called the Emperor of Heavenly Poison. He considered the hero to truly absurd. The Emperor himself greeted the uninvited guest and wanted to find out why he went to such a dangerous place. In this second, the assistant immediately explained to his master that he was the person they were talking about. This pardon killed their friend. Then the anger of the old became really great. His snakes were frozen as if paralyzed, and the next moment of the reptile troop covered the forest around the old like a mountain. All of them released a huge amount of poisons. It seemed that the poison just dispelled in the air. But soon, she began to absorb literally through the pores of the old one. The villain was truly surprised that even after that, being shrouded, the hero could still stand on his feet. He quickly understood, most likely in front of him the same legendary fist of the demon. I will be aware that a man was called the Emperor of Heavenly Poison. But the old man did not introduce himself. Instead, he was outraged that because of the boy, his people did not return from the task. He was convinced that the fist of the demon probably heard about him, but still dared to come. Despite the fact that he knew many rumors, it meant one thing. Either the hero was too naive, or considered himself a very important person. In any case, the attacker promised to give the hero a very sophisticated death. The most poisonous man in the world has released his poison. She struck on the ladies of Hua like a wave. However, at this point he did not give up. Leaning on his right foot, he headed on a giant wall of poison, called the Emperor Pot. After the collision, the protective barrier surrounding the old is very trembling. It appeared on a glass that was about to break. It was visible. On the face of the old was also affected by fear, and the hero did not retreat, continuing to make accurate, powerful blows. Then the man did not come up with anything better, but wide open his palms. It was his technique, Brailed Red Palm, the art of martial arts that uses the poisonous body of the old. Even before the battle reached its culmination, I will feel how strong the poison was flowing on the body of this monster. It was really the strongest poison in the world. With this technique, it was possible to obtain a substance capable of killing a dozen adults with only one drop of blood. In the usual way, such a technique is not displayed. Therefore, there is nothing left for the hero except to unfold the torn wall of the void. To do this, he used the technique that creates ultrasonic waves. They do not hear the human ear created by influencing air molecules. When the air molecules exploded, the shockwave instantly dispelled the poisons widespread with a bloody palm. After that, the attack caught up with the oldest. Obviously, he underestimated the guy's ability to neutralize his bloody palm. Then the man used the technique of the Emperor of the Celestial Poison, the final version of the blocked bright red palm. The poisonous energy that was dozing in the mouth spread with his breath. The technique of the Emperor of Heavenly Poison strangled everything around. I will blocked the poisonous gas, closing his mouth and nose, but he could not open his eyes. For this reason, he stood with the sentries closed. The light disappeared, and darkness came. However, I have lived in the dark for more than 12 years. He could navigate simply by feeling the movement of air. As a result, the flow of energy escaped from the body of the ladies of Hua, piercing the enemy in the void. Obviously, the old man was struck that the hero dared to use in the battle with him as pathetic technique as the flow of energy. Getting closer, the hero gave the old strong slap with the same stream. The feeling after the impact was as if he were killed by a hammer, and the hero did not retreat, still reaching him with his own hands. His black hair spread in the wind, and a fierce light of 2 eyes broke out between it. His striking killer aura danced around, which absorbed everything around. The ordinary man would start to hesitate and retreated, faced face to face from the ladies. Therefore, the green light enveloped his body. It created a dense layer of poisonous energy called celestial poisonous armor. In a desperate situation, he still had to unfold his shield. Now they were faced in the melee. In this desperate situation, the Lady Ho-Ho spread his shield. The struggle was cruel. The body of the lad Ho was confronted with the Emperor of the Celestial Poison. It was incredibly difficult. The man softened the blow, but the poisonous energy swept the whole body. Soon, she began to go inside. The poison that leaked inside caused fear. It seemed that it could poison its internal organs. At this point, the powerful energy came out of the body of ladies and circled it. The guy used the divine technique of the Dark Soul. With this technique, he burned poisonous gas in his body. The enemy was angry that the young man understood his poison technique. Is our hero's immunity to poison? Such people happen. They are versed in poisons, or have studied secret methods and know the antidote. Such people are sure to have a strong resistance to poisons. But Vu Un does not use such gross poisoning methods. The only way that this old man goes is the path of death. Now he will show the young man why he is called the Emperor of Heavenly Poison. And so, just after a moment, the power coming from the body of the Yan grew much more. The earth melted and the air was blackened. Within the radius, about 20 steps from the enemy turned into a country of death. The air turned into poison, and no one could withstand it. Meanwhile, there was a lady in the center of all this. No matter how well he could hold his breath, but the guy definitely cannot do it infinity. The air filled with poison pressed on his body, as if the guy had stuck in a swamp. Lady Hat came to the ground, which was completely impregnated with poison, and rushed to the enemy. In this case, the enemy decided to increase the amount of poison even more to prevent the guy. Hell's bloody poison was crystallization of all the poisons he had to absorb. It was the basis of being a Yan, and the most dangerous poison in the world. At the moment when Hell's bloody poison swept over the Lady Ha as if a storm, his whole body trembled, and a whirlwind of energy appeared around him. After a moment, a strong energy storm appeared. The young man used an explosive demonic force. The Wall of the Void, the power of the stone destruction with 5 fingers, and the shield combined into a unique attack and protection. This has become a martial art that allows you to defeat many opponents, and even experienced craftsmen. The battle with the elite of the family Nagan and the King of Swords Chikon set a difficult task and helps him understand a lot. The result of this battle was an explosive demonic force. The lady who owned an explosive demonic force moves forward, and the enemy releases hellish bloody poison. Their views met in the air. A moment later, their attacks came together. It was an incredibly powerful energy. A demonion of a demonic cult, which used the poison only for satisfactory pleasure, met its end. Meanwhile, there was a battle in the show. Now they are going to see how well the first sword of Mount Hua is beating. The mustachioed man wants the enemy to show him his true strength, to show what he is really capable of. The fight was very fierce, the gray man barely withstanding the attacks of his enemy. Even when they reached the annex where the sage of Hansa lived, the battle continued. The young guy watched this horror and thought what to do. He cannot simply escape and leave Jinin and children behind. Grandpa assumed that it may have been an invasion of a demonic cult. The guy told them not to worry and promised to protect the place. The enemies were going to kill absolutely everyone without leaving anyone alive. And so, in a second, the guy uses the divine fist of 8 emperors to protect everyone. There are no good people among those who climb through the wall at night, so it will punish everyone. The enemy is about to kill everyone who lives and breathes in Shokug, and especially those who do the resistance. But the guy is about to stand until the last. The enemies want to kill everyone and do not spare even children. A second, all the enemies together rushed to the guy who stood in defense of the children and the old. The enemies were about to kill them. Then, the guy again is about to use the power of the divine fist of 8 emperors for the enemies to retreat. While the new moon guards and protects this place, none of the enemies will be able to go there. Suddenly, the girl saw here the Master CO and thought that he was here by order of the cult leader. Chonzun uses pressure technique. It does not distinguish friends from enemies. If you do not be careful, then the righteous masters of martial arts and warriors of a demonic cult will be killed to death. If the CO master intervenes, too many people will die. The master understood perfectly why the Virgin's holy holidays are worried. The man says that he recently found enlightenment, and now controls the energy of Yin, so she will not harm the soldiers of their cult. The girl became scared of the thought of how far the leader of cultures was going to come. At such a pace, both the divine cult and the Sea of the Central Plains will not be able to avoid catastrophe. So the girl must find and prevent the leader before Chongsan will raise the sound of destruction by 10. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to the young virgin, who asked if she belonged to a demonic cult. The black girl immediately realized that she was standing in front of her. The girl, in turn, demanded that she also introduced her. But instead of the answer, Yu Gyan rushed directly to the So Wolf. She was not going to wait anything. Soon, the swords of 2 girls were faced, and outbreaks appeared in the air. As expected, So Wol quickly introduced her sword directly to the virgin's throat, while He-Gun ruthlessly waved her lips with tension and fear. The Triator of 10, Chongsan, is soon about to use the energy of Yin, then everyone will end. People with poor internal energy will flake hardy meridians, and they will die, so they must be removed from here. The television message of the girl has penetrated the head of the So Wol. It was necessary to act quickly. The Virgo told her because when Chongsan released the energy of Yin, then a real hell will begin here. The time was short. It is necessary to do everything so that this place does not turn into hell. Virgo asked to evacuate people as soon as possible. Meanwhile, everyone was waiting for the reinforcement. It is said that the enemies have already penetrated the east gate. Support should be sent there. The main gate, meanwhile, was also in danger. The head of the Vitso branch named Zhang said to invite hundreds of battles to the sects. The man learned that right now, there are children of sect from the Hua mountain and the sage Hanso. Zhang was angry because they brought with them an old grandfather who would not help. At this time, he came to him Sowol with information that the tag of 10 Li would soon take effect. Zhang was shocked when he heard that Chongsan was going to kill everyone who is within 10. They should urgently transfer people with weak skills to the rear, otherwise they will die first if Chongsan releases yin energy. But now the situation is so difficult that they will even need a cat's foot. In the case where Chongsan attacks, the lesson will be too big. And so, only a few moments have passed, and Chongonon has already started using yin energy. It was necessary to protect. The energy of Yin Seo Master does not distinguish between friends and enemies. The real hell began. So Chongsan began to work. Everyone immediately felt this powerful power. Master Co played a musical instrument, radiating even more powerful power. The warriors just fell down, grabbing their heads. They just fought in agony, not having a chance to do something. The soldiers who participated in the battle began to writhe on the ground. Their tympanic sections burst, and blood went out of their ears. Even the warriors who mastered the martial arts were in such a terrible state. This meant that the sage Hanso and children who were ordinary people could not protect themselves. The children wept hugging their grandfather. They tried to close their ears, tried to escape, but the pain was too unbearable. My grandfather tried to keep everything under control, not to panic and reassure children. He did not understand how cruel to be. It became clear that the sage Hanso with children would not be able to withstand Yin's energy. A man is about to block the path of a demonic cult soldier, while others should transfer their energy to the sage of Hans and children. It was necessary to protect my grandfather and children. The guy continued to reflect the attacks of enemies, allowing others to convey his energy to his grandparents. Due to the intervention of only one person, simply incredible results were achieved. Master Co stood in the center of the battlefield. The sound of destruction of 10 Li, the energy of the yin, which is able to destroy everything living in the radius of 10 Li, escaped from his hands. If the death of 1,000 people can create peace for the divine cult, it will take all this cruelty. It was very dangerous for everyone, because his energy is no different who is a friend and who is the enemy. If they do not want to die, it was necessary to raise their internal energy. From the easy touch of the musical instrument, the eyes were blood and the head began to swell. The head flashed because of huge pressure on the brains, and the heart vessels were torn into parts. A moment later, a man came to the master of Co who ordered him to stop. However, the master Co was more than sure that even this man had no chance against him. But before the hen, there was a John Co who reminded the old man that he was now his opponent. The battle of two men continues until the master Co continues to produce his energy. As it turned out, the voice of John Co became a signal. The wizard's fingers lowered downwards to play the last note. The sound of music turned out to the sky and the earth. Terrible sound waves swept the battlefield as if a storm. From such powerful energy, all the soldiers simply dropped back. They couldn't even stand on their feet. With just one movement of his fingers, more than 100 people were killed in an instant. When the sound of the destruction in 10 Li subsides, this place will turn into a kingdom of death. The figure was visible through the destroyed wall. Suddenly, at this moment, a strange sound spread on the battlefield. Everyone heard a strange sound. The sound with which one leg went on the ground, and the other was dressed on the floor. The pupils of the Master Co were a little clouded. He tried to endure this discomfort, going to pull the last string. Suddenly, the sound of the steps became louder at this point. The man tried to play, but the string he pulled with the squeal. It is difficult to believe it, because this string was made with the strongest silk thread in the world. Such a string cannot be broken, no matter how many times you will delay it. Everyone watched this stranger carefully, trying to understand who he was. With his arrival, hot air, filled with the cruelty of the battlefield, has cooled. The soldiers of the Alliance and the demonic cult, who had just fought, froze on the spot and could not look away from this stranger. The intensive presence of this stranger needed attention. All the warriors continued to look at him, calling on the spot. Even the Master CS could not take his gaze away. Through the destroyed walls, the sage Hanso saw a lame man and his pupils trembled. This stranger had black and squat hair, catch a black cloak, and a slightly lower left leg. But the sage immediately realized that it was a stranger. As it turned out, it was a ladha. It was really very difficult to believe it. They could read each other's hearts only at the point of view. The black-haired guy did not take his look away from the sage. It was his master. Another guy who has all defended the sage and sighed the children with relief, because now he can rest a little. Lady Hoi wanted to get closer to his master, because they were so many years away from each other. But here heard the voice of the Master CO, who wanted to find out who this stranger is. But the young man is not going to introduce himself in front of him. Instead, he ran sharply to his enemy. Then, the Master CO pulled the remaining strings. The stranger was not going to retreat. On the contrary, he made every effort to stop. The horrible sound wave rushed to the lady. His chest trembled with his heart, but his gaze still remained predatory. The desperate young man moved directly to his enemy, no matter what. And finally, he was able to reach him, and struck it strongly into his stomach. The audience was shocked from what they just saw because this stranger ended with an enemy only one blow. None of the enemies could think that Chong-san was overcome so easily. It is necessary to retreat, because the moment is already lost, and the moral spirit of the warriors is now on the very bottom. The best option now is to retreat. After all the enemies fled, the master and student finally came to each other. They hugged firmly and could not believe that they reunited again. After that, the master and student gathered at the one table and began to talk about everything that happened. The master is surprised as the guy was able to survive because everything was under the explosion. This is all because of his great will. The master is really proud of him. And so they continued to talk throughout the day and night. Basically, the sage spoke, and the ladies only listened to him. The sage told a story that he had told several times, but the student continued to listen carefully. Finally, the tension of the sage of Hanso decreased, and he was able to go into a dream, as if he had lost consciousness. But even in a dream, he did not let go of his student. Lady looked at the sage for a while he slept, and then came out. Suddenly, another man approached the young man and greeted. He thought that the lad Ho was still offended by him, but it was his full right. If it turns out that the guy will return to the Hua mountain sect, the leader of the sect examples of effort to give him support. It will also be protected from pressure from the alliance. But that's not all. Also, Hanso's older brother will get a good position. Unexpectedly, a male voice was heard. It was a gray man, an older brother. He was outraged that he was not healthy with the respected elders of the sect, but our hero did not answer anything, but still ignored him. The old man was outraged that the guy looked so without respect on the old tire. He begins to say that the master did not teach him the right behavior. The lad Ha hatched these words because his master does not relate to it and does not need to involve him in it. The old man was shocked from how this guy communicates with him. The old man did not understand how you could ignore the respected older sect, but the guy only buzzed, saying that I did not see anyone here. If the law of the world is to respect the one who is older, then our hero will neglect this law. It became clear that this guy would never bow his head and will not obey the order that exists. Lady Ha roots grow from the Hua mountain sect, and it will never change. It should not be forgotten that his master is also the elder of the Hua mountain sect. Another man asked to stay older because there is no time for it. Sect leaders are waiting for him. Many sect leaders develop a planned preparation for the invasion of a demonic cult. The appearance of Lady Ho caused a stir in the Alliance Murim, especially among the soldiers in Shoujo. The appearance of ladies will accurately cause problems because the family of a reconciliation was injured. It is not necessary to treat the Alliance's pride so lightly. They never forget even the smallest images. They will definitely find a way to take revenge. At this time, the sage came to Ryan. It was she who accompanied our hero everywhere. The girl was surprised when she saw the master because she felt a strong contrast. The student is scary, but the master is very good. The sage told the student that the master was defending them. But Cho said that this does not mean anything, because his master is his master, and his master is his friend. Meanwhile, everyone was talking about what happened recently. Rumors have already flew everywhere. Everyone was well aware that the Alliance revealed the Lady Ha enemy of the people. There was a meeting at the table. Do they want to say that you can forgive the cruel killer if he is useful? His methods are really cruel, but that does not mean that he committed murder for no reason. How do they think? Such a person will be grateful to them for freeing him from the status of the enemy of the people. He is the enemy of the people of peace, so he needs to accept his death. Does anyone want to say this lady in the face? Now it is too late to speak for the abolition of the status of the enemy of the people, because it will affect their pride. In this case, the leading branches of Xiaochu, Gon Sun Chun, will have to make about the results of the meeting.